Niannian replied, "It's okay, but I don't like naughty kids." Jiang Ran had never heard of what a naughty kid was. He and his wife were both humans, so they probably wouldn't have any mischievous children. Worried that the naughty kids she mentioned might be different from his idea, Jiang Ran asked suspiciously, "Naughty kids? Like the cowardly ones who bully the weak and love causing trouble?"
I don't like that.
"If they're like the sweet girl, obedient and adorable, I would like that." Ruan Niannian gave Jiang Ran examples. Suddenly, she realized something was off. Why did Jiang Ran suddenly ask about having children? She stopped walking, leaned closer to Jiang Ran, and whispered, "If we had children, I would like them all." Jiang Ran's ears turned red. He cleared his throat lightly, but a smile involuntarily appeared at the corner of his mouth. He thought to himself that their children definitely wouldn't be mischievous. They would look like his wife, fair and clear-skinned. Those cowardly or naughty kids couldn't be compared to their children. The two of them returned the tools together and went home to cook. Most days, Jiang Ran finished work before Niannian had prepared the meal. Today, they went home together, washed up, and entered the kitchen. Jiang Ran helped out. Niannian cooked the meal. They didn't talk much, but the atmosphere was very nice. The fish soup was thick and white, topped with finely chopped green onions. After a day of farm work, Jiang Ran couldn't get full just on fish soup. The house had eggs from the backyard and some bought, over 30 in total, quite well off. They also made stir-fried green pepper with eggs, served with steamed buns and millet porridge. Niannian ate sparingly, drinking half a bowl of fish soup and eating half a mixed flour bun, then put down her bowl and chopsticks. Jiang Ran frowned as he watched. His wife's appetite was smaller than a kitten's, but he was used to it. The cooks at the state-run restaurant couldn't compare to his wife's cooking. Jiang Ran drank 2 bowls of fish soup, ate 2 steamed buns, and also had a bowl of millet porridge. Niannian sighed, "If my parents saw you eating, they would be very happy." Jiang Ran looked up at her slightly. Niannian continued, "I love many foods, but I eat little.
My parents worry about me.
They like children who eat well." Lu Xingyun and Ruan Wenxiao were both worried she might not get enough nutrition. The family's cooks were all highly skilled masters from different places. Thinking of her parents, Niannian felt a bit nostalgic. Jiang Ran also noticed this. "When we can go back to the city, I'll take you to your family." Niannian smiled but didn't tell Jiang Ran that she might never see her parents again in her lifetime. The original owner's parents didn't like her, and she didn't like them either. Not all places are as harmonious as Niannian sighed. At the Lin family's dinner table, Lin Jingshin watched Shuangzi tremble as he held chopsticks and felt very distressed. "Dad, Siming is from the city. He's never done such heavy work. How can he endure it? You should ask the team leader to change his job." Lin's secretary glanced at Shuangzi, thinking about how the villagers complained after work, how Shuangzi broke the peanuts when husking them, how he worked too slowly and caused delays. The women collecting peanuts preferred to follow Jiang Ran so they wouldn't waste time. Lin's secretary was experienced in manual labor, and his sons were also good workers. He was increasingly displeased with his son-in-law. Change his job? Who has been working in the countryside for 2 years without going to the fields? If he doesn't go to the fields, where do you get your food and drink? If it's not enough, you should get married and move out. Hearing this, Lin Jingshin knew her father was angry. She reluctantly whispered, "Dad, you said Siming should go to school to be a teacher. Why is he working in the fields now?" Lin's secretary took a sip of soup. "It's harvest season now, and the schools are on holiday. Where do I send him to be a teacher? After the harvest, maybe." The harvest would last at least a month before the grains were planted. How could Siming endure that month? Lin Jingshin felt her food tasteless and suddenly pulled Siming's hand. "Dad, look. Siming's hands are all blisters. They're worn raw and bleeding." Lin's secretary looked and saw that Siming's hands were indeed badly hurt. It was clear he had never done manual work before. He looked up at Siming again. Siming stepped back slightly and said, "I'm fine." Secretary Lin looked on with a sigh in his heart. The workers from the city just couldn't do the job well. Just as he was about to speak, A woman in her 30s at the table noticed. "Oh, I tell you, Simon is quite lucky. I heard from Jing Tang that he started working in the fields when he was about 10. His hands have been full of calluses since he was young, and now they're tough and unbreakable. Let Simon work more, it's no big deal." The young people from Su said that not participating in labor means lacking a sense of collective pride. "Dad, you're the secretary, so you can't let this be used against us." Lin Jingshin was surprised that her sister-in-law spoke up, and she widened her eyes.
Sister-in-law, you.
In just a few words, Secretary Lin's thoughts were dismissed. "All right, shut up. What you said makes sense. Do you still want him to go to school and become a teacher? If you want to label him as lacking collective pride, then forget about him becoming a teacher." "That's impossible." Lin Jingshin immediately held back what she was going to say, feeling deep resentment toward that Su young person. At this moment, she hated Su even more than Niannian. Niannian had been picking peanuts in the field for 2 days. The initial excitement was gone, and she was secretly slacking off. Suddenly, someone called her from the ditch. "Yuan Jiqing, someone's looking for you." Niannian turned around and saw Yang Guifin riding a bicycle, standing at the edge of the field. "Money is here." Niannian quickly stood up, brushed off the dirt on her, and went over. Yang Guifin knew that Niannian had actually gone to work in the fields, and she couldn't help feeling a bit proud. She was now a small official in the commune, so she didn't need to work in the fields. When Niannian arrived, she looked a little proud and said, "Here's 120 yuan and the ticket." Niannian counted the money, stored it away, then took out an IOU and handed it to Yang Guifin. Yang Guifin immediately tore it up. "I don't owe you anymore. Just work well in the fields. You know how you got your position, Yang. Maybe you'll get even more arrogant and come work in the field with me." This was a blatant threat. The pride Yang Guifin had just shown was instantly crushed. She looked at Niannian with a friendly smile again. "Niannian, I've returned your money. We're still friends. Don't worry, as long as you don't dance in front of me, I won't bother with your affairs. But your work came suddenly, and I doubt only I am suspicious of you." After speaking, Niannian turned and walked away. Yang Guifin looked at her back, her face turning grim. Clearly, she didn't marry Song Simon, but just married a local guy, yet she's so proud. What's there to be proud of? Everyone in the village knows about Yang Guifin owing money to Niannian. When she returns, people feel a bit jealous. 120 yuan. Even saving for 2 years wouldn't be enough. Forget it, let my son marry that lazy girl. It's just over 100 yuan. My son is much better than Jiang Ran. Oh, when did your son become better than Jiang Ran? How can my son not be better? My family is quite well off. Didn't you hear what Niannian said? She only likes good-looking people. The young ladies from the city only care about appearances. Recently, Su Jiqing often mentions Jiang Ran, clearly interested in him. I wouldn't be surprised if Jiang Ran and that lazy girl divorce someday. When that happens, I'll have my son marry her, and she'll be grateful to my son then. Niannian received the money and felt strong enough to pick peanuts. That night, she cooked a good meal with Jiang Ran. After washing up, she sat on the bed in a small tank top, counting money. Hearing noises outside the door, she didn't look up and called out, "Husband, should we buy a bicycle?" Jiang Ran paused slightly as he entered. The number of times she called him husband depended on her mood. At this moment, she only said the first 2 words, which made his head feel dizzy. Seeing her sitting on the Kong, exposing her fair arms, he felt his throat move slightly. Niannian waited a long time for a response but didn't get one. She turned her head and saw the man standing at the door. It was already night, yet his face was still clear in her eyes. Maybe he had just taken a shower. Water droplets ran down his hair, along his handsome face, down his neck, and onto his perfectly toned chest and strong, slim waist. Niannian was stunned and no longer cared about the bicycle. She awkwardly cleared her throat. Jiang Ran took a towel to wipe his hair and roughly dried the water droplets on his body. Although it was already autumn, the temperature still felt warm. Feeling dry and parched, He asked casually, "How much money do we have at home?" Niannian looked away from his back, thinking about the money she had just counted. "There's 328. 57 yuan left. We have tickets. We should be able to buy a bicycle for about 200 yuan, leaving over 100. That should be enough for us to get through this winter." In her previous life, she had never handled so little money. After all, Ms. Lu Xingyun had given her at least 1,000,000 yuan in living expenses every month before she turned 18, plus what her father, grandparents, and other relatives sent her. When the money was at its lowest, the number on the bank card was much larger than 300, multiplied many times. But now, holding just over 300, she plans to buy a bicycle. She still feels quite happy inside. Jiang Ran finished wiping his hair and tossed the towel aside.
"Buy it," he said.
He then walked over to the bed. The two had been intimate before. Apart from the day she first entered the story and was dazed, they hadn't gone all the way again afterward. Now, they stared at each other with eyes like wild beasts, as if ready to eat each other. Niannian whispered softly, "You've worked all day. Are you tired? Do you still have energy? Want to make a baby?" As soon as Niannian finished speaking, the man's figure loomed over her. His breath wrapped around her, and perhaps because he had just taken a shower, he carried a faint coolness. But that coolness quickly warmed up, turning into heat. Niannian's heart pounded like thunder. Outside, the full moon hung high, shining through the small window into the room. The yard was separated from everything else. The night in Day Village was very quiet, especially since Niannian and Jiang Ran lived at the end of the village. Usually, there was no noise from people, only the occasional chirping of crickets, cicadas, and the distant howling of wolves from the back mountain. Suddenly, a sharp scream pierced the quiet night. The two inside froze completely. Jiang Ran was already tense, sweat forming on his forehead. He gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, "Niannian, don't get distracted." People close to her often called her by her name, and she had heard it countless times. But hearing Jiang Ran say it in a deep, slightly hoarse voice carried a special feeling. Wanqing immediately stopped paying attention to the outside sounds. The two focused on what was in front of them. The noise outside didn't stop. It even seemed to grow louder. Amid the chaos, they could hear other voices. Jiang Ran and Wanqing clearly wanted to continue what they were doing, but suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Jiang Ran's face darkened completely, anger barely contained in his eyes.
"I'll see who it is," he said.
The loud arguing outside continued intermittently, along with crying. Wanqing was somewhat interested, but at this moment, she couldn't focus on anything else. Her eyebrows furrowed slightly. She casually grabbed some clothes and put them on, then threw on a coat and went outside. As she opened the door, a shady figure sneaked into the yard and then crouched at the door, looking out. Jiang Ran recognized the person and frowned slightly. Jiang Ming. The person behind Jiang Ming also stepped inside. Jiang Ming said, "I'm your third brother." Jiang Ran was clearly upset with Jiang Ming for ruining his plans. Looking at the others, Jiang Ming was still involved with the youth camp. Niannian found it strange. Who came was not just anyone, but Jiang Ming, along with Wanqing Xia and Zhang Qi Suyao. These four people seemed to have no connection at all. Jiang Ming said, "What a coincidence. There are so many people watching outside. Your third sister-in-law is pregnant, and I was worried something might happen, so I came here." Zhang Qi quickly apologized, "Comrade Ruan, sorry about that. I only know you well here, so I knocked on your door. Things over there are too chaotic. That girl, Su Jiqing, kept calling for help, so I had to slip away." It was definitely Su Wanqing, Niannian thought. Her mind moved. What happened outside? Su Yao sneered. Su Wanqing was beaten. She really was beaten, and faster than she expected. Su Yao took her reaction as surprise. She was beaten. Honestly, you should be happy. After all, she's been mean to someone. Niannian didn't pay much attention to Su Yao's sarcastic tone. She looked outside. It was noisy, people pulling others apart, crying and cursing. Who hit her? She wondered. Surely, it wasn't Lin Jingshin. She wouldn't be that stupid, right? If she was, how could she be the heroine? Or was it just because others spoiled her blindly? While Niannian was lost in thought, Su Yao pouted. It's the village's troublemaker, called Shuangzi. Niannian had seen him twice on the back hill, sneaking with Zhou Mingxia. She never thought this would get involved too. It definitely wasn't Lin Jingshin's doing. Wanqing also sighed nearby. This Su Jiqing has made a lot of enemies. She doesn't work, just stays at home. Why does she care about not earning work points? People who casually accuse others like that are really hateful. It's normal she got beaten. I think she's up to no good. Wanqing, pregnant and with a big belly, was still called out to do farm work. She had lost a child in her first pregnancy and was extra careful this time, worried about any accidents. But the Jiang family's reputation was already bad. Her sister-in-law and second sister-in-law kept subtly criticizing her. She was afraid the shame of not having collective honor would fall on her again, so she had to grit her teeth and go out to work. When she heard Su Wanqing was beaten, she felt a bit satisfied and also wanted to see the excitement. She pulled Jiang Ming out. As more villagers came out, she was worried about hurting her belly, so she stayed back. The noise outside continued. Niannian and the others stood at the door watching the scene. Some were pulling people apart, but it didn't seem like anyone was truly trying to stop it. Su Wanqing's crying was quite heartbreaking, but Niannian remained indifferent. She had been subtly stirring trouble behind the scenes all day, even giving out candy several times. As they got closer to Niannian's house, Su Wanqing's hair was pulled painfully. In her panic, she saw a light source and then Jiang Ran. She cried out desperately, "Jiang Ran, help me." Niannian turned her gaze toward Jiang Ran. Su Wanqing's voice kept coming through. She was crying and calling Jiang Ran repeatedly. Knowing they had no real relationship, those who didn't know might think they were lovers separated by life and death. Niannian shook her head at this thought and quietly took a step back, putting some distance between herself and Jiang Ran. Jiang Ran glanced at her, his face darkening. He had just been tense and serious, and now his jaw tightened as he looked at Niannian. He then grabbed her hand. A few people around, including Jiang Ming, saw Jiang Ran's attitude and dared not approach him, avoiding him instead. Jiang Ran pulled Niannian toward the yard. Then he slammed the wooden door shut with a loud bang. At that moment, a voice still called out, "Jiang Ran,
Help me. Wanqing froze."
She hadn't expected Jiang Ran to ignore her. Last time at the commune, he had saved her. Why was he ignoring her now? "I told you to stop bothering me." But she couldn't care less now. The troublemaker was like a mad dog, relentless and unyielding. The noise outside continued. Niannian and Jiang Ran stared at each other in the yard. Jiang Ming knew his brother's bad temper well and pulled his wife to the side to hide. Zhang Qi and Su Yao also felt something was wrong. Zhang Qi was a little afraid that this tall man might hit someone, so he hesitated and stayed put. As for Su Yao, she looked at Niannian and then at Jiang Ran. Niannian truly deserved it. She insisted on marrying this rough guy. Now she was about to get into trouble. In the future, she wouldn't be able to find a gentle partner. But Niannian was not afraid. "Why did you close the door?" "I wanted to see the fun." In the 1970s countryside, life was so boring, no TV, no novels. She mostly talked with Tianyo, and gossip was usually something she observed from others. This time, she finally saw others, but before she could finish, Jiang Ran blocked her completely. "Let me open and watch a bit longer to see how they handle it," Niannian said as she reached to open a small gap in the door. Jiang Ran's big hand landed on hers, and her strength was no match for a man's. She looked back at him. Jiang Ran whispered, "She's so annoying." Niannian blinked and asked, "Are you talking about Su Wanqing?" The next moment, she was picked up. Jiang Ran moved to the side of a mud wall and held up Niannian, saying, "See for yourself." The mud wall in the yard wasn't tall. Niannian was easily lifted, and Jiang Ran, worried she might not see clearly, handed her a flashlight. It happened to shine on the group fighting. Suddenly, a light appeared, and someone instinctively looked in her direction, including Su Wanqing, whose long hair was being pulled. That definitely made her look like the villain. Niannian turned the flashlight to another direction and said with a smile, "You guys keep going, keep going." Everyone. In the yard, Zhang Qi and Su Yao. Jiang Ming, who had been bullied by his younger brother since childhood, looked utterly surprised. When Jiang Ran was angry, he would be ruthless to his older brother. Why had he changed so much when it came to Ruan Jiqing? Jiang Ming held Wang Fengxia's hand and asked, "Fengxia, pinch me and see if I'm dreaming." Wang Fengxia pinched his soft waist hard, making Jiang Ming jump around in pain. Jiang Ran had been holding Niannian for a while when the team leader arrived, scolding everyone and finally pulling them apart. The commotion outside gradually calmed down. Jiang Ran looked around his yard, his face still grim, and asked his third brother, "Aren't you leaving yet?" Jiang Ming said, "Yes, yes, yes," and hurriedly pulled his wife to leave. Jiang Ran's gaze fell on Zhang Qi. Zhang Qi quickly said, "We're leaving now." Once everyone had gone, only Jiang Ran and Ruan Niannian remained in the yard. Jiang Ran, with a dark face, asked, "Were you planning to ask me to handle that Ruan Jijia?" Ruan Niannian looked confused and said, "No, I was just curious if you would, since that Ruan Jijia looks very different around you." Jiang Ran's eyebrows relaxed instantly. Ruan Niannian said, "She clearly has bad intentions. Not doing work means she has no sense of team honor. She's obviously targeting me. If you still go to help her, I won't like you anymore." Jiang Ran's heart tightened as he held her soft hand tightly. "I didn't mean to help her. How did you end up with this bad apple?" "You, Zhang Qi, and Su Yao went to pick up the new recruits, but I didn't see her being so close to Zhang Qi," Ruan Niannian complained, sounding a bit resentful. Deep down, she thought Jiang Ran's face was too handsome, not only attractive to her, but to others as well. Jiang Ran frowned as he thought about what happened that day. His face looked bad. "When I went to pick someone up, the Dahlia team was driving a tractor. The driver was young and almost caused an accident. I instinctively helped out." Jiang Ran didn't expect his quick action to cause such trouble. If he had known, he wouldn't have helped. Now he understood why Su Wanqing looked at Jiang Ran that way. It was a life-saving favor. The two of them held hands as they went back inside. Lying on the bed, everything was quiet. Every now and then, they heard the chirping of crickets from somewhere in the corner of the wall. Ruan Niannian lay on the bed, thinking about what she hadn't finished earlier. She could still hear Jiang Ran's breathing nearby. It was soft but steady, indicating he was healthy. Her mind was full of random thoughts, her mouth dry, and her heart restless again. The bed had already been warmed by his small fire. If things still didn't work out, she'd feel guilty. Ruan Niannian's mind was racing, and the man beside her wasn't much better off. He had worked all day and just heard the argument. Jiang Ran couldn't sleep either. The faint scent from her hair reached his heart, making him completely awake. "Jiang Ran, are you asleep?" Ruan Niannian's voice was very soft, dreamy almost, and Jiang Ran wondered if it was just his imagination. He lowered his voice, "No. Maybe we should buy a bicycle, a phoenix, or a yongjiu, or maybe a flying pigeon. They all seem good," she said, clearly just making small talk. Jiang Ran knew she wanted to ride it to the county town. He didn't know what she was doing, but he knew she often made soap. She would wake up early and clean the yard. Sometimes, the soap would change color or texture slightly. Thinking rationally, it was easy to guess what she was doing in the county town. He thought for a moment and said, "Buy whatever brand you like." Their quiet whispers filled the room. After a while, they ran out of things to say. Ruan Niannian turned to look at him. "Should we stop here?" The kerosene lamp in the room was already out, and everything was dark. She leaned in softly, her scent and warmth enveloping him. Jiang Ran clearly felt it. His eyes suddenly darkened. Ruan Niannian only had theoretical knowledge, and in practice, she had only done it once. Jiang Ran didn't even have that much knowledge. Two people relied on exploration, and Jiang Ran's kiss quickly fell, gentle like the breeze of the night. In just a moment, his breath on Ruan Niannian's neck grew heavier and more rapid. Her surroundings were filled with his scent, gradually invading her space. Ruan Niannian liked this feeling. In this unfamiliar time, it gave her a sense of safety. A fresh, cool breath swept over her mouth and nose. In her blurry awareness, she saw sweat beads on his forehead tracing down his neck, seductive yet strong. She didn't know how long passed before Niannian fell into a deep sleep. Jiang Ran was not tired. He looked at the face in his arms, still flushed, and a slight smile appeared on his lips as he held her tightly. The next morning, when Niannian woke up, the sun was already shining outside. Her whole body was sore. She looked down at the marks on her body, and memories from last night flooded over her like a tide. She sat on the bed in a daze for a few seconds, looking at the remaining bed, thinking it was well-built and quite sturdy. The sun outside was very bright, clearly past the usual work time. When Niannian got up, her waist and back were aching. She went into the kitchen, where there was already prepared food, and she felt the stove still warm to the touch. She ate a little, washed the dishes, and was examining the soap she made when Jiang Ran returned from work. They looked at each other. Niannian, with her thick skin, couldn't help but blush first. Jiang Ran let out a low laugh and quickly walked over.
Did you eat?
Niannian pretended to be casual. Yes, I did. Jiang Ran stared at her. Are you feeling better or still uncomfortable? He was fine if he didn't mention it, but once he did, Niannian replied, my waist hurts, my legs hurt, my shoulders hurt, everywhere hurts. Knowing how delicate she was, with her snow-white skin, Jiang Ran felt a bit awkward thinking about last night. I'll go heat up some water for you to soak in. It might make you feel better, he said, and headed to the kitchen. Niannian followed. Why did you finish work so early? I told the team leader in advance, Jiang Ran said, though he didn't say more. He had worked almost twice as much as others that morning. There was no need to tell his wife. He wasn't tired, and if he wanted to do more, he still had the strength. Niannian asked, what are we having for lunch? Jiang Ran didn't want her to tire herself again. I'll cook later. His cooking was not bad. In fact, it tasted pretty good. But Niannian was picky about food, and lately, since she had been eating well, she started to care more about the flavor. She didn't speak, and Jiang Ran understood her meaning. You cook, and I'll help from the side. In the simple kitchen, two people were busy but warm. Niannian sat on a stool, choosing vegetables, and thought about what happened last night. How is Wanqing doing? Jiang Ran thought for a moment and said, I don't know. He didn't pay attention to unrelated people at all. Seeing his expression, Niannian knew what he was thinking. She smiled slightly and said, someone is really sincere to you. Jiang Ran's face was warmed by the firelight. Even though it was autumn, cooking over a clay stove was still warm. It has nothing to do with me. He glanced at Niannian and said, if you're not tired, we can do something else. His eyes looked at her chest, and Niannian felt Jiang Ran had learned to be mischievous overnight. During the day, aren't you working this afternoon? Jiang Ran stood up and looked at the boiling water in the pot. We can rest for 2 hours in between. No need for a lunch break. Enough time so you don't have to work this afternoon. Rest at home. He spoke seriously. Niannian poked him and asked, aren't you tired? People who are just starting to eat meat wouldn't be tired. Tasting the flavor, Jiang Ran felt full of energy. Niannian noticed his warmth. If you're not tired, I am. Jiang Ran got up and poured bath water for Niannian. His tall figure carried water back and forth between the bedroom and the kitchen. Niannian thought to herself, it would be great if she could build a special bathroom. But right now, busy with farm work, there was no time. She didn't mention it. She soaked in a wooden tub for half an hour, wrapped in warm water, feeling completely relaxed. When she came out, Jiang Ran had tidied up the yard and washed her clothes from yesterday. Niannian went to cook and rested for a few hours. Her body had recovered, and in the afternoon, she went to work with him. Jiang Guichao saw Niannian and remembered that this morning Jiang Ran had caught a wild chicken and told her she couldn't do heavy work, so he assigned her to pick peanuts. Tianyo was very happy to see Niannian. Sister, why didn't you come to work this morning? She and Jiang Ran couldn't say certain things, so Niannian replied, I've been too tired lately. I accidentally overslept. Tianyo looked confused. Is picking peanuts tiring? Niannian. Tianyo quickly understood. Sister, you're from the city. Of course, you think it's tiring.
I'm used to it.
If you're tired today, just tell me. I'll pick faster so you can rest. Niannian thought Tianyo was truly a sweet girl. If she and Jiang Ran had such a daughter, she would be very happy. I'll pick a little faster too. So, Jiqing can rest. Yes, I ran very fast. The other children who were picking peanuts also expressed their opinions. Niannian leaned on a few candies and occasionally told them stories, becoming a leader among the kids. Today, the children were very energetic, and there was no room for Niannian to show her skills. She helped with some chores, but not much, at most 5 tasks a day for someone like her. Niannian looked around but didn't see Su Wanqing today. She asked the children, "Did Su Jiqing not go to work in the fields today?" Sweet girl shook her head, not knowing. One child said, "My mom said she upset Uncle Shuangzi and got hit. She went to the hospital."
Where is Uncle Shuangzi then?
Niannian asked curiously. He was scolded by the team leader, and now the team leader is watching him work. I heard he was sent to the worst field. The child mentioned Uncle Shuangzi working under watch in the cornfield, where Lin Jingshin was looking at him. "Jingshin, I've done everything you asked. Now that the secret is out in the village, it's a big shame. Can I get paid now?" Uncle Shuangzi looked at Lin Jingshin with a mischievous glance. Lin Jingshin showed disgust and took out 2 yuan from her pocket. "Here," she said, throwing the money and turning to leave. Seeing her disgusted look, Uncle Shuangzi thought, "What's so great about her? She's not as pretty as Jiang Ruan's wife." He reached out to stop her. "Not enough. You need to add 3 more yuan," he said. Lin Jingshin's eyes widened. "What are you talking about? I only agreed to 2 yuan. Uncle Shuangzi twirled his ear and said casually, "But I heard it's 5 yuan. If I don't get this money, what if someone in the village finds out you ordered me? Your reputation will be ruined. And you're using this to let your pretty husband rest. If the team leader finds out." Lin Jingshin went to see Uncle Shuangzi because she was exhausted from working these days. Song Siming was so tired he was in pain, with a sore back and swollen hands. After eating, he went straight to sleep, not bothering with anything else. She felt sorry for him and came up with a plan that would embarrass Su Wanqing and keep her from working. She thought it was a good solution, but unexpectedly, she was threatened. Lin Jingshin's face was serious. "Shuangzi, you also know who my father is." Uncle Shuangzi didn't care at all. The leaders said the people are in charge. "Comrade Lin Jingshin, don't think you can rely on your father to avoid responsibility. Even if I find Secretary Lin, I have my reasons." Lin Jingshin was so angry at his shameless attitude that her chest rose and fell. However, she didn't dare let her father know about this. She clenched her teeth and said, "I don't have enough money right now. I'll give you more later." Without Su Wanqing, several people who usually didn't work found excuses to skip their duties and slack off. They all said that since Su Wanqing wasn't working anymore, maybe they lacked a sense of collective honor. Jiang Guichao was annoyed by the noise, but knew what kind of people these were. He just told the scorekeeper not to record their points and let them be. His wife, Jiang Ran's wife, was still working. Although she wore a hat and gloves every day and didn't look like she was working, she still came every day. Su Wanqing had been in the hospital for a week. She really didn't want to work anymore. During that time, some of the educated youths even came to visit her. After leaving the hospital room, Su Yao complained, "I had to pay 2 cents just to visit her. She doesn't work either, so why should she get special treatment?" Zhou Weihong honestly said, "We earn points for working, but she doesn't work, so she doesn't get points."
You should think about that.
The two of them walked back and forth, chatting casually. Suddenly, Su Yao saw a figure and said, "Is that Yang Guifan?" Zhou Weihong frowned and looked in the direction she was pointing. She saw a woman dressed in red holding a child, talking to a nurse. When the woman turned her head, Zhou Weihong said, "Yes, that's her." She wanted to smile and say hello, but Yang Guifan saw the group of educated youths and hurriedly left in a rush. Zhou Weihong muttered to herself, "Why is she running? She probably saw us just now, right?" Su Yao first noticed Yang Guifan's new clothes. Seeing her look guilty and hurriedly running away, She felt something was off and said, "You guys go ahead. Wait for me." She then quickly followed in the direction Yang Guifan had just run. Su Yao loved gossip and wanted to find out what was going on. Everyone at the educated youth camp knew her personality well, so they shook their heads helplessly. Zhang Qi suggested, "Let's go buy some sesame cakes." Everyone agreed. Since they ate at the camp every day and didn't get much benefit, a trip to the county to buy a sesame cake for 3 cents was affordable. In just a moment, Su Yao chased after Yang Guifan but couldn't find her anymore. She looked around but saw no trace of her. Just as she was about to give up and leave, she heard a child's cry, "I want to find Dad. I want to find Dad. You're not my mom. I don't want you to be my mom. You're shameless." Su Yao looked in the direction of the voice and saw a child crying and throwing a tantrum, pointing at a woman and saying she was not her mother. Following the child's finger, it was clearly Yang Guifan. Su Yao immediately sensed a big gossip and hurried over. The hospital was busy, and many people had already gathered around to watch. Yang Guifan stood awkwardly in the middle and said kindly, "Don't cry anymore. Let's go see a doctor, okay?" "No, go away. You're not my mom. I want to find my dad." Children often act irrationally when upset. Yang Guifan noticed the curious looks from the crowd, and her face darkened. She thought, this child really doesn't know how to behave. She shouldn't have brought her child to the hospital just to show off in front of Lu Jun, suppressing her irritation. Yang Guifan gently said, "I'll take you to find your dad, okay?" The little girl was still crying and occasionally shouted that she wasn't her mom.
Sui ao Berlin get.
Last time, Yang Guifan mentioned she had a partner. Could it be another marriage? She thought if she found a partner from the commune's youth office, it wouldn't be surprising. She easily paid back the 120 yuan owed to Ruan Niannian. No wonder. Su Yao was also a bit mischievous. She looked in Yang Guifan's direction and cheerfully called out, "Yang Guifan, hurry up and take your good daughter to see a doctor." Hearing Su Yao's voice, Yang Guifan froze completely. She lowered her head and didn't dare to lift it again. She dragged the little girl away. Su Yao had no other business, so she happily left. At the hospital entrance, she saw a thin, shifty-looking man approaching. The little girl who had been crying ran over and shouted, "Dad, I don't want to be with her." Su Yao watched the scene and then cheerfully went to find people at the youth commune, vividly describing what had happened at the hospital. Zhou Weihong was honest and straightforward. After listening, she sighed. It's not easy for her to be a stepmother. Su Yao chuckled and said, "I hadn't heard she had a partner before. Now she's suddenly married, there must be something fishy. She's not the kind to suffer losses. I think the money from Ruan Niannian isn't legit either. It's probably from her second husband's side." Zhou Weihong asked, "Really?" "Of course. She used to have money and helped her family, living frugally. She also tricked Ruan Niannian into giving her things. Now that Ruan Niannian won't be fooled anymore and wants her to pay back the money, she doesn't have 120 yuan. Plus, there's a note with an industrial ticket on it. Where did she get that? She's definitely been fooling other men." Su Yao added, "Did you see that man? He's not even as tall as Yang Guifan and looks like a big rat. If it weren't for money, why would she marry someone like that? Would you marry someone like him?" Zhou Weihong remained silent. On the way back, everyone chatted as they walked. They had come to the hospital in the evening, and by the time they returned to Wanqing, it was completely dark. Su Yao couldn't help but hope Yang Guifan would make a fool of herself. Soon, everyone knew that Yang Jiqing from the youth station had married, and her husband was a man with a big rat-like face. Since Su Wanqing was hospitalized, Lin Jingshin said that Su Wanqing didn't go to work. Why should others have to work? Song Siming's hands were sore, but he still didn't work. The lazy people also stopped working. Wang Fingxia, pregnant, was resting at home, and Jiang Ming, afraid of accidents, naturally didn't let her go out. Wang Fingxia, even when not working, kept busy. Besides cleaning the house and cooking, she found time to make clothes for Ruan Niannian. One evening, when Ruan Niannian went to pick up her clothes, she overheard Wang Fingxia talking about Yang Guifan. No wonder she could come up with 120 yuan. That explained everything. After Wang Fingxia finished speaking, she saw Niannian staring blankly. She always thought her younger brother's wife was kind and beautiful, and she couldn't help but say more. It's not your fault who she chooses to marry. When she tricked you before, you should have expected this day. Niannian sensed her words of comfort. She didn't care about Yangguifan, I know. I'm just surprised but not upset. The clothes fit, so I'll go now. Third sister-in-law. Rest early too. Niannian used a flashlight to walk home. Jiang Ran entered the house, looking at her with a low voice. The bathwater is ready. Do you want to wash? His gaze was fierce, like a wolf, clearly showing what he was thinking. The soreness in her body hit her. Niannian said, just take a bath, nothing else. Jiang Ran asked, what else do you want to do? It seemed like Niannian dared to say she would stay and do more. Since the last time, she had been restless at night. Every day when she picked peanuts, Tianyo thought she was tired from picking peanuts and looked at her with concern, helping her pick. She quickly waved her hand. I just want to sleep well tonight. Nothing else. She had been really tired these days. Her wife Jiang Ran didn't dare to bully her anymore. Then just take a bath. Jiang Ran prepared the water. Soaking in warm water, her muscles relaxed from the soreness, feeling a bit more comfortable. Her mind wandered to Jiang Ran's back, abs, and the lines of muscle. She wanted Jiang Ran to come and bathe with her. It shouldn't be too much, right? This bathing tub is quite large. Niannian's mind drifted to some unhealthy thoughts, but she lacked the energy to act on them. For the sake of her small body, she decided to abandon this bold idea. Tonight was the healthiest night they had had since they started eating meat a few days ago. The weather was gradually getting colder. Niannian was curled up in Jiang Ran's arms. He was like a natural heater, warm enough to keep her cozy. With warmth and comfort in her arms, Jiang Ran's eyes reflected deep emotions, but he suppressed them. Just as she closed her eyes, thunder suddenly sounded outside. Jiang Ran stood up quickly, and soon there was movement in the village. Niannian, still half asleep, opened her eyes to see Jiang Ran already dressing. She asked tiredly, what's wrong? Jiang Ran said, it's raining. There's still grain in the fields. We need to harvest quickly. Niannian nodded, then suddenly remembered something. She froze. In the book, it was mentioned that during a rainy harvest season, the crops didn't do well. That autumn rain caused peanuts and corn to sprout, and the trees on the back hill were stripped of their bark. There was a boy named Huzi who was so hungry he cried and fell off the bed, dying from the fall. The Lin family was also affected. During winter, Lin Jingshin had to buy expensive grain from the black market just to get white flour. The story was told from Lin Jingshin's perspective, with little detail about others in the village. But it mentioned the important female character, Niannian. When Lin Jingshin and Song Siming ate white steamed buns and big buns, their Niannian from the city had little money left. Without work points, she ate mainly sweet potato flour, yellow flour, and rotten vegetables, yet she still couldn't fill her stomach. That winter, the village's famous beautiful but clueless girl, Ruan lost a lot of weight. The author described Niannian as looking pale and thin. Jiang Ran finished dressing, saw her lost in thought, and a warm smile crossed his eyes. He gently patted her head and said, keep sleeping. Don't wait for me. Outside, the calls to start work grew louder, and the rain became heavier. Jiang Ran quickly ran out. Niannian listened to the rain and couldn't sleep. She put on her clothes and went to the kitchen, checking the rice, flour, and oil at home. Usually it was enough, but if the situation in the story was true, she didn't want to be starving and looking as pale as a vegetable. Moreover, she and Jiang Ran hadn't taken any precautions these past few days. If they caught something without food, they wouldn't have enough nutrition. How could a baby be healthy without proper nourishment? She decided to check the weather tomorrow. If the rain wasn't so heavy, she would go to the black market in the county to buy some rice, flour, and oil, things that could be stored for a while. Jiang Ran couldn't come back for a little while. Niannian had just slept a bit but couldn't fall asleep, so she decided to knead dough in the kitchen, planning to make some steamed buns.
Her guess was right.
When Jiang Ran returned home, it was already late at night, and the rain was falling harder. When he entered, the oil lamp was still lit, which for Jiang Ran meant home. He hurried inside and saw Niannian lying on the bed yawning. "Why aren't you asleep yet?" Hearing his voice, she looked over and saw a soaked man with bright, striking eyes. "I heated some water for you. Hurry and soak. Don't catch a cold again." Jiang Ran, soaked through and feeling cold, couldn't touch her. "I'm going to take a shower." Niannian got off the bed and followed him out. She saw Jiang Ran pouring warm water to pour over himself. She frowned. "Go soak now." Jiang Ran said no need. "I dare to take cold showers in winter. It's fine." He then poured a bucket of water over himself. He completely ignored his own health. Niannian frowned. "All right, if you die young, I'll remarry and have children with someone else." He covered her mouth with his big hand. "Don't talk nonsense. I hope your man is doing well." She glared at him and waited for him to let go. "I'm serious. You better go soak now. Do you hear me? Otherwise, I'll find someone more handsome and wealthier than you." She looked like a little angry kitten, thinking she was fierce. Jiang Ran wanted to laugh. He took the pot of water and poured it out. "Got it, little ancestor. There's still hot water in the thermos. I just heated it. Take it away." After Jiang Ran emptied the water, Niannian continued boiling water in the kitchen and cooked a bowl of hand-pulled noodles for Jiang Ran, topped with 2 poached eggs. She finished the noodles and, when she came out of the kitchen, saw that the low-lying area in the yard was already flooded, with frogs croaking all around. She had a childhood fear of toads jumping onto her feet, so she quickly carried the bowl inside. Jiang Ran sat in a large wooden tub, with water just covering his waist and abdomen. His upper body was outside, showing smooth muscles. His wet hair was pushed back, revealing his handsome features. He truly was her husband, so handsome.
"Eat."
Jiang Ran looked at the poached eggs on top, feeling a warm glow inside. Even his mother had never been this kind to him. He ate quickly and, after finishing, listened as Niannian directed him to brush his teeth. Then he lay on the bed, wrapping his arms around her, unable to resist kissing her face again and again. Niannian felt that he now resembled the big golden retriever they used to have at home. He wouldn't just kiss her, he also gently bit her neck.
"Who taught you that?"
Niannian couldn't help but comment. Jiang Ran chuckled softly. Who else could have taught him? Besides her, no one. That little cat had completely forgotten himself while doing it. Not long after, Niannian yawned. When she woke up the next morning, Jiang Ran was gone. Looking at the kitchen, still messy from her busy night, she guessed he probably got up early and went to the fields again. Outside, it was still drizzling. She wasn't very hungry. She covered her head with a plastic bag and went to the Jiang family's house, subtly hinting to her mother-in-law to prepare more food. Everyone who could work at the Jiang family had already gone out. Only Wanqing was at home, making shoes for the baby in her belly. "Little sister-in-law, why are you here?" Wanqing asked as she stood up to pour hot water. She looked at the small shoes on the table with curiosity and explained, "These are tiger head shoes. When winter comes and the baby wears thick clothes, I made them while I was free." Thinking of something, Wanqing added, "Oh, by the way, little sister-in-law, you're educated. Can you help come up with a good name for the baby? We've already decided on a nickname, Huzi. You don't know?" His father originally wanted to call him Guzi, but that sounds terrible. Hearing the name Huzi, Niannian suddenly froze. Recently, Niannian had also participated in some farm work. Although she only picked peanuts, they were all shriveled and sparse, nothing like the full ones from her family's farm in her previous life. Even though it was the 1970s, she thought the productivity in Han village wasn't much better than ancient times. They relied on farm manure, used few pesticides, and had no machinery. During dry seasons, disputes over water often broke out. Without disasters, people couldn't eat well, just barely avoiding starvation. When disasters struck, death from hunger wasn't rare. Wanqing muttered a few words to herself and then noticed Niannian staring into space. "Little sister-in-law, what's wrong?" Niannian snapped out of her thoughts and asked cautiously, "Third sister-in-law, are there any other kids in the village called Huzi?" Wanqing thought for a moment. "No, I haven't heard of anyone with that nickname. There are more called Guzi. I didn't want to call him that, so we decided on Huzi." Your third brother also agreed. "We're both not well-educated and have little culture. Since you went to school and are from the city, we thought you could help come up with a nice name for him." Wanqing spoke with a satisfied smile on her face. When she looked at her belly, her eyes were full of kindness. Niannian thought about how she had already lost one child. If she lost another during times of hunger and cold, would she still have the strength to bear it? Since she entered the book, among the sisters-in-law, she got along best with Wanqing, mainly because the third sister-in-law was also clear-headed and wouldn't try to take advantage. Plus, Jiang Ming seemed to have a good relationship with Jiang Ran. Whether or not the child in the third sister-in-law's belly, they all needed to be cautious. Niannian thought for a moment and said, "Both my parents are educated. Let them choose the name. I think Jiang Ran and the third brother's names are quite good." The Jiang family ancestors made their fortunes selling tofu. Once they had money, they sent their children to private schools. Jiang Ran's father, who was also Niannian's father-in-law, was educated and good at calligraphy. Hearing her say that, Wanqing thought for a moment and smiled. "That's true. When Jiang Ming comes back, I'll ask him to talk to his father about it." "Oh, sister-in-law, is there something you came for?" Wanqing had just been focused on the children, but now she remembered she was worried about delaying Niannian's matters. Niannian looked at the rain outside. "It's still raining. It doesn't seem to want to stop. What will happen to the crops in the fields?" "They'll be piled up and dried once the weather clears," Wanqing replied. In Day Village, they were so poor they didn't even have plastic sheets to cover their grain. Niannian saw this when she first arrived. She sighed inwardly. "Third sister-in-law, if this rain keeps falling for a long time, what should we do? Will there be enough food for winter?" Wanqing was stunned and thought for a moment. "It shouldn't be a problem. Maybe it will stop in a day or two. I think today's rain is lighter than yesterday's." Seeing her expression, it was clear she hadn't thought about what to do if the rain continued. "When I was young, I learned a bit about weather from my grandfather. This rain will probably last at least half a month. If the crops are damaged and the third sister-in-law's baby is almost due, maybe the third brother should try to buy more grain," Niannian suggested. Wanqing was slightly taken aback. She paused her embroidery and looked at the rain outside, murmuring uncertainly, "That shouldn't be the case." She said this without much confidence. To Wanqing, Niannian was more attractive and more educated than her, and she knew more. So, in some ways, she trusted Niannian more than herself. But she also dared not think too much. What if there was a disaster? Niannian continued, "Stockpiling some grain is never wrong. If a disaster happens, the adults can save a little, but what about the children?" This made Wanqing feel very happy. She looked at her belly, knowing her baby would be born in about 10 days. She felt at ease by saving some food. Wanqing said, "Little sister-in-law, I understand. When your third brother comes home, I will talk to him." Sulan was not at home. Niannian had told Wanqing she was gone, but soon she returned. Jiang Ran came home for lunch, then went back to work in the fields. That night, the rain became heavy again. It was so dark outside that Jiang Ran couldn't see anything. He went home, took a hot bath as his wife suggested, then lay in bed holding Niannian. He listened to the rain pouring outside. Niannian whispered, "Jiang Ran, I want the rain to stop so I can go to the town and buy some food. It's raining too hard, and I don't feel safe." Jiang Ran was busy working in the fields. The village's ditches were already full of water, and the rain was really unusual. Niannian thought he disagreed, and repeated what she told Wanqing, changing only a few words. She leaned beside him and said, "We haven't taken any safety measures these days. What if I'm already pregnant? What if we don't have enough food in winter?" Hearing this, Jiang Ran paused slightly. His warm hand suddenly rested on her flat belly, and he whispered, "You're pregnant?" Niannian reached out and took his big hand away. I said, "What if, just in case?" In the small yard, Niannian and Jiang Ran were discussing buying food. In Jiang's side room, Wanqing was also talking to Jiang Ming about this. Jiang Ming had worked in the fields all day and was very tired, but he still talked to the baby in his belly. "Little one, do you miss your dad?" "Hey, why are you kicking me?" Wanqing pushed Jiang Ming's head, which was resting on her belly. "I'm talking to you, did you hear me?" Jiang Ming said, "I heard. No matter how hard it is, we can't let the kids suffer."
How much money do we still have?
Wanqing got up and took out a small, worn cloth bag. She poured out all the coins inside, big and small. "There's 30 yuan and 70 cents. 10 yuan of that was from her marriage into the Jiang family, given by her parents and the Jiang family. Rice costs 1.5 cents per jean, and you need a ticket. We don't have a ticket, so we have to buy secretly. It'll cost at least 1 and 8/10 cents. Wanqing understood, but she still said, "Let's buy it. Better to be safe." Jiang Ming didn't say anything more. "I'll go talk to Jiang Ran tomorrow." Both families were discussing buying grain late at night. Next door, Zhang Hui had worked all day on the farm and was tired, with a sore back. As she was about to sleep, she still envied Niannian. "Fourth family, if you want to work, you can do the easiest jobs. If you don't want to work, you don't have to. You're so lucky. I have a hard life, being with you." Second brother Jiang was also very tired and in pain. He said grumpily, "If you have the ability, you should look like the fourth family, like an angel. You don't need to marry me. There are plenty of young men in the village who can help you with work." Niannian and Jang Ran discussed it briefly. He agreed to buy grain, but didn't want her to go. The road to the county is difficult, especially with the rain. Many places are impassable.
"Don't worry about it.
Wang Lu and I will sneak over there." Niannian wanted to say more, but the man held her arm tightly and whispered softly in her ear, "I don't feel comfortable if you go alone. If there's a child in your belly, I'd be even more worried." She only mentioned the possibility of having a child, but this man clearly was already thinking about it. He had also asked her before if she liked children or not. Niannian turned to the side and asked, "Do you really want to have children?" Jiang Ran held her close. Although the young man was already married and his wife treated him well, just thinking about how she once truly liked him made his heart uneasy. He worried that feelings might flare up again, or that everything was just a dream.
Jiang Ran softly said, "Yes."
Suddenly, Niannian turned and kissed him. In the dark night, her hands searched for something, not a private part, but his arm. Jiang Ran's strong arms pulled her up and guided her to the right position. His breath was hot and intense. Even though she was the one to initiate, his strength was greater than hers. Soon, Niannian felt like a drowning person clinging to him for safety. After the kiss, her face was hot. Jiang Ran's hands were still restless, wandering around her waist. Niannian grabbed his hand and said, "If I'm pregnant, I can't do this." Jiang Ran's hand froze. Niannian couldn't help but chuckle. He clearly knew she was joking, but he still held her tightly. Niannian said, "I'm serious. If I get pregnant, I can't do this anymore. What if I have a miscarriage? Do you still want a child now?" Jiang Ran pressed his forehead against hers and said in a deep voice later, "I want to enjoy the moment with you first."
Niannian.
Whether Jiang Ran was just a flirt or she was very charming, she was enjoying it very much. The next morning, it was still raining. It rained all night, and surprisingly, part of the kitchen was leaking. When Jiang Ran came home for lunch, he carried some things onto the roof to fix and organize them. Niannian felt helpless. What kind of days were these? She wished she could take Jiang Ran back to decades ago. She thought about it like a dream and felt grateful that she and Jiang Ran still weren't hungry. The rain kept falling, and the people in Dea village also frowned, feeling that this rain was different from previous years. That evening, Niannian and Jiang Ran went to the Jiang family's house to talk to Shulan about buying grain. Shulan and her father-in-law Jiang Xiui hadn't spoken yet, when Zhang Hui spoke first. Wan Jiqing, you're from the city. Just say you want to buy grain. Where will the money come from? After Zhang Hui finished, her older sister-in-law also looked disapproving and whispered, "Fourth sister-in-law, we're poor. Farmers don't usually buy grain. In winter, we don't work much, so just eat less." Jiang Ran was annoyed listening and looked at Xulan and Jiang Xiui. "We've said what we needed to. If you want to buy, buy. If not, don't." He then took Ruan Niannian's hand. "Let's go." Wan Niannian didn't plan to say anything more. Xulan and her grandmother were kind to her, and she had only spoken to them. That night, it kept raining outside. In the middle of the night, a few birds chirped, and Jiang Ran woke up. Wan Niannian also woke up. "Go back to sleep. Wang Liu and I are going out," Jiang Ran said. Wan Niannian knew he was going to buy grain. Jiang Ran could sell wild boar at the glass factory, so he probably had his own way. But it was still raining outside. She wanted Jiang Ran to go later but was worried that delaying too long would make others realize they couldn't buy grain. She whispered, "Be careful, everyone. It's fine. I know this road well," Jiang Ran replied, holding a flashlight and stepping outside. At the door, Wang Liu and Jiang Ming were waiting. Jiang Ming saw Jiang Ran and said, "Dad and Mom told me to give them 20 jin of white flour and 20 jin of rice, too." Jiang Ran nodded slightly. In the rain at night, the three men took a donkey cart out of Daya village. After Jiang Ran left, Wan Niannian drifted back to sleep for a while. When she woke up, she turned on the kerosene lamp to check the time. It was already after 4. Outside was dark and cold, and Jiang Ran hadn't come back yet. She guessed he'd be back soon. She covered the lampshade, grabbed the kerosene lamp, and started preparing dinner in the kitchen. She cooked millet porridge and, thinking about Wang Liu, who went with Jiang Ran, she boiled a few eggs. Jiang Ran didn't plant radishes but grew cabbage. They had no meat at home, so Wan Niannian stir-fried sour and spicy cabbage, steamed some buns, and still had some pickled radish strips left, which could be eaten with the meal. Once she was almost done with her work, there was some noise outside the door, and the wooden door was opened. Jiang Ran saw the oil lamp in the kitchen and, worried she might be scared, spoke first. "It's me." Wan Niannian came out, and several people carried food into the yard. Without exception, their feet were muddy, but at this moment, there was no time to care about that. Wang Lu carried the grain into Zhang's kitchen and, smelling the aroma, sighed. "Sister-in-law, it smells so good. I've cooked your meals. Please eat here before you go back." Wang Lu's mother had gone to work early in the morning without cooking, and he had been busy all night, so he was hungry. He immediately said, "In that case, sister-in-law, I won't be polite." However, Jiang Ming said, "I won't eat here. Your sister-in-law is probably still waiting for me. Keep this part of the grain for yourself." Jiang Ran nodded, and Jiang Ming took a small portion of the grain and went back. Wan Niannian prepared hot water for Jiang Ran and Wang Lu to wash their hands, then sat down to eat. Wang Lu drank 2 bowls of soup, ate an egg and a steamed bun, feeling warm inside, and couldn't help but say, "Sister-in-law, do you have a younger sister? Can I meet her?" Wan Niannian smiled. In her previous life, she was an only child, but the original owner was not. Her mother died in childbirth, and her current parents remarried. Her father brought home a younger sister, and they later married and had a younger brother. One reason the original owner moved to the countryside was to exchange her marriage for her brother's job. "I have a younger sister, but by the time I went to the countryside, she already had a boyfriend." Wang Lu was just joking when he said this. After dinner, when leaving to see Wang Lu off, Wan Niannian noticed a piece of plastic cloth on the donkey cart and asked in surprise, "Where did this come from?" Jiang Ran said, "Afraid the rice and flour would get wet and be unusable, so the textile factory lent it to us." Wan Niannian thought to herself that Jiang Ran and Wang Lu had quite a wide network of contacts. People from the glass factory and textile factory all knew each other. Can this be bought? There was none in Daya village, but since the textile factory had it, it could probably be bought. Jiang Ran didn't ask what she needed it for, only said, "I'll ask." Wang Lu sighed. If only the village had these, maybe some of the grain could be saved. But now, even if we buy it, it's too late. Wang Lu hurried back with the donkey cart. Jiang Ran wanted to wash dishes but was stopped by Niannian. I'll do it. You go boil some hot water and wash up. Rest for a while. Jiang Ran hadn't slept well these days, and Niannian understood that. Jiang Ran didn't argue and boiled water, wiped himself down, then lay on the bed and held Niannian, sleeping for most of half an hour. It has been raining for about 10 days. The villagers look tired and worried, but the crops are finally piled up, and they can rest for a day. Zhang Hui looked outside at the rain pouring down as if the sky had opened, and she realized something was wrong. What if there's no food this winter? She felt a bit regretful about what she said that day. Buying grain was paid with public funds. What did it matter to her? Now, Zhang Hui wished she could slap herself for her careless words. She thought for a moment and decided to go find Su Lan. Since she wasn't working in the fields, Su Lan was inside, making winter clothes for the children. When Zhang Hui entered, Su Lan looked up briefly. Zhang Hui forced a smile and said, "Mother, it looks like the sky is leaking, and the rain has stopped. Did Heir's family buy any grain? If they did, could you maybe borrow some?" Su Lan paused her work and looked at Zhang Hui without moving her eyes. Zhang Hui felt uneasy under her gaze. Her mother-in-law was from a wealthy family and was very different from the other women in the village. She had heard that in her youth, she was a good housekeeper. Feeling guilty, Zhang Hui awkwardly smiled and said, "Mother, what are you looking at me for? I'm just thinking about our family. If we really run out of food this winter, the adults can go hungry, but what about the children? They're your precious grandchildren." No matter how nicely she spoke, Su Lan saw through her intentions clearly. She spoke calmly but firmly. Jiang Ran has already shared his resources. You and your second brother and sister-in-law haven't even offered to help him. Now you have the nerve to come ask me for food for Jiang Ran? Better forget about it now. It's impossible, Su Lan said, then looked at Zhang Hui. Go outside and clean the yard. Zhang Hui thought, it's still raining outside. What's the point of cleaning the yard? She looked at Su Lan with a bit of fear. She hesitated and softly asked, what about the children this winter? Su Lan sneered. Niannian said that when buying grain, it was you who didn't let her. Now you're asking me? If there's nothing to eat, they'll starve. After saying this, she shot a sharp glance at Zhang Hui. Zhang Hui came out of Su Lan's house and bumped into Lao Jia. She sneered silently and said nothing, turning away quickly. Lao Jia stopped in his tracks, clearly noticing that Zhang Hui's expression was not pleasing to Su Lan. As he was about to walk towards Su Lan's house, she turned back. Su Lan watched from inside, sighing as Zhang Xiuyi entered wearing a raincoat. She said, "How is it?" Zhang Xiuyi's face also looked a bit pale. He shook his head and said, "This winter will be tough. The 40 jin of grain Jiang Ran bought probably won't be enough." Su Lan said, "Let's think of other ways. If that doesn't work, we can mix in some yellow and black flour to eat. We should just get through this winter first." Niannian's family has enough food, so she isn't worried. On rainy days, she can't go anywhere. She gets out of bed to walk around, but feels damp all over. She and Jiang Ran stay in bed. With soft warmth in her arms, they both get tired of each other during the day. Outside, it's rainy and humid. Inside, everyone starts to sweat a little. Finally, she weakly snuggles into the man's arms and says, "I can't do it anymore. I want to sleep. Don't bother me. It's hard to take a bath in the rain. I'll get you some water later." "It's not a problem," Jiang Ran says, his voice low and gentle. He usually doesn't stay in bed during the day, but now, with strong arms holding a soft person, he lowers his voice and says, "Niannian, let's do it again. We need to wash anyway." Niannian feels a bit sleepy and thinks he has a point. When they do it again, she feels exhausted, and her mind suddenly clears, realizing she was tricked. Jiang Ran keeps his promises, but this time, it takes longer than usual. When she is soaked in warm water, her soul seems to settle back. Looking at Jiang Ran changing the bedding, she sees he doesn't look tired at all. It's already been a whole night and half a day. How can he not be tired? Jiang Ran says, "Next time, Buy a few more sheets when you go to the county. Niannian blushes again, not because of anything else. The sheets don't dry in the sun, and Jiang Ran was busy in the fields a few days ago, often leaving in the middle of the night. They haven't done anything adult-related. But now that he's not busy, the sheets are getting dirty quickly. She wants to scold him but thinks about how she enjoyed it and keeps her words to herself. After bathing and changing into dry clothes, she is carried back to bed. Niannian didn't sleep well last night and has been noisy since early morning. She also did some physical work, so now she falls asleep right next to the bed. Jiang Ran stays with her for a while. He wants to touch her little face, but is afraid of hurting her delicate skin, so he stops. She sleeps until the afternoon. When she wakes up, Jiang Ran is no longer beside her. They didn't eat lunch yesterday or today. She sleeps well and feels better. When she gets up to cook, Jiang Ran comes in with a wet wild chicken in his hand. Seeing this, Niannian knows she's in for another tasty meal. She quickly gets off the bed. She heats some water while Jiang Ran kills the chicken. The two spouses worked happily together, and soon the wild chicken turned into chicken soup simmering in a big iron pot. Niannian also added herbs she picked from the back mountain. The rich, warm chicken soup made her feel better, and the cold rain seemed to be driven away, leaving her feeling cozy and warm. It rained continuously for 16 days. Finally, the sky cleared. Jiang Ran went to help dry the grain that had been soaked by the rain with his team. Niannian and Jiang Ran finished lunch. During busy farming times, there was no time to rest. After eating, they went to work in the fields. Niannian decided not to rest. By the afternoon, the ground had dried a bit. She packed some soap, and under the new sunlight, she prepared to go to the county town to buy a bicycle. She had been to the county town several times and remembered the way. She carried a jar of water and set off. Because of the rain, the dirt road was still muddy. When the road was usually good, it took over an hour by donkey cart to reach the county. Walking, it would take at least 2 hours. The village's donkey carts were busy working in the fields now. Niannian had no good options. She just hoped to buy a bicycle as soon as possible. Before she left the village, she passed by the Lin family and saw an impatient figure come out. Niannian initially planned to walk straight past. After taking a few steps, she saw a careless figure, and her steps suddenly stopped. She hid in a small alley nearby. Shuangzi looked at Lin Jingshin and said, "Jingshin girl, it's been so many days. Are you still going to pay? If not, I'll go ask Secretary Lin, the team leader, to decide for me. I heard that Su Jiqing has been discharged from the hospital and even went back to work today. Do you think if you and Song Jiqing don't go soon, Su Wanqing will complain to the team leader again?" Jingshin girl. Lin Jingshin's face twitched at his words. She had approached Shuangzi because she was worried about Song Siming not going to work and suffering. But this was clearly a threat. Since her wedding day, when Niannian caused a fuss, her parents, who used to love her most, had started giving her less pocket money. She fished 3 yuan out of her pocket and handed it over. "Here, stop bothering me." Shuangzi happily took the money and left cheerfully. Lin Jingshin quickly turned back home. After they all left, Niannian finally came out of the village to continue her walk. She was thinking about how Lin Jingshin and this were involved together. She couldn't hear clearly from a distance, but she could vaguely guess from their expressions. It seemed Lin Jingshin was being threatened. What kind of threat could she be under? Did Shuangzi beat up Su Wanqing last time? The day after Shuangzi hit Su Wanqing, Lin Jingshin refused to go to work, claiming that Song Siming had broken his hand. Also, Shuangzi wouldn't act impulsively and hit Su Wanqing in front of everyone without reason. Niannian feels like she has uncovered the truth of the matter. She walks cautiously into the county town, feeling like her legs are not her own. First, she visits a small alley in the black market. During busy farming seasons, fewer people come to sell things. When Niannian arrives, Lu Guangming's eggs are already sold out, and he is about to leave. Seeing her, he quickly comes over and says, "Sister Nian." Seeing Niannian's bag, he says it's been raining lately. Finally, the weather cleared up today, so things are selling well. But now that you're here, most of the nearby factory workers are at work, so there are fewer people. Niannian guesses it's okay. I'm not mainly here to sell things. Do you know where in the county I can buy a bicycle? Lu Guangming, familiar with the roads in the county, eagerly replies, I can take you. It's not far from here. Sister Nian, do you have a ticket? She nods. His eyes show a bit of envy. In the small alley, a single ticket can sell for over 100 yuan. That's almost enough to buy a bicycle. There are 3 factories in the county, and many workers want to buy bicycles. Some can afford them, but they don't have tickets. Lu Guangming is just a rural person, living by buying and selling. He has no chance of getting industrial tickets. Niannian follows him to the place selling bikes and buys a durable brand 28-inch bicycle. After buying rice and flour a few days ago, she has almost spent all her saved money. Even so, she is happy to have a new bike. Thinking about what she previously discussed with Lu Guangming, she says, Come with me to the clothing factory. She has never ridden a 28-inch bike before, but now she has one. Luckily, she has long legs and is familiar with riding and driving. In her past life, she rode a heavy motorcycle, and after wobbling for a while, she learned how to ride. Once she learned, she gets off and pushes the bike as she walks with Lu Guangming to the clothing factory. Lu Guangming says, Every time I come here to sell eggs, someone asks you to buy soap, but you're often not around. Niannian thinks for a moment. After the autumn harvest, she plans to compete with Song Siming for that teaching position, so she can't come to the black market often. Lu Guangming seems more suitable for that. She then turns to him and says, You come often. I'll give you some soap and explain what each one does. Can you sell them? 1 bar of soap gives you a profit of about 8 cents. Lu Guangming's eyes widen. He knows how well these soaps sell, and he can see how popular they are. Niannian said, To be honest, I made this myself, but I don't have time to come often, and coming frequently is risky. You decide if you want to do it. Selling eggs is selling soap is selling both together earns more money, and the risk is the same. Lu Guangming also wants to buy a big set of gambling chips soon. This is a good chance Niannian gives him, so he doesn't hesitate. Yes, just trust me with it, and I will do it. Niannian said, There's nothing to worry about. Today, I brought basic soap the same price as before. You can take it and sell. She handed him the cloth bag directly. Lu Guangming said, I'll give you the money. Forget it, just sell it and give me the money later. Anyway, you can't run away. In this time, you need a referral letter to go anywhere, or you'll be considered a wandering person, and life will be tough. Lu Guangming doesn't need to give up a stable income for that. Lu Guangming chuckled and pushed his bicycle to the clothing factory. The security guard, though not seeing her face clearly recognized her figure and said with a smile, Are you looking for Director Zhang again? Niannian nodded. Sorry to trouble you, sir. When Zhang Ping saw Niannian and her brand new bicycle, she asked, Did you just buy this? Niannian nodded. Yes, just bought it. Without a bike, it's inconvenient to travel. That's great. Come in quickly. Zhang Ping guessed what Niannian was here for and was very excited. Niannian went inside to talk with Director Zhang. The price of eggs was 4 cents higher than at the collection station, chicken meat was 6 cents more per jean than at the food station with tickets, and pork was a yuan more per jean than at the food station with tickets. The prices weren't high or low, roughly the same as black market prices, but more convenient and with less risk. There was also enough profit margin left for Lu Guangming to earn from the delivery. After discussing this, Zhang Ping looked at Niannian and smiled. Your soap is really good. After this holiday, everyone in the factory is quite satisfied, except for some. During the new year, can you ensure everyone in our factory gets a piece? That would be over 500 yuan, and there are several months until the new year. Nian thought for a moment and agreed directly. Zhang Ping was also satisfied and said with a smile, Can you make me a few sets of the flower-shaped ones for Mid-Autumn Festival? Niannian smiled. If it's just 1 or 2 sets, I can make them as gifts for you. Zhang Ping lowered her voice. This is what our factory director wants. How much per set? Just give me a quote. The factory director is well off, so Niannian didn't hold back when quoting. This stuff is hard to make, with a high failure rate. 18 yuan per set, 6 pieces in each set. 18 yuan may be expensive for an ordinary worker, but it is not too costly for the factory manager. After all, she recently spent 1,500 yuan to honor her sister, and the factory manager probably took the biggest share. All right, get this done, and send it over at the end of the month. There are about 20 days left until the end of the month, which is enough time. Niannian agreed. When she left the clothing factory, Lu Guangming was anxiously waiting outside. As she pushed her cart to turn and leave, Lu Guangming couldn't hold back. Sister Nian, is it done? Niannian smiled and said, yes, it's done. Lu Guangming was so excited he almost shouted, but he remembered where they were and held back. His face was full of happiness. Niannian told him the price. The price isn't high, but it's not low either. Their factory needs a large amount. When I discussed the price, I left some profit for you. When you receive the goods, decide on the price, but don't lose money. Of course, sister. When we sell, we split the profit 50-50. Niannian shook her head. Eggs have low profit. I take 5 cents per jean, chicken costs 1 mao per jean, and pork is 2 mao per jean. Does that sound good? It was just a matter of talking, and she was already satisfied with these profits. The exact delivery and transportation would still need Lu Guangming to handle. That's too little, Lu Guangming said. If it weren't for Niannian connecting him, he wouldn't have thought of this, and even if he did, he wouldn't dare to act on it. Niannian said, you can't handle so much on your own. You definitely need reliable people to help. When the time comes, you'll have to share some of the money. I've already taken enough. I'm going back now. She then rode off on her long-legged bike. Lu Guangming watched her back, helpless, carrying soap and a basket as he headed home. Niannian went to the store to buy fried oil cakes, then checked the food stand. The large meat was already gone, but she bought a jean of ribs and bones with little fat. After thinking for a moment, she also bought 2 new cotton bed sheets. When Niannian returned, it was just after work hours. Her bike, though muddy, looked new. The shiny, mud-free metal parts attracted many onlookers. Jiqing, whose bike are you riding? Someone in the crowd shouted, and everyone turned their attention to Niannian. Zhou Mingxia muttered among the crowd, I wonder which man she's trying to flirt with now. Wang Lu's mother happened to be standing nearby. When she heard this, she frowned. Don't think everyone is like you. What happened to me? Zhou Mingxia looked at Wang Lu's mother with wide eyes. Wang Lu's mother was not afraid. Do you know what happened? Don't spread rumors for no reason. Jiqing isn't short of money. Didn't Jiqing return her money a few days ago? Don't talk nonsense, or you'll get hit with a club someday. Someone in the crowd, who had the same thoughts as Zhou Mingxia, realized that although Jiqing looked good, she wasn't reckless. She used to only like Song Siming, who had eyes on top of his head. Ordinary people wouldn't pay attention to him. The villagers had loud voices. Even if they lowered their voices, some sounds still reached her ears. Niannian said, I just went to the county town and spent all my money. I even used a ticket. I won't chat with everyone anymore. Jiang Ran is still at home waiting for me to eat. After saying that, she pushed her bike and left. Many envious glances watched her go. Someone complained, that bike costs over 200. With that money, she could do something better. This lazy woman probably thinks it's inconvenient to go to the county during busy farming times, so she bought the bike. Did she say that Jiang Ran is waiting at home to eat? Jiang Ran has been working all day. This wife is careless. Do you still want Jiqing to be your daughter-in-law? A middle-aged man nudged his elbow against a woman nearby. Last time, it was her who said that Jiang Ran and Niannian divorced, and she told her son to marry her instead. Now her face looked bad, and she muttered, this woman spends too much money. She's not a proper person to live a good life. She wanted her son to marry Niannian because Yang Guifan had given her money. But now it seemed all the money was spent. After finishing their chores, the villagers relaxed by gossiping. When Niannian arrived home, she didn't see Jiang Ran. She called out, husband. Hearing this, the person taking a shower in the backyard shivered, quickly wiped off the water, and came out still drying his hair. Seeing Niannian pushing a muddy bicycle, he knew what she had done that afternoon. He hurried over and whispered, "How did you go to the county town?" Niannian whispered back, "I walked." Jiang Ran's face immediately darkened. He looked at her muddy slippers and frowned. Niannian quickly explained, "I rode my bike back. It wasn't too tiring." Jiang Ran said nothing. Suddenly, he picked her up and placed her on the bed in the house. He squatted down, took off her slippers, and also removed her socks, revealing her small, white feet. Feeling watched, Niannian shyly shrank her feet and said, "It's nothing."
Ah.
"It hurts." Before she finished speaking, someone pressed her foot, and suddenly tears almost welled up in her eyes. Jiang Ran looked at her red, swollen foot, some parts with blisters and visible bruises inside. "Don't move," he said, then got up and left the room. Niannian watched him go out, looked at her foot, and felt more pain just by seeing it. Her legs also felt sore and heavy. Walking so long on muddy roll paths after rain was really not a good idea. She decided not to look anymore. Jiang Ran came back with a wooden foot bath bucket, tested the temperature inside, then put her foot into warm water. Her foot soaked in the warm water, feeling a lot of pain at first, but it soon eased. Jiang Ran used his strong hands to massage her from her foot to her calf. Niannian sat high, watching Jiang Ran's handsome face, feeling a strange emotion she couldn't quite name. She thought of Lu Xingyun and Wanqing, who loved her very much. When she was older, they never did such things as washing her feet or massaging her. Though she was touched, she also noticed Jiang Ran's face looked a bit pale. She softly coughed and said, "I just want to buy a car soon so I can go to the county town more easily. Now, during busy farming season, I can't even go there. I haven't had the county town's crispy oil cakes for many days. I even brought you two." Jiang Ran remained unmoved, his expression darkening slightly. He looked at her with serious eyes and asked, "Do you know how dangerous it is for you to go alone?" Niannian replied, "You saw it too."
I'm fine.
Hearing her, Jiang Ran's forehead twitched with anger.
Niannian.
Oh no, she was in real trouble now. He was truly angry. Niannian lowered her head and said, "I'm sorry, husband. You can scold me. I'll listen." She said this with a tone full of grievance, her face showing a hint of sadness. Jiang Ran paused his massage on her calf. Why was he angry? Because she didn't tell him and went straight to the county town. She probably knew that if she told him, he wouldn't agree. Everyone in the village said she was lazy, going to the county to eat and drink. Others didn't know the truth, but he knew well what she was really doing there. She just wanted to make life better for both of them. If he weren't so poor, or if he looked different, she wouldn't need to do this. Jiang Ran suddenly fell silent and stopped talking. She gradually massaged her until the water temperature cooled down and Niannian's legs and feet felt less sore and weak. Jiang Ran handed her a pair of cloth shoes, saying, "Wear these." The shoes were made of red fabric, with a layered sole sewn stitch by stitch. The stitches were neat, and inside, there was a pair of handmade embroidered soles, featuring a pair of mandarin ducks facing each other. They were almost like art pieces. When Niannian stepped into them, they felt dry, soft, and very comfortable. Did the third sister-in-law make these? Jiang Ran replied, "My mother brought them over today." Niannian felt warm inside. These shoes were handmade, which took a lot of effort, especially with Sulan embroidering on them. "Thanks to my mother. I bought some meat today. I'll cook it later, and you can deliver it." Jiang Ran said, "No need. It's getting cold, and if we don't finish it, we can eat it tomorrow. We can share it and occasionally send some over." Today, Niannian bought over a pound of pork ribs. It might not be enough for both of them, so she didn't mention sending any. She braised the ribs, made a flour egg soup, and finished with crispy fried pancakes. Niannian ate until she was full and a bit uncomfortable, then took a walk around the yard. Jiang Ran was washing the mud off her bicycle, but the quiet in the yard was soon broken by urgent knocking at the door. Before Jiang Ran and Niannian could open it, a figure pushed the door open. Jiang Ming, panting, said, "Sister-in-law, Do you still have brown sugar? Your sister-in-law is about to give birth. It's been 3 hours since she delivered, and the midwife says she's almost out of strength. Jiang Ming's voice was almost tearful. Niannian quickly stood up and went to the kitchen to get some brown sugar, looking at Jiang Ming anxiously. Here, take it. Then she glanced at Jiang Ran. I'll go see too. Jiang Ran understood her medical knowledge and nodded. The two of them followed. Jiang Ming was clearly anxious. When rushing home, he almost fell, but Jiang Ran was nearby and pulled him back softly, saying it'll be fine. When they arrived at Zhang's house, everyone in the yard was busy. Grandmother Su Lan brought out a basin of bright red water. The brown sugar is here. Quickly boil it so she can drink some water to regain strength. Seeing Jiang Ming was already exhausted and unable to speak, Niannian hurriedly took the brown sugar over. Then she washed her hands with hot water. Since there was no alcohol disinfectant, she had to do it this way. I'll go in and take a look. Su Lan, worried that a woman who had never given birth before might scare Niannian, whispered, You stay outside. There's a midwife inside. Jiang Ran spoke, let her in. She knows some medical skills. Su Lan was slightly surprised, but since she knew she understood medicine, she didn't stop her. As soon as Niannian entered the room, a strong smell of blood filled the air. Seeing Wang Fengxia's face, hair, and lips pale and wet with sweat, she looked exhausted. The midwife was still shouting loudly, urging her to push harder. Niannian frowned. She should have told Wang Fengxia to go to the hospital earlier, but now it was too late, and there was no point in worrying about it. Su Lan quickly boiled some red sugar water and brought it over. After drinking a large bowl of hot red sugar water, Wang Fengxia's strength began to return. When she saw Niannian, she managed a weak smile. Niannian whispered, It's okay. Push harder. The baby is almost out. Her voice was soft, not as sharp as the midwife's, and she still wore a gentle smile. Wang Fengxia felt strangely reassured. The midwife kept shouting to push harder, while Niannian observed Wang Fengxia's belly. There wasn't much interaction between the Jiang family and Niannian in the story. Jiang Ran's role was small, and Wang Fengxia's even less. Even if she guessed that the person who was so hungry he fell off the bed was Wang Fengxia's baby in her belly, Niannian couldn't be completely sure. The midwife was sweating profusely. Still not coming out? Su, Auntie, go get a rolling pin. Niannian was focused on observing the baby inside Wang Fengxia and was slightly stunned by the request. Why would we need a rolling pin to deliver a baby? To roll the baby out. It can't stay in there forever, the midwife said matter-of-factly. Niannian's eyes twitched. Roll where? What's wrong with you, girl? Of course, you roll the belly. Don't waste time, go get it. Su Lan had never heard of such a thing. Thinking about what her son said, that Niannian knew medicine, she looked at her and then at the midwife, feeling unsure about whom to believe. Niannian frowned. She thought that using a rolling pin on the belly might be dangerous for both adults and children. She said firmly, no need to get it. It's probably a breech position. I'll press on her belly. Mother, go call the village doctor and remember to bring some alcohol and glucose. Niannian's voice was steady, and Su Lan instinctively listened to her. Hey girl, what do you know about this? Niannian bent down to look at Wang Fengxia, who was panicked. Don't worry, everything will be fine. You girl, if you're so capable, you can deliver the baby yourself. I've delivered many children. 8 out of 10 in the village were born by me. If you keep messing around, I won't take responsibility. The midwife was making a lot of noise, but Niannian had no time to pay attention to her. The baby's position was wrong, which was a serious matter. She focused on the knowledge she had learned in her past life about massage techniques to help the baby move into the right position. Su Lan hurried out to tell someone to call the village doctor to bring alcohol and glucose. Inside the house, occasional cries of pain from Wang Fengxia could be heard. Jiang Ran frowned, clearly knowing that Niannian was helping with the delivery inside. Those who didn't know might think his wife was giving birth. Jiang Ming quickly called the village doctor. Although the doctor was barefoot, he had read medical books and had better hygiene habits than the village midwife. After disinfecting, He checked Wang Fengxia's condition and guided her through the delivery. Niannian's fingers were getting sore from massaging, but her technique was still effective.
She didn't know how much time had passed.
The doctor shouted, "The head is coming out. Push harder." Hearing this, Niannian secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It was completely dark outside, with only a kerosene lamp shining, when a cry of a baby came from inside the small house. Jiang Ming swayed outside the yard, supporting Jiang Ran so he wouldn't fall. Sulan came out first to share the good news. "It's a boy. It's a boy." Niannian wiped the baby clean, wrapped him in the small blanket Wang Fengxia had prepared, and placed him beside her. He was born safely, and it's a boy. Wang Fengxia looked at the baby with a pale face. All babies are wrinkled when born, like little monkeys. Wang Fengxia's baby was similar but with a straight nose, so he probably wouldn't be too bad when he grew up. Everyone inside was gathered around the baby. Niannian quietly stepped outside and saw Jiang Ran standing straight in the yard. "It's all over. Let's go back," she said. Jiang Ran held her hand. The two of them walked back along the same path. Just as they reached the door, Sulan chased after them, holding out some money. "This is a gift of good luck. If it weren't for you today, things wouldn't have gone so smoothly," she said. Niannian didn't refuse. She took the money and told Sulan to go about her business. On their way back, they looked up at the sky over Dahan village and saw many stars, which were rare to see in the city later. Niannian tilted her head up and counted the stars. Suddenly, she stepped into a low spot and almost tripped. She was caught by the strong arm of the man beside her. Jiang Ran whispered, "Watch your step." Niannian answered softly and focused on walking. But after a while, she got bored. She poked Jiang Ran's palm with her finger and said, "I don't want to walk anymore. Carry me on your back." Jiang Ran didn't reply. He walked ahead and squatted down. Niannian jumped up, hugged his neck, and smiled. "Why do I feel like you weren't happy when Tiger was born? You didn't even look at him." Jiang Ran held her leg tightly and whispered, "He's not my kid. Why would I look?"
Niannian.
"Next time we have a baby, you need to be there," she thought for a moment. "I won't give birth in the village. I have to go to the county hospital. You wouldn't believe the midwife there. She said some women can't deliver and tried to use a rolling pin to force the baby out. During the umbilical cord cutting, she even asked my mother to get a sickle, saying that Lynn was destined for a noble son. She didn't care about germs. She's delivered so many babies and no one ever got infected or died. It's unbelievable." At night, she washed up again and finally got home around midnight. Niannian lay on the Kong bed, habitually snuggling into Jiang Ran's arms. Usually, a few snuggles would make her feel warm, and even if she stayed a little late, Jiang Ran wouldn't mind. But today was strange. He didn't move her at all. Niannian leaned closer. "What's wrong? Are you still mad at me?" "I'm back now. Everything's fine. I promise, next time I go to the city, I'll tell you and make sure nothing goes wrong." She reached out to kiss him. As her lips neared a serious spot, the man suddenly moved back. Niannian missed, staring blankly at Jiang Ran. The air was silent for a few seconds. Niannian's eyes turned slightly red. When had she ever been so meek in front of a man? She had explained herself several times already. She glanced at Jiang Ran, then pulled the blanket over her and turned away, creating distance until she reached the far end of the bed and stopped moving. Jiang Ran looked at the blanket he was covered with. Someone angry woman had pulled it all away. Feeling a bit helpless, he lowered his voice. "Listen to my explanation. I want to sleep now. Don't talk," she said, closing her eyes. After a while, the man behind her was silent. Wasn't he supposed to explain? Could it be that he really listened to her and decided not to explain? Niannian wished she could suddenly conjure up a phone and show Jiang Ran a video of how to comfort a girlfriend who's angry online. She was dating a traditional old-fashioned man from the 1970s, by her later birth year. That was about right. Jiang Ran was from the same era as her parents. The more she thought about it, the more absurd it seemed. She had walked nearly 2 hours today, helped Wang Fengxia deliver a baby, and her energy was almost drained. Lost in thought, She didn't know when she fell asleep. Jiang Ran listened to the breathing sounds inside and gradually calmed down. He moved closer, covered himself with a blanket, and gently held Niannian as he closed his eyes. The next morning, when Niannian woke up, Jiang Ran was no longer at home. She went downstairs to check the kitchen. In a ceramic basin, there was a peeled wild rabbit, and on the stove, warm porridge and cooked eggs. Niannian took some small pickled vegetables, drank the porridge, and ate an egg, feeling full. She started making the soap that Zhang Ping requested. The carpenter in the village had already made the mold. Niannian poured the melted soap into the mold. Since the weather hadn't cooled completely yet, she planned to go out and find some wild herbs and flowers. There are many wild plants and flowers on the back hill, close to her home. Niannian went near the back hill, not intending to go deep inside, just looking around the edges for herbs and flowers to pick and put in her basket. As she was about to pick a small white flower, someone else picked it first. Niannian looked up and saw a careless-looking face. His eyes fixed on her face. Niannian is beautiful. In her past life, she also encountered troublemakers. She was very familiar with that kind of gaze. She immediately turned around. "Hey, don't go," said Shuangzi quickly, catching up. "You married Jiang Ran out of necessity, right? His cold face makes life boring." Shuangzi stepped closer. "Here, I picked this flower for you." Niannian saw the small white flower handed to her and reached out to take it. Shuangzi's smile grew wider. A woman marries just for someone who understands cold and warmth. Jiang Ran doesn't deserve you. Before he finished speaking, Niannian threw the small white flower on the ground, then grabbed a shovel, poking at the flower. Instantly, the flower broke into several pieces. Niannian glanced at Shuangzi. "If you bother me again, I can't guarantee where this shovel might hit you." While speaking, her gaze shifted downward. Suddenly, Shuangzi felt a chill between his legs. Niannian had already carried her basket away to another place. Shuangzi was stunned for a moment before realizing he had been frightened by a woman. "You little girl." "Shuangzi, what are you doing?" Before he could finish, a voice came from behind, filled with intense anger. Zhou Mingxia's voice. Shuangzi slapped his forehead, realizing Zhou Mingxia was still behind him. He quickly smiled. "It's nothing." Although Zhou Mingxia and Shuangzi kept some distance, Niannian could tell from their messy hair what had just happened. Everyone else is collecting grain, but surprisingly, these two still have time to fool around. However, it's good that Zhou Mingxia came. At least she won't get rough with that good-for-nothing. She doesn't want to hit people in the daytime. Such uncivilized acts should be done secretly at night. Zhou Mingxia saw Niannian glare fiercely. That sly fox. Now she's trying to Shuangzi again. How shameless. Niannian put down her basket of herbs. When she reached the door, she happened to meet a villager coming this way. She didn't realize they were looking for her, and just as she was about to enter her house, someone called out, "Wan Jiqing, you have a letter at the village entrance. Go get it quickly. The postman has been waiting for you for a while." Who would send her a letter? But Niannian still carried her basket toward the village entrance. When she arrived, Song Siming and Lin Jingshin were there too, both holding envelopes, obviously there to pick up their mail. Niannian stepped forward and gave her name. The postman took out a yellowish-brown envelope. "This is the last one left for you." Song Siming looked at the envelope in Niannian's hand with a bit of hope. Lin Jingshin watched where he was looking and frowned slightly, then suddenly saw what Niannian was carrying and burst out laughing. "Niannian, did you dig wild vegetables on the back mountain to eat?" Song Siming also saw the wild vegetables. Niannian married Jiang Ran. Has she already had such a tough time? Could it be that she has already spent all her money? I heard she just bought a bicycle. Song Siming looked down at the letter from his family. They didn't have enough money anymore. Because of what happened last time, Secretary Lin wouldn't allow him to support his family now. He could only think of ways to get money from Niannian. After figuring this out, he said, "Niannian, if your family's vegetables aren't enough, come to our house and take some. We still have radishes and cabbage." Niannian looked at him with a crazy expression and said disdainfully, "Is that your family's?" Song Siming choked. His mind was quick. Jingshin and I are married. We are one family. Lin Jingshin, who was originally angry that Song Siming wanted to have a child with Ruan Niannian, was suddenly comforted by this statement. She also looked at Ruan Niannian with a smiling face. Yes, Jingshin and I are one family. If your vegetables aren't enough, you can come to my house to get some. Ruan Niannian thought these two people were a bit crazy. Without turning back, she carried her basket and left. Lin Jingshin was delighted to think that Ruan Niannian had fallen so low as to eat wild vegetables. Niannian Ruan saw the address on the envelope and knew it was sent by her parents. She wasn't in a hurry to open it and went to the kitchen to cook first. She heard the noise of Jiang Ran returning. A tall figure blocked the kitchen door, then went to help Niannian with boiling water. When he came in, Niannian kept a stern face and kept her distance from him, as if she wanted to stay far away from him. It was clear that she was still angry about what happened last night. Jiang Ran looked a bit uncomfortable and added wood to the fire to help Niannian with other chores. When he reached out his hand, Niannian slapped it away, pouting in annoyance. Jiang Ran softly said, "Wife, I was wrong." He was tall, and when he lowered his head to apologize, he looked a little pitiful. But Niannian didn't feel sorry for him. She remembered how humble she was yesterday. She drew Dongqin Ta, but he avoided her. She was busy chopping vegetables, ignoring Jiang Ran completely. They ate in silence, mostly Niannian remaining silent, not responding to Jiang Ran's words. In the afternoon, Jiang Ran went to work. Niannian suddenly remembered the letter she hadn't opened yet and looked at it. It was full of questions about whether she was married, why she didn't tell her family, how much money the groom gave, and so on. Later, it was about complaints, how hard life was at home, written in the voice of the original owner's father. If the current Niannian was still the original owner, her father would probably feel distressed upon seeing this letter, speaking in a humble tone. But from Niannian's perspective, the letter was just questioning her marriage under the guise of concern and asking for money. Because she was already angry with Jiang Ran, her mood was bad, so she tore the letter into pieces and threw it away. In the afternoon, during a short break, she made some ordinary soap without special molds. After the rain, the sun had been especially good these days, and most villagers were working in the fields. Even Tian Nyo Dog Egg and others were in the fields. Niannian felt quite bored. After finishing 2 molds, it was already dark outside. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. She thought it was Jiang Ran and decided he could just come in himself. Why knock? She got up and went to open the door and saw a man's figure. Niannian, Song Siming's voice was very urgent. Seeing it was him, her face immediately darkened. What are you here for? Did Uncle and Aunt send you with the letter today? Did they say anything? Song Siming thought about the letter he sent, hoping Niannian's parents would advise her not to fall into Jiang Ran's trap. He asked with concern, "Uncle and Aunt must be doing this for your good. Niannian, you should listen to what they say." Niannian was initially surprised because her parents had ignored her since she went to the countryside, never contacting her. So, why did they suddenly write a letter? It turned out this person was passing on information. Song Siming, maybe I didn't hit you hard enough last time, so you still dare to come here and talk, Niannian said, lifting her knee. The pain from last time was still fresh in her mind, unforgettable. Song Siming dared not forget either. Feeling the pain, he took 2 steps back. Suddenly, he tripped over something under his feet. Caught off guard, he let out a cry of pain. "Oh no, I'm sorry."
Sorry.
Song Jiqing, what are you doing here? Does Jing Xian know? Is your injury serious? I'll go call Jing Xian for you, Su Lan asked loudly 3 times. Song Siming recognized who was coming and, hearing her call him Jing Xian repeatedly, hurriedly got up and ran away in a panic. Su Lan looked at his figure and snorted. Niannian was a bit surprised by Su Lan's visit. "Mother, why are you here?" Su Lan, hearing her daughter's way of addressing her, smiled so broadly her teeth showed. She really liked this daughter-in-law. Not only was she beautiful, but she called her mother sincerely. She took her hand. "Did that little white face bully you?" Niannian nodded.
No.
Good, then I can rest easy, Lan said with a smile. I came to suggest we have a meal together today to celebrate Huzi's birth. We won't hold a full-month celebration. Your third sister-in-law had a baby. Thanks to you. Jiang Ming said, I must call you, and Jiang ran over. It was good news, and Niannian didn't refuse. She smiled and said, then I won't cook today. While they were talking, Jiang Ran finished work and came back. Niannian went to the kitchen, brought out the leftover braised rabbit from lunch, and took Lan's hand. Let's go, mother. Lan looked at the hand resting on her arm, and then at her younger son standing nearby. Neither of them said a word to each other, clearly upset with each other. Lan didn't say much. She took Niannian's hand and said, let's go. They walked ahead, leaving Jiang Ran behind. Jiang Ran. He was still hoping his mother would say a few good words for him. With a new family member, the happiest person was Jiang Ming, the father. He was busy running around, fishing frogs in the river, and caught a fish too. The fish was for Wanqing to make soup. Lan bought some meat, ground tofu early, and added a few green vegetables from the field. Niannian brought over a bowl of rabbit meat, and together they assembled a big table of food. Niannian gave each of the children around her a piece of candy, squatting down and smiling happily while talking to them. Jiang Ran watched his wife. She smiled sweetly at everyone, but when she looked at him, her face stiffened. Anyone could see they were having a small argument. After finishing her chat with the children, Niannian went to the bedroom to see Wanqing. When she arrived, Wanqing was soothing a baby, her eyes full of a loving mother's warmth. Hearing the noise, she looked up and saw Niannian eagerly. Niannian, you're here, she said, trying to get up but quickly making her sit down again. Looking at the baby in her arms, who had only been born a day ago but already looked much better than yesterday, her high nose and wide-open eyes, Niannian sincerely thought, he's quite adorable. Wanqing smiled and said, if you like him, you should have one of your own. You and Jiang Ran both look good, so your baby will definitely be even cuter. The two sisters-in-law were chatting inside the room. Outside, Jiang Ming glanced at his very upset younger brother and couldn't help but chuckle. What did you do to make your wife angry? Jiang Ran's face showed pride as he watched him, as if saying, look at the joke. Jiang Ming probably wouldn't tell him the truth. He was too lazy to bother. I've also made your third sister angry before. Tell me what happened. Maybe I can give you some advice, Jiang Ming said, acting like a wise elder. This made Jiang Ran a little interested, but seeing Jiang Ming's mischievous smile, he suspected the advice was fake and that Jiang Ming just wanted to laugh at him. Seeing his brother's silence, Jiang Ming leaned in and lowered his voice. Last time I came to see you, I overheard when I climbed over the wall. You know, your bed collapsed. No matter how you upset her, arguing under the bed or on it. Jiang Ran's face darkened further. He whispered, next time you climb over the wall, watch out for your legs. Hey, Jiang Ran, I'm just trying to help you. I'm your third brother. But his advice was useless. It was the bed incident that made his wife angry. Jiang Ran stood up, about to leave, but then bumped into Lan.
Lan, look, Stan. Come with me.
Jiang Ran knew she wanted to ask about Niannian, so he followed his mother. She wouldn't be as unreliable as Jiang Ming. Once inside, Lan immediately said, did you bully Niannian? I don't care how you made her angry. You better go and make her feel better. Don't think no one wants your wife. If it weren't for me today, that little pretty boy might have succeeded. Then they'd get back together, and you'd be in trouble. And what's with your mouth, you little troublemaker? The young handsome man is just song-siming. No matter how much he succeeds or comes back from the dead, Jiang Ran's face darkened again and again. Niannian was inside talking with Wanqing. Jiang Ming came in carrying fish and tofu soup and shouted, come, have some soup. The couple was there, but Niannian didn't stay long and left. Food was already on the table. As soon as she sat down, Jiang Ran picked a piece of rabbit meat and put it in her bowl. Thinking that they shouldn't let Jiang's family see them arguing at the dinner table, Niannian lowered her head and ate the meat. Before she finished, a piece of green vegetable was placed in her bowl again. Sulan saw this and felt a little relieved. Her son might not talk much, but he still knew how to care for his wife. That night, Niannian and Jiang Ran hardly spoke. But whenever she wanted to eat something, the man would take the initiative to put it in her bowl. Zhang Hui couldn't help but mutter. Seeing how loving the couple is, the second sister-in-law isn't a child anymore, and she still needs someone to serve her food? Today, Jiang Ran's face was almost as black as a pot bottom. Usually silent, he now slightly lifted his eyelids and said, "I am willing." Second sister-in-law can also ask second brother to serve her. Zhang Hui was hit back. Zhang's second brother serving her? She was even afraid he might poison her. After dinner, the father-in-law Jiang Shui officially named Huzi Jiang Yuheng. When Ruan Niannian and Jiang Ran went home, they each took a flashlight and went their separate ways. Jiang Ran quickly caught up and squatted beside Ruan Niannian, clearly intending to carry her back. She dodged away. Before they could leave, someone forcefully grabbed her hand and then lifted her horizontally into his arms. Ruan Niannian couldn't help but let out a surprised cry, but the next moment, someone covered her mouth. "Don't shout, someone will come soon." Thinking about how others might see this embarrassing scene and how gossip might spread about her and Jiang Ran tomorrow, Ruan Niannian closed her mouth. Feeling a bit upset, she bit the man's finger. Jiang Ran didn't move, letting her bite. The strength was similar to a puppy grinding its teeth, so it didn't hurt. When her action stopped, Jiang Ran lowered his head and asked, "Enough biting?" His voice was deep and seemed to carry a faint smile. Ruan Niannian inexplicably sensed a bit of affection. Her face reddened, and she turned her head away, ignoring him. Jiang Ran held her securely and carried her home. Ruan Niannian was placed on the bed, thinking about what Jiang Ming said, something about fighting under the bed and talking on the bed. He was angry on the bed, and it seemed she could try that theory too. The man's breath brushed against Ruan Niannian's face, making her heart beat faster. Uncomfortable, she kicked him lightly and said, "I'm going to sleep." The next moment, his hand grasped her leg, causing her handmade cloth shoes to fall to the ground, warm air mingling. Besides their breathing, only the faint sound of clothes rubbing could be heard. Although it was already autumn, Ruan Niannian still felt a warm feeling rise from her heart. She hadn't completely lost her reason. Just as her defenses were about to break, she pushed Jiang Ran away, took a few deep breaths, and blushed, saying, "Go take a shower." Finally, she spoke to him. When Jiang Ran got out of bed, he left her a message. "Wait for me. Soon." The sound of water flowing came from inside and outside the courtyard. He was taking a cold shower again. Jiang Ran definitely deserved to catch a cold. He didn't even bother to take medicine. Ruan Niannian silently complained in her mind. After complaining, she wondered if he could really handle a cold shower. Jiang Ran left quickly but returned just as fast, proving with his actions that he could indeed handle it after a cold shower. In the end, exhausted, Ruan Niannian lay in Jiang Ran's arms, wanting to distance herself from him but was forcefully pulled back by his strong arms. His chin rested on her shoulder. "Are you still angry?" he asked softly. Ruan Niannian stayed silent. Jiang Ran remembered what his mother had said. If he didn't clarify things, his wife might really leave him. He tightened his arms around her and whispered, "I'm not angry because you went to the county. I was angry before, but more than that, I was upset that I couldn't give you a good life." Initially, Ruan Niannian tried to break free from his embrace. Hearing this, she paused slightly. Jiang Ran had never spoken to her like this before. He turned her around in his arms and looked into her face. Clearly uncomfortable with the situation, Jiang Ran gently pressed her back so she faced away from him.
"Don't look at me. Look at me. I don't know how to say this," he said.
Ruan Niannian stifled a laugh, finding Jiang Ran like this a bit adorable. She cleared her throat. "I won't look at you. Just tell me."
"Why?"
"If I don't find your reason satisfactory, we'll sleep in separate beds." "Let's not have children anymore," he said in a deep voice behind her. Ruan Niannian blinked in confusion. Didn't Jiang Ran want children? Was he serious about not wanting kids? Suddenly, she remembered what they had just done. He had done it outside. It seemed he was serious. Niannian asked, puzzled, what's wrong? Jiang Ran mentioned how his third sister-in-law had given birth to a tiger baby, recalling the buckets of blood and the screams inside. It's better not to have children now.
I don't really want them.
If we have kids, we can't do the things we just did. I still prefer that other thing over having children. Niannian was feeling touched when she heard such inappropriate words, but Jiang Ran spoke in a very serious tone. Even the person behind her showed a clear change. Niannian quickly closed her eyes and said, time to sleep. I have to go to the county tomorrow. After doing some exercise before bed, and knowing why Jiang Ran was avoiding her, she wasn't angry anymore. Niannian fell asleep almost instantly. The next morning, Niannian unmolded the soap and made a few more. She and Lu Guangming planned to go to the clothing factory in the evening to deliver eggs. She had free time in the afternoon. Sweet Girl saw her from afar and ran over.
Sister.
Seeing the cute Sweet Girl, Niannian took out a piece of candy from her bag and peeled it open for her. You're not going to work today? Niannian asked curiously. Sweet Girl felt the candy melting in her mouth and smiled with her eyes closed. No, I went to cut pig grass this morning. That's enough for our pigs.
My brother told me to rest.
While talking, Sweet Girl was smiling as if she wasn't tired at all. Suddenly, she seemed to think of something and leaned toward Niannian. Sister, have you heard? Song Jiqing was beaten up. Niannian remembered that Song Siming had come over yesterday. She didn't hit him either. Seeing Sweet Girl's gossiping expression, she lowered her voice. No, I haven't. I heard that Song Jiqing doesn't know what happened. Last night, he didn't sleep at the Lin family. This morning, Aunt Wong heir from the village got up early and found him in the east field. He was wrapped in a sack. Aunt Wong heir thought he was dead and was so scared her face turned pale. Wrapped in a sack and beaten by Song Siming at night? Why does the scenario sound so familiar? Niannian asked quietly what happened afterward. Later, the team leader, Secretary Lin, and Sister Jingshin came. Sweet Girl lowered her voice. I'm small, so I squeezed to the front to see. Song Jiqing didn't seem hurt anywhere else. Only his face was swollen and black and blue. If it weren't for that white shirt, only he would wear it in our village, I wouldn't recognize him. Niannian's mouth twitched as she listened to Sweet Girl's description. It seemed obvious who had beaten him. Yesterday, when Song Siming harassed her, her mother-in-law saw it and surely told Jiang Ran about it. Sister Jingshin was very angry. She insisted that the team leader and Secretary Lin find out who did it. It has been several hours since Song Siming was discovered. Niannian asked, has anyone found out who did it? Sweet Girl shook her head and said, I haven't heard anything. Maybe they haven't found out yet. There are no surveillance cameras or anything like that. Jiang Ran's work looks rough, but he wouldn't leave obvious evidence. Niannian isn't too worried and said, let's go home. Sister will make you something delicious. No, brother is waiting for me at home, she replied. Visiting others' homes often annoys people, and Sweet Girl doesn't want her sister to be upset. She quickly ran off. Before Niannian could stop her, Sweet Girl had already run away, like the wind. When Jiang Ran finished work and returned home for dinner, Niannian casually asked, I heard Song Siming got beaten up. Do you know what happened?
His wife still cared about that young man.
Jiang Ran thought to himself, keeping his face normal, and took a bite of noodles, replying, I don't know. Did he get hurt? He looked innocent, as if it had nothing to do with him, which confused Niannian. Did you do it? Jiang Ran looked confused and said, Why would I do that? He looked genuinely wronged. Niannian scratched her head and said, Maybe not. I don't know who did it, maybe some anonymous person was just doing good. She lowered her head and continued eating. Jiang Ran was puzzled. What did her words mean? Was she defending that young man? While eating, Niannian thought about going to the county town in the evening. Since it wouldn't be safe for her to go out at night alone, and Jiang Ran would probably be off work then, she decided to tell him and go together. She hesitated and said, I'm going to the county town this evening. As soon as she mentioned it, Jiang Ran's eyebrows furrowed, but he quickly relaxed and finished his noodles. I'll go with you. Could it be that simple? Niannian bit her chopsticks and asked, "Aren't you going to ask what it's about?" "If I go with you, I'll find out." "All right," she replied. As night fell, Lu Guangming was driving a donkey cart loaded with goods, covered with straw. Sitting next to him, a young man looked around nervously and asked, "Guangming, do you think this is reliable? When have I ever lied to you? Keep an eye on the stuff in the cart. If anything drops, it's money." Meanwhile, as night fell, Niannian also set out. Jiang Ran was riding his bicycle. The road was bumpy, and Niannian sat behind him, holding onto his waist and shining a flashlight. The oldest-style aluminum flashlight, with 2 large batteries inside, has very low brightness. It can only light up a small area in front of the car. When the weather gets cold and the wind blows, the shadows of the trees sway. Even though Jiang Ran is holding tightly to Niannian's waist, she still feels a little scared. Suddenly, Jiang Ran, who is riding ahead, stops the bike. Niannian asks, "What's wrong?" "Get off. Come to the front." As soon as she gets off, he lifts her up and places her on the crossbar of the front bicycle. Usually this spot is for children to sit, right? Niannian's mind drifts away for a moment, but Jiang Ran has already started riding again. After riding for a while, she asks, "Are you still scared?" Niannian shakes her head. With Jiang Ran behind her, she can hear his steady breathing. She feels less afraid. It seems that as long as he is there, even if there are ghosts, they wouldn't dare come close. The only downside is that her bottom gets sore. It took more than 40 minutes to ride to the county town. When they reached the clothing factory gate, Lu Guangming hadn't arrived yet. Everywhere else was quiet, but the factory workers were still working overnight. She called the security guard at the gate. The guard quickly went to call Zhang Ping. Jiang Ran didn't speak. He looked familiar with the guard, and it was clear that his wife had been here before. After a short wait, Zhang Ping came out. Behind her, the sound of donkey carts clattering could be heard, along with occasional shouts from the donkey drivers. Lu Guangming arrived. Zhang Ping didn't bother asking who Jiang Ran was. She hurriedly greeted them and went into the factory kitchen. She weighed, priced, and processed the meat. During this time, no one dared to speak loudly, afraid of attracting attention. Zhang Ping looked at the pile of meat she had unloaded, 7 or 8 chickens, 2 baskets of eggs, and a whole pig that had been slaughtered. She was satisfied. Now the factory could serve meat again. She quickly calculated the bill, handed the money to Niannian, and saw them off. After their figures disappeared into the distance, she felt that the tall man standing beside Niannian looked somehow familiar. She scratched her head, trying to figure out who he was. Before she could recognize him, the gatekeeper called out, "Director Zhang, are we going to eat meat at the factory tomorrow?" "Yes, we're eating meat. Don't tell anyone about what happened today." The old gatekeeper, who had lived most of his life, knew everything in his heart. He smiled and nodded, pretending to be clueless. There's still quite a bit of meat sent from the meat factory. Meanwhile, a short distance from the clothing factory, Niannian divided the money. Just from one pig weighing about 300 jin, she received 570 yuan. Although there was a cost for raising pigs here, this was the first time she held so much money in this era. Come, let's split the money." Niannian called out to Lu Guangming alone. "How much was your cost price?" Lu Guangming took out a note. "Sister Nian, this is the cost price." The price Lu Guangming charged was slightly higher than the supply and marketing cooperative, about 10 cents more. The pigs slaughtered were priced at 1 yuan per 300 jin, which gave a good profit. Zhang Ping's price was 1.91 yuan per jin, and after resale, the profit was 2.7 yuan. Niannian had agreed with Lu Guangming that she would earn 2 mao, 0.2 yuan, profit per jin of pork. Just from pork, she earned 60 yuan. Pork money was the main income. For other items, there were 30 jin of eggs and only 18 jin of chicken, costing just 3 yuan and 30 cents. Lu Guangming forcefully gave her 5 yuan. "Sister Nian, just take it. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't dare sell things here," he said. This trip earned more than half a year's worth of eggs sold by Lu Guangming, and he was very happy. When Ruan Niannian and Lu Guangming divided the profits, Jiang Ran and the young man brought by Lu Guangming waited nearby. After dividing the money, she went to find Jiang Ran, who was hanging on a beam with his long arm. Jiang Ran was riding his bike forward. Ruan Niannian turned her head and asked, "Jiang Ran, don't you have anything you want to ask?" Jiang Ran looked at what happened tonight. His wife didn't know how many times she had come to the clothing factory. The security guards recognized her. He also knew about Zhang Ping from the purchasing office. Seeing her so friendly with his wife, it was clear they had worked together before. Jiang Ran understood this, but still played along and asked, "What happened tonight?" Ruan Niannian explained her and Lu Guangming's deal from the beginning. Their village is right behind Deer Horn Mountain, and they raise pigs, chickens, and ducks. "It's much better than our village." Jiang Ran occasionally responded, seeming not surprised at all. Ruan Niannian suddenly realized and asked, "Why aren't you surprised at all? People in their village probably raise chickens and ducks on the back mountain. When I set traps at the foot of the mountain, I caught some domesticated chickens," Jiang Ran replied. Ruan Niannian blinked. "And the chickens?" Jiang Ran said, "They ate them." The two of them rode their bikes and talked as they went. After a while, Ruan Niannian looked around with her flashlight and then turned to Jiang Ran. "This isn't the way home, is it? First, we're going to the textile factory." The textile factory wasn't far from the clothing factory, so they arrived quickly. This time, Ruan Niannian waited nearby, while Jiang Ran went to talk to the security guard. Soon, a middle-aged man came out of the factory area. They exchanged a few words at the gate. Ruan Niannian stayed a bit farther away and couldn't hear clearly, but she could see that Jiang Ran was quite familiar with the people at the textile factory. "I heard that last time the glass factory got some wild boar meat. I tried to find out about what you wanted. If they have it next time, it might be reserved for our textile factory." Jiang Ran naturally agreed. Director Li from the textile factory looked outside with the factory's lights and asked, "Is that your wife?" When mentioning this, Jiang Ran's features softened a bit. "Yes, my wife." "Good. Now that you've married, don't worry. They have that stuff in the city. I'll keep an eye out and buy some for you. You should also try to get some meat and eggs for our factory." The two didn't talk much at the door. Soon, Jiang Ran came back and lifted Ruan Niannian onto the beam of his bicycle. "Let's go." "What did you come to the textile factory for?" Ruan Niannian asked curiously. She wasn't like Jiang Ran, who usually kept things to himself. She just asked out of curiosity. To ask about plastic sheets. In her previous life, she didn't think much of this thing. She had seen it many times. Her elders at home didn't like the things young people played with. They preferred farming, raising herbs, and listening to operas. Those were their favorite activities. They spent whole days at the farm. Once, a big green frog the size of a bowl jumped onto her foot, which made her wary of such tasty creatures. Suddenly, an idea came to her. Ruan Niannian blinked and remembered there were plastic greenhouses at the farm, growing vegetables for their own use. If in Dahuang village they could only eat cabbage in winter, could she try to grow vegetables in a greenhouse? If it worked, they could sell the produce on the black market in winter. She wasn't a professional farmer, but she knew that inside a plastic greenhouse, the temperature was much higher than outside. How to grow the vegetables properly, she still needed to discuss with Jiang Ran after they got the plastic sheets. After messing around for a while, they reached home. It was already late. She put the money in her small cloth pouch, then got into bed and hugged Jiang Ran to sleep. No one knew that Ruan Niannian and Jiang Ran had gone to the county town late at night. A rainstorm made the people of Dahuang village work harder. Fortunately, everyone worked together. The peanuts, corn, and sweet potatoes in the fields were already harvested, and the ones that needed to be stored were quickly put away. Everyone in Dahuang village was focused on planting wheat. Next year, they had to pay grain taxes, which was an important staple for the village. Everyone worked with great enthusiasm. Ruan Niannian was no exception. Before winter arrived, she went to the back mountain to pick herbs. Just as she bent down to remove a ghost needlegrass, she suddenly felt something was wrong. There seemed to be danger approaching. Ruan Niannian instantly became alert. Turning around, she saw a shadow flicker in front of her. A figure rushed toward her. Even though Niannian reacted quickly and stepped back twice, she still was touched on her arm. Immediately, a dull ache spread through her arm. Niannian clenched her teeth and looked coldly at the person rushing toward her. Shuangzi, do you know what you're doing? Shuangzi's eyes were almost fixed on Niannian's face. She was beautiful even when angry. Her fair face was cold, and her good figure was visible even under loose clothes. Shuangzi had never seen such a beautiful woman before. He swore there was no one more beautiful or more feminine than her. If he couldn't succeed, it would be a shame after waiting on this mountain for so many days. His eyes almost stared at her, and his body felt hot. He couldn't help but lean toward Niannian and say, Ruan Jiqing, don't be angry. Let's be friends, just friends. Niannian tightened her grip on the shovel and coldly said, move away. Shuangzi, still a young troublemaker, lazily said, what if I don't? He even reached out to brush her long hair. Before he could touch her, she swung her shovel at him, hitting him with small but swift strikes. He was caught off guard. A delicate woman like her had such strength, she kept dodging his attacks. It seemed he had long harbored ill intentions toward her. Niannian was not planning to let him off easily.
Clang!
The sound of the shovel hitting flesh echoed. At the same time, Shuangzi's screams of pain rang out. I was wrong. Ruan Jiqing, I was wrong. Stop hitting me. Stop. You're going to kill me. Niannian pressed her foot against his throat and looked at his face. Are you still bothering me? Her beautiful face remained as lovely as ever. Shuangzi, now terrified, was gasping for air under her foot. He shook his head with all his might, trembling no. I won't bother you anymore, miss. I was wrong. It was unrealistic to kill someone in broad daylight, so Niannian kicked him between the legs.
Ah!
Suddenly, the screams of pain in the forest startled a flock of birds. During the busy season in Day Village, two unresolved mysteries occurred. First, Song Jiqing was beaten with a sack over his head, his face swollen and bruised, and he hadn't left his house for days. The second was that someone saw Shuangzi limping down from the back mountain, looking disheveled, with swollen eyes. When asked what happened, he said he had fallen. But how could someone fall and cause such dark circles around their eyes? Since Niannian had beaten Shuangzi, gathering medicinal herbs had gone much more smoothly. No one disturbed her anymore. Zhangping needed several hundred bars of soap. Niannian, instead of going to the back mountain to pick herbs, stayed at home making soap. Life was passing quickly. While she was busy at home, a hurried figure ran to Niannian's door. Looking at her, he said, Ruan Jiqing, you should go check the fields. The person was honest Zhou Weihong, who was panting and bent over at the door, seeming to have urgent news. Niannian frowned and quickly came out. What's wrong? Zhou Weihong's face was flushed. Unsure how to say it, he stomped his foot. Just go to the fields and see Jiang Ran yourself. Niannian looked at Zhou Weihong's expression. He wouldn't lie, nor would he make a fuss easily. Something must have happened to Jiang Ran. That's why he was so anxious to tell her, but he didn't say what exactly. Is it something hard to mention? Niannian followed Zhou Weihong out, hesitant to speak along the way. He took her to Jiang Ran's work site in the field. Zhou Weihong said, just look over there. I'll go now, he said, lowering his head and walking away. Niannian saw Jiang Ran immediately, then saw Su Wanqing in front of Jiang Ran. In the field, only Su Wanqing and Jiang Ran were there. Everyone else was watching and gossiping, curious to see Su Wanqing look for Jiang Ran. Guess what? Do you think Jiang Ran likes Jiqing? The sky is changing. Someone is starting to like this landlord's kid. The world is really changing. Niannian is here. Someone shouted, and suddenly people looked at Niannian. In the 21st century, Niannian had seen a lot of gossip. She could tell by the look in their eyes. Though they seemed calm, they were actually trying hard to hide their curiosity. Everyone was saying, the gossip is coming. Gossiping about others was fun, but being gossiped about, well, it was inevitable. After all, she and Jiang Ran both looked good. Niannian shamelessly thought as she walked toward Jiang Ran. When she moved closer, Jang Ran saw her too, and his usually cold face softened a bit. Wanqing thought it was because of her and smiled. Jiang Ran, you've been working hard. I made you some mung bean water with rock sugar. It's very sweet. Drink it quickly. No, thank you, Jiang Ran replied coldly. Wanqing knew that he refused her because she was already married. Thinking about this made her feel a bit uncomfortable. How could Jiang Ran be married? She clearly remembered that he was supposed to be single for life. Her voice softened further. Comrade Jiang Ran, you don't need to feel guilty. I just saw you were too tired, so I gave you water. Anyone here today, I would give water to them. You're working so hard in the fields. I originally thought Ruan Jiqing would bring you water, but I didn't expect that she was resting at home and didn't want to do such things. I heard her family is quite well off in the city, so it's normal she doesn't want to come to the fields. Don't be angry with Ruan Jiqing. She grew up in that kind of family environment, which is different from rural thinking. Niannian stood behind Wanqing, speaking quite nicely, but her real goal was to sow discord. She said that she and Jiang Ran were from the same city, but from rural areas, with different thoughts. This implied that they might have incompatible values and lifestyles, suggesting they weren't a good match. Looking at such a nice girl, her mind was quite malicious. Jiang Ran looked into her eyes, and it was clear he wasn't really listening to what Wanqing was saying. Jiang Ran, are you listening to me? Wanqing blushed again and handed him a military green water bottle.
Try it.
It's quite good. I brought this sugar from the city. She thought Jiang Ran would refuse again this time, but unexpectedly, he reached out and took the bottle. Wanqing was about to be happy, but then she saw that the hand holding the bottle was slender, fair, and definitely not a man's hand. It was a woman's hand, one that hadn't done any work. Panicking, Wanqing quickly turned around and saw a smiling face. Niannian said with a smile, I just heard from Jiqing that this water isn't just for Jiang Ran. If it were someone else, you'd still give it to them. Since I need it, could you give me some? Wanqing's face turned pale. Niannian arrived earlier than she expected. She hoped she wouldn't notice the meaning behind her words. But as soon as that thought appeared, Wanqing quickly dismissed it. No, she definitely wouldn't notice. Recently, she had thoroughly investigated Niannian and heard she was not very smart. Even the commune officer Yang from the hospital said she was not smart.
Shuangzi forsta fantasmai.
Niannian gently shook the water bottle and said with a smile, could it be that Jiqing's words are false? That anyone here would give water? Is this water specifically prepared for Jiang Ran? Wanqing forced a shy smile and said, no, if Ruan Jiqing wants to drink, then go ahead. Jiang Ran has been working in the field all afternoon. Ruan Jiqing, you can drink water whenever you want. Niannian saw Jiang Ran standing beside her unexpectedly. Are you thirsty? Jiang Ran wasn't interested. Just before, he was about to leave if not for seeing his wife happily listening behind Wanqing. He glanced at the water bottle. Not thirsty. Niannian looked at Wanqing. Did you hear that? Wanqing reluctantly loosened her grip. Ruan Jiqing, you can drink. The water was mung bean water. When she opened the lid, a sweet smell wafted out. Niannian wanted to drink it, but she had a bit of a cleanliness habit. Since it was clearly Wanqing's personal water bottle, she couldn't bring herself to drink. She turned and waved at Tianyo, who was playing in the field. Tianyo saw her sister calling and ran over like a little motor. Sister, what's wrong? Come, drink some water. Jiqing saw you working in the field and brought this for you. Tianyo looked confused but smiled sincerely at Wanqing. Thank you, Jiqing. Niannian handed the water bottle to Tianyo. Drink quickly. It has sugar in it. Tianyo was indeed tired from working in the field. She had just found 2 small sweet potatoes to roast and eat. Now her mouth was dry. She took a few big gulps from the bottle, then looked up at Niannian. Jiqing said, she brought this for people in the field who are thirsty. You can finish it. If it's not enough, come back and ask Jiqing for more. She loves making mung bean water for others. It's her hobby. Tianyo blinked and looked at Su Wanqing. Su Jiqing, your hobby is kinda strange.
Suwaning's mouth twitched.
She felt that Niannian and this little thin girl were just here to tease her. Tianyo finished the mung bean water quickly and handed the military green water bottle back to Su Wanqing.
Thank you.
Niannian added, if you get thirsty tomorrow, come find Su Jiqing again, understood? Tianyo scratched her head and looked up shyly. Sister, isn't that bad? It's not bad at all. Su Jiqing likes helping others and learning from Lei Feng's spirit. If you ask her for mung bean water, you're helping her. Su Jiqing will be very happy. The more people ask her, the happier she is, and she feels more fulfilled. Hearing that helping others makes Su Jiqing happy, the kind little Tianyo nodded obediently. Then I'll call my friends to come and drink mung bean water with Su Jiqing tomorrow. Su Wanqing's lips trembled at the words. These two were really strange. Everyone watching nearby also tried not to laugh. They didn't expect Niannian to have such a trick. Afraid that the sweet girl really brings people daily to her mung bean water, Su Wanqing quickly said, Jiqing, don't talk nonsense. Niannian looked up and blinked. Could it be that what Su Jiqing just said was all lies? Is your real goal just to give my husband Jiang Ran this sugar-added mung bean water? Su Jiqing, comrade Jiang Ran is already married. If you specifically bring him water, that shows poor conduct. Not only is your personal behavior questionable, but you're also trying to tempt comrade Jiang Ran and get involved in his affairs. Someone is already married, yet you keep showing affection. Are you trying to ruin my marriage with comrade Jiang Ran? You're behaving like a troublemaker. Niannian's voice was steady, and everyone watching could hear her clearly. As soon as she mentioned poor conduct and troublemaker, people stopped working and started laughing. Exactly. That pair of eyes is always fixed on Jiang Ran. That's just troublemaking. Female troublemaker. Troublemaker, get out of here. Su Wanqing remembered seeing a girl in the city being harassed by a man who was caught by her family and beaten. They even tied him up, stripped him, and let passers-by spit on him and throw rotten vegetables. She didn't understand at the time, just watching the chaos, and saw that the man was almost half dead. That incident was so far in the past that she had forgotten about it. Hearing the crowd shouts, she realized how serious poor conduct was in this era. Suddenly, Su Wanqing's face turned pale. Even if the mung bean water was meant for Jiang Ran, she couldn't admit it now. The crowd was already counting her involvement with Jiang Ran. Su Wanqing quickly said, How is that possible? I just thought he was thirsty, so I gave him water. If someone else is thirsty, I would give them water too. She then smiled at the sweet girl. Tomorrow, I'll cook some for you too. The crowd cheered. Su Jiqing will all drink tomorrow. Will you still cook or not? There were so many people drinking. She didn't have that much mung bean. When she went to the countryside, she only had 20 jin of sweet potatoes. The ones she was cooking now were bought specially. Looking into Niannian's eyes, Su Wanqing guessed that if she dared to say no, she would be labeled a troublemaker. Yes, I will cook. Everyone can drink. I will cook. A bowl of mung bean water is considered a very good thing in Dea Village, especially since Su Wanqing made it with sugar. Someone was willing to give it to her, and the villagers in Dea Village didn't mind at all. They even asked how much she wanted to drink. Su Wanqing's way of doing things was quite simple and a bit foolish, but Niannian was happy to watch her spend money and effort. She slightly smiled and looked back at Jiang Ran beside her. The two quietly left the area where people were watching the scene. Niannian asked Jiang Ran, Have you ever drunk the water she gave? Jiang Ran immediately replied no. Worried that his wife might misunderstand, he added, I'll go back tonight and tell the team leader not to assign us to work together. Niannian didn't care about this. It was obvious Jiang Ran wasn't interested in Su Wanqing. There was a lot of noise in the field, which attracted the attention of the scorekeeper. Since everyone's livelihood depended on it, they stopped watching and went back to their work. Niannian didn't stay long in the field. On her way back, Tianyo said to her, Sister, I've been watching out for you. Jiang Ran didn't talk to that young girl. It's always her pestering Jiang Ran. Niannian smiled and patted her head. Good, you can be a little supervisor. Tianyo looked up and smiled with dimples. Tomorrow, I'll bring my friends to find her, and the mung bean water. We'll make her so tired she won't have time to look for Jiang Ran. The weather had turned cold recently. Niannian hadn't cooked mung bean soup for Jiang Ran in many days. Thinking about what happened this afternoon, she was reminded and decided to cook a pot of mung bean soup at home. After dinner, Jiang Ran went to the team leader's house and Niannian took a walk in the yard to help digestion. She stood at the gate for a while and noticed two figures sneaking nearby. From their shapes, they looked like Shuangzi. The person next to him was probably Zhou Mingxia. It seemed her last kick hadn't completely knocked him out. That second-rate troublemaker clearly had bad intentions toward her. This person was always a hidden danger under her watch, so it was best to deal with him once and for all. Watching the two figures disappear from sight, Niannian took a flashlight and went out. She walked a bit into the village and called out, "Has anyone's chicken been stolen?" Some chickens ran away. 2 chickens ran towards the back mountain. In the quiet night, her voice echoed, and soon someone from the village came out. "Wan Jigang, what are you talking about?" Niannian replied, "I just saw 2 chickens running towards the back mountain. I don't know whose they are. Auntie, you'd better check if they're yours. Maybe if you go quickly, you can find them. If too much time passes, it will be hard to find the chickens in the deep mountains." Niannian shouted out to several families. When they heard about the chickens going to the back mountain, everyone stopped worrying about whether it was their own and quickly headed toward the back mountain. Niannian turned on her flashlight and went back home. About 10 minutes later, while Niannian was boiling water for a bath, a louder noise came from the door. "Hurry and call the squad leader." "Oh dear, this is really embarrassing." After the lively noise subsided, Niannian waited at the door for a while. She saw Jiang Guochao running toward the back mountain, with Jiang Ran just a few steps behind. When Jiang Ran saw Niannian, he stopped at the house entrance. "Why are you here?" Niannian said, "It's pretty lively outside. I came out to see what's going on." Then she looked at the person who had just gone to call the squad leader. "So, did they find the chickens?" The 2 men who went to call the squad leader looked at Niannian's face, hesitated, and couldn't say much. Finally, one of them said, "Go see for yourself." Jiang Ran was just at the squad leader's house. He knew what was happening. He was about to say he wouldn't go, but Niannian grabbed his hand. "It's so lively, let's go see." That night, Dahan village was more lively than during the day. Word spread quickly, and almost everyone in the village came to the back mountain, worried they might miss out on the fun. The animals on the back mountain were frightened and running around chaotically. When Niannian arrived, a few women were describing the scene vividly. From their words, Niannian understood that Shuangzi and Zhou Mingxia had been caught red-handed. They were both and in the middle of doing something inappropriate, not knowing what the world was about. The first to witness the scene were Zhou Mingxia's sister-in-law and Aunt Wong. Zhang Jing, true to her name, was usually quiet and gentle, but Zhou Mingxia was often sharp-tongued and liked to take advantage of others. As family members, Zhang Jing had endured a lot of her teasing over the years. Thinking about all the grievances she had suffered, seeing Zhou Mingxia and Shuangzi acting so scandalously, Zhang Jing couldn't hold back and started shouting. Many people had come up the mountain looking for chickens, thinking they had found some. They rushed over to see if their own chickens were there, but instead saw 2 people dressing and pulling up their pants. Zhou Mingxia's underwear was even hanging on Shuangzi's body. Stealing is a serious matter, a moral issue. Among those going up the mountain was Zhang Jing's husband, who saw his brother wearing a bright green hat. First they Xinzi. As soon as he started, others also moved, some Xinzi, others Zhou Mingxia. Xinzi was not married. He was just a troublemaker in the village. Zhou Mingxia, however, was married, and her son was about 10 years old. Zhang Datu quickly got the news and ran over. Seeing Zhou Mingxia dressed in rags, he thought about how she often disappeared without reason and her eyes were bloodshot. Suddenly, he slapped Zhou Mingxia across the face. She immediately started bleeding from her mouth. Zhou Mingxia glared at Zhang Datu, wanting to curse him. Zhang Datu started crying first. He cried loudly while hitting Jinzi, a grown man crying desperately, mixed with Jinzi's screams. The village was in chaos. Jiang Guochao was already feeling headache from all the noise around him. His head was pounding. Seeing that things might get worse and Jinzi could be hurt badly, Jiang Guochao shouted, "Stop everything. Bring the people back to the old stage." Behind the old stage in Dea village, there was a mountain god temple. Long ago, it had incense and people sang plays there. When the temple was destroyed during the old renovations, the stage remained. Usually, villagers held meetings there for big events. This incident was quite scandalous and lively, attracting attention. It added some excitement to the busy rural life. People beat drums and gongs, passing messages back and forth. More people than usual came to the old stage for the meeting. Some elderly women in their 70s or 80s were carried out by their grandchildren to watch. Others leaned on their canes. Niannian saw Su Lan helping her grandmother, who had bound feet, in the crowd. This showed how shocking the event was. Niannian, the one who initially asked everyone to go find chickens in the back mountain, was also among the spectators. When they brought the people to the stage, Jiang Guochao's face turned pale as he asked, "What's going on?"
Auntie Wong instinctively looked at Sang Ying.
Zhang Jing shook her head. "Second aunt, you tell it." It's too embarrassing." Everyone understood Zhang Jing's reaction because she and Zhou Mingxia were sisters-in-law. Such an incident was shameful for the whole family, big or small, and everyone felt ashamed. Aunt Wong air cleared her throat as everyone looked at her expectantly. "Well, I'll say it. I was going to the back mountain to find chickens. Not long after I started, I heard sounds in the grass. I thought there were chickens, but when I got closer, I heard that shameless voice coming from the grass. Oh, it was so embarrassing. I didn't even dare to listen. I thought maybe some couple in the village was feeling unsatisfied at home and came here. But then I heard Jinzi's voice. Just as I was trying to guess who the woman was, Zhang Jing's flashlight shone over. It's a sin, so shameful. Wow, it's Zhou Mingxia." Aunt Wong air said this while gesturing. Last time, Song Jiqing's nose was swollen from being beaten, and she was the one who found out. She has already told everyone about it publicly. Now she's sharing even more exciting stories, talking animatedly like a storyteller. After finishing, Aunt Wong air looked at Zhou Mingxia, who was and pressed to the ground, and asked confusedly, "Mingxia, what are you after?" "I just heard that in less than 3 minutes, the guy was gone. He couldn't even get up, but he still wanted to do it again. What's the point?" Everyone around chuckled or burst out laughing. The man couldn't stand such humiliation. He wanted to speak, but he was kicked by Ruan Niannian and hurt. He used to be different. Don't think he'd be humiliated so easily. But just now, the villagers had been too harsh. He was in pain all over and couldn't even open his mouth properly. Jiang Guochao listened to the laughter around him and looked at Zhang Jing. "Is that true?" Zhang Jing nodded. "Yes, it's true. From what I heard, this isn't the first time." As she finished speaking, there was a sudden commotion in the crowd. Zhang Datu was hitting Zhou Mingxia again. Zhang Datu didn't let anyone go. He fought with 2 people at once. Inspired by him, everyone was furious, as if they wanted to vent their anger for Zhang Datu. This was bad for Zhou Mingxia and Shuangzi. Niannian didn't join the fight, but was happy to see it happen. Jiang Guochao probably wouldn't cause any serious trouble. The 2 men harassed her. If she wasn't somewhat skilled, an ordinary woman might have been overpowered by Shuangzi. The other man wasn't a good person either. He always looked at her with bad intentions. She pulled Jiang Ran back home. Jiang Ran looked at his wife, who was in a good mood, and asked, "Did I hear right? Did you say a chicken ran into the back mountain?" Niannian knew Jiang Ran probably doubted her when she heard this. She didn't plan to hide anything and nodded obediently. "Yes, I said that. I didn't see the chicken, but I saw them go to the back mountain. After waiting a while, I went to call people from the village." Niannian knew that reporting their misconduct could easily backfire on her, but everyone saw it clearly, so it was undeniable. Jiang Ran thought about everything that had happened before, especially the time Zhou Mingxia was out in the mountains trying to catch a dog's egg. He asked, "Did you do it to get back at Godan?" Niannian shook her head. "Partly, but not entirely. I have something I haven't told you. I'll tell you now, but don't get mad." Jiang Ran immediately guessed she was up to something bold again when she said not to be angry. His face tightened. Niannian acted stubbornly. "If you do this, I can't tell you. I won't say anything. I have my reasons, or I wouldn't care about this kind of thing. Don't ask anymore. Your face looks so scary, it might scare your wife to death." Jiang Ran. But in the end, Niannian was forced to reveal the truth on the bed. She didn't want to say it, but Jiang Ran kept tormenting her until she did. She told him about the harassment from the pest, though it was hard to say. He wasn't angry at her for that, but clearly he was upset. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so harsh. Niannian almost fainted from the stress. The next day, the village was lively. Everyone was more energetic than usual while working in the fields. Bored, Niannian went to work too, hoping to find out how to handle what happened last night. To her surprise, people didn't care much about that. They were more interested in whether the pest was really 3 minutes. They wondered if Zhou Mingxia would look for him, and if that big-headed guy was okay. Maybe they just wanted to meet different men. Niannian considered herself experienced, but the village women were bold and outspoken when they drove cars. They said anything. Young girls and young wives blushed and listened curiously. Only 1 or 2 still worried about the chickens that went into the mountains, asking Niannian about their whereabouts. Nobody said they lost chickens, did they? Ruan Jiqing, maybe you saw it wrong? Niannian calmly replied, "Maybe. I saw 2 chickens fly away, and I thought someone's chickens ran off." Fly away? That's impossible. Our village's chickens have clipped wings and can't fly. Niannian explained that she might have mistaken something in the dark, maybe a mountain bird. Her explanation seemed reasonable. Soon, everyone stopped caring about the chickens and started talking again about Zhou Mingxia and the pest's romantic affairs. It was also rumored that this morning, the pest's bull was completely ruined. Last night he was fine, but now everyone suspects Zhang Datu was angry at being humiliated and went to fight him. Was it really Zhang Datu who did it? Niannian suddenly remembered what Jiang Ran forced her to say last night when she went back to bed. That evening, the results for Zhou Mingxia and the pest came out. They were sent to farm labor/rehabilitation, and both had their heads shaved into yin-yang styles. In just one day, the usually arrogant Zhou Mingxia looked like she had been frostbitten, her whole body drooping. The pest looked even paler, like a dead person, in pain all over. He had been kicked so badly that his private parts were injured, but the village doctor only gave a quick look, and no one stood up for him. If you can do something like stealing someone else's wife, you must accept the consequences. Niannian watched as they were taken away by the villagers. She felt a bit sad, but mostly relieved. Those 2 were not good people. If someone is a thief, they can't expect to go unpunished forever. The sooner it's settled, the sooner she can feel at ease. Tonight, the pickled vegetables on the dining table in Dahuang village were the topic of Zhou Mingxia and Shuangzi. Everyone was talking animatedly, some even speaking more subtly if they had children present. At the youth settlement, Wanqing remembered the scene where Shuangzi and Zhou Mingxia were beaten. Her face turned pale, and her body felt as if her bones were being pulled out. If Niannian accused her of bad conduct, would she also be thrown stones, cursed at, or beaten like Zhou Mingxia and Shuangzi? No, she hadn't done anything wrong. Even if Niannian accused her, it wouldn't matter. Even comforting herself this way, Wanqing couldn't help but tremble when she thought of that scene. This era was even more absurd than she had imagined. Niannian subtly asked Jiang Ran if Shuangzi was beaten up by him. Jiang Ran denied it. Niannian thought he was serious and believed he wasn't responsible. Later, when her child was already grown, she accidentally let slip that she had asked about what happened after a night of tossing and turning. She had gotten up to hit someone when she fell asleep. The incidents involving Zhou Mingxia and Shuangzi continued for about 10 days, with people still talking about them. Rumors even spread about other things, like Zhou Mingxia having improper relations with a man, or that 2 years ago, A young woman from Liawa village jumped into the river in Dahuang village because Shuangzi had bullied her. Niannian wasn't sure if these rumors were true or false, so she just listened without paying much attention. As the time approached to meet Ping and exchange the set of custom soaps, she rode her bike to the county, first heading to the clothing factory. Besides the soap being beautiful and having intricate patterns, Niannian bought several types of paper, folding them repeatedly into pretty shapes for packaging. They looked elegant, noble, and grand, even more attractive than foreign products she had seen in the provincial city. Ping checked each one carefully. When she was restoring them, she seemed unsure how to proceed. Niannian smiled, tidied each one, placed them inside, and tied a bow around them. Ping laughed and said, "You're really skillful with your hands." Ping ordered 5 sets, costing 18 yuan each, totaling 90 yuan. This was much easier than selling soap piece by piece. Niannian also gave Ping a new soap she had recently made. Ping refused to accept it, but Niannian insisted she try the new soap and give her some feedback. Niannian knows how to get along with people, and Ping feels very satisfied listening to her. She thought for a moment and lowered her voice. "Can your friend still get pork?" Niannian wasn't sure if Lu Guangming could still get pork, so she didn't dare to promise easily. Pork is a scarce item. If she promised and couldn't get it, or if Ping thought it was easy to get, she might come to her every time. "I'll ask him, but it's hard to get," she said. Everyone knows pork is hard to find. Ping understood. "If you can get it, great. If not, chicken and duck are fine, and I also want eggs." Niannian promised to ask and would tell her if there was any news. She first parked her bicycle at the clothing factory gate and carried a bag of household soap to the small alley. Lu Guangming was selling eggs. Niannian took all his remaining eggs and handed him the household soap. During this time, Lu Guangming also sold a lot of soap. "Niannian, do you want to go to the state-run restaurant for a meal?" Lu Guangming asked slyly. Since Niannian had something to say to him, she agreed. On the way back, unexpectedly, she saw someone she didn't expect at the black market, Lin Jingshin. She was squatting on the ground, playing with a small cup in her hand. Lin Jingshin said, "This thing is too small even for drinking water. If you lower the price a bit, I'll take it." A middle-aged man blushed at her words. "Miss, this is a family heirloom, a good item. If my kid wasn't waiting for a checkup, I wouldn't sell it. 10 yuan is already the lowest price." Lin Jingshin pouted. "You really dare to ask for so much for a broken thing? Workers in the factory only earn a little each month. This could cover more than half a month's wages." She wasn't interested unless she thought this item was suitable for someone like Song Siming, who uses a pen. The middle-aged man, who didn't seem to sell things often, looked a bit embarrassed after being spoken to like that. He wiped his hands on his clothes and looked at the Celadone cup, hesitant whether to sell it cheaply. Although the item was good, most people bought eggs and meat from the free market. This cup, indeed, wasn't something most people would spend half a month's wages on. Lin Jingshin said, 3 yuan. I'll take it for 3 yuan. Hearing this price, the man felt like vomiting blood. 3 yuan was only enough for his daughter to stay in the hospital for a few days. But if he didn't sell it, she wouldn't be able to stay even a few days. The man gritted his teeth and was about to agree. Wait, I like this cup. I'll buy it, a young man said. Neither Lin Jingshin nor the middle-aged man expected this. They both looked up at him. Lu Guangming generously took out a large unity cup and said, 10 yuan, right? I'll take it. Here's the money. While the man was still confused, Lin Jingshin reacted first, stood up, and said, Who are you? I saw this first. Why should I give it up just because you want it? This was unreasonable. Lu Guangming thought, no wonder Sister Nian asked him to buy it. She must have known this person's temper. But who was Lu Guangming? He had been working in the black market for 2 years. He had dealt with all kinds of people and had always managed to slip away from those trying to catch him. Did you see it and want it? Have you paid? Lu Guangming asked. Lin Jingshin's face looked unhappy. I was just about to pay. Lu Guangming said, Then you haven't paid yet. Why not let someone from the market judge who owns this cup? He paid first so the market wouldn't take it from her. Lin Jingshin felt frustrated. She bought this for Song Siming. Siming's brother was from the city and very particular. Usually, he used a cracked bowl from home, which made her feel sad. He would definitely like this cup.
Boss, I saw this cup first. Please sell it to me.
The boss held the Unity cup. It was his child's lifeline money, 3 yuan each, 10 yuan for a set. He was poor but not stupid. He wouldn't argue over money. He hurriedly shoved the cup into Lu Guangming's hand. My kid is still in the hospital.
I need to leave now.
Lu Guangming took the cup. Let's go. Lin Jingshin clenched her teeth behind him, stepping back and asking, How can you give me the cup? Lu Guangming turned back.
Give me 200 yuan.
Not only will I give it to you, but I'll also deliver it to your home. Lin Jingshin. 200 yuan for a broken cup? Is he crazy, or am I? Lu Guangming hurried out of the alley and saw Niannian outside. Niannian, here's the cup you wanted. Last time, Niannian saw this cup and decided not to buy it because of Jiang Ran. Unexpectedly, it ended up in her hands after all. Now she was even coming to the black market to buy things. She wasn't afraid to buy another cup and hide it at home. In the book, it was written that this cup later sold at Christie's auction for several million yuan. As time went on, its value even multiplied several times. Lin Jingshin later regretted selling it too early after seeing it at an auction. Lu Guangming also didn't quite understand. Niannian, if you really want to buy a cup, the supply and marketing cooperative has those enamel teacups. 10 yuan is enough to buy many, and they hold more water than this one. Niannian did not explain. Let's go, let's eat at the state-run restaurant. Niannian and Lu Guangming had not gone far when the middle-aged man selling teacups suddenly hurried over, gasping for breath. Seeing Niannian's figure, he called out, Hey, wait a moment. Niannian didn't realize at first that he was calling her. It was only when he blocked her path that she understood. The man was holding a few black-faced steamed buns and fished out a 1 yuan coin from his pocket. It's really you. I thought I was seeing things. Here, I give this back to you. I have money now. Niannian was surprised and didn't expect to be recognized despite wearing a mask. But she didn't take the money. Keep it for your child's medical expenses. Lu Guangming looked on with curiosity and then asked, Do you know each other? When he spoke, the middle-aged man only then noticed Lu Guangming. He looked back and forth between the two, noticing the blue porcelain cup Niannian was holding and understanding everything. His eyes turned red, and he suddenly kneeled down in front of Niannian. Niannian hurriedly tried to help him up. I also liked this cup last time. It's probably not from Jingdezhen, but Longchuan's blue porcelain. It's good stuff. This one looks a bit old. If you don't sell it now, it might be worth more later. You take the money, I take the item.
Deal done.
No need to thank me. The middle-aged man kept saying thank you repeatedly. You are my family's lifesaver. Last time, that 1 yuan saved my daughter. Without it, she might have been lost. Thank you. Thank you.
My name is Liawa.
If I can help you in the future, just come find me. My family lives in Dang Village. Just ask around. Niannian chatted with him as they walked. From their conversation, she learned that his daughter had a fever repeatedly and was hospitalized for pneumonia. Liawa smiled and said, Honestly, sometimes when she has a fever, her face turns red like blood, and her breathing is like a bellows. I'm afraid I might lose her. The villagers say that girls aren't worth much, and she keeps spending money, even letting me sell her to feed the dogs. But she's my daughter. How could I bear to part with her? I'm almost 40, and she's my only child. I can't give her up. The doctor said if we treat her well, she can recover. I want to see her get better. Niannian felt uneasy listening. Pediatric pneumonia is common, especially in cold weather when it tends to recur. In later times, with better sanitation, nutrition, and healthcare, it would be easier to treat. But at this time, people generally didn't have enough to eat, and both adults and children lacked proper nutrition. The county's medical facilities were quite basic. It wouldn't be easy to cure her quickly. Repeated hospital visits were a significant expense for ordinary families. We exchanged a few words on the road. Niannian told them to pay attention to hygiene and ventilation. When we reached the fork in the road, Niannian wanted to go to the clothing factory to push the cart, while Liao Shui was heading to the county hospital. We then parted ways. Looking at the porcelain cup in my hand, I thought about how in later times, its auction price could buy a house in Beijing, Shanghai, or Guangzhou. I couldn't get into good hospitals, but treating a child's pneumonia was no problem. In the end, I had really benefited a lot. I pushed the cart with Lu Guangming to the state-run restaurant, ordered some food, and took out my notebook and pen. I quickly wrote a prescription and then took out 20 yuan. I told him, go to the county hospital later and find that Liao Shui. Give this to him and ask him to prepare medicine for the child according to this recipe. Lu Guangming didn't listen carefully and looked surprised. Niannian, are you crazy? This is hard-earned money. Earning just a few dozen yuan from selling soap, how could I give it away? Enough, I know what I'm doing, Niannian said, lowering her voice. The clothing factory still wants pork. Can you get some for them? Hearing this, Lu Guangming sighed and looked at the 20 yuan in his hand. Yes, we can. Almost every family in our village raises a pig or two. If we had enough feed, we could raise more. This year, crops were damaged. So many pigs will have to be slaughtered for the new year. Otherwise, the pigs would be too thin and hungry. Thinking of this, Niannian said, take this opportunity to buy more rice and flour. It will be harder to buy when it's colder, and pork will be sold out quickly. While chatting and eating, I also counted how much money Lu Guangming had made from selling soap recently. He came almost every day, selling more than I did every few days. In about 20 days, he earned over 180 yuan. After paying him a little interest, I still had over 70 yuan myself. This time, I earned over 100 yuan, feeling very satisfied. I habitually bought 2 baked buns. As the weather got colder, I also bought some cotton to bring home, planning to make winter clothes and quilts. When I arrived in the village, I saw several young people from the youth brigade pushing carts out, with someone on top shouting, "Make way, make way." I walked along the roadside and looked at the person lying on the cart, feeling puzzled. What's wrong with him? It was Zhang Qi, who answered. Comrade Su has a high fever. He's about to faint. Su Wanqing also had a high fever, but she didn't care. She waited as others pushed the cart toward the village doctor, while a few people stayed behind. Su Yao glanced at Niannian, who returned loaded with goods, and felt a bit envious. If she had known that Niannian was living so well at the landlord's house and didn't need to work or go to the city every day, she might as well have married Jiang Ran. Su Jiqing has a high fever. Are you happy now? Niannian found Su Yao's question strange and asked back, aren't you happy?
Su Yao.
She was just a mean person. She wasn't happy about Su Wanqing having a fever. Recently, she seemed quite pleased to see Su Wanqing. That evening, Niannian learned how Su Wanqing caught the fever. In the evening, Wang Fingxia brought over a fish. She hadn't finished her confinement yet, so Niannian naturally didn't accept it. But Wang Fingxia insisted. Jiang Ming caught 3 fish in the river. One for the public, and he said he would stew the other one for me. I hid this one. During my pregnancy, you and 4th brother helped a lot. If you don't want to eat it, I feel bad. Catching 3 fish from the village river was no small feat. People in Day Village often couldn't get enough to eat. When they had free time, both adults and children would dive into the water, trying to catch something to fill their stomachs. Having 3 fish was truly a blessing from heaven. Wang Fingxia's words made Niannian feel a bit embarrassed not to accept. She forcefully handed her some eggs she bought today. After chatting for a while, they mentioned Su Wanqing. This matter was somehow connected to her. Hearing Wang Fingxia talk, Niannian was stunned and couldn't help but laugh. You don't know, Tiannian has been telling the village elders and children that Su Jiqing is very kind. She gives free green beans soup with sugar. If you don't go to drink it, it means you look down on her, and Su Jiqing would be upset. Wang Fingxia smiled as she spoke. To make Su Jiqing happy, everyone had to go reluctantly. The villagers say that every time they go, Su Jiqing's face darkens. This time she even fainted. Niannian couldn't help but laugh listening to her. This little girl Tiannian is clever. She's doing this to vent her anger for you, Wang Fengxia sighed. It's only fair, since you make clothes for her and feed her. Niannian smiled with pursed lips. Maybe Tiannian really thinks that if people don't go, Su Jiqing will be unhappy. Wang Fengxia looked at her beautiful, fair younger sister-in-law. For some reason, she thought of the days when the Jiang family was doing well. During a lantern festival, Jiang Ming secretly brought her a round, white dumpling. When she bit into it, it was filled with black sesame paste. By the way, sister-in-law, after you've finished your confinement, please make me a quilt. Jiang Ran's quilt, and mine will be too cold to use in winter. Niannian has never asked for anything without giving back. Sometimes she brings meat, sometimes eggs, or she pays money. Now that we have a child, she's willing to do more chores so the baby can have a better life. She agrees readily. As the weather gets colder, wearing sandals during activities feels uncomfortable. Niannian even drew a picture of slippers and asked Wang Fengxia to help make 2 pairs. Slippers are simple to make. Wang Fengxia, experienced in sewing, can do it at a glance, but she still admires her sister-in-law's clever ideas. After Wang Fengxia left, Niannian didn't rush to make fish soup. She left the fish in water, waiting for Jiang Ran to come back and handle it. She started preparing other dishes. When Jiang Ran finished work, he was still holding 2 jin of tofu. He clearly knew about Jiang Ming and Wang Fengxia bringing fish, so he put down the tofu and went to clean the fish. Once he finished, the other dishes were ready, and only the fish soup remained. He heated a pan with cold oil, fried a few eggs, then added strips to the fish, fried briefly, and poured boiling water over it. Finally, he cut the tofu Jiang Ran brought into pieces and added it to the soup, which had a faint fishy smell. Niannian frowned as she watched Jiang Ran start the fire. Did you not wash your hands after handling the fish? That's why it smells so fishy. His wife is very clean. Jiang Ran's first thing after coming home from work is to wash himself thoroughly. He had just killed the fish and specifically washed his hands with soap. He held his hand near her nose. Smell it. His hands smelled of soap and the faint scent of firewood, but there was no fishy smell. Niannian frowned again. Seeing her face scrunch up in discomfort, Jiang Ran looked at the boiling fish soup and said, "It's probably because the soup isn't ready yet. You can wait outside. I'll keep an eye on it here." Niannian was worried Jiang Ran wouldn't control the heat well, but her stomach was turning more and more uncomfortably. Finally, she decided to go outside. She went out, washed her hands and face with soap, and changed into clean clothes. Only then did she feel the smell fade a bit. The fish soup was soon ready. Jiang Ran brought out the prepared braised eggplant and rice. Just as Niannian sat down, Jiang Ran carried out a pot of fish soup. The thick, white fish soup with tofu was topped with chopped green onions and fried egg pieces. The fishy smell drifted over again. Ugh. Niannian bent over and turned away, her eyes reddening. Jiang Ran put down the fish soup and quickly walked over to her. "What's wrong?" Niannian waved her hand. You stay away from me." She quickly stepped back, while Jiang Ran hesitated, wanting to go forward. Seeing her uncomfortable, he dared not move. Suddenly, the tall man stood still in place, hesitant. "I'll go call the doctor." He quickly went out. Niannian bent over and vomited for a while. Her mind realized something was wrong. She usually felt fine, healthy even. Why was she suddenly dry heaving? Could it be she was pregnant? One hand rested on her other wrist. Her pulse was steady, flowing smoothly, with no stiffness, like a string of pearls rolling on a jade plate. Niannian looked down at her flat belly and checked her pulse again. When Jiang Ran arrived with the village doctor, he saw his wife sitting on a small stool, far from the dining table, with a thoughtful look on her face. This was not the expression she usually showed. Jiang Ran felt a flicker of worry. The village doctor spoke first. "What's wrong?" Niannian only then saw Jiang Ran bringing the doctor over. She shook her head and said, "It's nothing. I'm fine now. Sorry to trouble you." Jiang Ran quickly stepped closer, stopping about a meter away from her, worried she might feel worse again. Niannian stood up to dismiss the village doctor, looked at Jiang Ran, and he looked back at her. The tall man's eyes showed concern. Suddenly, Niannian leaned in and whispered a few words into his ear. She looked up expectantly at Jiang Ran's expression. He stood there, unchanged from before. Niannian poked him gently. "Did you hear me?"
I'm pregnant.
Jiang Ran suddenly seemed to wake up from a dream. He looked down at her flat belly, feeling a strange disbelief. "Really?" Niannian replied. "Why would I lie? I'm really pregnant." He reached out his large hand to touch her belly but hesitated, as if afraid to hurt her. His hand stopped just a little away from her stomach. In his mind, he thought about when Tiger was born and frowned slightly. Jiang Ran spoke somewhat awkwardly. "When the time comes, we'll go to the hospital to have the baby. We should go early. Don't worry, it won't be like when third sister-in-law had her baby." Niannian almost rolled her eyes at Jiang Ran and slapped his hand. "What are you talking about?" "It's time to eat. That fish soup, I can't drink it anymore. It's too fishy, just smelling it makes me uncomfortable. You can have some and the rest take it to Tian and go-go." Jiang Ming had previously said that when third sister-in-law was pregnant, she couldn't eat many things or even smell certain smells, or she would. His wife probably couldn't drink fish soup either. Seeing her eyes red from vomiting just now, he quickly took the fish soup away and took it to Tian and Gogo's house. When he arrived, the two children were cooking. Seeing a large bowl of fish soup set aside, they initially wanted to refuse it, but Jiang Ran didn't give them a chance to speak and quickly went home. Sweet Girl and Dog Egg looked at the delicious fish soup and then at each other. What's wrong with brother Jiang Ran? Neither of the children knew. Since evening, when she told Jiang Ran she was pregnant, he wouldn't let her do anything, not even let her eat alone. At night, they lay on the same bed, with enough space for another person. Niannian wasn't used to sleeping so far from Jiang Ran, so she rolled over towards him, finally curling into his arms. Just as Jiang Ran tried to avoid her, Niannian's legs stubbornly lifted and crossed over his waist, holding him close. "Husband, I'm pregnant," not turning into a fancy vase. "Sleeping in my arms won't break anything." While speaking, Niannian nuzzled his neck again. Feeling Jiang Ran's whole body stiffen, she felt helpless. Why was this big man more afraid of her pregnancy than she was? She actually hoped for a little one to play with. How fun that would be. Reaching into the blanket, she took Jiang Ran's hand and placed it on her belly. "Jiang Ran, we have a baby." Her soft voice seemed to make the blood in their bodies flow faster. Jiang Ran felt the warmth from her belly. There was their baby inside. He reached out and held her tightly, lowering his head to her hair, and whispered, "I will take care of both of you." Suddenly, Niannian thought of Lu Guangming. She recounted her plan to buy pork from the clothing factory and added, "This winter, the grain harvest nearby has decreased. It's getting cold, so Lu Guangming's village probably needs to slaughter more pigs early. Ask the glass factory and textile factory if they need any." Jiang Ran replied, "Pork is scarce, and the meat joint factory can't supply enough for them either, so they definitely need it." Recently, they hadn't intentionally avoided pregnancy. Since the night of Tizi's birth, Jiang Ran was afraid that she might have difficulty giving birth like third sister-in-law. They only had intimacy outside, and surprisingly, she still got pregnant. Suddenly, her pregnancy disrupted Niannian's plans. The task of delivering pork to the clothing factory could only be left to Jiang Ran himself. After talking to Jiang Ran, Niannian fell asleep. Jiang Ran couldn't sleep. His large hand rested on her belly, blood boiling inside him. Was he going to be a father? In the quiet of the night, Jiang Ran looked at his wife's face and finally felt a real sense of happiness. On the night Jiang Ran went to the town to deliver pork from the clothing factory, he was worried that Niannian was afraid at home. He called his third sister-in-law and Tiniugo Dan to come over. Niannian looked at Huzi, who was just a month old, and felt a bit helpless. "Jiang Ran asked you to come, so you came. What if Huzi catches a cold from the wind?" "I'm covering him. He's fine," Wang Fingxia said lovingly while holding the baby. Niannian also moved closer to look at Huzi. He was over 30 days old now. His wrinkled face from birth had already smoothed out. His big eyes were turning, and when he saw Ruan Niannian, he grinned silently. Maybe because she was pregnant, Ruan Niannian found Huzi adorable too. She poked his soft little face with her finger. Wanqing said, "When he was born, I was worried he wouldn't grow well, but it turns out he's much healthier than other children in the village." When Huzi was born, Wanqing and Jiang Ming took great care of him. Jiang Ming often went to the river to fish, or up the mountain for game. Ruan Niannian would also bring some food. When the adults were well-nourished, the baby who drank milk also grew well. By the oil lamp, Ruan Niannian was giving snacks to Go Dan and Tiniu while chatting with Wanqing. She looked at the clothes Wanqing had sewn for Huzi and wondered if she should learn to sew too. Otherwise, when her own child was born, she might have to buy clothes and shoes from others. Just as she was about to tell Wanqing about learning to make clothes for children, she suddenly remembered something. "By the way, Niannian, do you know that second sister-in-law is pregnant? Zhang Hui is pregnant?" Ruan Niannian was surprised because she didn't know. Zhang Hui's third son was only 2 or 3 years old, and now she was pregnant again. Ruan Niannian worried about all 3 children, but in this time, it was quite normal. Since safety tools weren't common, and no one had phones or TVs, people spent their free time on such matters. Children kept coming one after another. People didn't pay much attention to balanced nutrition or scientific upbringing. As long as they could feed the children, that was enough. Wanqing complained, "Second sister-in-law already refuses to work after she got pregnant again. Her family is taking care of her. I'm 7 months pregnant, and my mother said I shouldn't work, but I still don't want to." Ruan Niannian didn't say much and changed the subject to talking about learning to make things for children. The 2 sisters-in-law chatted, and Tiniu occasionally talked about recent village events. The time passed until it was past 10, and Jiang Ran returned. After seeing Wanqing and Tiniu go Dan off, Ruan Niannian asked, "Did everything go smoothly?" "Yes," Jiang Ran replied. "I'll go back again tomorrow. The glass factory and the textile factory have also been arranged." While speaking, Jiang Ran took out some money from his pocket. "I asked Lu Guangming to prepare 10 pounds of eggs for you to eat at home. Eggs are also important. When it gets colder, there won't be enough to eat, and eggs are hard to buy." Niannian let Jiang Ran handle it. She counted the money and found she had nearly 70 yuan today. Adding this to what she earned before, she had spent more than half on a bike earlier, but she had made it back recently. Niannian felt happy inside. This money was their capital for raising their child. The day the pork was delivered to the textile factory, Jiang Ran didn't bring back much money, but he brought home a lot of plastic sheets. These aren't cheap. Besides being waterproof, Jiang Ran didn't know what else they could be used for, but Niannian was very excited. "Why are we buying these?" Jiang Ran asked, confused. Niannian lifted a corner and held Jiang Ran's hand under the plastic sheet. "Do you feel anything?" Jiang Ran placed his hand inside and thought for a moment. "The wind inside is weaker than outside." "Exactly," Niannian said. "This winter, we can grow vegetables like tomatoes, eggplants, spinach, lettuce, and even strawberries." This is something an old professor from Coal City researched. He built a structure like a shed covered with thatch, which keeps the temperature about 10 degrees higher than outside. If the temperature is controlled well, you can grow vegetables even when it snows heavily outside. Niannian explained confidently. Jiang Ran looked at the plastic sheet with a serious expression. The winter in Dahan village lasts for several months, and people eat only cabbage and radishes. By the end, they looked tired of them. If they could grow other vegetables in winter, his wife wouldn't have to suffer so much. Plus, some of the vegetables could be sold on the black market. Jiang Ran looked at Niannian and asked, "Can you really grow vegetables in winter?" Niannian scratched her head. "In theory, yes. The most important thing is temperature. If we can simulate the right temperature for growing vegetables, it should work. I read about it in a book and saw others do it, but I haven't tried myself." He knew very well that his wife was not the farming type. But if it's theoretically possible, he was willing to try. "I'll go find some seeds tomorrow and give it a try." After planting in Dahan village, everyone in the village had free time. The weather was cold, and people often gathered in groups at the village entrance, lighting a pile of firewood and chatting. But Jiang Ran wasn't among them. Every day, he stayed in the backyard, working on the plastic greenhouse he built, controlling the temperature and humidity. It wasn't very big, not even 1/3 the size of the ones he saw in his later life. Every day, I record the temperature in a notebook and track the sprouting of different seeds. At first, Niannian was interested but later lost interest. However, Jiang Ran watching over those few vegetables wasn't without reward. Niannian's first batch of vegetables came from some mushroom spores he found somewhere, and they grew into white mushrooms. Seeing a bunch of fresh, tender mushrooms, Niannian's craving took over. He specifically asked Jiang Ran to go into town and buy a small chicken to stew. At noon, Niannian just finished cooking a pot of chicken. Outside, snow was falling. Sitting inside, he scooped a little broth over freshly steamed rice. His mouth watered just thinking about it. Just as he was about to eat, something big happened at the Jiang family's old house. Before he could finish his first bite, the little girl ran in. "Brother Jiang Ran, something's wrong. The Jiang family is fighting. Hurry and stop it." Jiang Ran was about to eat when he heard this and frowned as he stood up. Niannian also wanted to go outside. She had just stood up. Jiang Ran softly said, "Stay at home." Niannian understood what Jiang Ran was worried about. If a fight broke out, no one would care about her. If it was just her alone, she would definitely want to see what was happening, but since she was pregnant, she chose not to go to dangerous places.
"Go see what's going on." "I'm not going," she said.
Before leaving, Jiang Ran told the little girl to stay and keep her company. Niannian saw Jiang Ran off and out the door. She noticed many people already heading toward the Jiang house. In the quiet winter village, distant noise could be heard. Things were definitely serious. "Let's go, Tianyo."
"Time for dinner," she said.
The chicken and mushroom stew was tender and flavorful, with sweet potato noodles. Since she came into this story, this was the first time Niannian had eaten mushrooms, and she thought they were even better than meat when stewed. Tianyo also seemed to be eating mushrooms for the first time in her life, stuffing her mouth like a little squirrel. Niannian looked at Tianyo and Go Dan, both orphaned and pitiful. She often secretly gave them food or called them over to eat at her house. Over the past few months, the once thin girl, who looked like a bundle of firewood, had gained some weight and looked very cute. After they finished eating, there were 2 bowls of rice left. These belonged to Jiang Ran, but he hadn't returned by the afternoon. What happened to the Jiang family? Why hadn't Jiang Ran come back for so long? That night, Jiang Ran finally returned. When he entered the house, he carried a cold aura. He quickly closed the door at the entrance, took off his military coat, and then went into the inner room. Niannian heard the noise and got up. "What's going on? Why did it take so long for you to come back?" When Jiang Ran mentioned this, he looked very cold, even colder than the weather outside. Third brother's purchase of grain was discovered by second sister-in-law. Jiang Ming and Wanqing had bought some grain themselves, but only a small part was taken by Jiang Ming. Most of it was in her and Jiang Ran's kitchen. Niannian knew well that Jiang Ming and Wanqing were probably afraid that the eldest and second sisters-in-law would find out they were eating their share. This was normal. The third sister-in-law's family probably used all their money to buy grain. Not buying or eating it wouldn't be a problem, but if they didn't, they might end up eating their food later.
No one was happy about that.
Niannian watched Jiang Ran go into the house, covered in mist. The outside temperature was very cold, and he hadn't eaten since noon. She didn't care about the Jiang family matters anymore. She put on the cotton coat her third sister-in-law made for her. "You haven't eaten yet, right? There's food in the kitchen. I'll heat it for you." Jiang Ran really hadn't eaten. He held Niannian's hand and went to the kitchen together. While heating the food, he asked, "Third sister-in-law knew about the grain purchase, so why did they fight?" Jiang Ran's face was cold. "Because of Huzi." Niannian was confused. What's wrong with Huzi? Could it be like in the original story, where he was so hungry he was accidentally hurt? From the time they went to the kitchen to heat the food until Jiang Ran finished eating, Niannian learned most of what had happened in the Jiang family. It turned out that Zhang Hui had been eating coarse grain noodles for a while and wanted white rice. She knew Wang Fingxia had some in her room, so when Wang Fingxia went to the toilet, Zhang Hui sneaked into her room and searched through her things. During that time, Huzi, who was sleeping, woke up and cried for his mother. Zhang Hui, afraid of being caught, covered the 3-month-old Huzi with a quilt, almost suffocating him. It was only when Wang Fingxia heard the strange crying and came out of the toilet that she saw Zhang Hui leaving the house with a bag of rice. She didn't care about most things, but when she saw Huzi's face turning blue, she was furious. This child was saved from death at the Ghost Gate. Wang Fingxia was so angry she cried and shouted for Jiang Ming. When Jiang Ming came and took the child to the village doctor, confirming Huzi was fine, Wang Fingxia stormed back to the Jiang house. She slapped Zhang Hui twice, left and right. In Zhang Hui's eyes, Wang Fingxia had always been weak. She didn't take her third sister-in-law seriously. During Jiang Ming's pregnancy, Zhang Hui often took what she wanted, like eggs from Jiang Ming. This time, she took some rice, thinking it was nothing. A slap landed on her face, burning hot. Neither of them backed down and they fought. It wasn't until Zhang Hui cried out that her stomach hurt and both adults and children stepped in to separate the two, that the fight stopped. Now, the family is already poor, including Tiger, and they have moved into the county hospital. Su Lan and her father-in-law, Zhang Xiui, are both staying at the hospital. Ruan Niannian listened with a worried expression and couldn't help but say, it's their own fault. She wanted to eat, so her second brother went to buy some food in town. The prices are high now, but it's not impossible to buy grain. Stealing from others. What's wrong with that? It almost caused Tiger to die. After Jiang Ran finished eating and washed up, the two of them lay on a bed. In winter, there was no heating and everywhere was cold. Jiang Ran was like a natural big stove. As soon as he got into bed, Niannian rolled into his arms. Jiang Ran held her and placed his warm hand on her belly. Although the baby inside was about 2 months old, Niannian's belly was still flat, and it was not obvious that there was a baby there. Since she got pregnant, Jiang Ran had been either working in the vegetable shed in the yard or going into the mountains, often bringing back wild chickens, rabbits, and pigeons. When traps didn't catch anything, he would buy meat in town. Her belly hadn't swollen yet, but her waist was noticeably softer. Niannian turned around and looked up. Have I gained weight? Originally, Niannian was facing away from him and leaning close, but now she turned to face him directly, almost touching. Her soft flesh pressed against his chest. Jiang Ran couldn't tell if she had gained weight elsewhere, but the soft flesh pressing against him definitely indicated she had. Thinking about this, his body heat increased. Niannian, who was waiting for his answer, gradually felt something was off. Feeling the hardness and warmth from him, she patted Jiang Ran and said, "Don't think nonsense. There's a child in my belly." Since she was pregnant, both of them had been very careful, and their bodies were almost on fire with the slightest touch. Jiang Ran didn't want to think too much, but he couldn't control himself. He held his wife carefully and whispered, "Sleep now." Niannian didn't ask whether she had gained weight or not. Feeling the continuous warmth from him, she quickly fell asleep. Yesterday's snow was not heavy, and by the next morning, almost all of it had melted under the sun. Jiang Ran needed to go to the hospital, and Niannian's checkup day was approaching. She decided to go with Jiang Ran and also visit Tiger and third sister-in-law at the hospital. When Niannian arrived, she heard Zhang Hui crying outside the ward.
Mother, I only took some of her rice.
We're all family. She wondered why she secretly hid food to eat. I still have your grandson in my belly. It was just for a little rice, yet she caused trouble for me and my child, for your grandson. She is so heartless. Sulan looked at Zhang Hui's tears calmly. After she finished crying, she asked softly, "Did you hurt Huzi?" Zhang Hui knew she couldn't admit it now. Tears suddenly fell. "Mother, I was just hungry. Why would I hurt Huzi? It was the third sister-in-law who falsely accused me." Huzi was sleeping and turned over, accidentally pressing himself down. I was so hungry I felt dizzy and didn't see it. If I had seen, I definitely wouldn't ignore it. Zhang Hui spoke sincerely. If it weren't for knowing she wasn't a good person normally, even Niannian might believe her words. Eating a little usually only gets scolded. If she really hurt Huzi on purpose, she wouldn't get any benefit. Tears rolled down Zhang Hui's face. Mother, I just wanted to eat a little for your grandson. The doctor said if I waited any longer, my baby would be gone. Now that things are like this, you still don't believe me? It might be better if I didn't go to the hospital and just died with the baby in my belly. Niannian listened outside, thinking her second sister-in-law was better at acting than some TV actors she had seen. There's no surveillance now, so whether Zhang Hui hurt the child or not is hard to say. If she did and denied it, no one saw it clearly. Niannian stood outside for a while, then went to Wang Fengxia's ward. The room had 3 beds, with patients on both sides. Jiang Ming was guarding in front of Wang Fengxia. When she arrived, Wang Fengxia was playing with the baby. Huzi was sent to the hospital yesterday. He was not in life danger, just had trouble breathing for a while. Today, he looked less lively than usual. Jiang Ming saw Ruan Niannian and Jiang Ran first. Jiang Ran, sister-in-law, why are you here? Wang Fengxia also turned around. When she saw Ruan Niannian, her eyes were a bit red. Sister-in-law, you're here? Ruan Niannian handed over an egg to Jiang Ming, then looked at Huzi to make sure he was okay. What exactly happened? Wang Fengxia started crying as she explained. She now denies it, saying Huzi turned over and pressed himself. Huzi is less than 3 months old, sleeping in cotton clothes, and can't turn over on his own. She's just malicious. This turned out to be a wrongful case without a head. Wang Fengxia just wanted a place to vent. When she saw Ruan Niannian and heard others in the village speak poorly of her, she still thought her sister-in-law was good. She didn't seem like the second sister-in-law who likes to cause trouble, but more like the eldest sister-in-law who appears sweet on the outside but is bitter inside. Ruan Niannian and Wang Fengxia talked in the hospital ward. Mostly, Wang Fengxia spoke while Ruan Niannian listened. Jiang Ran called Jiang Ming outside. In the corridor, Jiang Ran looked at the 2 hospital rooms and then looked down to see Jiang Ming, who had just bought food. His long legs lightly kicked the wall. What are you planning to do? Jiang Ming had grown a lot of stubble from worrying all night. Thinking about everything that had happened before, he wanted to go back to work. He wasn't home every day and knew his wife had suffered a lot. This time, the baby was almost lost. He and Wang Fengxia didn't seem like villagers. They had children one after another, but after several years of marriage, they only had Huzi. If Huzi couldn't be saved again, he didn't want to think about it. Let's split the family, Jiang Ming said. After this hospital stay, I will talk to my parents about dividing the family. Jiang Ming angrily punched the cement wall. Before, when the family was noisy, you wanted to move out. I thought it wasn't right to let you move. You're not even married yet. Now, you think it's good that you moved out. If I had moved out early, none of this would have happened. He was now very envious of his younger brother and sister-in-law's simple life. Ruan Niannian comforted Wang Fengxia for a while. When she and Jiang Ran were about to go for a prenatal checkup, a tired-looking woman in her 30s brought over some canned food. Canned food was rare in these times. People could only enjoy it once during the new year. Each can cost several yuan, so even Ruan Niannian didn't dare to be so generous. She didn't recognize the visitor, but saw Jiang Ran and Jiang Ming both call her sister Wan. The woman entered, sighed first. I said I'd visit my parents today, but I didn't expect to hear about your matters as soon as I entered the village. Wang Fengxia tried to sit up. The woman quickly stopped her. Lie down properly and rest well. Parents? Could she be the mother-in-law and father-in-law? Ruan Niannian had never heard of the mother-in-law and father-in-law having a daughter. The Jiang family had high cheekbones, and this woman looked gentler. She didn't seem like a Jiang family member. Ruan Niannian felt suspicious, but kept her doubts to herself. When the woman looked at her, she politely smiled. You're Niannian, right? I heard Jiang Ran married a very beautiful wife. Now that I see you, you're even more beautiful than the rumors. The woman handed her a red envelope. We had some family matters during your wedding, so I couldn't visit. Please accept this. Ruan Niannian looked at Jiang Ran, who nodded slightly.
That's Sister Wan.
Niannian also called out, Sister Wan. The woman arrived quickly and left just as fast. After sitting for a while, she went to see Zhang Hui in the next ward. Ruan Niannian and Jiang Ran still had to go for a checkup, so they didn't stay long. Walking down the hospital corridor, Ruan Niannian opened the red paper bag in her hand, which contained 2 yuan. Now, even a few cents are considered a lot. She handed over 2 yuan and also had a can of yellow peaches. Sister Wan was generous, which didn't quite match the poor situation of the Jiang family. She didn't visit the Jiang family often. Even when she did, she mostly looked for Wanqing. No one had mentioned Jiang Wan before. Curious, Niannian asked, was that your sister just now? Jiang Ran replied, yes, but we aren't related by blood. When the Jiang family was doing well, Sister Wan's parents were tenant farmers for the Jiang family. They were good workers. Not long after Sister Wan was born, there was a nearby conflict, and her parents were killed. She was left alone, just a month old, with no food. My mother had just given birth to my second brother, so we raised her together. No wonder Jiang Ran and Jiang Ming were so polite to her. They grew up together, and even without being relatives, they were like family. Is that so? Ruan Niannian nodded. Where did she get married? She even gave me 2 yuan this time. Jiang Ran said. Sister Wan married early. Back then, the Jiang family was still doing well. My father found her a job at a clothing factory. She moved to the county town, working at another clothing factory. The factory job was stable. Jiang Wan had been working there for over 10 years, which explained her generous gesture. Jobs in state-run units were limited. Positions weren't just handed out. When someone left, it was passed to their children. Other outsiders couldn't just get in. There were limited spots. The Jiang family's biological children all lived in the countryside. Their grandfather managed to find Sister Wan a job at the clothing factory, showing he cared for her. Fortunately, Jiang Wan wasn't related by blood to the Jiang family. Her relationship with the family didn't depend on the Jiang family, but on her original parents. When the Jiang family faced trouble a few years later, she still kept her job. Now, the prenatal checkup didn't require queuing, and there was no basic ultrasound. The doctor asked if there were any genetic diseases, then told her to come back in 4 months to listen to the heartbeat. Having a baby was like opening a mystery box. Ruan Niannian could only pray that everything would be fine. After leaving the hospital, Jiang Ran took her to the grocery store. Neither of them noticed that someone was watching their departure from the hospital entrance. Lin looked in the direction of Yang Guifen's gaze and saw a tall man riding a bicycle, sneaking closer with a sneaky look. Guifen, what are you looking at? Yang Guifen frowned slightly at the man's words, but quickly regained her calm expression. Nothing, let's go. The man was shorter than Yang Guifen and chuckled, then looked at Yang Guifen's belly. Let's go. We should check on it soon. Maybe because she saw the canned food Jiang Wan brought today, Ruan Niannian suddenly craved fruit on her way back. Once the thought appeared, she couldn't push it away. When the weather was hot, she could find wild fruit in the back mountain, and sometimes they could eat a piece of watermelon grown in the village. But when it was cold, there were no fruits in Day Village. Just eating a date felt like a luxury. It felt like there was a worm in her stomach, and Ruan Niannian couldn't hold back. She tugged at Jiang Ran's clothes. Jiang Ran, I want to eat fruit. Not fresh ones, canned ones are fine. Obviously, Jiang Ran knew who had sparked her craving. But since his wife wanted fruit, it wasn't a big deal. He quickly changed direction and went back to the supply store to buy a jar of yellow peach canned fruit and lychee canned fruit. By the time they rode back to the village, it was evening. At first, the people in Day Village didn't believe that Ruan Niannian and Jiang Ran were truly together. But after some time, they started to believe it quite a bit. Some even said behind their backs that Jiang Ran had good taste. Although Ruan Jiqing was lazy, she was from the city, used to have a job, and had money. Since marrying Ruan Jiqing, Jiang Ran, a poor young man, was riding a fancy bike. When Ruan Niannian and Jiang Ran passed by the Jiqing Youth Station, Su Wanqing was roasting sweet potatoes in the yard. She ate them every day, which caused her stomach to bloat and pass gas. Sometimes, when Jiang Ran wanted to say a few words, she was afraid of embarrassing herself in front of him. Watching Jiang Ran pass by with Ruan Niannian, Wanqing stared blankly for a while, then squatted down to draw and doodle. She remembered clearly from her previous life that the company people said the big boss was not married. Now, it seemed that the big boss's relationship with the suddenly appeared Wanqing couple was getting better. Could they possibly get divorced in the future? Or did Ruan Niannian die because of something? Wanqing looked at the scorched sweet potatoes. She clenched her teeth, realizing that when she first traveled here, she was very happy. The boss was so handsome from youth to middle age. Realizing they were from the same era, she tried every way to go to the countryside. Coming from decades later, she believed she could make Jiang Ran fall for her, just as she planned. She almost got hit by a car, but Jiang Ran saved her. Everything seemed like a love story from a TV drama. She believed she was the chosen one. But later, everything turned out differently. Jiang Ran got married, and that scheming woman, Ruan Niannian, had not even looked at Jiang Ran properly after so long. Instead, her own days were very hard. She couldn't bear to keep eating sweet potatoes every day. She felt she couldn't go on like this. As soon as she got home, Ruan Niannian asked Jiang Ran to open the lid of a fruit can. She used chopsticks to poke a piece of yellow peach, which was cold, sweet, and delicious. She felt truly happy. After eating a piece, Ruan Niannian went to the backyard to find Jiang Ran, who was checking the vegetable shed with a flashlight. She bent down and handed a yellow peach to him. Eat. Jiang Ran looked down at the peach near his mouth. I don't like sweet things. Ruan Niannian said, Not sweet?
Try it.
She urged him, Hurry up.
I'm pregnant.
I can't eat too much of this. If you don't eat it, it will spoil. Jiang Ran finally took a bite. She fed him the peach, but she didn't rush to leave the vegetable shed, instead watching the vegetables inside. Every part of Jiang Ran's plan was well thought out. He even marked what he was planting. To control the temperature inside, he would light a stove nearby when it was cold. Many times, he got up in the coldest part of the night to take care of the seedlings. But there was also a harvest. Ruan Niannian looked around and saw many green seedlings. The mushroom spawn was piled in a separate area, and many had already grown. She picked a few to cook for dinner that night. These can be sold. Otherwise, I should go to the free market when I have time and see if anyone wants to buy. In winter, the side dishes shop didn't have as many vegetables as her backyard. Tomorrow, I'll go to the county town to take a look. Ruan Niannian checked the weather outside. It was very cold now that November had begun. If I meet Lu Guangming, I'll ask if he still has pork. I want to make some cured meat and sausages, so we can eat through the winter. Jiang Ran agreed. The next day, before dawn, he went into the shed early in the morning. He carefully picked many small mushrooms, packed them in foam boxes, covered them with cotton pads, and rode out. When Ruan Niannian woke up, Jiang Ran was no longer there. After lunch, taking advantage of the remaining sunlight, she strolled around the village and saw many people outside sunbathing and mending shoes. From afar, she saw Aunt Wong excitedly talking about something, with everyone around listening carefully. Occasionally, someone would comment, and Ruan Niannian, bored in the village, wanted to go over and listen to the gossip. Didn't you see? Usually she's quiet, but bam. She kicked with her right leg. That second family's girl wouldn't admit it. She kicked with her left leg. Ouch, I could even feel the pain. Ruan Niannian heard this and almost couldn't hold back her laughter. Aunt Wong, noticing her, cheerfully asked, Lin Jingshin, are your sister-in-law and third sister-in-law okay? Such a fierce fight. They're all family. Why did it happen? 7 or 8 sure-appearing uncles and a few women playing chess turned their heads toward Ruan Niannian, their eyes shining with gossip. So everyone was gossiping about her family. Ruan Niannian quickly lost interest. Just as she was about to brush it off, she thought for a moment and smiled at Aunt Wong, saying, It's a long story. My legs are tired from standing. Lin Jingshin, come here, I have a seat for you. Jiang Ran's wife, sit down. Auntie will move a chair for you. Finally, Ruan Niannian sat among the 7 or 8 women, adding fuel to the gossip as she shook her head and said, "It's all family stuff. No grudges or anything. The third sister-in-law just had a baby, no milk, and Tiger couldn't eat enough." Jiang Ran's third brother borrowed a kilogram of rice from sister Wan in the county. The second sister-in-law, while the third sister-in-law was in the toilet, stole the rice. When the third sister-in-law heard the baby crying strangely, she hurried out and saw the second sister-in-law stealing rice. If she really wanted to eat, she could have just asked. If not, she could have taken the rice. Why did she cover the 2-month-old baby with a quilt when Tiger cried? You don't know. When they took him to the hospital, the doctor said if they'd waited any longer, Tiger would have died. Ruan Niannian told her story with both truth and lies. She said Tiger was being rescued in the hospital. Wanqing cried all day and night, nearly losing her sight, and Jiang Ming was so angry he punched the wall. The kind-hearted women in the village looked with teary eyes. One woman, furious, blushed and said, "No wonder Fengxia is so angry all the time. Fengxia grew up right under our noses. Everyone knows she's a good girl. This Zhang Hui is really something." When Jiang Ran entered the village, he saw his wife sitting among a group of uncles and aunts, sitting cross-legged, cracking peanuts in her hand. They faced each other closely, and Jiang Ran thought he was having a hallucination. Jiang Ran was momentarily stunned. Why was his wife here? Niannian had already gotten up. "Auntie, I won't bother you anymore. Jiang Ran is here to pick me up. I need to go home. He hasn't eaten yet. All right, go home quickly. Come visit often if you have time. Ruan Jiqing, don't be afraid. If your second sister-in-law dares to bully you, we old folks won't agree with her. Yes, Jiang Ran's wife, you're a girl from the city. When you come to our Dahuang village, you shouldn't be bullied. Jiang Ran, isn't that right?" Jiang Ran. He had only been away from home for a morning, but the village women had changed their attitude. He knew they often talked behind his back about his wife being lazy. "Jiang Ran, did you hear what Annie said?" Before Jiang Ran could answer, she looked at Ruan Niannian. "Ruan Jiqing, Jiang Ran has been growing up here since he was a child. He's not very talkative, but he's a good person." Ruan Niannian smiled warmly at Jiang Ran and then turned to say, "I already know. Let's go back now and chat with the aunties another day." In the foam box behind, there was pork. Ruan Niannian was pregnant again, so she couldn't sit on the front beam. Jiang Ran got off the bike and pushed her. The older women are quite friendly. Look, they even gave me peanuts to eat. The peanuts in Ruan Niannian's hand were shriveled and not full, but they tasted sweet, even sweeter than the plump ones. Even the shriveled peanuts were treasures in Dahuang village. People rarely gave them away. Jiang Ran glanced and asked, "What happened?" Ruan Niannian grinned mischievously. "You'll find out later. Anyway, I won't do useless things." At the village entrance was Dahuang village's CBD, the village's information office. Many rural rumors spread from there, flying like wings into every corner of the village. If the village dogs could talk, they'd gossip too. Seeing his wife's sneaky smile, Jiang Ran's eyes flashed with affection. He didn't ask further about what she was planning. Back home, he opened the foam box on the back of the bicycle. Ruan Niannian salivated, looking at the meat inside: high-quality pork belly, hind leg meat, and about 2 gene of ribs. This hind leg is for sausage. These are for making cured meat. We'll eat the ribs today. Jiang Ran also brought over small and large intestines. It looked like they had already been cleaned roughly. Ruan Niannian soaked them in salt water with a bit of white wine, planning to rinse them several more times. "Have you had lunch?" Ruan Niannian asked Jiang Ran. Jiang Ran helped out nearby. These meats were bought directly from Lu Guangming's village and eaten at his house. Ruan Niannian thought about the oyster mushrooms in the shed behind, and since this was her first winter selling vegetables outside, she was a bit curious. Are the oyster mushrooms easy to sell? Not many people here eat these kinds of mushrooms. Many go into the mountains to pick mushrooms, but most fungi are similar, and even if you don't know the name, everyone recognizes them as mushrooms. Eating only cabbage and radishes every day gets boring, so everyone is happy to see different vegetables in winter. Jiang Ran nodded. Yes, they sell well, but I don't sell many. The rest are sent to buyers at a few factories. That's good. If the factories want some, they can buy a little cheaper. We don't need to sell in the black market ourselves, she said, feeling it was quite cold in winter. In the afternoon, Niannian and Jiang Ran were making sausages. Jiang Ran was chopping meat, and she was doing other tasks. Zhang Ping from the clothing factory looked at the 2 gene of oyster mushrooms. In the north during winter, the factory's cafeteria mainly serves radishes and cabbage. The factory last ate meat a month ago. These mushrooms are thick and tender, and she couldn't help but salivate as she looked at them. Tonight's stir-fry with these mushrooms would be delicious. Thinking about Jiang Ran bringing the vegetables and the woman who made such nice, fragrant soap, these 2 couples were truly impressive. He had said that these mushrooms weren't many. Zhang Ping, who was a buyer at the clothing factory and knew people from 2 other factories in the county, clearly knew they were also sent to other factories. No, eating other vegetables was fine, but why not try something fresh? The workers would be happy, and she wouldn't be left out. The Jiang family's financial situation clearly didn't support the 3rd sister-in-law and Zhang Hui staying in the hospital. At noon, a donkey cart arrived at Dea village. Wang Fingxia, wrapped in a quilt, sat holding Huzi in the cart, and Zhang Hui was also there, sitting back to back, neither looking at the other. On top of them was Su Lan. As for the other big men of the Jiang family, except Jiang Ming, who was worried about Wang Fingxia and Huzi, Jiang Xiui and Jiang Lao had already returned. At this moment, Jiang Ming was driving the donkey cart. The Jiang family passed through the village, and many people looked at them. Hearing the rumors from yesterday, their eyes towards Wang Fingxia showed pity and regret. When their gaze fell on Zhang Hui, it suddenly turned cold, and some even shook their heads at her. 1 or 2 might be coincidences, but with so many people, Zhang Hui felt something was wrong deep down. But she didn't know exactly what was wrong. The donkey cart left. Aunt Wong no longer kneels to pick shoes. She stretches her head to watch Zhang's car drive away and says, "The people in the Jiang family are not reliable. They just eat, but how can they sneak into the sister-in-law's house to steal?" Someone else immediately disagrees. The Jiang family hasn't split up yet. Wang Fingxia eating alone isn't right. Aunt Wong stays silent. Then a young new daughter-in-law speaks up. "We share the communal food. After paying our share, we save some money to buy our own food. We also give generously to each family." "Aunt Yao, were you so generous when you were a daughter-in-law?" The woman called Aunt Yao doesn't speak. A few other women from the village laugh softly. "Your aunt's meaning is if other sisters-in-law eat, they have to give her some." Everyone around starts laughing. Aunt Yao's face turns red with embarrassment. She stomps her foot and changes the subject. "Why are you talking about me? Guess what? Do you think those 2 from the Jiang family won't fight?" As soon as they arrive home, Jiang Ming goes straight into his parents' room with a cold face and says, "Dad, Mom, I want to split the family." Su Lan is surprised and looks at her husband. Jiang Xiui lowers his head and looks at his 3rd son. Among his children, he has high hopes for the eldest, but he has no backbone and only listens to his wife, so he can't make decisions. The 2nd son is average in everything and is also blunt in speech. As for the 4th son, Jiang Ran, he has been clever since he was young. A few years ago, because there wasn't enough space in the house, both the 2nd and the eldest sons suggested their children share a room with their younger uncle. Jiang Ran, without waiting for others to react, directly took his grandmother to find the team leader and said he wanted to clear some land at the foot of the mountain to build a house. He is quick-witted and clever at a young age. When the rest of the family found out, the decision was already made. Using 15-year-old Jiang Ran's words, he just didn't want to get involved and found it annoying. The 3rd son, Jiang Ming, is the most lively and easygoing. He usually doesn't fuss at home. As the saying goes, a big tree has many branches, and a big family has many splits. Jiang Xiui also thought about this, but didn't expect the 3rd son to be the one to bring it up. After a moment of thought, he looks up and asks, "Are you sure about this?" Jiang Ming tilts his head and says, "I'm sure.
We need to split the family.
If we don't, My wife and kids won't survive. Zhang Hui stubbornly denies she touched the baby, only admitting she was hungry and stole rice. She almost had a miscarriage. If she said one word, she would threaten to take her unborn child and leave. The hospital staff were confused and worried about them. Without even a greeting, she went into the third family's house to steal things. This is not the way the Jiang family usually behaves. She also didn't want her third son and his wife to feel disappointed. Splitting the family was the best solution right now. Su Lan said, "Go tell your eldest brother, second brother, and their wives." When Jiang Ran left, he didn't take anything from home. Now that we're splitting the family, he should get his share. Also, call Jiang Ran and Niannian over. The day of the fight at the Jiang house, news about the second and third wives fighting and ending up in the hospital spread quickly through Dea village. People were curious about what really happened. Then, rumors started that the second family's wife went into the third family's house to steal rice and nearly suffocated a child. Plus, Niannian had been gossiping about a lot of things in the village. Last night, everyone knew about it. When the Jiang family returned from the hospital, some villagers moved from the village entrance to the Jiang house door, sitting nearby and pretending to be busy, listening for any news. When Niannian and Jiang Ran arrived at the Jiang house, they saw people there. Many of them she recognized, people she had gossiped with before. Even Su Yao from the youth training site was there. Seeing her, Su Yao lifted her chin like a proud little peacock. Niannian, tell me, were you thinking marrying into this family? They have so many problems. Maybe next time, you'll be the one ending up in the hospital. You should wait to go back to the city and marry someone from there. Su Yao even used our city when talking to her. Niannian didn't remember being close to her, so she just smiled and asked, "Do you know when you'll go back to the city? I remember you've been in the countryside for 3 or 4 years. Su Yao paused, her nostrils flaring with anger, breathing quickly. "I'll definitely go back. Su Jiqing said the country needs people like us. They won't keep us on this poor land forever. They'll send us back." Nian was slightly surprised. Besides Su Wanqing, there was no other Su Jiqing in Dea village. Did she say this because she was smart and thought of it herself, or did she know something? Niannian and Su Wanqing had only argued a few times, but she could tell this person wasn't very smart. Otherwise, how could she have gotten the sweet girl into the hospital? Could she also be from another world? Niannian said nothing. Su Yao thought she was regretting and lifted her chin higher. "Ignore Jiang Ran's looks. What do you see in the Jiang family? They're not good people and they're poor. The money you brought from the city isn't bottomless." Su Yao looked at Niannian as if she thought she wasn't very smart. This is right at the entrance of the Jiang family. Many people are watching them. Niannian looked up at Jiang Ran, who had strong features. Maybe because he worked outdoors, he looked tanned, with a healthy, masculine skin tone. Most of the thin and weak people in the village couldn't compare to him. Niannian looked away from Jiang Ran's face and smiled at Su Yao, showing her small white teeth. "Sorry, I can't ignore his good looks." Then she pulled Jiang Ran into the Jiang house. Because of the sudden family division, the Jiang family was in chaos. You could hear arguing from every room. In the east room of the Jiang house lived Jiang Cheng, the oldest son. He looked confused. Dividing the family? Why divide? Things are fine now. A woman inside snorted and said, "What's so good about that? We have several kids, and the second wife has some too. We're still carrying a baby, but we eat less than they do. You're not as smart as your 2 brothers. They work hard and eat the most. I think dividing the family is a good idea." After she finished, Jiang Cheng frowned but thought she had a point. "If you say so, splitting up might be good. I'm the oldest, so our parents will follow us." Guiyu turned around. "Follow us, then follow us. The grandparents are still young and able to work. The grandfather often lifts 10 kilograms, and the grandmother can lift 7 or 8. They would definitely follow and help take care of the children." Meanwhile, Jiang Xian, heard Jiang Ming's notice and was shocked. Dividing the family? When Jiang Ming left, Jiang Er's eyes widened as he stared at Jiang Hui. Zhang Hui was a little scared under his gaze. She angrily said, "Why are you looking at me? I didn't ask for the family to split. It must be Jiang Ming who decided. I only took a little rice. I haven't even eaten it yet." "Who are you?" Jiang Er, who slept under the same blanket as Zhang Hui every night, knew her well enough. "Tell me honestly, was Tiger Zhua hiding it himself, or did you hide it?" Jiang Er's big eyes looked frightening. Zhang Hui wouldn't admit it. She couldn't tell him either. She knew all the Jiang family members were united. Suddenly, she started crying. "Fine, Jiang Er, you're accusing me wrongly. It's hard enough for me to give birth to sons for the Jiang family. And now you believe outsiders over me. I am married to you, and a few good days have passed. Do you know, I don't even dare to go back to my parents' house. I was doing well before we married. If I hadn't married you, I wouldn't have to be pointed at and talked about behind my back." Zhang Hui said this while gasping and crying. Now, second brother Jiang also started to doubt. Could it all be a misunderstanding of Zhang Hui? Maybe it's just a coincidence? Hearing her cry, second brother Jiang felt annoyed. He frowned and said, "All right, stop crying. Our parents said we should split the family.
Come out now."
Zhang Hui wiped her tears. She thought splitting the family and having her own small home sounded good. But she was pregnant. After winter, she still had to work in the fields. If they didn't split the family, she could have used her pregnancy as an excuse to rest early. Plus, if she had another child, only second brother Jiang would earn work points. How could they support 4 sons? Splitting the family now wasn't a good idea. Zhang Hui didn't want to split. It was her own job to split the family, and she didn't want to be lazy. Zhang Hui stood up and said, "We won't split the family. I'll go find our parents." She was determined not to leave them behind. She then went out. Niannian and Jiang Ran couldn't stay still. After coming over, they went to talk to their grandmother. The old woman, thin from winter, was wrapped in cotton clothes. Seeing Niannian's expression, she looked a bit lonely. "Niannian, Jiang Ran, is our family going to fall apart?" Her old voice made people feel sad inside. Niannian had lived with her grandparents and knew that elderly people liked to see the family together. "It won't fall apart. Even if we split the family, we're still Jiang family members. It's not about splitting or not. The important thing is to reduce conflicts and live happily together," Niannian said, pointing outside. "If we split, older brother, second brother, and third brother will still live here. You can see whoever you want." With Niannian's comfort, the old woman's face brightened with a smile. She leaned on the bed and fell asleep. Niannian tucked her in tightly and quietly went to Jiang Ran. She whispered, "Why haven't you started yet?" Before Jiang Ran could answer, a loud crying voice suddenly sounded from the main hall, heart-wrenching and miserable. When Niannian heard the sound, she immediately looked at Jiang Ran. Jiang Ran also looked at her, and their eyes met with some helplessness. "Parents, I know it's probably the third family causing trouble about splitting the family. We are one family. Splitting isn't good. I made a mistake this time. I shouldn't have been greedy for food. I will go apologize to my younger siblings. Please don't let me, because of me, tear this family apart. Our family is so good. I can't bear to see our parents and grandmother so old, still worrying about the younger ones fighting and causing trouble. Don't worry, I will go ask my third sister-in-law for forgiveness." Niannian and Jiang Ran stood at the door. Zhang Hui is really talented. She can be flexible when needed. Suddenly, someone tugged her wrist. Jiang Ran pulled her inside the house to hide. Just as she was about to ask what was happening, Zhang Hui came out of her parents' room, still crying and wiping her tears. She was loudly demanding to apologize to Wanqing. Her voice was so loud it broke through the clouds. The Jiang family's house is quite soundproof, but such a big commotion attracted many people at the door. Niannian and Jiang Ran came out of their grandmother's room and saw Su Yao and Aunt Wong sitting at the front. But the best spot to watch the scene was still theirs. Next, someone boldly entered the yard to see what was happening, then 2 people, then more. Sure enough, Zhang Hui went to apologize. She entered the house and said to Wanqing, "Sister-in-law, I came to get your rice. I was wrong.
Hit me if you want.
Do whatever you think is right, as long as it doesn't break our family or make our parents and grandmother sad. While speaking, Zhang Hui even grabbed Wang Fengxia's hand and hit her face with it. I'm sorry, sister-in-law. Please hit me. Don't worry about the baby in my belly.
It was my fault.
Even if I starved to death with the baby, I shouldn't have taken your rice. Wang Fengxia had never seen such a scene before and looked confused and helpless. Zhang Hui's move was clever. Niannian had previously spread some rumors in the village, and Zhang Hui's character was not good, so Wang Fengxia's reputation was better. At this moment, Zhang Hui's performance, her singing, reciting, and acting, made the people outside who came and see the scene. Zhang Hui really seems to sincerely admit her mistake. She's even pregnant.
How sad.
Just about some rice, is it worth all this? Most people are just followers. Their feelings lean toward whoever seems more pitiful. But among them, some also thought Zhang Hui was indeed wrong. However, since Huzi hadn't caused any trouble and the family was already in chaos, it was better not to add more. Hearing the surrounding voices, Niannian saw that Wang Fengxia was overwhelmed by the scene. She quickly shouted, "Oh no. Third sister-in-law might be so scared she's lost her mind." Recently, Huzi had an accident. She cried so much in the hospital that she almost lost her spirit. Luckily, she stopped crying, but I wonder if she'll cry again soon. Second sister-in-law, you're pregnant. Come quickly. If third sister-in-law thinks you're trying to hurt Huzi again, what will happen? If she goes crazy, she won't understand anything. Listen to me, crazy people can be dangerous. I think third sister-in-law has been pushed to the edge of madness these days. Niannian kept calling out a few times. Wang Fengxia finally reacted from her shock. Seeing Huzi's pale face, she suddenly shouted louder than Zhang Hui's crying. You heartless woman, stealing my things is one thing, but this isn't the first time. Why did you try to hurt my son? Huzi is only 2 months old. Aren't you afraid of karma? I will beat you to death. You better apologize. Where were you when I needed you? Your conscience is gone. Don't think I don't dare to hit you. If I do, I will fight to the end. Wang Fengxia grabbed Zhang Hui's hair, shouting and pushing her, while hitting her face with her hand. This all happened in a moment. Zhang Hui wanted to explain about Huzi, but before she could speak, her face and scalp hurt. Niannian had already been pulled away by Jiang Ran to a less crowded place. She shouted, Quick, pull her away. Separate them. Go help pull her apart, Niannian told Jiang Ran, then quickly walked into the house. There were already many onlookers. Zhang Hui and Wang Fengxia were soon separated. Su Lan and Jiang Shui had also come out. They thanked the people around, then looked at their 2 embarrassed daughters-in-law. Just as they were about to speak, the sound of a wooden cane hitting the stone brick road came slowly, but everyone in the Jiang family knew who was coming. Jiang Shui turned to look at her mother. Mom, why did you come out? It's cold outside. Don't catch a cold. Come inside quickly. The old lady, walking slowly with small feet, moved carefully. Niannian, worried she might fall in the winter, followed and helped her. Usually kind and gentle, at this moment the old lady's face was cold. Jiang Xian, watch your wife. If you keep causing trouble, this family won't tolerate it. All of you, get out of this house. Jiang Liawa heard his grandmother call him by his full name and tensed up. He quickly stepped forward and pulled Zhang Hui. The old lady scolded angrily. What kind of manners are these? Losing all sense of shame, Zhang Hui, unwilling, whispered, Grandma, I came to apologize to my sister-in-law. I don't want us to split up the family. The old lady's cloudy eyes looked at Zhang Hui. I may be old, but I'm not stupid or blind. I see what's going on. Your apology is fake, but your desire to split the family is real. You are taking advantage of this household and trying to ruin the reputation of the third family while everyone is gathered. The things you've done remind me of scenes I saw when I was 8, back in my father's backyard. You use petty tricks to compete for favor, which are not acceptable. Now you've resorted to them. The old lady's words are very harsh. People who came to watch suddenly remembered her identity, which they hadn't thought about in a long time. The Jiang family grandmother's surname is Qin. Her ancestors held high official positions, but her family declined over generations. By her father's time, they were not ambitious and had fallen into poverty. However, even in poverty, they were better off than ordinary families. Her father later became a small official in the county. Rumor has it that there were about 10 beauties in the backyard, called concubines or later aunties. To make money, her daughter married into the wealthy Jiang family in the village. The day she married and was lively, the Jiang family held a big feast for the whole village, with both adults and children receiving fancy chocolates. When the grandmother married in, she managed the household well. During wartime, the former young lady even directed the logistics of grain and cooking. Everyone in the Jiang family listened to her. Now that she is old, people have forgotten her youthful days. Among the crowd watching, some are older and remember those times. They sigh and say, "I used to think she was pitiful, crying and fussing while pregnant, but I was mistaken." It's clear that Ning understands things better. Someone mentioned her earlier reputation. Yes, just like the old lady said. I heard Jiang Ming say that she just wants to split the family. Why is she here acting? She's being beaten by Wanqing or shouting that she doesn't need to care for her unborn child. Everyone's voices are loud. Zhang Hui feels something is wrong. Why is it suddenly like this? The old lady is almost at the end of her life. What does she have to do with this? She tries to explain, but no one listens. Their gazes are full of disdain and disgust. The old lady looks at Jiang Xiui and says, "Go call the captain and the secretary. We are splitting the family today. This household is breaking apart." The captain and secretary Lin arrive quickly. Jiang Ming also calls some respected elders from the village. The big table where the family usually gathers for reunions is now spread out. The people sitting around are all close to her. Ruan Niannian naturally sits with Jiang Ran. The elderly woman looked at Jiang Guochao and Secretary Lin and said, "In the end, it's our own family matter. It's my wife who didn't handle it well, and I apologize for bothering everyone. Please forgive me for the trouble." She bowed to a few people. Jiang Guochao and Jiang Ran are of the same generation. In the past, he would have called the elderly woman grandmother. Even now, although she is somewhat lonely, knowing her deeds, Jiang Guochao does not dare to underestimate her. He even feels a bit respectful and hurriedly helped her. "Grandmother, what are you doing?" Dividing the family is normal. Many families in our village have split, and they often call me about it. A few people made some excuses. Su Lan counted all the household items carefully, even including a few pairs of chopsticks. In her previous life, Niannian was an only child and didn't have to worry about dividing property. All the assets belonged to her. But in her circle, there are few like her. Most families have 2 or 3 children to prevent the family business from being ruined if one child is unfit. Their ancestors' legacy is at risk of being destroyed. Because there is a lot of money involved, there are even issues with illegitimate children trying to claim part of the inheritance during the division. For example, even a bowl or a pair of chopsticks, or who owns the pots, must be carefully accounted for. This was the first time she saw such detailed division. They made a list and discussed who should get what. At first, Niannian found it interesting, but after a while, she felt bored. Maybe because she was pregnant, she felt fuller than before. Unconsciously, she leaned on Jiang Ran and fell asleep. Jiang Ran has been living independently since he was 15. Over the years, he hasn't spent the family's money or eaten their food. This time, when dividing the family assets, he and Niannian should each get a share. After a short rest, Niannian heard her name and opened her eyes drowsily to see Su Lan speaking. When she heard that Jiang Ran was to be given a share, the atmosphere in the room suddenly became quiet. Su Lan said, "Since you all haven't spoken, I will assume you have no objections. The remaining flour and rice in the granary are about 10 jin each, the cornmeal is 53 jin, sweet potato flour is 185 jin, sorghum flour is 117 jin, and there are half a cellar of sweet potatoes. In the backyard, there are over 100 cabbages and about 200 jin of radishes. These grains will not be given to Jiang Ran. Food is the most important, especially in autumn, when the village's harvest is reduced. This year, everyone's quota is less than usual. Although it sounds like a lot, dozens of jin, it's not much for a big family of more than 10 people. There was silence, and Sulan took out a wallet. I won't give grain to Jiang Ran, but I will sell the money to him at a discount. Over the years, he hasn't eaten or drunk at home, and he hasn't made his wife worry either. This money from me and your father is meant to help him. The other households initially breathed a sigh of relief, but their expressions showed some displeasure. Old Guiyu from the eldest household looked at Zhang Hui. Usually, Zhang Hui was arrogant, but now she only glared a little, showing some dissatisfaction. Jiang Lao, standing nearby, pressed his lips together and said nothing. Guiyu cursed inwardly at the uselessness of others. Softly, he said, "Little brother-in-law has really suffered these past few years. He should be given more support. But, mother, life isn't easy for us now. If we give all our money to little brother-in-law, how will we manage?" Guiyu's words made sense. The money in Su Lan's small cloth bag was only a few dozen yuan at most, mostly given to Jiang Ran. The others had nothing left. Jiang Lao spoke up, "Yes, mother." Zhang Hui wanted to say something, but Jiang Lao shot her a sharp look, so she held back. The division of the family had caused her a lot of loss. Gui smiled and looked at Jiang Ran and Niannian. Little brother-in-law and sister-in-law haven't eaten from the family grain, but over these years, little brother-in-law hasn't paid his share of work either. If all this money goes to him, what will happen to the children at home? We adults can manage. Right now, little brother-in-law is doing the best. I think he and sister-in-law don't care much about this small amount of money, do they, sister-in-law? Niannian hadn't interacted much with the older generation before. Usually, they just nodded and smiled when they met. This eldest sister-in-law seemed easy to get along with. Now Niannian realized she was very indirect, just avoiding giving money to Jiang Ran. Niannian smiled softly. "I don't mind. Jiang Ran and I are fine either way. But now, it's not possible." She looked down at her flat stomach and then looked up. "Jiang Ran and I are having a baby. It's been almost 3 months. As you said, adults can manage, but children can't. As parents, you should understand that." Everyone was shocked to hear she was pregnant. Whether it was Su Lan or Jiang Xiuyi, they all smiled. Even the stern-faced old lady from the room showed a hint of a smile. Only Guiyu's face stiffened for a moment. This Niannian was truly difficult to deal with. Su Lan looked at her. "Niannian, are you really pregnant?" "Yes," Niannian smiled. "I thought it was less than 3 months, so I didn't say anything. Today, it just happened to be the right time." Su Lan repeatedly said good several times. Just as Su Lan was about to divide the money between Jiang Ran and Niannian, the always silent elderly woman spoke. "Divide the money equally, with a share for Jiang Ran. The other items are also split evenly. Jiang Ran's work-related grain is given to him by the grain team. Rice and flour are not given to Jiang Ran, but he can have some vegetables." Su Lan was surprised. His youngest son had suffered, and even with this division, Jiang Ran still lost out. The elderly woman said, "Listen to me." Su Lan looked at Niannian, feeling a bit guilty toward her, and moved his lips. Niannian didn't understand the elderly woman's meaning but felt she wouldn't harm her. Let's follow Grandma's advice. The eldest and second families thought all the money was given to the youngest, feeling disappointed. They didn't expect the situation to turn around, and their smiles couldn't be hidden. It was still the elderly woman who snorted coldly, and only then did everyone relax and show happy expressions. Jiang Ran had no objections. Both he and his brother had ways to earn money and didn't care much about this small amount. Years ago, he was able to leave home because the elderly woman supported him behind the scenes. After dividing the belongings, they discussed the elderly's care. Guiyu poked Jiang Lao. Jiang Lao quickly spoke up. "I am the eldest son. My parents should live with me." The elderly woman sneered. Jiang Qin quickly looked at his wife, and Guiyu also felt annoyed. She hadn't thought about this. The elderly woman could no longer work on the land. She was just eating for nothing. Su Lan and Jiang Xiuyi weren't fools either. Zhang Shui said, "My wife and I are still young. We will live separately from Grandma. We earn enough work points to feed ourselves, so you don't need to support us. After I and my wife turn 60, each family will give 20 jin of grain, 50 jin of sweet potatoes, 1 jin of oil, and 3 yuan. Do you have any objections?" The elderly woman could only eat so much herself and could also help take care of a child. Guayu forced a smile. "Dad, Mom, Grandma, we're the oldest siblings. Why not stay with us? Really filial? Then after I and your dad turn 60, we'll follow you?" Su Lan said. Guayu's forced smile froze. Niannian couldn't help but laugh secretly. She realized that sometimes her mother-in-law's words also hit the sore spot. "I wrote several family separation letters, clearly listing what each family received. The Jiang family was very poor with little to share. Niannian and Jiang Ran each got 10 yuan and 30 cents, 1 enamel basin and a bench. They didn't get any grain, but there were some radishes and cabbages. Each person had a copy. Su Lan and Zhang Shui kept one, and the last one was given to Jiang Guichao to prevent future disagreements. Niannian kept sitting for a while, and Jiang Ran didn't mind. He packed up their share and was about to leave. The old lady said, "Niannian, come into the room and chat with Grandma for a while." Niannian looked at Jiang Ran. "You should take your things home first." Since the old lady wanted to talk to Niannian, everyone's mood was different. Guayu lowered her voice and said, "When we first separated, Grandma never mentioned what she still had. Maybe she hid something good to keep for herself?" Jiang Qing said, "That shouldn't be the case. Your grandma used to be a young lady. She might still have some nice things. You should go listen later." The old lady lived alone in a small side room. It wasn't big, used before for storing miscellaneous items. The Jiang family had many houses, but in this era, some were donated to the village or confiscated, leaving only this one. It had only a small window with little sunlight, but there was a stove, so it wasn't cold. Niannian helped the old lady sit down. "Niannian, do you blame Grandma for not letting your mother-in-law give you the money?" The old lady held Niannian's hand and asked her to sit. Niannian shook her head.
"No, Grandma.
You did that for your own reasons. The money can be earned by Jiang Ran and me too." The old lady knew she wasn't lying. "You and Jiang Ran are good children. Jiang family owes you both. But they're still Jiang family members. This year's harvest was poor. I can't bear to see them go hungry. I know you and Jiang Ran aren't short of food, so I'll give it to them for now." Niannian chatted with the old lady for a while. After about 10 minutes, they hadn't discussed anything important. Just when she thought Grandma was only here to chat casually, the old lady smiled and said, "Go outside and walk around the house." When Niannian came out, she didn't understand what it meant at first. It wasn't until she saw Jiang Ran's back that she realized. This family had many tricks. After confirming no one was around, she returned to the room and smiled. "I just saw my big brother come.
He probably saw me inside and went back."
The elderly lady pursed her lips, clearly understanding the purpose of the visit. She said, "I was busy back then giving birth to your father-in-law. Things were chaotic everywhere, and I couldn't pay attention to other matters. I neglected his education, thinking life would get better over time. But I didn't expect it to get worse day by day. Your grandparents couldn't take care of the children properly, and small problems piled up. Let's not talk about this anymore." The old lady stood up and took a few steps inside the room, her small feet tapping on the blue stone tiles. Once she found a spot, she said, "Niannian, come here and lift up this brick." The blue stone brick was a large, decorative tile carved with patterns, with a coin shape in the middle. The edges had traditional characters that read wealth and good fortune, symbolizing the Jiang family's history. Niannian crouched down, knocked on the brick, and used the scissors the old lady handed her to pry it open. Inside was a small hidden room, not very big, containing a smaller wooden box. The old lady said, "Take it out." Niannian obediently removed it and handed the wooden box to her. Looking at the box, the old lady seemed lost in memories, a faint smile on her face. Her thin, withered hand opened the sandalwood box, revealing a bright turquoise bracelet. Inside the box were also a gold hairpin, a gold arm bracelet, and a red gemstone. In her previous life, Niannian had seen many fine things. That bracelet was not something ordinary people could buy. Such a high-quality bracelet was usually kept as a treasure and rarely shared. The old lady looked at the contents inside the box with a sad expression. This was given to me by your grandfather when we got married. I just kept these.
Take it.
Niannian quickly waved her hand. I can't take this. It's too valuable. Grandma, you should keep it yourself. The old lady smiled, her face wrinkling, but her features still showed she was once a beautiful woman. Just take it. I'm going to find your grandfather in the field soon. If you don't take it, it might get ruined later. Niannian whispered, these are quite valuable. If I take them, others won't be happy. The old lady chuckled softly. In this era, these aren't good things. They're hot potatoes now. Do you believe if I gave them to others, they'd secretly sell them cheaply tomorrow? In the eyes of those who understand, these are treasures. But to those who don't, they might smash or cut them. I spent 3 years embroidering my wedding dress, only to have it burned in a fire. The old lady seemed to recall something and looked a little sad. Niannian whispered, aren't you worried I might take them and sell them? The elderly lady's smile lines deepened as she said, you're clever and kind-hearted.
You wouldn't sell unless you had to.
Take this. I feel at ease knowing you have it even after I'm gone, she added, stuffing something into her hand. I wanted to compensate you, but I'm old and have nothing left. Instead, I'm giving you some hot potatoes. But these aren't ordinary potatoes. They're treasures. Even though Niannian had seen many treasures in her past life, she was drooling just looking at them. Her earlier refusal was a struggle between her rational mind and her greed. Keep it hidden and take it back. I'm tired and need to sleep, she said. Niannian helped the elderly lady onto the bed, and after she closed her eyes and fell asleep, Niannian left. As soon as she left, the old lady opened her eyes, and a tear fell. The family was falling apart, but her 4 grandchildren's wives were right. Dividing the family could reduce conflicts. It was better when everyone's hearts were together. Since winter clothes were thick, hiding some jewelry was easy. When Niannian left the old lady's room, she met her eldest sister-in-law. She nodded with a smile. Gui didn't see what she was holding but still felt uneasy and asked, Sister-in-law, what did the old lady want from you? Niannian smiled kindly. Grandma said that Jiang Ran and I are still young. If anything happens in the future, remember to find Big Brother and sister-in-law. They have kind hearts and won't let us suffer.
Guayu.
Her mouth twitched. She didn't believe the old lady was talking about these things. This 4th sister-in-law was sharper than a fish in the river. But she couldn't say anything, so she awkwardly smiled. Although you and your older brother are the eldest, we shouldn't go against our parents. They exchanged a few sharp words before Niannian left victorious. When she reached the Jiang family's door, she saw someone holding a child waiting for her. Wanqing saw that Niannian didn't look as suspicious as Guiyu and was happy and grateful. Sister-in-law, you can take these home and eat, she said. If it weren't for you today, I wouldn't have reacted so quickly. I was so scared I was stunned, she added, holding some carrots and cabbage. Niannian smiled. We just divided some things at home too. We're worried about how to eat now. You can have them. There's less food in winter. Wanqing sincerely thanked Niannian. If she hadn't shouted so suddenly, her reputation in the village would have been ruined. She was clearly wronged but didn't argue.
Take them.
We don't have much at home, and I don't know how to thank you enough. Wanqing is eager for a new life, and her eyes are filled with hope and excitement. Niannian smiles and says, You don't need these vegetables. I actually need my sister-in-law's help. I have nothing to do in winter and want to learn how to make clothes from you. Otherwise, when the baby is born, I won't know what to wear. I'm free anyway. I can help you, Wanqing replies. Helping her sister-in-law makes it a little easier to support the family. Niannian laughs. You need to help with the big things, but I want to make the small ones myself for him, her. As a new mother herself, Wang Fingxia quickly understands her feelings. All right, come find me when you need help. Niannian goes home and looks at the dozens of pounds of radishes. Her family isn't short of vegetables. They already have large cabbages, and their backyard vegetable shed has various small vegetables. She plans to fry the radishes into balls and make some pickled vegetables. When she gets up early in the morning and can't wake up, she can cook rice and serve it with pickled radish strips. In summer and fall, waking up early isn't a problem, but winter is cold everywhere. Even when she wakes up, Niannian likes to stay snuggled in her bed. Jiang Ran has no objections. Niannian looks outside, thinking no one should be coming to their area now. She takes out the things her grandmother gave her from her padded coat to find Jiang Ran. Jiang Ran, look at these, she says. Jiang Ran sees what she's holding, is surprised that her grandmother gave her these, then quickly calms down. Hide them. Don't take them out. Niannian looks at them a few more times, tries on a bright blue bracelet, and then takes it off after a while. Although they didn't give us much, we still benefit from having these overall. If later the grandmother tells the other families or they find out, life might get easier, and they could consider giving some compensation. But it wouldn't be much, as there isn't much of a bond between them. Niannian puts the items back in the box, calls Jiang Ran to dig a hole in the backyard, and hides the items and the blue porcelain cup together. She covers the hole with soil and throws some messy thatch on top. The Jiang family's division is finally settled. Thanks to gossipers like Su Yao and Aunt Wong, everyone in Dea Village knows how the Jiang family split up that night. They even know exactly how much each family received. Aunt Wong sighs and says, from now on, we can't split like this. They gave too little. Our son got less than the Jiang family. We might starve to death. Her husband taps his dry tobacco pipe on his shoe insole and takes a deep puff.
What are you talking about? We're not splitting any family.
We're not dividing. Tonight, the Jiang family will eat separately. Before, everyone ate together, which was fine. Now, since the stoves are not complete, they have reached an understanding. One family cooks first, then the next. The stove belongs to Su Lan and her husband, and no one has the right to use it alone. Jiang Ming and Wang Fingxia are very happy. Jiang Ming lies on the bed, teasing his son. Once we save some money, we will ask the team leader for a piece of land to build a house. There's plenty of empty land in the village. It doesn't have to be big or fancy, just a place we can go to on our own. Wang Fingxia looks hopeful when she hears her husband. Being able to live alone, without worrying about her sisters-in-law or their mischief, makes her feel comfortable. In the next room lives the second brother's family. Jiang Er looks at Zhang Hui and says, you should talk less and cause fewer problems. Because of you, I can't hold my head up in the village today. Look at how those people are looking at us. Zhang Hui grits her teeth. I didn't do anything wrong. If it weren't for Niannian, our family wouldn't be divided today. Don't think I don't know. It was her who called the old lady. And if she hadn't yelled so loudly to comfort her, how could Wang Fingxia have reacted so quickly? Jiang Er feels a pounding headache from her stubborn words. Shut up and go cook. The kids haven't eaten yet. Guoyu is inside, counting money. The money she received stays untouched, and they plan their meals carefully. Once everything is calculated, she lowers her voice and asks Jiang Lauda, did you really hear clearly? Did the old lady not give anything to the fourth sister-in-law? Jiang Qingyans, you've asked this several times. No, she didn't give anything.
I listened for a long time.
Sometimes she talks about her pregnancy. Sometimes she says Jiang Ran has had a hard time all these years. Guoyu feels a headache coming on. Your fourth brother is the same. No one told him to move out. He just wanted to live with some nephews in one room. Now, when I bring it up, it's like we've wronged him. Jiang Lauda sighs. We're all family. Why not just endure it? He's too naive. The next morning, Jiang Ran still rides out on his bike, with freshly picked oyster mushrooms in his insulated box. Even before dawn, he leaves. He first goes to the nearest clothing factory. When Zhang Ping hears the guards say Jiang Ran has arrived, she quickly stands up, walking and muttering to herself. Yesterday's fried oyster mushrooms tasted better than meat. She had also given more than half of them to the factory director. Early this morning, when she entered the factory, the director asked if she could get more. She wasn't sure yet, but to her surprise, Jiang Ran had come today. Jiang Ran came over without greeting and asked, "There are so many mushrooms this morning. Do we need some for the factory?" A whole box was in the foam container, enough to fill the factory kitchen and still not be enough. Jiang Ran said, "The harvest isn't big, just these. If the clothing factory doesn't need them, I can give some to the neighbor." Yes, Zhang Ping quickly replied. The small amount Jiang Ran brought yesterday was from him. At what price? Jiang Ran said, 50 cents a jean. My wife said if I sell at the free market, it would be about 67 cents a jean. If I deliver to the clothing factory, she said, Director Zhang, you're a good person, and she would sell it for 50 cents. Zhang Ping believed this was what Niannian told him. His wife always looked friendly, smiling with her eyes and voice, even if she couldn't see her face. The man in front of him had a clear face, but usually showed no expression. After learning the price, Zhang Ping was surprised. 50 cents a jean was almost the price of pork bought with a coupon at the grocery store, which was only about 78 cents. It was almost the price of meat. For vegetables like Chinese cabbage, it was only 1 mao for 3.5 jean. Fortunately, these don't need coupons, and even the coupon pork has doubled in price this winter. Oyster mushrooms are rare in winter, and most importantly, the factory manager also seemed to want to eat them. Buying these meant they wouldn't need to send them to the cafeteria. A few acquaintances would share and eat them. Zhang Ping said, I'll take some. The oyster mushrooms were laid out in rows, totaling 25 jean. Jiang Ran took the money and said, there are also some tomatoes, spinach, and soon green beans. Zhang Ping was almost drooling listening. Buying such a variety at the grocery store in winter was impossible. Send me as much as you have, she said. Jiang Ran replied, there are hundreds of people in the factory, so it's not enough. I don't have much, but if you're eating it yourself, it should be enough. Zhang Ping said, that's fine. It's better than eating only big cabbage and radishes every day. As for the price, Zhang Ping thought about her salary and decided she could still afford it. As for the factory director, it was even easier. He had many more sources of income. Help me move it to my office, and I'll settle the bill, Jiang Ran said. Niannian slept until nearly 9 before waking up. When she got up, Jiang Ran was already gone. Last night, they talked about sending oyster mushrooms to the county, and she guessed he had left early in the morning. Niannian went to the kitchen and had some food. By noon, when the sun was shining brightly, she went out to call Tianyo, planning to wash radishes together. Dog Egg and Tianyo, these two kids, could endure more than most adults. As long as she asked them to eat something, they would only eat if she helped, or they would run away quickly. When the sun rises, the villagers gather in small groups. They light fires to keep warm and chat. When Niannian passes by, Aunt Wong winks at her and says, Wan Jiqing, come sit and chat. Everyone else also looks at Niannian. She is better at gossiping than Aunt Wong, who is known for her gossip. Come, sit down. I'll give you a seat. Niannian politely declines, but then sits down. She smiles and says, I was going to ask Tianyo to help me wash radishes and make some pickles. I have some at home. I'll dig some out another day. Don't make more, just sit and chat, a woman who is sewing shoes says. Wan Jiqing, you are also part of the young people sent to the countryside. Do you know what's happening at the youth station? Niannian looks confused and shakes her head with a smile. I haven't been to the youth station for a while, so I don't know. What do you want to ask? The woman lowers her voice. What about Zhang Jiqing? Do you know anything about him? She thinks she's speaking quietly, but everyone around hears her. Someone laughs and says, her eldest daughter is interested in Zhang Qi, the one named Zhang Qi. Niannian is slightly surprised. In a few years, she can return to the city. Many people who have been sent to the countryside over the years have settled down, married, and had children. When news of returning to the city spreads, many families are torn apart. She thinks Zhang Qi is a good person, but the temptation to go back to the city is too strong. If she says a few words and he gets married, has children, and they are separated later, she might be resented. Niannian smiles and says, I don't know much. The women here aren't unaware. I've always kept my eyes on that person, but I don't know much about the youth station. As she finishes, everyone looks at her with teasing smiles. Someone mentions Song Siming. You guys probably don't know, but Song Jiqing is already planning to teach at the commune primary school. Having a good father-in-law is a blessing. That primary school is easy to get into if you want. We barely know how to read and write, so we can't go. Ruan Jiqing, don't you want to be a teacher at the primary school? Niannian originally planned to go to the primary school, but she suddenly got pregnant. The school is far from Daya village, and riding a bike in the cold winter is risky. Even if she dared to go, Jiang Ran wouldn't be comfortable with it. She smiles and says, "It's too cold now. Let's talk about it in spring." But she herself doesn't go, and she also can't bear to see Song Siming doing well. The original owner was love-struck, and her feelings for Song Siming were influenced by her infatuation. There is also the matter of writing a letter to complain to the original owner's parents. She hasn't settled these accounts with Song Siming. The educated youth station is made up of people from the city. Everyone usually works together in the fields and knows each other well. When this topic comes up, the talkative older woman analyzes everyone's temper and personality. Niannian guesses that these people have also spoken about her behind her back many times before. No, perhaps once she leaves, these older women will start talking about her. Recently, that Su-educated youth isn't bothering Jiang Ran anymore. Niannian, you can rest easy. Last time, she had a fever and stayed in the county hospital for over a week. I heard she ran out of money and still owes Zhou Wei Hong from the youth station. Isn't she just trying to pick on honest people? Wang Er's aunt has the best information network in the village. She pouts and says, exactly. She's not looking for Jiang Ran anymore, and now the youth station people are helping her find middle school textbooks, even high school ones, claiming it's for studying. Could it be that she also wants to become a primary school teacher? Niannian is slightly stunned. Suddenly, she remembers what Su Yao said last time, and combined with the search for textbooks, she feels increasingly that something is wrong. And she immediately clings to Jiang Ran whenever she goes to the countryside. Is it really because Jiang Ran saved her life, or is there something else going on? Everyone's understanding of the youth station is limited. They gossip for a while, and eventually the conversation shifts to the Jiang family. Niannian casually agrees a few times. Just then, Tianyo comes out to play, calling her back to busy herself with her own things. Tianyo's hand is soaking in warm water as she washes radishes with Niannian. Her small face, usually smooth and smiling, is cracked and chapped from the cold winter. Today, she looks a bit worried, unlike her usual cheerful self. Niannian softly asks, "What's wrong?" Tianyo looks up at Niannian, seemingly thinking about how to say it. After a moment, she says, "Now Dan said he's going to have a stepmother. He said the stepmother is mean to people, and he wants to find his real mom. Now Dan is Zhou Mingxia and Zhang Dada's child." Niannian is slightly taken aback. Zhou Mingxia and Shuangzi were sent for reform through labor, which she had a hand in pushing. But the child is truly innocent. Niannian asks, now Dan isn't bullying you and your brother anymore? Tianyo shakes her head. Since the last time my sister hit him, he lost face in the village and stopped bullying me and my brother. After his mom was taken away, now Dan hasn't gone out much. Children speak without much caution. Many harsh words come from kids, and Niannian can imagine what now Dan might face. But there's also her own influence in this, so if she says it's pitiful, it might seem a bit fake. Niannian stood up and took a few candies. "Here, you and your brother can have these. If you can't finish them, you can give some to that fool." "Oh, and your brother raises sheep and has milk, right? If you have some, please get me a little." As the weather got colder, sheep's milk froze better. Niannian changed the subject, and the sweet girl no longer hesitated. She started telling her how many sheep her brother was raising now. She and the sweet girl washed a big basin of carrots. Slicing them was a big task. She planned to ask Jiang Ran to do it. Just as she brought some food out to give to the sweet girl, she saw Su Yao and Zhou Weiheng walking toward her. Niannian was about to turn back to her house when she heard a sharp shout behind her. "Hey, Ruan Niannian, don't go." Su Yao quickly caught up, panting, and asked, Ruan Niannian, do you have any high school textbooks? Most of the educated youth who went to the countryside were literate, usually having only completed middle school. Very few had gone to high school. Niannian was one of them. Thinking about what the older women said at noon, Niannian stopped and looked at Su Yao. Why do you want high school books? Su Yao said. That was what Su the educated youth asked for. Niannian frowned. Did you help her find them? Su Yao sneered. She said if I found them, she would give me 3 mao, small money. Otherwise, I'd have nothing to do with it. That sounded right. If Su Yao wasn't motivated by profit to help, she'd think something was wrong. Do you still have your books? Su Yao asked impatiently. Niannian replied, no. I used them all for firewood. Actually, the original owner still had a few books, but Niannian had never opened them. After a few years of preparing for the college entrance exam, with what she learned in her past life, she didn't need to prepare so early. A year of extra preparation was enough. Su Yao looked disappointed. She knew Niannian didn't have the books, so she didn't bother to say more. Forget it, I knew you didn't have them, Su Yao said as she turned to leave. Niannian smiled and said, don't bother looking. Our village might not have any. The educated youth station doesn't have them, and other villages. How many can read to high school level? Su Yao paused and had to admit that what Niannian said was true. There really weren't many high school graduates in Dai village, not even enough to finish elementary school. Getting those 3 mao was really hard. Su Yao frowned. Then forget it. I'll tell her I couldn't find any, and it will waste my time. Not all places are the same, Nian added. Su Yao frowned and looked at Nian. Where are they? I heard that the local elementary school is hiring teachers. We don't have one here, so I might go teach there. Knowing more people could help me get a set of textbooks someday. Su Yao scoffed. You think you can just get into the elementary school easily? Who do you think you are, with a village party secretary as your father-in-law? No wonder Song Jiqing and Lin Jingshin aren't with you. Wan Niannian's smile didn't fade. Song Jiqing hasn't even started working at the school yet. As long as he hasn't gone, others still have a chance, right? Even if my father-in-law is the party secretary, he can't openly use connections. Wan Niannian's words floated lightly. Su Yao, usually mean, wasn't stupid. She stared in shock, eyes wide with disbelief. Do you really not like Song Jiqing anymore? If Wan Niannian still liked Song Siming, she wouldn't say such things. Wan Niannian looked a bit confused.
What?
I was just talking casually. Don't take it seriously. Don't ruin a good job opportunity for someone. Being a primary school teacher earns 10 work points a day, and the Education Bureau adds 5 yuan each month. The village is planning to dig channels and clear land. If you interfere, Song Siming might get angry. Wan Niannian finished and smiled. I won't talk to you anymore. I'm going home to make pickled vegetables. She turned and went back to the yard. Su Yao was still stunned. Yes, why could Song Siming get a job at the village school? 10 work points a day, 300 a month, plus 5 yuan. She used to work in the fields every day and never earned that much. They also had to dig channels and clear land, even in winter when the ground was frozen. After a whole day's work, her hands were full of blisters. Even if her father-in-law was the party secretary, it wasn't right. She had to think of a way. As for Wan Niannian saying Song Siming would be angry, Wan Niannian liked Song Siming, but she didn't. If he got angry, so what? She wasn't afraid. Su Yao glanced at Zhou Weihong. Let's go, we're leaving. Zhou Weihong followed. Aren't you going to look for books? No more. Su Wanqing has money to buy books, and if she doesn't, she won't give you any. Let her pay back her debts. The temptation to teach at the elementary school was too strong. Earning full work points was like earning a full adult laborer's pay, plus extra money each month. She made it clear. She didn't believe Su Yao wouldn't be tempted. Even if Su Yao wasn't tempted, if this news spread, many others would be interested. Maybe no one dared to offend Party Secretary Lin before, but there were over a dozen young people at the youth station. Could they all offend him together? If she weren't pregnant, she would definitely fight for that job. Wan Niannian had just cut some shredded radish at home when Jiang Ran rode back on his bike. Hearing the noise, Niannian came out and saw Jiang Ran's eyelashes covered with frost. She said, "There's hot water in the kitchen. Drink some quickly." She headed toward the kitchen, and Jiang Ran, from the foam box in the back seat, also moved toward the kitchen. Just as Niannian was about to serve him hot water, the things Jiang Ran handed her made her eyes light up. "Oranges? Where did you get these?" "Plus 2 pairs." Jiang Ran looked at her happily and softly said, "Eat them." Having canned food in this cold winter was already a luxury, and fresh fruit was very rare. Niannian hadn't even thought about it. She peeled an orange and split it in half for Jiang Ran.
He didn't take it. You eat. I don't like this.
He then drank some warm water. Niannian bit into a piece of orange, and the sour-sweet juice instantly filled her mouth. In her previous life, she wouldn't have been amazed by just an orange, but now, because of this orange, she felt quite happy inside. After eating several pieces of orange, she suddenly stood on her tiptoes, looked at Jiang Ran, and softly asked, "Do you want a kiss?"
Jiang Ran.
Jiang Ran's hand, holding a porcelain cup, trembled. Maybe because the weather was so dry, his throat and nose felt dry too. His body's reaction was more honest than his mind. As she spoke, he put the porcelain cup down on the earthen stove. Dressed warmly, he leaned over instinctively, wrapping his arms around her. They looked into each other's eyes. The small kitchen was crowded, and the two of them were pressed close inside, their breaths intertwining, cold air mixing with warm steam. At some point, Niannian was pressed against a table by the man. The coldness from him had completely disappeared, and now he seemed like a blazing fire about to melt her. They looked into each other's eyes. Niannian softly asked, "Are oranges tasty?" His Adam's apple moved, and in his deep eyes, it seemed he didn't just want to eat the orange. He hoarsely said, "I couldn't taste much just now. Let me try again." Before he finished, a loud voice came from outside the door. "Brother Ran, are you home?" Jiang Ran's face darkened instantly. Niannian felt a bit nervous too, but unfortunately, it was less than 3 months, and she thought it was better not to continue teasing him now. She decided to hold back and end it there. Probably Wang Lu is looking for you, she thought. Jiang Ran also understood and said, "I'll go check." He took a few steps out and then turned back. "It's very sweet." The usually shameless and flirtatious Niannian didn't know why, but she suddenly blushed at his words. She stepped outside to get some fresh air, making sure her blush disappeared before leaving. Wang Lu saw her smiling and greeted, "Sister-in-law." Niannian smiled back at him. Wang Lu and Jiang Ran said a few words, then the two of them left and headed toward the back mountain. Niannian's few words unexpectedly worked. The more than 10 people at the educated youth point all went to the commune elementary school. Niannian was counting the days to see when 3 months would be up. When she heard Tianyo say that everyone at the educated youth point had gone to the commune, her eyes suddenly brightened. "Tianyo, are you sure everyone from the youth point went to the commune?" Tianyo didn't understand why her sister suddenly sounded so excited, but she nodded obediently. "When I looked for sister, I saw the people from the youth point borrowing a donkey cart from the brigade, but the secretary didn't let them borrow it. The youth from the youth point went to the commune on foot. The secretary stopped them. Then Su, the youth, stepped forward and said that if he blocked them, it meant he was guilty of favoritism or corruption." Niannian interrupted, "Corruption or favoritism?" Tianyo, unable to speak well and not thinking clearly, nodded repeatedly at her sister's words. "Yes, that's it,"
they said.
Then he talked about some conspiracy. Niannian finished. "Abuse of power?" Tianyo nodded frantically. Many other youths followed her and shouted. I saw the old secretary's face turn red with anger. This Yao Yao really has some ability, but after one night, such a big fuss broke out. Could Su Wanqing really be a time-traveling girl? At this moment, under the blowing northwest wind, the people at the youth point walked on the frozen road, trembling all over and instinctively tightening their clothes. Do you think going to the commune elementary school will really help? Su Wanqing walked with small steps, her face hurting from the cold wind. Whether it helps or not, she had to try. Jiang Ran didn't look at her at all, and the girl he married from the youth point was also hard to deal with. She didn't want to stay in this rural place even for a day. Doing farm work was really not for a person. In her previous life, although she was born in a small county town, she was still a treasure in her parents' hands. She had never done such heavy work. She was determined to become a teacher at that elementary school. Then, being a teacher was better than having nothing, unlike Niannian who had nothing. Going to find Jiang Ran again would probably be easier than now. She didn't believe that Niannian wouldn't feel inferior in front of her. In her previous life, she was a college graduate, much better than Niannian, a youth from the 1970s who only finished high school. The north wind howled, making her face hurt. If we cause trouble at the commune and make a big fuss, I don't believe they won't give us an explanation. Why is it that Shuangzi can get in, but we can't? Could it be that he relies on his father-in-law, Secretary Lin? That's abusing power for personal gain. Now, the people are the masters of the country. This kind of favoritism and using connections is unacceptable. Exactly right. No one wants to work hard in the village, digging ditches in winter just to earn work points. If they go to the commune to be teachers or work in offices, they not only get full points but also earn money and gain respect. All in their 20s, after hearing Su Wanqing's words, everyone is excited. In winter, it's dry. Niannian boiled water with the pears Jiang Ran brought. She originally planned to make soap today, but her mind kept thinking about the youth village, so she couldn't relax. She kept coming out for walks, wanting to know the outcome. A group of about 10 youths caused trouble at the commune elementary school, demanding an explanation. This was a big event in the village this morning. Not only Niannian wanted to know what would happen, but many villagers did too. The most worried was Secretary Lin's family. He was smoking a dry pipe, fuming with black smoke from his nose, glaring at Lin Jingshin and Shuangzi. I told you to keep a low profile, Don't make a fuss, he scolded. And you just had to show off. Are you satisfied now? Lin Jingshin looked very upset, knowing what caused today's trouble. She was anxious. Dad, will Simon's matter of going to school be settled or not? If those kids kept causing trouble, not only would Simon's teaching position be in danger, but even his role as secretary might be at risk. Secretary Lin looked at his little daughter and sighed deeply. I don't know.
Just wait and see.
He stood up and went back into the house, sighing heavily. Inside, Lin's mother also looked worried. What's all this about? Why are the youths at the village youth station causing trouble again? Secretary Lin was furious, steam practically coming out of him. They're all from the city, literate, and full of big ideas when they talk. Lin's mother glanced at her daughter outside, who looked as restless as a trapped ant, then at Song Jiqing sitting beside her, who was even calmer and fairer. Thinking about how their family savings had been drained last time because of him, she felt ashamed and didn't dare to speak out. They could only suffer in silence. This made Lin's mother feel even more upset. She sighed and said, Husband, I feel like ever since Song Jiqing married our daughter, things haven't gone smoothly at home. Secretary Lin's head was about to explode from anger. Exactly. Because of him, all the savings I've accumulated over the years are gone. I even wanted to prepare something nice for our grandson's wedding, but now. Mother Lin said, could it be that something bad has followed Jiming home? Maybe we should ask the village witch to check if there's a problem with our family. The village which Mother Lin mentioned was over 70 years old. Years ago, she was known for her good fortune-telling skills and was famous in the surrounding villages. Over the years, some called her superstitious, and she was even criticized at the old opera stage for her beliefs. When Secretary Lin heard this, he became worried. Don't cause trouble. If the young workers at the youth station find out, they'll be angry. They might think we're hiding something. If that happens, we could lose our position as village secretary, and our family might have to go to the farm. Hearing this, Niannian shrank back and swallowed her words. Throughout the day, Niannian went out several times, but didn't see anyone from the youth station return. Instead, she saw Jiang Ran coming down from the back mountain with a wild rabbit. He was with Wang Lu. From afar, they saw Niannian waiting at the door. Wang Lu looked envious and said, Getting married is great. Even in this cold weather, My sister-in-law is waiting for you at the door." There was only one rabbit, caught in a trap that Jiang Ran and Wang Lu set together. Jiang Ran thought his wife hadn't eaten rabbit in a while. Jiang Ran called Wang Lu over to his house and handed him some cured sausage. "I'll take the rabbit. You can take this to cook with Annie." People in Daya village didn't usually make cured sausage. Mostly, eating meat was already a luxury, so they didn't bother with curing it. Wang Lu, holding a string of sausages, looked confused. "Brother, how do I eat this?" Niannian said, "Slice it and stir-fry with cabbage or radish." "It's all good." No, sister-in-law, don't mention radish or cabbage. I've been eating so much radish and cabbage lately, I feel like one. Niannian smiled. Neither of them mentioned the vegetable planting in the backyard greenhouse. Wang Lu and Jiang Ming kept it a secret. Jiang Ran looked at Wang Lu, who looked pale. "You wait here first." He then went to the backyard. When he returned shortly after, he was holding some mushrooms and a bunch of green vegetables. "Take these home to cook. Keep them hidden and don't tell anyone." Wang Lu's eyes widened. He wasn't familiar with the mushrooms, but he had eaten the green vegetables before. They only appeared in summer. How could Jiang Ran have brought them in winter? Jiang Ran saw his surprise. "Take them home first. We'll talk about it later." Wang Lu had many questions, but could only hold them back after hearing this. In the evening, during dinner, Niannian was about to put a piece of cured sausage in her mouth when a loud noise came from the quiet village. She stopped eating and grabbed a flashlight. "The people from the youth station are here. I'll go check." When Jiang Ran heard her tone of watching the excitement, she felt helpless and worried she might fall, so she also stood up. In the north during winter, the weather is foggy. At night, most people stay indoors, lying in bed or gathered around the fireplace with their family. But tonight was different. About 20 young people at the Knowledge Youth Camp were talking loudly, their voices cutting through the fog. Many people peeked out from their doorways, looking toward the camp. Lin Jingshin was the first to come out. She was eager to find out what these people were up to and whether it would affect Brother Siming's work. As for Niannian, she was curious about the gossip but didn't get too close, just wandering around and glancing from afar. Listening to the voices from inside, everyone was cold but excited. It showed that their trip to the commune had some results. The commune people said they will choose teachers based on knowledge. They'll look at exam scores, teaching skills, and whether students like them. Besides that, no one can be pre-selected as a teacher. In the original story, there was no mention of exams. Song Siming was assigned by Secretary Lin to be a teacher, and later he was recommended to attend the workers, peasants, and soldiers' university. It seemed that her few words had already started to influence things. Niannian understood this and felt relieved. She gently pinched Jiang Ran's palm and whispered, "Let's go back." Jiang Ran looked thoughtful. The trouble at the youth camp was because of the young man who went to school to be a teacher. She was paying close attention. Was she hoping for a big fuss, or was she hoping that the young man would succeed in becoming a teacher? They walked a bit further, and Jiang Ran whispered, "Are you worried about Song Siming?" The phrase young man was a temporary change. Niannian blinked in confusion, then suddenly realized her husband misunderstood. She couldn't help but laugh softly. "Yes, I'm worried about him." As she spoke, she felt the big hand holding hers tighten slightly. Niannian smiled quietly and said, "I just want him to become a teacher smoothly." Jiang Ran was slightly stunned. A wave of joy flooded her heart. She looked down at her and asked, "Really?" "I swear, it's true. If I'm lying, She didn't finish her sentence because someone covered her mouth. "All right, I get it. No need to say more," Jiang Ran said, removing her hand from her lips. Niannian said, "You're not allowed to think nonsense in the future. I have no interest in him at all. I only have interest in you." While speaking, he scratched her palm a couple of times. Jiang Ran always felt that what she said sounded a bit strange, and his throat felt dry. It must be because the weather has been very cold lately and the air is dry, not for any other reason. Not everyone is like Niannian, who happily eats watermelon and goes home. At least Lin Jingshin and Song Siming are not. Both of them looked very gloomy, darker than the winter fog. Lin Jingshin couldn't help but ask, Brother Simon, do you think you can get into Gongshi Elementary School for the exam? Since going to the countryside, Song Simon hadn't studied much, but Gongshi Elementary is just for elementary students. He shouldn't be unable to teach even children who can't read well. He could have entered easily before, but now something extra has come up and he's not in a good mood. Lin Jingshin ignored his words and asked, Brother Simon? Song Simon held Lin Jingshin's hand and said, Don't worry, it's fine. Even if our dad can't help, I can still get in. Lin Jingshin felt something was wrong. Was it really her dad who couldn't help? No. Song Simon had already told the people at the youth station the news early on. She didn't keep things secret either, just casually bragging about it. What does it matter if her dad couldn't help? Her dad almost got dragged into trouble because of it. Lin Jingshin thought Song Simon's words sounded strange. Later, she thought maybe Simon was just in a bad mood when he said that. My dad is still waiting at home for news. Let's go back first. Niannian and Jiang Ran went home and continued eating. Thinking about the good news tonight, they ate half a bowl more than usual. After dinner, Jiang Ran went to the backyard to check the vegetables in the vegetable shed, and Niannian followed to help digest. In the greenhouse, there were eggplants, tomatoes, green beans, and cucumbers. None were ripe yet. Some just bore fruit, some just flowered. But they were close to maturity just in time for the new year, so they could sell well then. There were also many vegetables already ripe, like chives and cilantro, which had grown several rounds. Niannian asked, Have you been sending the vegetables to the clothing factory recently? One batch of shiitake mushrooms was sent to the clothing factory, but the next day, the textile factory found out and intercepted them. They said next time, if we send to the clothing factory, they want to share too, Jiang Ran said with a helpless tone. Niannian looked at the vegetables in the greenhouse and said, Several factories still need a lot. We grow so little. We definitely can't supply enough. We can barely feed a few liters in the factory. I think Wang Lu is curious. You've known him for a long time and trust him, so maybe you should let him grow some too? Jiang Ran has spent more time with Wang Lu than with his own brothers. Niannian originally thought he would agree, but Jiang Ran hesitated briefly and then refused. No. We live here, and few people come by regularly. In winter, almost no one goes up the mountain. Covering the backyard with thatched grass won't attract attention. Wang Lu's family lives inside the village, close to several other families, so it's easy to be seen. Niannian agreed that it was better to keep things simple. Their village was different from Lu Guangming's village, where everyone secretly raised animals and no one would report them. After staying outside for a while, Niannian started yawning repeatedly. Jiang Ran first boiled water for her to wash up and then heated the bed. Niannian snuggled into the quilt and mumbled, It would be nice if we could build a bathroom. The next morning, Niannian got up and saw that the bicycle was missing, so she knew he had gone to the county early. She ate a boiled egg and drank some porridge. Little Sweetie brought over a milk bottle. Big sister, brother asked me to bring you goat milk. Niannian hadn't made goat milk soap in a long time. As soon as she received it, she poured some out and placed it in a cool spot to freeze naturally. Big sister, people in the village say that the youth training center folks all went to take exams at the commune. You're also a youth trainee. Why don't you go? They said if you pass, you'll get 300 work points, and you'll earn 5 yuan a month. Being a teacher is really good. Sweetie spoke with a bit of envy. Wow, they're so quick. Going to take the exam already? Probably the results will come soon. Niannian smiled and said, I won't go. Being a teacher means no wind or rain, and I won't get wet. If you want to be a teacher, you need to study hard and learn to read. Sweetie blushed and nodded, though she hadn't even started elementary school yet. Some of the radish strips had already been pickled with salt vegetables. Seeing the large amount of cabbage at home, Niannian suddenly craved the sauerkraut roasted meat she had eaten in her previous life, northeastern sauerkraut with pork belly. Just thinking about it made her drool unconsciously. While Sweetie was there, she started a fire. Niannian handled blanching the cabbage, and they began the big task of pickling sauerkraut together. Suddenly, Sweetie squatted in front of the clay stove, looked up curiously, and asked, "Big sister, is the baby in your belly a sister or a brother?" Aunt Wong said that those who like spicy food are sisters, and those who like sour are brothers. It seems like he's deep in thought, craving both sour and spicy foods. Niannian couldn't help but laugh. "All right, I'm just joking. Whether it's sister or brother, you'll find out in a few months." The sweet girl finally smiled softly and patted her chest to promise. Sweet girl also likes it. Niannian had watched videos about making pickled vegetables in her past life. People in the Northeast made a big jar in winter, but she had never made it herself. She followed the steps from memory, trying again and again, unsure if she would succeed. If she succeeded, she could enjoy pickled vegetables with grilled meat. If not,
She didn't want to think about that for now.
in the evening, it wasn't dark yet. Some people happily left the community elementary school, while others looked tired and downcast, clearly having had a bad exam. They still talked about how they did on the test. Wanqing didn't care much. With 30 years of experience, she had seen many teachers over the years. She didn't believe she couldn't handle an old, small school. Besides the educated youth station, Shuangzi also came out. If it weren't for the meddlesome people at the youth station, he wouldn't have bothered to come for the exam. The people at the youth station looked down on him, a young man who relied on his father-in-law's connections. They both looked at each other with dislike. Shuangzi wanted to ride his bike and ignore them, but today he walked here. The Lin family's car was being used by the elders of the Lin family to visit relatives. Such a group of people who couldn't tell what was important or not, Shuangzi thought to himself with frustration. As they just left the school, some still exchanged a few words, but the northwest winter wind was too strong. It blew into their mouths with a cracking sound, making their lips split and ache. Everyone lowered their heads and braved the wind as they walked forward. They didn't know how long they had been walking or who called out, "Is that Jiang Ran?" Wanqing was the first to look up. She was right beside them. Jiang Ran was riding a bicycle, dressed in a military coat, about to pass by. Wanqing was freezing and almost losing feeling in her body. She instinctively thought that sitting on the bike would get her home faster, so she shouted, "Jiang Ran, can I ride on your bike to go back?" All she got in response was the sound of the wind and the disappearing bicycle. Wanqing froze in place. Su Yao chuckled softly. "I feel like, the moment you shouted, Jiang Ran's bike seemed to ride even faster." Wanqing looked upset. The wind was too strong. "He probably didn't hear me." Jiang Ran really had the same temper as in her past life. She saw online discussions about her company's boss, cold and ruthless to everyone. If he didn't give her a ride, he wouldn't give anyone else a ride either. In her past life, she was just an ordinary employee and couldn't get close to the big boss. But in this life, she is so close to Jiang Ran and has more work experience with her, giving her a big advantage over others. As for Niannian, there will definitely be some problems in the future. Otherwise, why would the company and media say Jiang Ran is single? Wanqing even momentarily thought about telling Jiang Ran that she came from decades later. Would that catch his attention? But that was too risky, and she couldn't take that gamble. While reminiscing about her past life and dreaming about the future, the people at the youth commune gradually returned to Dea village. Jiang Ran came back this time, with 2 apples. They weren't the shiny, large ones from later years, but they tasted both sour and sweet. She liked this flavor very much. Niannian ate 1 apple. Jiang Ran went to light a fire for a while, warming herself up before coming over and taking out her money. Niannian counted her money, 15 yuan in total. Jiang Ran also took out all the money from her home. Most of it came from selling soap and a few trips with Lu Guangming to sell pork, which made over 400 yuan. The winter soap sales were less than in summer, but after adding up the small amounts, it was nearly 300. The recent vegetable sales brought in nearly 100 more. Niannian's eyes brightened. Our savings are already 800 yuan. 800 yuan was more than enough to stay in a hotel for a night in her past life. But in this era, Niannian felt like she had become a little rich lady again. She looked happily at Jiang Ran, stretching out her arms. "Come on, husband. Give me a hug." After being together for so long, Jiang Ran still felt a bit awkward when his wife suddenly expressed love. He coughed softly.
Hurry up.
Jiang Ran walked over, gently hugged her, looked at her soft, long hair, and with his rough hands, gently stroked her. He instinctively held her tighter with his other hand. Wrapped in cotton clothes, Niannian was very happy. She thought that once the policies improved in a few years, the money they saved would be their capital to earn more. If she could live again, she would still be a little rich lady. She enjoyed her happiness, but the man she was hugging was thinking that he had wronged his wife. He felt inadequate and worried that he would be criticized for the rest of his life. When the weather gets better, let's build a shower room in the yard, Jiang Ran suddenly said. Niannian immediately pushed Jiang Ran away and looked out the window, planning where to build the shower room. Jiang Ran's arms were empty, and he smiled helplessly. After the exam ended, everyone at the youth commune was eagerly awaiting their results. These days, the whole place was restless and uneasy. The Lin family was also anxious. Lin Jingshin was praying day and night that Shuangzi would pass the county primary school exam and become a teacher. According to the gossip from Daya Village's gossip center, the most likely person to become a teacher is Shuangzi, who previously attended a technical school, and Su Jiqing, who delivered a series of idioms that left party secretary Lin speechless. Finally, there is Su Yao, who spends her days hanging out at gossip spots. It is also possible that she was the one spreading this information. 3 days later, someone from Hongxing Elementary School came to deliver the news, but the outcome was unexpected. The commune elementary school admitted 2 teachers, 1 man and 1 woman. However, these 2 were not the popular candidates everyone expected. Instead, they were Zhou Weihong and Zhang Qi. Aunt Wong excitedly told Ruan Niannian, "You don't know. The person from the commune who came to deliver the news almost didn't go back. That Su Jiqing pulled on a young man and wouldn't let him leave. Oh, people who didn't know might think they were trying to drag him into bed." She continued, "They said it was a mistake, but in the end, that young man reported the hometowns of Zhou Weihong and Zhang Qi." Someone else picked up Aunt Wong's story. That young man finally left, but when he reached the Lin family's door, he was stopped again. Ruan Niannian felt that people in this era were still quite honest. She had been worried that, with Party Secretary Lin's connections, the commune elementary school might find a reason to admit Shuangzi. But now, it seemed her worries were unnecessary. Ruan Niannian thought she had a good impression of Zhou Weihong and Zhang Qi. She believed this incident could be left behind. It was a big deal to ruin the male lead's job, so as long as Shuangzi didn't come to bother her again, they could forget the past. But she didn't expect that someone didn't want things to be settled peacefully at the Lin family home. Since the commune teachers left, Lin Jingshin and Shuangzi's faces looked grim. Party Secretary Lin kept smoking a dry pipe, looking worriedly at his daughter and son-in-law. The eldest sister-in-law of the Lin family casually said, "Jingshin said that Su Jiqing is very educated." I actually believed it, thinking that since everyone was taking exams, our Siming would get a spot too. She continued, "Who would have thought that the commune elementary school admitted 2 people, and Siming wasn't one of them? If I hadn't asked the commune teacher, I would have thought there was a mistake." Jingshin heard her sister-in-law's teasing and widened her eyes.
"Sister-in-law, why are you talking like that?"
"It's because you took the bicycle and left." Siming was exhausted after walking all the way to the commune. Ever since Shuangzi took all the tickets from the Lin family, the other family members hadn't liked him much. The eldest sister-in-law from the Lin family curled her lips and said, "So, it's just us, Xinming, going to the commune on foot?" The others took bikes, Zhou Qingqing and Zhang Qingqing, right? Lin Jingshin was so angry, she stomped her foot. "Sister-in-law." The eldest sister-in-law looked displeased and turned to the village secretary, her father. "Dad, you love your little daughter and don't want Jingshin to work in the fields. Now that she's married, Ximing is part of our family too. He didn't work in the fields before because he wanted to become a teacher, earn some points and wages. Now he has nothing, so he should do some chores for the family. It's not right to let Jingtang and the 2 younger brothers do all the work and support 2 people for nothing." Lin Jingshin was worried, afraid her father would really make brother Xinming do farm work. In winter, there's no farming, only land clearing and digging channels, which are very tiring. Father, Xinming came from the city. He can't do farm work. Find him a lighter job, she pleaded. Second Auntie Lin smiled gently nearby. Who's born knowing how to farm? It's all learned. Xinming is a grown man. He'll get the hang of it after a few days. The eldest sister-in-law looked worried. If Jingshin gets pregnant and has a baby, and the baby's parents don't work, what will happen then? They'll be left to drink the northwest wind. Dad, Mom, I know you love your little sister-in-law. Right now, you're protecting her, but how long can you keep doing that? Her words touched the hearts of the old couple. The village secretary took a puff of dry tobacco and tapped his pipe loudly. Lin Jingshin couldn't argue with her two sisters-in-law and had tears in her eyes.
Dad.
The village secretary looked at his daughter, sighed, and got up. Your sister-in-law is right. Tomorrow, Ximing will go with your eldest brother to dig the channels. He then bent down and went back into the house. Once the elders left, Lin Jingshin hurried over and threw herself at her eldest sister-in-law. What exactly happened in the Lin family, Niannian didn't know everything. She only heard that the eldest sister-in-law was hit by Jingshin and that she took the baby and went back to her parents' house that night. Second Auntie Wong scoffed in the direction of the Lin house. I heard she cried all the way home. Poor girl. Su Hong has a pretty good temper. She tolerated her sister-in-law and her husband staying and eating for so many days. Speaking of Jingshin, she used to be a good girl. How did she change after getting married? A grown man should be more caring, like he's her own daughter. But he's useless now, looking like a little white face. He didn't even pass the teacher exam. Wanqing, lucky you that you're a dog that's changed its ways. Niannian. Auntie, there's no need for idioms. We can skip those. Niannian was just about to explain how to use Chinese idioms when she saw someone rushing toward her. He was covered in mud, with red eyes, glaring at her as if he wanted to hurt her. Song Siming shouted angrily, Niannian, come out here. His usual gentle demeanor was gone. Niannian had ruined his work. Now he wanted to ask why she did it. Does she not like him? Niannian had a guess in her heart. Ignoring Song Siming's words, she quickly grabbed Aunt Wong and hid behind her, trembling and asking, Auntie, is Song Jiqing crazy? Everyone was feeling a bit guilty about gossiping about the Lin family, but seeing Song Siming's angry look, Aunt Wong pushed Niannian back and said confidently, Song Jiqing, everyone else is working in the fields digging trenches. What are you doing here? Aunt Wong tilted her head and asked, What? Are you looking for trouble? The other women also stared angrily. A young outsider trying to bully their villagers was unacceptable. Song Jiqing, who used to look clean and gentle, was now increasingly untrustworthy. About 9 women looked at Song Siming with their necks stretched out, ready to fight. Niannian was protected behind them. When did Niannian become so close to the villagers? Song Siming was very angry inside. He suppressed his rage and said, Ladies, I have something to discuss with Jiqing. It's none of your business. Aunt Wong said, You look fierce. No one knows what you want with Jiqing. Jiang Ran isn't home, and as elders, we need to protect his wife. Hearing Jiang Ran's name made Song Siming even more annoyed. Niannian used to like him so much, but now, because of that troublemaker, she was always opposing him. He wanted to pull Niannian out, but she was hiding behind the others and couldn't be reached. Niannian, is it you who incited the Jiqing to come and ruin my chance to get into school? Thinking about her involvement made Song Siming's teeth ache with anger. Before she could speak, Aunt Wong spoke first. Song Jiqing, if you can't pass the exam, don't keep blaming others. I heard you're upset because your sister-in-law wouldn't let you ride her bike, and now you're coming to trouble Niannian? Song Siming glared. Who spread that rumor? Aunt Wong, I don't want to talk about this. I just want to ask Niannian some questions. Please move aside. Then Song Siming stretched out his arm to try to pull Niannian out. Aunt Wong is almost 60 years old. Many younger family members greet her politely, and some couples fighting even ask her to help settle their disputes. Song Siming acts as if she isn't there at all. When Song Siming tries to stretch out his arm, Aunt Wong pushes back loudly, cursing, "You little brat, what are you doing? What are you doing? Trying to hold a woman's hand? Believe it or not, I'll call the team leader. How did Secretary Lin end up with someone like you? Making you a son-in-law? You're really blind."
I spit on that.
She curses and spits on the ground. Since moving to the countryside, Song Siming still sees himself as a city person and usually acts gentle and weak. He has no chance against Aunt Wong, who is used to arguing and gossiping in the village. When Song Siming arrived, he was angry. Now, he feels helpless, staring blankly at Niannian. Niannian, aren't you going to give me an explanation?
Ruan Niannian pushes Aunt Wong aside.
Auntie, I need to go out and see what's going on with him.
Aunt Wong frowns.
No, it's not safe. He looks crazy now. Who knows if he'll suddenly bite like a mad dog. I'll stay right here with you, not far away. Even if he bites, I can handle it.
Aunt Wong nods.
After talking with Aunt Wong, Niannian finally agrees. She steps forward and looks at Song Siming. Song Siming seems to be working and suddenly rushes over, covered in mud, looking very disheveled, with dirt on his face. Niannian is sure that even the original girl, who is love-struck, wouldn't like this version of Song Siming. What do you want an explanation for?
Tell me.
While others look dirty and worn out in winter, Niannian still looks bright and even whiter. Her attitude is more proud than when she faced him before. Seeing her like this, Song Siming's heart unexpectedly races. Aunt Wong frowns. Song, if you have something to say, just say it. If not, get lost. You're just in the way. Song Siming takes a deep breath. Did you tell Su Yao that I want to be a teacher? That others can do it too? He stares intently at Niannian, seeming afraid she won't admit it. But unexpectedly, Niannian nods without hesitation. It was me. Song Siming is furious. Why did you do that?
Isn't what I said, right?
Niannian smiles. I just mentioned it casually and told Su Yao not to ruin your chance of getting into the school. But she didn't listen to me. She helplessly spreads her hands. Originally, Niannian didn't explain to him, and Song Siming was angry. Now she has explained, but he feels a strange pressure somewhere inside, making it hard to breathe. How did Niannian become like this? She has become so unfamiliar, not at all the person he used to know. Niannian continued. Now it's clear that even when everyone competes fairly, you still can't succeed. Why should you be a teacher? Ask everyone. Would they want a teacher like you to educate their children? A younger woman said, forget it. I'm worried my child might not learn well, and in the future, he might just want to live off others. What should I do? Song Siming's face turned red, and he was so angry that his nose was hot with rage. All right, I've explained everything to you. If you didn't get in, you can't blame me. And you even blame me for not riding a bike? It's all your own fault. Aunt Wong waved her hand dismissively, as if shooing away trash. Hurry up and go work in the fields. Don't stay here and embarrass yourself. Secretary Lin is really getting old. His eyesight is failing, and he married such a daughter-in-law. Song Siming was full of anger, but couldn't do anything. He looked at Niannian with a dazed feeling. Weren't her reputation in the village not very good before? Why are all the people now on her side? Before, these women were all sympathetic when he was entangled with Niannian. Why has everyone changed? Song Siming's head hurt so badly he felt dizzy, and everything spun around him.
Bang!
Oh no! Song Jiqing fainted. This body is too weak. No wonder Jingshin has been married for so long and still hasn't had any news. Hurry and call Dr. Zhang. Everyone was in chaos. Taking advantage of the confusion, Niannian told Aunt Wong she was tired and slowly went home. Su Yao's words, if something happened, she knew everyone in the village would find out. She chose to tell her those things because she valued her, and she also thought that Song Siming would find out. But what does it matter if he knows? Everything has already settled. As for whether Secretary Lin would make things difficult for her, the village isn't only managed by him. Niannian was not afraid at all. She went home, ate an apple, checked her soap, and thought about her clothing factory's expenses. She needed 500 yuan for the new year. When she had free time, she had already made enough soap. In a few days, Jiang Ran would go to the county to bring some back. With nothing to do, she was considering whether to bring tools to learn sewing clothes from her sister-in-law. Before she left, her mother-in-law arrived. When Su Lan came over, she looked concerned. Niannian, I heard that Song Jiqing came to bother you again. Are you okay?
I'm fine.
Niannian said this, and then turned around in a circle. Thinking that she still had a baby inside her, Su Lan quickly told her to sit down, looking at Niannian with a guilty expression. Niannian understood that her mother-in-law probably thought she and Jiang Ran had been at a disadvantage during the family division. To avoid this topic, she smiled and said, Mother, you came for this?
I'm fine.
It's Song Jiqing who fainted. Hearing this, Su Lan remembered why she came and pushed a bowl forward. Just steamed red bean buns from home. Eat them tonight with Jiang Ran. Niannian didn't refuse. She took the bowl and went to the kitchen. When she was about to put the buns into her own bowl, she noticed they were all made of plain flour, guessing her mother-in-law made them separately for her and Jiang Ran. She cut 2 large pieces of cured meat and placed them in the bowl, then covered the red bean buns with a bamboo cloth and carried them out. Here, for the bowl. Su Lan took it and immediately felt something was wrong. She lifted the cloth and saw the buns, then was about to put it down. Niannian said, This is for my grandmother to eat. She's old and needs good nutrition. Jiang Ran and I have enough to eat at home. Don't worry about me. They argued back and forth, but Niannian was determined to give away what she wanted to. At Zhang's house, the aroma of red bean buns drifted through the yard, seeping into the house through the gaps. Even though they had already eaten, Zhang Hui still felt her stomach was painfully hungry. She kicked Zhang's second brother, missing him and realizing he was digging a big ditch. Zhang Hui lifted the quilt, came out with her belly, and just happened to meet Guayu leaving the house. The two exchanged glances. Guayu smiled and said, Sister-in-law, it's so cold outside. Where are you going? Zhang Hui wanted to sneak some food and didn't want to tell Guayu. I just went out for a walk to get some air. Guayu smiled knowingly and said, We're all pregnant, but everyone's different. We've had a few kids, but I've never seen mother steam red bean buns and rush to give them away. She just got pregnant again and is worried about starving. Sigh, life is tough for us. Guayu sighed repeatedly and went back to her room. Zhang Hui was left alone, frowning. Besides her pregnancy, was it just Niannian? Did her mother-in-law give the steamed buns to Niannian? They're both pregnant. Why should only she get the buns? While she was still upset, she saw Su Lan returning with a bowl. Mother, where did you go? Zhang Hui stepped forward with a smile. Did you go to give the sister-in-law some buns? Zhang Hui didn't say anything, and Su Lan knew she wasn't hiding anything good. She lifted the cloth covering the bowl. I want to ask the fourth family for some food. Do you want to take some too? 2 pieces of bacon, about the size of a palm, are neatly stacked in a bowl. Zhang Hui opens her eyes wide, saliva forming in her mouth. Mom, your good grandson also wants to eat meat. Su Lan quickly covers the bowl again. If you want to eat, go find your man. As Niannian predicted, after waiting a few days, no one from the Lin family came to cause trouble. When the weather warmed up, she went to the village to ask about the gossip. The doctor said Song Jiqing doesn't work much. He suggested he do more work. The next day, he was sent back to the construction site digging ditches. Talking about the construction site, the aunt sitting next to Niannian asked in surprise, Niannian, everyone in the village is digging ditches. Lunch is plenty of buns and steamed bread. The food is good. Jiang Ran doesn't go to earn work points. What is he doing in the county all day? Recently, Jiang Ran has been going to the county every 2 or 3 days. Since vegetables aren't available every day, and in the cold winter, most people don't go to the county often, so 2 or 3 days is quite frequent. He leaves early in the morning before dawn, usually delivering vegetables to several factories and then returning. By 8 or 9 o'clock, it's already noon, and he hasn't come back yet. Niannian looks toward the village entrance. The aunt continues, This year's grain isn't much. He's a man and eats a lot.
Don't worry about him.
Let him go dig ditches. Otherwise, with you pregnant, what if there's not enough food? Digging ditches is a big deal. The village even held a mobilization meeting. Most men who could lift went to work. Many strong women also went. It's true that women can shoulder half the sky, even more. Many women finish farm work and then cook and do laundry. Niannian casually makes up an excuse. His sister's family has something to do, so she went to help. Talking about Jang Wan, everyone nearby sighs that she's lucky. No doubt, her biological parents are gone. She was raised in the landlord's house, and now the Jiang family is unlucky. She has become part of the working class, with a fixed monthly salary and access to commodity grain. The conversation shifts back and forth, from Jiang Ran to their own food shortages. By noon, Niannian is ready to go home and cook. She hasn't left yet when she hears a low voice around her. Who is that at the village entrance? She looks over and recognizes that the person is Lin Jingshin's eldest son, Lin Jingshin. His face doesn't look good. It seems he didn't call his wife back. Old Lin has already gone twice, but it didn't work. I heard that Su Hong's family has made it clear, anyone who bullies her daughter, come and call him. This isn't something Jingshin is willing to do. Such a sister-in-law might cause trouble in the future. People in the village also sighed softly. Niannian listened for a while and told everyone she was going home to cook. As she walked away, someone sighed, Jiang Ran doesn't work the land. Maybe he's learned laziness from his city wife. Wanqing has gone to cook too. It used to be Jiang Ran doing it. Niannian didn't hear the discussion after she left. When she got home, she first peeked into the vegetable shed. The tomatoes there were half green and half red. Recently, she's been craving something sour. Seeing these, her stomach felt itchy. She picked all the almost ripe tomatoes in the shed, planning to make tomato and egg noodle soup for lunch. She boiled some hot water to peel the tomatoes, then diced them and fried them on high heat until the juice came out. The air was filled with the sweet and sour smell of tomatoes. Niannian took a deep breath, then added eggs, stirring a few times until they formed lumps. When Jiang Ran returned, Niannian was just about to eat. He came in first to warm himself. Clearly, riding his bike had made him cold, so he took out some money and placed it aside. Niannian looked at the steam rising from him. There aren't many ripe vegetables left in the shed. Don't go there so often lately. Jiang Ran replied, I'll go in a few days. Niannian was curious. Why are you back so late today? Was it hard delivering the vegetables? Jiang Ran felt a bit warmer and stood up. No, I ran into Sister Wan at the clothing factory. She wasn't feeling well, so I took her to the hospital. Niannian had a good impression of Jiang Wan. What happened to Sister Wan? Jiang Ran said, she's pregnant. Niannian smiled. That's good news. Why do you look so unhappy about it? Jiang Ran frowned. Sister Wan had a miscarriage earlier this year. The doctor said her body isn't ready for pregnancy yet. There was clearly some inside story Jiang Ran knew that Niannian didn't. He put the pot lid on, and the bubbling water suddenly calmed down. He covered the pot and looked at Jiang Ran. What does Sister Wan mean? Since Sister Wan has no children, she wants to have one. Jiang Ran replied. Thinking back to when he took Jiang Wan home, he remembered the smell of traditional Chinese medicine and frowned. Niannian could understand too. She and her husband get along well. Life is good, and naturally she hopes to have her own child. Moreover, as she knew, Sister Wan had been married for many years. If she still didn't have children now, wanting a baby would become an obsession. In her past life, she saw women over 40 still desperately seeking children. Niannian said, since I'm already pregnant, having an abortion would just hurt my health. It's better to take good care of the baby. The water in the pot, which had just calmed down, started bubbling again, and the noodles floated to the surface. Niannian chuckled. Dinner is ready. Try the tomatoes you grew yourself. Jiang Ran stood up to scoop the noodles. Maybe because he grew them himself, the taste was especially good. Niannian ate a big bowl. After eating, Jiang Ran went to wash the dishes. Since there was nothing much to do in the cold winter without going to work, Niannian lazily yawned. Jiang Ran was still cleaning in the kitchen and saw her. He said, "Go back to your room and sleep." Feeling sleepy, Niannian didn't want to move at all. She lazily stretched out her arm and said, "Hold me and take me to bed." No one in the village acted this spoiled, not even children. But Jiang Ran liked her way of acting cute. He stood up, picked her up, and carried her back to the room. The fire in the Kong heating bed hadn't gone out, so he added more wood to make sure she wouldn't get cold before leaving. He hadn't taken a step when he saw her pull his sleeve in her hand. Yawning tiredly, tears welled up, and she softly said, "Jiang Ran, you've been so busy lately. I can't see you in the mornings. Can you sleep with me?" In an instant, Jiang Ran's heart almost melted. Even though it was winter, he felt like he was soaking in warm water, comfortable and bubbling. "Is that okay?" Niannian didn't hear his answer and called out again. Jiang Ran's throat moved slightly. "Let me take off my clothes." Niannian's mind was already sluggish from fatigue. After eating a big bowl of noodles that raised her blood sugar quickly, she was dazed and confused. "What are you still trying to do?"
she asked.
"I give up. Today marks 3 months. If you want, it's okay now." Jiang Ran only wanted to take off his thick coat, but the room was probably too warm from the heated Kong, and he started feeling hot. More than that, her words had stirred up a bit of romantic feeling. He took off his coat and lay down beside her. Before he could settle, she rolled into his arms. Niannian was sleepy, but after saying those words, her tired mind still had some thoughts. Her eyes were misty as she said, "Jiang Ran, it's been 3 months. It's okay now." Jiang Ran felt her voice was like a fairy from the stories told in the village when he was a child, captivating and enchanting. The fire burned in the Kong, and she was dressed even cooler than in summer. Niannian was more anxious than him, and in her dazed state, she leaned in and kissed him. She was still sleepy, her eyes barely open, and her position was naturally off, but she boldly pressed herself against him. At this moment, Jiang Ran suddenly wondered if she had gained weight. She had gained weight. It was the right amount. People who are half asleep and teasing are always unpredictable. Jiang Ran's breathing grew heavier. Luckily, her instincts still worked. The fire on the bed was warm, and both of them were sweating lightly. Niannian fully woke up. Since it was winter, and not many people came to her house, Niannian decided she wanted to see this through. Since she got pregnant, she rarely felt this passionate. They could hear each other's breathing. Niannian was still lost in the moment when suddenly, she felt a chill around her. She opened her eyes and saw the man with his upper body bare, his V-shaped physique giving her a strong sense of safety. But it didn't seem right to be under the bed at this moment. It should be on the bed. Niannian's tone was a bit impatient and urgent. "What are you doing?" Jiang Ran's situation was probably worse than hers. He spoke in a hoarse voice. "Tomorrow, let's go to the hospital to ask. I can't rest easy otherwise." Niannian. "I studied medicine." Jiang Ran turned his head, looked at his own condition, and grabbed a piece of clothing to wrap around his waist. Clearly, Niannian saw his state too. Wasn't this what she wanted? What is he doing? Playing hard to get? Jiang Ran quickly clarified what he was doing, rubbing his large hand on her head. "I found her quite eager. If you trick me into doing that and hurt the baby, I won't feel at ease until I ask the doctor tomorrow." Niannian. Her face turned red as she was about to argue, but she remembered all the past moments. It seemed that every time they met, she pushed him away. In the days that followed, she instinctively found him attractive and delicious. Not only did she feel a stirring desire, but she also teased him with words, eventually acting on her feelings and tasting him. Although she often begged him to stop, Jiang Ran truly had reasons not to trust her. But what does having reasons matter? How can a man not trust his wife? Niannian glared at Jiang Ran angrily. Jiang Ran's throat felt even more itchy. He coughed softly. "Don't look at me like that." He was afraid he might lose control. Niannian turned her head angrily. "I'm going to sleep now.
Don't bother me.
She pulled the blanket over herself. Jiang Ran tucked her blanket properly, bent down, and kissed her long hair. I'm going out for a while. I'll be back later. Then the man really left. Niannian stared with wide eyes, thinking that if the doctor said she could, she wouldn't let Jiang Ran get his way. He doesn't trust his wife. There will be a price to pay. In this imagined scene, Niannian gradually closed her eyes and fell asleep. She didn't know when Jiang Ran had returned. When she opened her eyes, the man was already beside her. She had been angry before sleeping, but now she was snuggling into his arms upon waking. Her playful nudge made him a little annoyed. Her little feet tapped him a couple of times under the blanket. Niannian pulled back the blanket and said, I'm going to get some food. Hurry up and get up. Jiang Ran knew she was just teasing him, but couldn't say anything about it. He picked her up from the bed, helped her put on warm clothes, wrapped her in a scarf, and only went to do his own things after making sure she wouldn't freeze. Even in winter, there are a few good days with nice weather. The vegetables in the vegetable shed are not ready to be picked yet. Jiang Ran needs to go to the county town to ask the doctor about some things. He also asked the village doctor, but he was worried. Niannian organized the soap and asked him to take it along. Since he couldn't carry all at once, they split it into 2 trips.
The soap was in the back seat.
Niannian also wanted to go. She sat on the front beam. When Jiang Ran asked the doctor, she listened carefully. If the doctor said no, she would prove her knowledge herself. So, early in the morning, the 2 of them headed to the county town. First, they went to the clothing factory. Zhang Ping hadn't seen Niannian in a long time and greeted her warmly. I thought you wouldn't come in winter. Come on, it's cold outside. Come to my office. There's heating inside. The soap weighed over 200 yuan, so Jiang Ran had to carry it inside. Niannian smiled and said, It's cold, and I'm pregnant. I was worried about problems on the road, so I haven't come over. When Zhang Ping heard she was pregnant, she became more careful.
No wonder.
They exchanged a few words and Niannian quickly got to the main point. The 500 yuan you asked for, I've made everything. Here's over 200 yuan. If you need more, I'll ask Jiang Ran to bring the rest another day. With the new year approaching, Zhang Ping was also thinking about this. Yes, of course. I'll pay you all the money. When your husband comes again, he can bring everything. Zhang Ping looked at Niannian's belly and hesitated a bit. Niannian could read her expression and smiled, saying, Director Zhang, just tell me if you need anything. If I can help, I definitely will. Usually, Zhang Ping interacted with many people, but few made her feel as refreshed as Niannian did. She was not flattering. When others said similar things, they often sounded fake, but when she said them, it felt sincere. Zhang Ping smiled and said, It's not a big deal, but I really need to find you for this. Look, the new year is coming soon. Can you make a few different sets of soap? Ideally, related to the new year, since our factory director wants to give them as gifts. The rest of Zhang Ping's words were spoken softly. In the end, soap is just soap. No matter how well it's made, it's still soap. In later times, some are used as souvenirs, and giving them as gifts is mainly because they are unique and attractive, a little extra touch. Niannian has given and received gifts before, and she knows that what matters is the clever idea behind it. Making soap related to the new year isn't hard. Next year is the year of the tiger. She just needs to find a village carpenter to make a cartoon tiger mold. As for coloring, she usually uses natural colors from the environment. But in winter, it's hard to produce yellow herbs. She can only find dyes, which are hard for her to get in the village, but definitely not difficult for Zhang Ping. Sure enough, when she mentioned it, Zhang Ping promised to find some. Niannian smiled and said, How many sets do you want? I'll try to make some, so Jiang Ran can deliver them before the new year. Zhang Ping estimated 10 sets. That's more than last time, so it seems her previous work was good. Niannian agreed, and Zhang Ping smiled, looking a bit embarrassed. But before she could ask, Zhang Ping said, Before the new year, can we have all the vegetables for our clothing factory? How many do you have, and how many do we need? Jiang Ran only delivers every couple of days. Sometimes she's a bit slow, and the 2 factories next door take all the vegetables. She's lucky to get vegetables once a week. She knows they're not many, but the factory director doesn't. If he wants some, he'll come ask her. I also want to give you all of them, Niannian said. Hearing this, Zhang Ping knew it wasn't possible. She waved her hand and said, I know the 2 factories next door are still watching you. Well, in our area, even in winter, vegetables are hard to sell but not impossible to find. Let's do this. I don't need many. Since we're friends, you can give me half, okay? After bargaining, Niannian agreed to give her 1/3. Everything was settled, and Niannian sat on her bicycle to leave with Jiang Ran. Zhang Ping watched them go, then suddenly patted her head, realizing that the 3 factories sharing 1/3 was probably something she had already calculated. She still felt she had gained something. Jiang Ran and Niannian headed straight to the hospital, going directly to the obstetrics and gynecology department to see the doctor. The doctor is a middle-aged woman. She looks at the 2 young people sitting in front of her. The woman is confident and open, while the man has a handsome face and seems to be deep in thought. The man is handsome and the woman is beautiful. When they enter the room, everything seems brighter. The doctor finds them pleasant to look at and feels they seem familiar. She asks, Do you have any questions? Jiang Ran clears his throat and is about to speak when his wife's voice interrupts. Doctor, how many months pregnant can we be intimate? The doctor is slightly surprised. Usually young couples ask about this, but mostly the man asks and the woman feels shy. In this case, it's the opposite. She replies, about 3 months, but be careful not to be too vigorous. After giving some advice, the doctor says goodbye to Niannian and Jiang Ran. As they leave, the doctor hears a sweet, playful voice. I said 3 months is okay. You don't believe me. Anyway, tonight, don't sleep next to me. What do you mean I'm eager? Like I'm some kind of hungry ghost, the voice continues. The doctor's mind suddenly flashes with this phrase. She widens her eyes, thinking about her earlier question. It seems the baby didn't quite make it. Jiang Ran doesn't respond to Niannian's teasing. He just holds her hand and walks with her. Outside, with more people around, Niannian doesn't hold back anymore. She stops talking about such things and swings Jiang Ran's arm. Let's buy some sesame cakes and then eat at the state-run restaurant. If the chef is in good form, their braised pork ribs are pretty good, she suggests. Since his wife wants to eat, Jiang Ran agrees without much hesitation. Before they leave the hospital, Niannian notices a woman hunched over, looking pale. She seems familiar. Jiang Ran, isn't that Sister Wan?
She asks.
Jiang Ran looks in the direction of Niannian's gaze, his face darkening slightly. Yes.
Let's go see her, he says.
Niannian can tell she's unwell. She quickly walks over and greets Sister Wan. Jang Wan didn't expect to see Jiang Ran and Niannian here. She looks up and sees them, smiling faintly. What are you guys doing here?
She asks.
We came to ask the doctor some questions, Jiang Ran replies. The questions are hard to explain, but Niannian notices that Jiang Wan looks pale. Wan, your face doesn't look good. Jiang Ran, and I will take you to see a doctor, she says. Soon they return to the gynecology and obstetrics department. Jiang Wan's body had experienced multiple miscarriages, and now the baby inside her was in danger. The moment the doctor spoke, Jiang Wan's face turned even paler. Doctor, is there any other way to save this baby? I don't want to lose her. Perhaps because she was pregnant, Niannian also felt a twinge of sadness. She hadn't studied gynecology in her previous life, and she didn't know much about pregnancy care or how to protect the baby. She didn't dare to prescribe medicine on her own. After listening to the doctor's instructions in the office, she asked where Jiang Wan worked. With your current health, working for several hours straight is too much. Not just the baby, even you might not be able to handle it, the doctor said. If you want to keep this pregnancy, you need to be careful. Don't do heavy work regularly, especially in the first few months. Niannian asked Jiang Ran to bring hot water for Jiang Wan, waiting until her face looked a little better. She then said, Sister Wan, Jiang Ran, and I will take you home. Jiang Wan smiled softly at Niannian and said gently, Thank you both for today. We're family, no need to thank us. Originally, they planned to go to a state-run restaurant for dinner and then take Jiang Wan home, but that plan was cancelled. Instead, they passed by a stall selling sesame cakes and bought a few. Jang Wan lived in a worker's dorm assigned by the clothing factory, a row of 6-story buildings. She lived on the second floor. When they opened the door, a strong smell of traditional medicine hit them. Niannian frowned slightly. Jang Wan smiled apologetically at her. As soon as she entered, an elderly woman with neatly tied hair appeared from the inner room. She seemed to know Jiang Ran and frowned slightly, but then she smiled. Jiang Ran is here. Her eyes fixed on the sesame cakes Jiang Ran was holding, and she said, "Since you're here, why are you still holding things?" From the moment they met, Niannian realized this woman was probably Jiang Wan's mother-in-law, and she wasn't easy to get along with. But since the sesame cakes were bought for Jiang Wan, if she took them away, Jiang Wan might get into trouble. Niannian decided not to say anything. Jiang Wan called out, "Mom." The elderly woman looked at Jiang Wan, but didn't say anything. Jiang Wan seemed used to this and smiled at Niannian and Jiang Ran, saying, "I'm going to cook. You two can eat here." The old woman moved her lips but said nothing. As Jiang Wan went into the kitchen, she told Jiang Ran, over the years, Shuangzi has spent a lot of money on her medical bills. We don't have much to eat at home. It's good in the countryside. You don't have to spend money on food and drinks. Niannian's mind was filled with questions. Was she asking Jiang Ran for food? The villagers all say Jiang Wan is lucky, but now it seems not entirely true. This mother-in-law is difficult to get along with at first glance. Although Jiang Wan hasn't met her many times, you can tell a person's personality from their face. Jiang Wan appears gentle, so under such a mother-in-law, she must feel wronged often. I wonder how her brother-in-law is. But it's clear that talking to Jiang Ran about this old lady is pointless. Jiang Ran is not very talkative and only responds politely. Niannian said, "Wan's not feeling well. Go tell her not to cook today. We'll go out later to buy some food." Jiang Ran thought for a moment and went into the kitchen. In the small living room, only Niannian and the old lady remained. She could feel the old lady's gaze on her, which made her uncomfortable, like being examined as an object. At this moment, the old lady spoke. "Are you the young woman Jiang Ran married?" Niannian nodded. "You look fair and tender, from the city, and a curvy backside. You seem good for having children. Not like Wan, who's not very fertile. What do you see in Jiang Ran?" Niannian had met rude people before, but this was the first time she saw someone so impolite. She used her words to belittle Wan. Niannian was already upset when she entered this room, and hearing this made her even angrier. It seemed that, in her words, a woman's worth was only in whether she could have children. Besides, Wan had a miscarriage, which might not only be the woman's fault. There could be reasons on the man's side too. She looked at the old lady with the same gaze she was just given. Facing Niannian's look, Zhou Shi frowned. "What are you looking at?" Niannian smiled softly, her eyes curved. "I see your hair is thinning, your eyes are dull, your face is wrinkled like September chrysanthemums, your chest is flat, and your hips are almost falling to your knees. You look unhealthy. Your son probably isn't very strong either. The man's seed isn't good, and even the best land can't grow good crops." Her words were quick and clear, with a gentle tone, and a smile on her face. Zhou Shi only realized what she meant after a moment, and her face turned pale with anger. You. Oh, you're making me so mad. I feel dizzy." She shouted a few times and pretended to faint. Niannian immediately understood what the old lady was planning. She called out toward the kitchen, "Jiang Ran, it's not good. The old lady seems to be sick. I think it might be her brain. We need to take her to the hospital to get her checked. Quick, go call my brother-in-law. Let him take more money. He probably doesn't have even 10,000 yuan. Once his mind is opened, the doctor won't agree, and the person might die." Jiang Ran came out quickly and saw Jiang Wan's mother-in-law standing in a strange pose, as if she wasn't really standing, leaning awkwardly, not completely upright. Her posture was very twisted. Jiang Ran, familiar with his wife, immediately knew something was wrong. He cooperated and said, "Wife, opening the skull isn't a small matter. You know medicine. The old lady's condition isn't normal. Do we really need to open her head? Niannian replied, I come from a family of doctors. I can tell right away that she has a brain problem. The nerves in her brain are connected to her whole body. If her brain isn't working well, her whole body won't be either. Look, can a normal person stand like that? It's a brain issue. Hurry and send her to the hospital before it's too late. If we wait, she'll become completely confused. The old lady froze. Her cloudy eyes rolled around twice, as if she was thinking about whether what was said was true. Niannian looked at her and said, Tessa, her eyes aren't even listening anymore. Jang Wan also came out and saw her mother-in-law's strange appearance. Combined with what Niannian said, she was very anxious, like an ant on a hot pan. I don't have much money myself. It seemed that either the man or the old lady held the financial power. Niannian shouted, Go search your brother-in-law's bed, and also look in your mother-in-law's room. Cabinets, beds, under the beds, all the messy boxes, even under the insoles of shoes. Don't leave anything out. If you find it, that's the life-saving money. The old lady listened to Niannian talking about brain surgery and people turning foolish. She was struggling between believing and not believing, but as soon as she heard about searching her pension money, she became very anxious. She straightened up and quickly ran into the inner room. I'm fine. Don't take the money. I don't want brain surgery. Jang Wan was momentarily confused, seeming to not understand how her mother-in-law suddenly got better. Niannian held back a laugh and looked at Jiang Ran. Jiang Ran whispered, Did she make you angry? Niannian nodded. Jiang Ran said they shouldn't let Jang Wan cook, but she still made noodles. While she was eating, there was the sound of a lock being opened outside. The door unlocked, and a man in blue pants and a white shirt came in. At first glance, he looked gentle, but very thin, like a skinny dog, as people say. However, Niannian, still upset about the old lady's unintentional anger towards her brother-in-law, felt a bit better about him. When he entered, he saw Jiang Ran's face with a smile and said, Wan, Jiang Ran is here. Why didn't you tell me? I would have gone to the state-run restaurant to pick out 2 good dishes, if I knew. Niannian thought to herself that this man didn't seem as harsh as his mother. Zhou looked at Niannian with a hint of surprise in his eyes, but quickly masked it. He smiled and said, Your sister-in-law, right? When you two got married, your sister and I were busy and didn't have time to visit. While speaking, Jang Wan brought him some noodles. Several people sat at one table. This person spoke better than his mother, and during the meal, the elderly lady even wanted to complain but was silenced by the man. Niannian's impression of this man was neither good nor bad. She had no good impression of the elderly lady. When leaving, she told Sister Wan not to take medicine anymore. The room was filled with the smell of traditional Chinese medicine, and the medicine boxes in the house suggested they weren't just for taking medicine. It's just that your health is fine. If you follow your current way of taking medicine, you might develop problems. Niannian lowered her voice. Don't worry too much. Sometimes a miscarriage isn't the woman's fault. Just rest well, and it will be fine. Jang Wan had been married for many years without children. No one ever said that a miscarriage might not be her fault. Although she hadn't interacted much with Niannian, she still welled up with tears. Zhou chuckled nearby, saying, Why are you crying? If you miss her so much, let Jiang Ran bring your sister-in-law over often. It can also keep you company. Jiang Wan wiped her tears. Niannian and Jiang Ran returned and sat on the car's crossbar. Jiang Ran asked what had happened at the Zhou family. She didn't hide anything and told Jiang Ran everything honestly. She watched as Jiang Ran's face darkened successfully. Normally, she shouldn't pry into Sister Wan's private life, but looking at that family, Niannian still felt a bit angry. She asked Sister Wan, over these years of trying to conceive, have you checked your partner's health? People generally think whether a woman can get pregnant depends on her, but it also has a lot to do with the man. If the man isn't okay, no matter how healthy the woman is, it's still difficult, unless the child isn't his. Usually, when a woman can't get pregnant, people first ask her to get checked, not the man. Some doctors even suggest men should be checked, but many men insist they're fine and blame the woman. This has been the case for decades, and it's no different now. Jiang Ran frowned and thought for a moment. When Sister Wan got married over half a year ago, I heard she was pregnant. But then she looked at my mother's face and said she had a miscarriage. At that time, her health check showed no major problems, and she was told to rest, and she could have children again. But over the next few years, she kept having miscarriages almost every year. Niannian couldn't imagine what Sister Wan was going through. Having a miscarriage every year must have been very painful for her. Niannian blinked and looked up at Jiang Ran. If I were in Sister Wan's situation, what would you think? Jiang Ran frowned, about to say it was impossible. Niannian quickly said, let's assume it is this situation. Jiang Ran almost didn't think and said, I'll get sterilized. Niannian was surprised. Jiang Ran added, Sister Wan has suffered a lot over the years. I can't stand to see you like that. Niannian was feeling touched, but then the man's voice came again, and her feelings of warmth disappeared in the winter wind. No kids, so there's no need to worry so much. Niannian. What kind of worry was he talking about? Was it the one she was thinking of? Soon, Niannian stopped worrying about this. Jiang Ran's answer to this tricky question was basically satisfactory. She sighed and thought, I used to think that guy was pretty good to Sister Wan, but now it seems he's just SOSO. Sister Wan finds it hard to have children, which is quite sad. She works at a clothing factory. Next time you go to deliver something to Director Zhang, bring some extra vegetables. See if you can help her get a lighter job away from the assembly line. Even if she has children, she can be moved back later. For Niannian and Jiang Ran, just asking this question was enough. If they could keep the child, she was happy. Niannian and Jiang Ran returned to the village and happened to meet Lin Jingshin and her sister-in-law coming back, with a few children following them. It was clear that Lin Jingshin had gone to pick them up herself. As they passed by, Niannian heard Lin Desaw's voice, loud and clear, even from afar. Jingshin, you're not a kid anymore. You're married. If you're just staying at home eating free meals, and the whole family isn't working, what does that mean? Lin Jingshin had heard these words countless times before. She looked up impatiently and met Niannian's gaze. He sat on the crossbar of his bicycle, the man behind him wearing a military green coat, protecting her in his arms. The woman on the bike only showed a small face, about the size of a palm. Even in winter, her skin didn't look dry or rough. She looked even prettier. Jiang Ran rode past quickly, leaving only his back behind. The sound of her sister-in-law's nagging echoed in her ears, but Lin Jingshin couldn't focus on it at all. Previously, Niannian had been like a persistent rash, clinging to Song Siming. She was somewhat wary of that good-looking woman. Later, she suddenly stopped bothering, and she couldn't quite believe it. How could Niannian be willing to marry Jiang Ran? He was an ordinary village boy that most girls wouldn't look at. She thought Niannian was probably still planning something, but just now, seeing her being protected in someone's arms and looking well cared for, Lin Jingshin suddenly felt a bit uncomfortable. Does Niannian really dislike brother seeming now? The little white face who can't shoulder a bag or carry anything, I thought he would say a few words, but it turns out he's just for show. Only you like him. Big sister-in-law's words entered her ears. Lin Jingshin frowned. Sister-in-law, brother seeming just made a mistake. Can you please stop talking about it? Big sister-in-law pursed her lips, but finally stopped nagging. Even though Jiang Ran protected her from the wind, sitting on the bicycle for so long in the cold winter made Niannian's feet a bit cold. She quickly went inside, and Jiang Ran lit the stove. He also brought hot water, so she washed her face and hands first. Once she warmed up, outside the yard, a few birds chirped. Jang Ran frowned. Wang Liu is here. I'll go see what he wants. After Jiang Ran left, Niannian took a pen and paper, sat in bed, and started designing a tiger pattern. For soap making, the tiger pattern shouldn't be too realistic. Realistic drawings are too detailed. Whether drawing on paper or carving molds, they are quite difficult, and the chances of success are low. When Zhang Ping suggested it, Niannian already decided to make a cute cartoon style. Bored, she drew on the paper. Wang Liu said, "Brother Ran, I went to the back mountain early today. I saw 2 wild boars just inside the outskirts. Jiang Ran slightly frowned. I guess there's no food on the mountain, so those animals came down looking for something to eat. Since you're nearby, be careful. Near Lujiao Mountain in earlier years, wild boars also came down from the mountain, mostly during the harvest season. When they found food, they would gather in groups. Years ago, when Jiang Ran's grandfather was alive, he led a group of people with clay guns and killed many wild boars. At that time, the village ate wild boar meat for a long time. Later, the number of wild boars decreased, mostly staying deep in the mountains. This was the first time in years that wild boars had been seen outside the mountain. Jiang Ran nodded slightly. I understand. Wild boars go crazy and eat everything. Don't go into the mountain these days. Do you still have food at home? Wang Liu chuckled. The cured meat I gave last time isn't finished yet. We can still eat for a couple of days. Just craving some vegetables. Jiang Ran went to the backyard and picked a bunch for him. Wang Liu said nearby, Brother, you've been going to the county town recently. Are you selling vegetables? Jiang Ran shot him a glance. Speak directly, if you have something to say. Wang Liu crouched down and said, My mother told me that next year I must get married. I want to earn more money, or else why would a girl want to marry me? I was thinking, maybe I can learn how to cook this dish from you. Wang Liu's family has 2 people working and earning work points. He also hunts wild animals with Jiang Ran. Usually they don't worry about food, but they have an elderly person who often gets sick, and a lot of money is spent on medicine. The vegetables needed by several factories are more than what Jiang Ran can grow. Last time, Niannian also suggested Wang Liu grow some, but Jiang Ran refused. This time, he also rejected Wang Liu. Wang Liu listened to him without showing reluctance. He scratched his head and said, Brother, you're right. If we get caught, neither of us will have a good outcome. In the countryside, there are no secrets. Many neighbors go into each other's houses without greeting. Wang Liu's home has no wall, only a wooden fence. You can see everything inside from the neighbor's house. Jiang Ran looked at Wang Liu's disappointed face and said, If you're not afraid of wild boars coming down from the mountain anytime, go talk to the team leader. Clear some of the wasteland nearby and build a house. People coming here won't notice easily. Wang Liu thought for a moment and said, I'll go back and discuss it with my mother. Jiang Ran added, About the vegetables, don't tell anyone, not even your aunt. Wang Liu nodded, I know. Niannian drew a few cute tiger shapes. When Jiang Ran went inside, she asked him to take the drawings to the village carpenter so he could carve according to her designs. In the evening, light snowflakes started to fall. They looked shaky and sparse. Niannian stood at the door watching. Such weather is perfect for hot pot. But there was no hot pot base at home, so she gave up on that idea. Instead, she put 2 sweet potatoes into the stove and roasted them. The sweet potatoes under the stove, apart from some ash, were soft and sweet when torn open and bitten. Niannian ate one herself. She rubbed her full belly, feeling a slight hardening in her lower abdomen, different from before. Thinking of the child inside her and Jiang Ran's child, she couldn't help but smile. That night, the snow fell heavier and heavier. Niannian's feet, resting on Jiang Ran's body, kept moving and pressing in places they shouldn't. Soon, Jiang Ran's breathing grew heavier. His large hand held her foot and lowered his voice. Stop messing around. Niannian was deliberately teasing him. After spending so much time together, she knew he wouldn't hurt her. When he held her foot, her hand was still in control, sliding along his chest to his waist. Even so, she didn't intend to stop. Jiang Ran held her foot tightly and couldn't control his hands. Outside in the cold winter, snow was falling, and sweat formed on his forehead. Thinking about the doctor's words earlier, Jiang Ran no longer wanted to hold back. He leaned down, and Ruan heard a muffled sound, but it didn't seem like she was in pain. Ruan was quite petty, and was still annoyed that he called her impatient. At this moment, she playfully reached out and pushed Jiang Ran away with a smile, saying, Don't be impatient. Jiang Ran. His wife was definitely doing it on purpose. After a long time of fussing, The person who wanted to succeed finally did. They had been at it for a while, and even though the doctor said they shouldn't be too vigorous, they still went back and forth twice. Niannian was tired, but it was clear that the man only needed to settle his stomach, still looking somewhat satisfied. Before going to sleep, Niannian kept asking Jiang Ran, who was impatient. Jiang Ran smiled helplessly and said, "It's me. I'm impatient. Can you sleep peacefully now?" Niannian closed her eyes happily, feeling satisfied. Although she wasn't full, satisfying her craving was good enough. Jiang Ran got up to bring warm water for her to clean up a bit. Watching her sleep peacefully, a faint smile appeared in his eyes. The next morning, upon waking, the yard was covered in thick snow. Jiang Ran was still not up, and Niannian habitually hugged him and kissed his chin. Jiang Ran held her and whispered, "Don't move around." The man's body was strong and healthy. Even in the cold winter, his body was unusually warm. Niannian, still not fully awake, was a little dizzy from his lazy voice. But when she suddenly sensed something, her eyes cleared up. Niannian quickly escaped from Jiang Ran's embrace, but his strong arm reached out and pulled her back into his arms. He leaned over, and Niannian pushed him twice. Jiang Ran slightly frowned, his deep eyes fixed on her moist eyes, and he spoke in a husky voice. "Really not coming?" With Jiang Ran like this, his voice was as gentle as a feather brushing her heart, making it hard for her to refuse. However, Jiang Ran had never been exposed to anything colorful or corrupting. Everything was a bit simple for him. Niannian whispered a few words into his ear. Jiang Ran's gaze darkened further. A snowfall caused the entire village to fall silent. The villagers of Hehe village stayed in their beds, and the spring light in the small house at the end of the village was unknown to anyone. But it seemed Jiang Ran had opened the door to a new world. Niannian's fingers were numb from exhaustion as she lazily looked at the ceiling, questioning why she had foolishly decided to teach him some useless skills. In the end, it seemed she was the one who got hurt. Lunch was prepared by Jiang Ran and brought to the Kong. He made hand-pulled noodles. The meal wasn't bad, but it wasn't particularly delicious either. However, Niannian was too tired and hungry, so she ate a big bowl. In the afternoon, she hardly left her bed all day. Jiang Ran went out once and returned holding a piece of mutton. Niannian looked a bit curious. "Where did you get the mutton?" The village's sheep were all task sheep. They wouldn't kill them for meat. Jiang Ran looked toward the back mountain. "I went around to Lu Guangming's village. Someone was slaughtering a sheep, so I bought some." Outside, everything was covered in snow, including the back mountain. Deerhorn Mountain wasn't very big, but not small either. Going around it wasn't easy. But clearly, Jiang Ran and Wang Lu often went into the mountains, so they were more familiar with the area than most. Niannian examined the mutton and swallowed hard. "We'll stew mutton tonight." Mountain sheep aren't very gamey. Once cleaned, they taste great when simmered simply. The house had plenty of white radishes, so she added some to the stew. Eating mutton in winter keeps you warm. The fire in the clay stove was simmering, and the aroma filled the entire yard. Fortunately, no one from the village tail end was around. Otherwise, they would have noticed. The stew boiled with a clear white broth. Niannian first served a large bowl of meat and soup. "Take this to your parents and grandma. Once the meat is gone, the soup with noodles is also delicious. Hurry back after delivering it." Not every family's food supplies were as abundant as Niannian's. Jiang Ran cared about the elders, so he quickly carried the big bowl outside, the sound of crunching snow under his feet. Jiang Ran returned quickly. The kitchen was lit with a fire, and the two sat inside eating together. The stewed mutton was tender and flavorful. Taking a bite made her feel so comfortable, she closed her eyes. She didn't eat the fatty parts next to the lean meat. She gave those to Jiang Ran. Whenever Mrs. Lu Xingyun and Mr. Wan Wenchao saw her eating like this, they would comment on her, but Jiang Ran wouldn't. He silently ate the parts she didn't want. Thinking of those two, Niannian felt a bit nostalgic. In her original world, Jiang Ran didn't exist, and in this story's world, her parents weren't there either. Perhaps because of hormonal imbalance during pregnancy, She suddenly started crying while eating. A tear dropped, splattering softly. Jiang Ran frowned slightly. Why are you crying? Is the food not good? If it's not good, I won't eat it. I'll go to the county town to buy ribs for you. She stood up, wiping her tears. At this moment, a tall man felt a bit helpless. Niannian was holding back tears, choking as she said, I'm fine. I just miss my parents. Jiang Ran gently patted her back and softly comforted her. When the weather gets warmer, I'll ask the team leader for a family visit permit. Before he finished speaking, Niannian's tears fell more fiercely. She cried silently, with tears in her big eyes, her nose and face red, looking very pitiful. Niannian whispered, I can't go back. I really can't go back. She and Ms. Lu Xingyun were already living in different worlds. She couldn't go back. The original her's parents weren't her real parents, and they didn't like her either. Niannian didn't cry for long. Even if her parents were there, they wouldn't want to see her sad. Jiang Ran wanted to comfort her, so he saw her wipe her tears and then continue eating meat heartily. She even shoved the fatty meat she didn't want into his mouth. Jiang Ran knew she was okay now, but he still kept her tears in his heart. At the Jiang family's house, Jiang Ran bringing lamb meat happened to be seen by Guiyu. Seeing the yellow pancake in her bowl, she didn't feel good. The fresh aroma of lamb kept wafting by her nose, making it hard to forget. Mom, I don't want to eat the pancake anymore, the youngest son of Jiang said with a bite, complaining. The eldest son didn't speak, but his expression clearly showed he didn't want to eat either. Guiyu smiled and said, take the pancakes and go give some to Grandpa and Grandma. The two children didn't know anything and thought it was to show respect to their grandparents, so they took the pancakes and ran off. Eldest son frowned. We don't have enough grain to eat. Why give some to the elders? Guiyu lowered her voice. I just saw the fourth son bring over a bowl of meat. It's quite a lot and smells really good.
You can give some to your dad and mom.
They might want to save some for the kids. Our family's son is the eldest grandson of the old couple. Hearing there was meat, the eldest son immediately stopped talking and even felt a little tempted. But he knew his parents wouldn't give him permission if he asked. He muttered, I don't know if the kids can bring some respect back to us. While they were talking, the two children ran back again. The eldest son called out, Mom, we've delivered it. Seeing both boys empty-handed, Guiyu frowned. Didn't your grandparents keep some for you to eat? The youngest son looked hungry and a little wronged, saying, Grandpa and Grandma are eating meat. They said our pancakes were just right, and then they told us to come back. They didn't even let the children eat? Guiyu frowned and asked, didn't you say you also wanted to eat meat? The eldest son lowered his head and replied, Grandpa and Grandma said the meat was sent by Uncle Xiao as a sign of respect. If we want to eat meat, Dad can just send some over. Old Zhang's face twitched. When did Mom and Dad become so stingy? If I want meat, can our family enjoy it? Why send it over? Inside the main house, in the middle of winter, eating lamb made Sulan and Jiang Shui feel very warm and comfortable, their bodies feeling cozy. But just thinking about how she had just sent the eldest child's children away, Sulan looked at the old lady and asked, Mom, are you really not going to let the little kids eat? The old lady, being quite old, still ate lamb gracefully and politely, chewing a piece of tender lamb and swallowing it. She looked up at Sulan and said, Not letting them eat? If they want to, they can ask their parents. The old lady spoke clearly and decisively, showing no sign of feeling sorry for her grandchildren. She picked up a piece of lamb and said, This cake was sent just right. Not too early, not too late. The fourth family's lamb was just delivered, and now she wants the children to bring the cake. This meat was sent by the fourth family, meant for us to eat. No matter who comes, they can't eat it. Otherwise, there will be trouble more than once. The old lady's face showed a bit of authority. If you two are soft-hearted and give it away, I will tell the fourth family.
From now on, not even a grain of rice can be sent.
I'll go find the fourth family and the daughter-in-law. Sulan hurriedly said, Mom, don't be angry. I just saw the kids eyeing the meat and felt sad. The old lady also understood that Sulan had a kind heart and wasn't clueless. She was just soft-hearted, willing to go hungry herself, but not willing to let her grandchildren go hungry. Don't worry, they won't starve. Niannian had already eaten lamb and drank lamb soup, feeling full. She also served Jiang Ran a bowl of lamb noodle soup, feeling warm all over. She was idly watching the snow outside, which was already thicker than her ankles. Jiang Ran, go call Tianyo and Go Dan. Let them come and have some soup and build a snowman. Seeing her excited, Jiang Ran hesitated, remembering she had just been crying. He didn't want to ruin her mood. I'll go call them. Don't move around too much. Be careful not to slip. Niannian quickly agreed. Tianyo and Go Dan soon arrived, bringing a bowl of frozen goat milk. Their small faces were red from the wind. Jiang Ran served them soup. Eat up, play with your sister, and watch her. When I'm not around, don't let her go out into the snow. Jiang Ran, usually serious and stern, spoke like giving an order. Go Dan and Tianyo didn't dare refuse. They even put 2 pieces of lamb on their noodles, almost burying their little faces in the bowls. The snow had stopped, and Niannian watched Jiang Ran take a sieve, tie a stick with a rope, and hold it up. He sprinkled some millet into the sieve. Niannian couldn't help but ask, "What are you doing?" Before Jiang Ran could answer, the sweet girl excitedly said, "Catching sparrows. Soon, some birds will fly over." Sure enough, after she finished speaking, a small gray sparrow flew over, circling near the sieve. Once it confirmed there was no danger, a group of sparrows flew over, chirping loudly. They pecked at the millet in the snow like little chicks. Soon, there were tiny bird footprints all around. Jiang Ran pulled the rope, causing the sparrows on the outside to fly away in fright. Those too slow to escape got caught underneath the sieve. Niannian leaned over to look. The sparrows' eyes were small and round, meeting her gaze. They looked cute. She thought that maybe in the future, these sparrows could be protected animals. Jiang Ran said, "They don't have much meat, and roasting them wouldn't taste good. We'll release them later. Another day, I'll catch some pigeons for stew to boost your health." Niannian opened the sieve, and several sparrows flew away. Jiang Ran sprinkled more millet again. She watched the little sparrows eat, while the sweet girl and Go Dan quickly finished their meals. After washing their bowls, everyone started building a snowman. Niannian and the sweet girl were just there for fun, while Jiang Ran and Go Dan were the main builders. They quickly built a snowman as tall as a person. Niannian finished by inserting a carrot for the nose. It faced upward, but without a camera, she couldn't record this moment. After playing for a while, it got dark. The sweet girl and Go Dan went home, and Niannian also returned to her room. Jiang Ran held her hand, which was cold. He frowned slightly and said, "I'll go get some water to soak your hands." Niannian gave a mischievous smile. "No need." Then she quickly slipped her hand into his chest, lifting his sweater and resting it on his waist. Jiang Ran's waist tightened in response, a bit helpless. "You almost a mom now, still so childish." Niannian's hand grabbed his slim waist a couple of times and looked up. "That's not allowed." "Okay," Jiang Ran said, holding her hand tightly and pressing it against his waist. He lowered his voice. "Warm your hands if you want, but don't move around." Niannian glared at him. "Aren't you tired?" "I'm not using much strength. The doctor said I shouldn't be too vigorous," Jiang Ran replied seriously. Niannian. This person was definitely secretly mischievous. The snow melted slowly over a long period, leaving the village muddy again. Niannian hadn't gone out recently. They were waiting for the carpenter to finish the mold, less than a month before the new year. Early in the morning, some vegetables in the vegetable shed were ready. Jiang Ran got up to pick and deliver them to the county town. As soon as he got up, Niannian, who was sleeping in his arms, felt the warmth of the stove was gone and blinked her sleepy eyes. "Where are you going?"
she asked.
Jiang Ran softly replied, "To the county to deliver vegetables." Niannian's eyes cleared for a moment as she looked at him and said, "Last time, I asked Director Zhang for some paint. When you go this time, bring it back. Also, mention to Director Zhang that sister, one should change her work. Give her the 2 blocks of goat milk soap on the table, say it's moisturizing and good for winter." And today, pick the vegetables and send them all to the clothing factory. Then she fell back into a hazy sleep. Jiang Ran looked at her, lowered his head, and gently kissed her smooth forehead. Changing someone's position in work was not difficult for Director Zhang. Niannian also asked Jiang Ran to bring the goat milk soap. It was a rare item, but what Director Zhang cared about most were the vegetables and meat. Still, she accepted the soap and smiled, saying, "You guys have been here for so long. You should have told me earlier. You have relatives here." Changing positions is simple, don't worry about it, Director Zhang said, glancing at the box behind Jiang Ran. Jiang Ran nodded and said, "Today's vegetables are picked. My wife said to deliver all of them to you." Director Zhang was overjoyed. "All right, just tell your wife to rest assured. I will arrange everything." After Jiang Ran left with the gift, Director Zhang quickly went to find Jiang Wan's team leader in the workshop. When Jiang Ran returned with the paint, Niannian had mixed several colors to find the most suitable one. She made 6 molds. Each tiger was different, but all adorable. Director Zhang needed 10 sets, so Niannian made a few extra. One set was for her to give to Director Zhang, and the rest were for Jiang Ran to deliver to the glass factory and the cotton weaving factory. Jiang Wan had already been transferred to the office. Although she was doing miscellaneous tasks, it was much easier than working on the assembly line. During this time, she also sent over 2 cans of canned food and 6 yards of cotton cloth to Jiang Ran. If she had more economic freedom, she could use the procurement channels of these factories to build many connections and expand her business, making a lot of money. But now, with only 7 years until the new year and the situation still tense, it wasn't worth taking such risks. Still, maintaining good relationships was necessary. By December, the village also had a festive atmosphere. On the 25th, her mother-in-law brought a lot of tofu, dried bean curd, and tofu pudding. The Jiang family's ancestors started with selling tofu. The family rules required each generation to know how to make it. The tofu, dried bean curd, and tofu pudding were all made by her grandparents. Sulan said, "If there's leftover tofu, just fry it. For the stew, we still have some soy milk at home. I can't carry it all, so you can ask Jiang Ran to bring some to boil and drink. Add a bit of sugar. It's tasty." Niannian, who had not had soy milk in over half a year, was reminded of the stone-milled soy milk and felt a little craving. She eagerly looked at Jiang Ran. The man went to the kitchen, brought some white flour and a small basin. Looking at Sulan, he said, "Mom, I'll go get some soy milk." Sulan smiled and nodded. Drinking soy milk is good. It makes your skin fair, and children born from it are also good-looking. The things Sulan brought were all delicious. She had given too much tofu. There was a full basin. Niannian thought that during the New Year's frying, she really needed to fry more. The dried bean curd strips were homemade, natural, and additive-free. They could be eaten cold in a salad, fried briefly in oil, or stir-fried with vegetables. They all tasted great. Soon, Jiang Ran returned with a small basin of soy milk. It was raw soy milk, which he poured into a pot and boiled again. The soy milk smelled fresh and had a richer flavor than the blender-made version. It tasted very good. Jiang Ran added a little rock sugar to the cooked soy milk and then handed it to Niannian. She drank it all, licking the foam off her lips. His eyes softened as he watched her. "Do you want more?" "If yes, I'll go get some more." The boiled soy milk filled a large bowl. Niannian shook her head. "I'm full. I don't want any more." She even hiccuped as she said this. During the New Year, the villagers in Dahe village slaughter pigs. Everyone was eager to get the fatty meat, waiting for it to be rendered into lard. Niannian's family didn't lack pig fat. She preferred lean meat. Jiang Ran was asked to get some ribs. In Lu Guangming's village, there were many pigs. On the 27th of the lunar month, they even sent a pig to the factory. When Jiang Ran returned, besides the pork bill, he also bought soap, chicken, duck, pork, and mutton. There were sugar, sunflower seeds, and walnuts in the county town. Jiang Ran and Wang Lu went shopping together. Of course, they bought sugar and sunflower seeds. They also bought a lot of cookies, sakama, and peach pastries that were available at the market. Wang Lu only bought some sugar and sunflower seeds, looking surprised. Brother, you've changed. In previous years, you wouldn't even buy sunflower seeds or sugar for yourself. In past years, during the New Year, Jiang Ran would bring 2 jin of meat to the Jiang family, and on New Year's Eve, he'd just go there for a meal to celebrate. He didn't see the need for anything else. But this year was different. Whenever he saw something new and interesting, he wondered if Niannian would like it. Jiang Ran's face showed no particular expression as he said, "My sister-in-law likes to eat." Wang Lu. Next year, he will definitely work harder with brother Yan and get married sooner. Before the new year, Niannian and Jiang Ran sent gifts to the Jiang family, including sugar, melon seeds, and a bunch of pork. At noon, the villagers were relaxing in the sun. When they saw Niannian and Jiang Ran passing by, the pork looked especially tempting, and some people's eyes stayed fixed on it. People passing through the village couldn't help but feel a bit envious. After Niannian and Jiang Ran left, whispers began to spread quietly. That Lin Jingshin is so lazy. She rarely leaves the city, and when she comes to the countryside, she doesn't want to get her hands dirty. I think she'll only get poorer over time, but Jiang Ran's life seems to be getting better. People from the city, their parents are official workers, and she used to have a job too. She has more money and bills than us. Jiang Ran married into wealth. If I had known she was so rich, I would have made my son marry her. You old fool. Go home and have your son take a and look at himself. Jiang Ran is good-looking and can work. Your son, on the other hand, is too lazy to get out of bed all day. I think he's lazier than Jiqing. Honestly, I don't envy anyone now, except Sulan. If my son dared to give me so much meat, my daughter-in-law would be furious. Look at Jiqing, she even went to deliver meat with Jiang Ran. As for Niannian, she deliberately chose her departure time. She usually avoided showing off wealth, but during the new year, she had to give gifts to elders. Everyone could see what she brought, so she couldn't be accused of being unfilial. During the new year, the village shared meat, including the meat everyone usually hesitated to eat, now all brought out. This was the first year of dividing the family property, but the Jiang family still had a big family dinner together. They made tofu the day before, slaughtered chickens, and Jiang Ming went to cut ice and fish.
Sulan steamed dead falao buns.
When Niannian arrived, Sulan, Guiyu, and Granny Wang Fengxia were all making dumplings. Seeing her, Sulan smiled kindly and said, "It's cold outside. Come sit by the fire and warm up, don't get cold." Zhang Hui was already by the fire. Hearing Sulan, she was a bit annoyed and said, "Mom, I just came over and you didn't tell me to sit and rest. You said I should roll the dough. Don't be so biased." Sulan looked at her and said, "I am biased. If you have the ability, ask second brother to bring some meat for me." The filling in these dumplings was brought by Niannian and fourth brother. If you want to do some work, then you're not being wronged. Niannian sat by the fireplace. She came over, and the children were the happiest. Zhang Hui was unhappy. Her eldest son held a roasted sweet potato and handed it to Niannian. "Little auntie, you eat. It's cooked." The sweet potato was just the right size and perfectly roasted. Seeing him be so attentive, the other children didn't want to fall behind. Guiyu's youngest son went to the kitchen and brought back some sweet potato balls. His chubby face looked at Niannian and said, "Auntie, eat." Very good. One of his front teeth was missing, and he spoke with a lisp. No matter what the adults said, children are always adorable. Niannian didn't want to argue with the kids, so she happily took their offerings. Guiyu smiled and said, "Look at this little kid. He's closer to Niannian than to his own mother." Wang Fengxia chuckled and added, "Kids are born knowing who's good to them." Huzi is only a few months old, but he laughs happily whenever he sees Niannian. After the family split, the children from other households had a hard time making ends meet. Some tried to get Sulan's children to visit for food, but no matter how much they cried, she wouldn't share. But Wang Fengxia was different. Her little Huzi was only a few months old, still nursing, and the family had stored enough grain early on. Jiang Ming knew how to work, and in winter, when the village needed to dig river ditches, he went without hesitation. They ate food from the communal supplies. During this period, Wang Fengxia's health improved noticeably. While others had become thinner, she gained a little weight and now spoke with more confidence. Niannian mostly stayed out of the adults' conversations, happily eating the soft roasted sweet potatoes and chatting with the children and elderly women. When the dumplings were ready, the lazy old woman opened her eyes and said to Shulan, "Go tell those two to stop. Tonight is a rare family reunion. Anyone causing trouble should go back to their own room." This winter, they rarely had a good meal, so after the old woman finished speaking, Shulan went to pass the message. After some scolding, no one at the table paid attention to petty remarks. However, everyone reached for their food quickly. Just as Niannian was about to grab a piece of chicken, Zhang Laoda snatched it first. When she reached for a rib, another pair of chopsticks quickly came over. Guiyu hadn't even picked up his chopsticks yet when a pair of chopsticks precisely grabbed 2 ribs and placed them in Niannian's bowl. Jiang Ran didn't look at anyone's face. He just grabbed ribs and chicken pieces quietly and asked in a low voice, "What else do you want to eat?" Guiyu watched Jiang Ran's quick and clean movements, frowning slightly. She wanted to say something but ultimately didn't. Her younger brother-in-law had been a mischievous boy since childhood. Even if she told him to be gentle with the children, he wouldn't listen. There was no need to argue. She simply ate her food more quickly. Overall, the New Year's dinner was quite peaceful. After eating, a few people sat inside talking. Jiang Ran only exchanged a few words with his father and a few with Jiang Ming. The others didn't bother. They left early, feeling sleepy, and took Niannian home. Niannian was really tired at the Jiang house. Once outside, the cold wind woke her up a lot. She looked up at the sky. This was the first New Year she didn't spend with her parents. She wondered how Mrs. Lu Xingyun and Mr. Wan Wenqiao were doing in another world. Did they miss her? Niannian was afraid they didn't miss her, but also worried they might be thinking of her. Jiang Ran held her hand and softly said, "I asked the squad leader. Every year, the educated youth get a visit-home leave for about 20 days. Since your month isn't too far along, I plan to get a letter of introduction from the squad leader and visit your parents-in-law in Bincheng during the New Year." Niannian shook her head. When she was sent to the countryside, her parents were very fond of her and loved her dearly. Everyone at the educated youth camp and in the village thought so too. But the truth was far from what people believed. However, she wasn't from this world. This world was just like a storybook. Niannian didn't plan to tell Jiang Ran about it. She shook her head and said, "No, it's not convenient to travel now that I'm pregnant." This was their first New Year together. Niannian's mood recovered quickly. She looked at the man beside her and said, "Husband, Happy New Year." Jiang Ran looked at her, tightened his grip on her hand, and they made eye contact. "Sweetheart, Happy New Year," he replied. Niannian kissed him quickly, then turned to her belly and said, "Baby, Mom and Dad wish you a Happy New Year." But there was no response from the baby. When Niannian and Jiang Ran arrived home, she was shining a flashlight at Jiang Ran as he opened the door. Suddenly, a figure jumped out from the wall and ran away quickly. Niannian's face changed instantly. "Jiang Ran, catch the thief." Before she could finish, Jiang Ran had already chased after him. Niannian held her flashlight tightly, her fingers clenched. There were vegetables and many strange things in the yard that shouldn't be there at the season. As for money, only some pocket change was left outside. Most of it had already been hidden. There was no other movement in the yard, so it was probably just that one person. Niannian waited for a long time in place before Jiang Ran approached from the darkness. She instinctively moved forward to meet him and suddenly felt a twinge of numbness in her leg as she lifted it. Jiang Ran hurried over to support her. "Are you okay? Are you okay?" They almost spoke at the same time, both surprised for a moment. Niannian thought he hadn't caught the person. "I'm fine. Even if someone ran away, it's no big deal. There's nothing valuable outside. As long as no one gets hurt." We caught him and took him to the team leader. Jiang Ran was holding a string of dried sausages. "He stole these." Niannian was shocked. "Did he only steal these?"
Yes.
He said he was very hungry and hadn't had time to steal anything else. When he heard us, he panicked and ran away. Niannian used her flashlight to check the house. The bedroom door was locked, and the windows looked the same as when they left. Only the kitchen was messy, with things scattered on the table. The neatly hung dried meats and sausages on the beams were now in disarray, some even on the ground. She checked the vegetable shed, which was covered with thatch, and there were no footprints around the soil. It really was as the thief said, he only stole the sausages. But today someone came to steal just a sausage. Maybe tomorrow someone else will come for something else. It's never safe. Niannian asked who stole it. Jiang Ran replied, Lin Dio. Among the villagers, Niannian didn't know many names, but she did know Lin Dio. She had heard a lot of gossip from the village's gathering spots. He was young, a troublemaker, and this wasn't his first theft. Last year, he even stole a chicken from Aunt Wong's farm. His parents were honest villagers, well known for their integrity. They only had this one son. They couldn't control him, and whenever they saw him, they looked pitiful. Usually, after apologizing and returning what was taken, people didn't make a big deal out of it. Niannian said, Don't let this go easily. Jiang Ran responded softly, clearly thinking the same. They checked the house again, and found only the sausages missing, nothing else. This also served as a warning. They had a low wall around the house. Life was better now, and everyone in the village was watching. No one knew how many people like Lin Dio were secretly thinking about stealing. The next day, on the first day of the Lunar New Year, everyone went to pay respects. By noon, everyone in the village already knew about Lin Dio's theft. His parents begged Jiang Ran and the team leader, but it was no use. Jiang Ran insisted on reporting to the police, wanting him to serve time in jail. They are from the same village. Many people think Lin Dio's stealing is truly wrong, but Jiang Ran sending him to jail over a piece of meat is too much. Niannian said, It's not Jiang Ran's fault for being angry. Last night, after we finished dinner and went home, he suddenly rushed out, scaring me so much that I had stomach pain all night. If anything happens to the baby in my belly, I swear I will make him pay, even if it means hurting him. Now, even those who were criticizing Jiang Ran are silent. Only Lin Dio's parents are crying. After all the fuss, a piece of dried sausage won't really send someone to jail. In the end, Jiang Guochao made the final decision. He paid Jiang Ran 2 yuan, telling his parents to watch Lin Dio go home and teach him a lesson. If there's a next time, whether he gets hurt or ends up in jail, Jiang Guochao said he wouldn't interfere anymore. Only then was the person released. Yesterday, Jiang Ran already beat him up until his nose and face were swollen. Niannian's original intention was for the villagers to see that stealing from her family has serious consequences. 2 yuan isn't a small amount. The Lin family found it hard to come up with, so they agreed. In the afternoon, Jiang Ran brought home a small black puppy from someone's house. Having a dog means that when there's a noise at home, it barks to alert, and if strangers come, it can warn them. On the second day of school, everyone in the village went to visit relatives. Niannian, a young person sent to the countryside, naturally didn't have to do this. She prepared a table of food at home and ate with Jiang Ran, occasionally tossing pieces of meat and vegetables to the little dog wagging its tail at their feet. At the Jiang family home, today the eldest, second, and third children all went to visit relatives early. The house was very quiet. Sulan got up early to tidy up and waited at home for Jiang Wan and Zhou Ling, the couple, to come over. She waited until noon but didn't see anyone. She went to the village entrance several times but didn't see Jiang Wan. It wasn't until the afternoon that Sulan returned home to eat. Frowning, she said to Jiang Xiui, Could it be that she's pregnant this year and worried about something happening on the way back? Jiang Xiui also frowned. Don't worry too much. If she's pregnant, it's not easy for her. Maybe that's just how it is. The old lady looked thoughtful. Wanner isn't someone who's not polite. If she didn't visit relatives during the New Year, she would have let someone know in advance. The old lady looked at Jiang Xiui and said, In a couple of days, when there's nothing going on at home, I'll borrow Jiang Ran's bicycle and ask around what's happening. Hearing this, Su Lan muttered, Hopefully nothing serious. She's pregnant several times now, but the baby keeps not staying. It's her and the adults. The last time I saw Wanner at the hospital, her face was so pale, I almost didn't recognize her. Although Jiang Wan is not her biological child, she raised her with her own hands. Over the years, they have developed a deep bond. Speaking of her, Su Lan feels very caring. The old lady said, "Don't scare yourself. Come visit Xiaoji when you have time." During the new year, Niannian just ate and slept, then either clung to Jiang Ran or played with a dog. She hardly did anything else. She didn't expect the people from the youth station to come looking for her. For a while, she hadn't seen Zhou Weihong. Maybe because of her job as a teacher, she seemed more confident and no longer walked with her head down like before. When she saw Niannian, she still smiled shyly. Niannian was curious. "Why did you come here?" Su Yao was visiting during the day for the first time. Their home was a simple mud brick house, with a small mud brick kitchen nearby. The yard was quite large, but it was so run down that it was even worse than the youth station. Su Yao looked around and lost interest. Zhang Qi is getting married. He said he wants to invite the people from the youth station for a meal. We came to ask if you want to go. If you do, we can buy him a gift together. Zhang Qi is getting married? Niannian was curious. To whom? Su Yao said, to Zhang Xiaomei. Niannian had spent some time in the village's gossip circle, so she knew who Zhang Xiaomei was. Her mother even wanted her to introduce them last time. She was worried that in a few years, she might return to the city, and if Zhang Qi married and had children locally, leaving his wife and kids behind when he left, she might blame herself. Unexpectedly, it turned out he was marrying her after all. But marriage is naturally worth celebrating. The future can be discussed later. Zhang Qi was a good person, and he probably wouldn't abandon his wife and children. Su Yao looked at Niannian's slightly rounded belly. Are you all crazy? Always getting married in the village. If you don't marry, you might get sick and return to the city. Once married, you'll be stuck in the village for life. Even if I retire due to illness and go back to the city, there's no work. Besides, if you want to retire due to illness, just do it, Niannian replied. Su Yao was so angry she turned red in the face. But what she said was true. Jobs in the city were very competitive. Even if she retired due to illness and returned, she wouldn't have a job. She's over 20 now, and she can't just stay at home in the city. Moreover, her parents' letter said her older brothers, second brother, and younger brother were all married. The whole family squeezed into a small house, sleeping separated by curtains. If she went back, she wouldn't just be unemployed. She wouldn't even have a place to sleep. Many young people from Dea village who went to the countryside have gotten married and started families, which is helpful in times of need. Su Yao feels a bit sad and even doubts whether Niannian and Zhang Qi's choices are right. No, Niannian's choice is definitely wrong. Life in the city is much better. She doesn't want to spend her whole life in this small Dea village. Su Yao glares and says, I won't talk to you anymore. Zhou Weihong, let's go. Zhou Weihong looks at Niannian with an apologetic smile and says, Zhang Qi said we should gather on the night of the 10th. Remember to come. We're leaving now. Niannian agrees. After sending Zhou Weihong and Su Yao away, she isn't in a hurry to go home. She looks toward the back mountain where Jiang Ran and Wang Lu have gone up again. She doesn't know what Jiang Ran can hunt for food. She's already tired of rabbits, and the family's sheep meat ran out a long time ago. She doesn't know when she can buy some mutton hot pot from Lu Guangming again. Niannian is still thinking at the door. She doesn't wait for Jiang Ran, but instead sees her father-in-law and mother-in-law approaching. Su Lan sees Niannian standing at the door from afar and quickly walks over. Is it cold standing here? Come inside and keep warm. Niannian looks up at the sun and smiles at Su Lan's anxious look. It's not cold. The sun is out. To prevent her from going inside, she quickly changes the subject. Dad, Mom, why are you here?
Su Lan shy.
Your dad, and I came to borrow your bicycle. You and Jiang Ran don't want to ride, right? Niannian shakes her head. I don't want to ride. I don't know if Jiang Ran will go to the county tomorrow. If Jiang Ran goes to the county, we won't borrow the bike. When he goes, tell him to visit Wanner. She didn't come back on the second day of the new year, and no one has sent a message yet. Your dad, and I feel uneasy. We want to check on her tomorrow. Niannian agrees. That evening, Jiang Ran and Wang Lu each bring home a wild rabbit. Niannian recounts what Sulan told her in the afternoon. Jiang Ran frowns at the thought of Jang Wan's situation. I'll go see how she's doing tomorrow. Niannian hasn't been to the county for a long time. I'll go with you. We can also check the hospital. Zhang Qi is getting married, so I want to buy him a gift. Jiang Ran thinks she might be tired of staying at home. The new year in the county is more lively than in the village, and there are movies to watch. Good. After visiting Wanner, let's go see a movie. She has never watched a movie in this era, so she's quite curious. She agrees happily. Niannian no longer wants to eat rabbit meat. In the evening, she steamed some sausage, stir-fried some greens with tofu, and cooked a small bowl of millet porridge. She paired it with a date flour steamed bun sent by Sulan for the new year. She and Jiang Ran simply had a meal together. The next morning, they rode their bikes to the county town. The county town was indeed busier than the countryside, with many vendors and children setting off firecrackers. They mentioned the rabbit they didn't eat yesterday and planned to visit Jiang Wan to help her recover. On the way, they also brought a few sweet potatoes for her to cook. The two of them biked first to the clothing factory staff courtyard. They knocked on the door on the second floor several times, but no one answered. Jiang Ran frowned. Niannian also felt something was wrong. Just as she was about to knock again, an old man came down from the third floor. Seeing Niannian and Jiang Ran, he looked surprised and said, "Stop knocking. No one is home." It's unusual for someone to be away during the new year, even if Jang Wan and Zhou Ling might be working. But that old lady wouldn't be working on that day. Niannian smiled and asked, "Ma'am, do you know where he went?" "I don't know. On the second day of the new year, his younger sister-in-law came, and I heard some noise upstairs. Later, I heard from those sunbathing downstairs that a woman, covered in blood, was probably taken to the county hospital. Could it be that Jiang Wan had an accident?" A cold feeling ran through Niannian's heart. She instinctively looked at Jiang Ran. Jiang Ran's face was cold and pale. To the hospital. The two biked straight to the county hospital, stopping several nurses to ask if Jiang Wan was there. Fortunately, they found her in the inpatient ward on the second floor when they arrived. In the ward, Jiang Wan's mother-in-law was sitting beside her bed. "You look like this now, you can't go to work. Your body needs proper rest," she said. "I just want to take care of you. So I asked Xiao Yun to do the work," Jiang Wan replied, her face pale, eyes gray, and lips cracked.
Don't think about it. I won't agree, she said.
Why are you refusing? You should give her the job. The old lady raised her voice. There's no more talking. You give her the job or you give her the job. Before she finished speaking, bang.
Hey, who's that?
Who's so careless? Something hit my head. Who's so heartless, throwing away sweet potatoes? Niannian stood at the door and said, "That was me." The old lady turned around, about to get angry when she saw Jiang Ran's tall figure with a terrifyingly cold face. Jiang Ran walked over, reached out, and directly pushed the old lady out of the room, causing her to fall in the corridor. "Get out." The elderly woman was initially frightened, trembling for a moment. Surrounded by people, she suddenly pounded her thigh and shouted, "Someone's been murdered. Someone's been murdered. People of the Jiang family, we only married a useless hen that doesn't lay eggs, and now you're hitting people too." The onlookers around pointed and whispered. The more people agreed, the more excited the old woman became. "You don't know, their daughter can't have children. She doesn't do any chores at home and makes me, an old lady, take care of her. This is unfair. Unfair." Niannian wanted to help her down, but a man pushed through the crowd. "Stop talking nonsense. I share a ward with her. That old lady and her daughter are shameless. She's after someone's job and wants her daughter to get it. Recently, she's been causing trouble every day. It's giving me a headache. Her noise even prevents my daughter from resting properly. I just want to ask the nurse to change our ward." When he spoke, everyone around was unsure who to believe. Is that true? Giving a daughter-in-law's job to a younger sister-in-law? If you care so much about your daughter, why didn't you give her a job before? Why are you asking for your daughter-in-law's job now? It's no wonder her family causes trouble. Shameless. Who knows if she's telling the truth? The old woman is crying, but she looks pretty pitiful. She's pitiful? What's so pitiful about her? Everyone in the county city knows each other. Go ask about Fu Zhang's family at the clothing factory. Whoever gets involved with this mother-in-law will be unlucky. Her daughter-in-law has been pregnant several times, but never kept the baby. I heard from the older women in the hospital that when she first married Zhou Ling, she was healthy, but then kept miscarrying. It's all connected to this sharp-tongued old lady. Last winter, she made her daughter-in-law, who had just finished a day's work, wash her cotton clothes by hand, fussed over her cooking, and then said it was bad. Meanwhile, the commotion caught the attention of a middle-aged nurse who came over and frowned when she saw the old woman on the ground. She sternly said, "This is a hospital, not a place for you to make a scene. Your family matters should be resolved at home. Stop causing trouble here, or the nearby wards will complain about you. Your other family members are here. Go home quickly. Security, take her away. If she comes back again, we'll keep an eye on her, and the trouble won't end." Apparently, someone had already called security earlier. Hearing the nurse's words, 2 security guards dragged and pulled the woman away. Today's nurses are much stricter than those in later hospitals. With a cold face, she made everyone else disperse. As everyone dispersed, they continued to discuss. It's really that old lady's problem. She's so old and unreasonable. How could she treat her daughter-in-law like that? I also work at a clothing factory. I've heard about her daughter-in-law. She's a very kind woman and never loses her temper. After people left, the nurse looked at the middle-aged man and said, "There's no room in the ward right now. You can stay here. I've told security, and if she causes trouble again, they'll just take her straight to the police station." Liao Shui quickly thanked the nurse. When the nurse left, he looked at Niannian with wide eyes and said excitedly, "Benefactor, is the person inside your relative?" Niannian didn't expect it to be so coincidental. Liao Shui's daughter was placed in the same ward as Sister Wan. She nodded and said, "That's my sister-in-law. Thank you just now." If it weren't for Liao Shui, today's events might have turned out differently. Liao Shui scratched his head and smiled. "You've helped me so much. Without you, my family might have fallen apart. I didn't do anything special, so no need to thank me. Go check on your sister-in-law. You don't know, her mother-in-law and sister-in-law come every day, asking her to give up her job, as if her job is so important. I've noticed she's been acting strange these days, not talking much. I'm worried she might do something reckless and hurt herself." Niannian nodded, looked at Jang Wan in the ward, and sighed. She and Jiang Ran went into the room together. Jang Wan on the bed looked hollow-eyed. Jiang Ran softly called out, "Sister Wan, your parents are worried about you. They asked me to come see you." Suddenly, Jiang Wan's eyes flickered, and she suddenly leaned on the bed, crying loudly. Jiang Ran wanted to go comfort her, but Niannian held him back. "Let her cry for a while. Sometimes venting helps." Jiang Ran held Niannian's hand. They stood by the bed, and Niannian handed her a tissue to wipe her tears. Jiang Wan's eyes were red and swollen from crying. She looked at Niannian and Jiang Ran and said hoarsely, "I haven't done anything wrong. Why is life so hard for me? Why does heaven have to punish me like this?" Her crying was full of deep sadness, and Niannian felt her heart ache. Gently, she patted Jiang Wan's back. Jiang Wan was very thin. She was a formal worker in the city, earning a decent monthly salary and having food, but she was still painfully skinny. Jiang Ran, "Go buy some food for Sister Wan," Niannian said. With that old lady around, she probably hadn't eaten anything good. Jiang Ran quickly went out to buy food. Niannian poured her some water. "Drink some water." After crying for a while, Jiang Wan's emotions gradually calmed. She wiped her face and looked at Niannian with a hoarse voice. "Niannian, you don't need to worry about me anymore." Niannian sat down. "I know Zhang Ping from the clothing factory. I asked Jiang Ran to talk to you about changing jobs. Now, it seems I was trying to help but made things worse. If you were still on the assembly line, this probably wouldn't have happened. Jang Wan is not someone who doesn't understand things. Getting transferred to an office isn't easy. Without good connections, it's impossible to make it happen. It's not your fault. I've always appreciated you and Jiang Ran for this. Niannian decided not to bring up this topic anymore. She understood why Jiang Wan was upset. Sister Wan, what are your thoughts now? Jiang Wan looked a bit confused. She had lost her child. She might never have children again. What should she do? Niannian didn't press further. Suddenly, there was movement at the door. She thought Jiang Ran had returned but was surprised to see Jiang Wan's husband, Zhou Lingfeng, rushing over exhausted. He smiled when he saw Ruan Niannian. Ruan Niannian spoke coldly. It seems the hospital incident is already known to brother-in-law. Zhou Lingfeng forced a smile. I've heard about it. Sister-in-law, my mother is used to doing things her way. She has no ill intentions. She just worries that Jiang Wan is working hard and fears something might happen to the baby. By this time, he wasn't here out of concern for Jiang Wan but to defend his mother. Ruan Niannian felt like slapping his face. Zhou Lingfeng also noticed her displeasure and awkwardly lowered his voice. Sister-in-law, this is between me and Jiang Wan. Can I speak with her alone? Ruan Niannian knew she shouldn't interfere in their marriage. If she got too upset here, and Jiang Wan forgave her family, she might end up being blamed for meddling. She looked at Jiang Wan lying on the hospital bed. Jiang Wan gave her a pale smile. Niannian, you can go out now. I want to talk to him alone. Before leaving, Ruan Niannian gave a glance to Liawa, who was also in the same ward. Even during the new year, the hospital was busy. She waited in the corridor for Jiang Ran to return. Inside the ward, Zhou Lingfeng sat by Jiang Wan's bed, holding her hand tightly. Shuangzi, I'm sorry. Don't be angry. It's my fault. Xiaoyan said it's not easy for you to be pregnant. Rest at home and take care of yourself. I care about you. It's not easy for us to have a child. I was afraid of losing this one too, so I agreed.
I didn't expect.
His eyes turned red as he spoke. Jiang Wan thought about her years of marriage, about the children who had miscarried one after another. Her dry eyes suddenly filled with tears. She turned her face away and silently sobbed. Zhou Ling looked at Jiang Wan and gently patted her hand to comfort her. Maybe we should listen to Mom and have Zhouyan do the work first. Take good care of your health. Maybe you'll get pregnant. When the baby is older, we can take back the work. Jiang Wan thought about how difficult it had been to have children over the years. She was silently crying. When she heard Zhou Ling's words, she turned around in disbelief and looked at him. Her eyes were red and wide, as if questioning him. In her bloodshot eyes, she suddenly felt unfamiliar. Who was this person in front of her? Was he the husband she chose? He wasn't like this back then. She and Zhou Ling fell in love freely. He once said he wouldn't let anyone bully her and that he would make her the happiest. After so many years of marriage, was she truly happy? Jiang Wan suddenly felt confused. She had never looked at him with such eyes before. Zhou Ling was a little afraid to meet her gaze and lowered his head. We're getting older. My colleagues already have 3 children. I also want a child. I'm a man. How can I not have children? Do you just want to see me unable to lift my head? Jiang Wan looked at Zhou Ling, who was lowering his head, and tears kept falling. She also wanted a child, but heaven wouldn't give her that chance. She was so hopeful about the baby in her belly. If she hadn't been pushed, how could she have lost the baby? Zhou Ling cried and begged, let's just take good care of ourselves. When the baby is older, Zhou Yun can return the work. Okay? Wanting a child seemed to have become instinctive for her. Maybe if they took good care of themselves, they might really have a child. Don't worry, Wan. With me here, Zhouyan will definitely give you back the work, Zhou Ling said. Just as Jiang Wan was hesitating whether to agree, the door of the ward suddenly opened. Jiang Ran carried a lunchbox and entered with a cold face. Seeing Jiang Ran, Zhou Ling felt a bit afraid. He didn't walk quickly and didn't even look at Zhou Ling, but Zhou Ling felt a strong pressure. Jiang Ran put down the lunchbox and glanced at Ruan Niannian. Niannian, you stay and eat with Sister Wan. I have something to talk to brother-in-law about. Ruan Niannian responded with a nod. Zhou Ling awkwardly cleared his throat. Jiang Ran, I still have something to say to your sister. Can I finish first? Jiang Ran ignored him and directly grabbed Zhou Ling's collar. Zhou Ling, who was thin, was lifted off the ground by him. Jang Wan wanted to say something but ultimately said nothing, watching Jiang Ran lift Zhou Ling out of the room. Ruan Niannian opened the lunchbox. Sister Wan, you should eat something. Jiang Wan looked at the porridge and a few small dishes in her lunchbox, feeling a strange mix of emotions she couldn't quite understand. After she finished eating, Ruan Niannian spoke up. Just now your brother-in-law and Jiang Ran heard what you said outside. Jiang Wan was surprised. Ruan Niannian continued, Wan Jia, you need to think carefully. With your mother-in-law at home, you won't be working anymore. Can you really rest and take care of your health? Jiang Wan felt a bit bitter inside. Of course she couldn't, because her mother-in-law couldn't stand her having a moment of free time. Ruan Niannian was good at reading people's expressions. Jiang Wan wasn't someone with a lot of tricks either. Almost everything showed on her face. She felt helpless and said, if you go to work, you won't be able to rest and take care of your health during your free time. If you don't work and don't earn money, will your life be better than it is now? Jiang Wan blurted out, no. Ruan Niannian didn't reply. Jiang Wan thought for a moment and then said, my salary and your brother-in-law's are both given to the old lady. She says we spend money too freely and is saving it for us. I only keep 5 yuan each month. Last time, I spent less on shopping and she got angry. If I stop working and don't have money to give her, she definitely won't be happy. It was clear Jiang Wan understood her situation quite well. Ruan Niannian said, think about it. If you give your job to your younger sister-in-law, how long would it take for her to recover from pregnancy, give birth smoothly, and raise the baby until weaning? By then, as your brother-in-law said, do you think your younger sister-in-law can return to her job smoothly? Jiang Wan bit her lip and said nothing. Liao Shui had witnessed several days of strange events and said, your husband's family doesn't seem like good people. Giving things away is easy, but getting them back is almost impossible. You might just end up angry. Many household matters are clearer to outsiders, but those involved often remain confused. Jiang Wan felt bitter inside, eating her meal as if chewing wax. She looked at Ruan Niannian blankly and asked, sister-in-law, if you were in this situation, what would you do? Ruan Niannian shook her head. I wouldn't be in this situation. Lady Lu Xingyun said, if there was a crossing, she would cling to Jiang Ran's leg. Her own mother wouldn't hurt her. Besides, when she clung to Jiang Ran's leg, she observed this man carefully. He treated her well. The rabbit meat he served her was good meat. After eating, he would wash the dishes. He was lively and didn't believe that housework was only her responsibility. He even gave her money and tickets, worked hard, and secretly did other things with Wang Lu, brave and careful. Plus, he was handsome. Such a man might not love her or like her, but sharing life with him wouldn't be too bad. Ruan Niannian was raised by Mrs. Lu Xingyun and Mr. Wan Wenhui with love, but she was not raised to be naive. Jiang Wan looked at Niannian confidently, saying she wouldn't face such a situation. She had never felt such confidence herself, and a hint of envy crossed her mind. Niannian also noticed her gaze, smiled, and said, if I were lying in a hospital bed now and my mother-in-law and husband came to persuade me to focus on my health and have a baby, and to let my younger sister-in-law handle the work. Jiang Wan looked at her, hoping for her answer. I would get a divorce. These few words hit Jiang Wan like a. She trembled slightly and quickly shook her head. Divorces are rare in this era. Almost no one gets divorced. Niannian knew how much her words would shock the gentle Jiang Wan. She stayed silent, watching Jiang Wan quietly. Jiang Wan shook her head several times, saying she couldn't divorce. When she looked up, she saw Niannian sitting there, with a small, fair face and bright, moist eyes. She sat quietly, but seemed to have a special strength. Being looked at with such eyes, Jiang Wan felt her heart calm down. Zhuanjia, the law says marriage is free. Divorce isn't shameful or disgraceful. What's important is to live happily. Are you happy now? Jang Wan remained silent. Her face showed her dissatisfaction with life. Niannian said, Zhuanjia, think carefully. Don't worry, our family will always support you. Jiang Ran won't let you be bullied. Hearing this, Jang Wan suddenly seemed more confident. She looked at Niannian and softly said thank you. Niannian stayed with Jang Wan in the hospital room for a while. Jiang Ran came back alone. As for Zhou Ling, he was downstairs seeing the doctor. Jiang Ran looked at Jang Wan in bed and said, I'll go ask for leave from the clothing factory. You should stay at home these days. Jiang Wan shook her head. My mother would worry if I go home. There's nowhere to stay anyway, so forget it. Jiang Wan was the type to share good news but hide worries. Especially after the Jiang family had trouble a few years ago, she only said good things when she returned to the Jiang family and never mentioned anything bad. Jiang Ran looked at her, feeling a headache from her personality. I've already arranged a car. You should go home and stay. Jiang Wan wanted to say more but thought better of it and kept quiet. After giving these instructions, Jiang Ran looked at Niannian. Let's go, I'll take you out to eat. In the ward, there was also Liao Shui. Before leaving, Niannian told him, watch over things. If more people come from his family, don't let them in. Liao Shui nodded. Don't worry, I've got it. I'll take care of everything. There was also a big-eyed baby lying in the hospital bed, who smiled happily when seeing Niannian. The hospital sells food, but since there are many patients and she is pregnant, it's not convenient for her to take medicine if she catches a cold or a fever. They didn't eat at the hospital. Jiang Ran took her directly to a government-run restaurant. They ordered food. Sitting together, Niannian gently pinched Jiang Ran's arm and asked, Did you manage to get her out okay? She knew Jiang Ran's personality a little. Since Zhou Ling was taken away by him, she wouldn't have a good outcome. Jiang Ran looked at his wife, his expression softening. She's not going to die. If she's not going to die, that's enough. They started with a bowl of plain noodles. Niannian took a few bites and looked at Jiang Ran. What are you thinking about Jujuan's matter?
Jiang Ran said divorce.
Niannian immediately smiled. She knew he wouldn't be wrong. In this era, who talks about divorce? But they just wanted to be together. My idea is also divorce, but it depends on Jujuan's willingness in the end. The Zhou family people are not good. One day, you should go to the clothing factory's family courtyard to pack Jujuan's things, then go to the factory and ask Zhang Ping to help find out about Zhou Ling at the factory. She needs to be completely hopeless about him before she can consider divorce. Jiang Ran only saw Jiang Wan's angry look and thought that someone who couldn't protect his wife like Zhou Ling was not worth it. He didn't think as much as Niannian did. Hearing her calm plan, he nodded and lowered his head. Wife, we can't watch the movie today. Niannian lightly kicked him under the table. If we can't watch today, we'll do it another day. First, let's handle Jujuan's matter. After lunch, Niannian returned to the hospital. Jiang Ran rode his bike to the clothing factory to pick up Jiang Wan's things. When he arrived at the factory's family courtyard, he kicked open Zhou Ling's door. A loud noise immediately sounded. The old lady inside was so scared her heart almost jumped out of her chest. She opened her mouth to shout, but when she saw Jiang Ran, she held her words back. She was still a bit afraid of Jiang Ran. He saw her and didn't bother to pay her any attention. He went straight to the bedroom and quickly packed Jiang Wan's belongings. The old lady watched the scene and asked, What are you doing? Sending Jiang Wan back to her parents' house? Let me tell you first, if she leaves, our family will no longer recognize her as our daughter-in-law. If she leaves, she shouldn't come back. Jiang Ran ignored her and came out holding something. She rode her bike to the clothing factory to find Zhang Ping, took leave for Jiang Wan and also mentioned Zhou Ling. The rabbit she had brought for Jiang Wan was also given to Zhang Ping. Jiang Ran was looking for people from a nearby village next to Dahuang village who were heading into town. She hired an old man's donkey cart and paid him 8 cents. The quilt was laid on the cart. On the way back, Niannian and Jiang Wan sat in the donkey cart, while Jiang Ran rode her bike beside them. The donkey cart moved slowly, and they returned to Dahuang village by late afternoon, almost 4 o'clock. Usually, Jiang Ran and Ruan Niannian riding their bikes was a common sight in the village, but today there was also a donkey cart, making it more noticeable. There was also an extra person in the donkey cart, Jang Wan. Jang Wan had just had a miscarriage and looked pale and unwell. Many villagers looked at her with curiosity. Wan Niannian, who was used to gossip from her past life, understood what the women's eyes were saying. While others are just watching gossip, Wan Niannian was used to being the subject herself. She didn't care and simply let the villagers' gossip fall on her. She calmly ate the honey cake Jiang Ran bought for her. While eating, she also shared some with Jiang Wan.
Wanjia, have some.
Jiang Wan wasn't as emotionally strong as Ruan Niannian. She looked down at the honey cake in front of her, hesitated for a moment, then took a bite. The villagers of Dahuang village. When the donkey cart arrived home, Sulan saw her daughter, and her eyes suddenly welled up with tears.
Huanea.
As Sulan cried, Jiang Wan couldn't hold back either. They both cried together. Jiang Ran recounted what happened to the Zhou family, but she didn't mention the part about asking Zhang Ping to transfer Jiang Wan to a lighter job. Jiang Xiui and Jiang Ming both looked angry. Jiang Ming, who had grown up with Jiang Wan, said, "Our family isn't worth anything. I'm going to the county now." The old lady stopped him. "Stop right there. Waner is gentle and weak. Her mother-in-law is strict, and Zhouling can't tell right from wrong. Our daughter. We need to protect her." The old lady looked at Jiang Wan. "Let's get a divorce. If we don't divorce soon, they might ruin her life," she added. Wan Niannian silently nodded in approval of the old lady's words. But when the Jiang family heard about the divorce, their reactions varied. Zhang Hui frowned and muttered, "Where would she live if they divorce? We don't have anywhere to stay." Guayu also smiled and said, "It's better to break a marriage than to tear down a temple. We should try to keep peace, not cause trouble." Grandma, the little sister-in-law who is divorced, is also getting old. If she talks about it outside, her reputation won't be good. She hasn't had children, and remarriage might not be better for our family now. We should consider her feelings too. The old lady looked at the two of them and asked, "Are you now in charge of this family?" Guayu and Zhang Hui both kept quiet. Su Lan protected Jiang Wan and said, "My girl, I am willing to support her. It's none of your business." She then turned to comfort Jiang Wan, saying, "Don't worry, Wan. Just stay at home." Several generations in the Jiang family had no daughters. Even though Jiang Wan was not biologically theirs, they loved her dearly. That's why they helped her find a job in the city through connections. Policies weren't easy to change overnight. A few years ago, the city was even stricter. Jiang Xiui had friends who wrote to her, and the Jiang family was worried. Since Jiang Wan was the only girl in the family, they used some savings and contacts to arrange her work. Wan Niannian spoke up appropriately. There's really no place for her at home. Maybe one could stay at Tianyou and Go Dan's house. Everyone was surprised that Wan Niannian said this. Zhang Hui and Guiyu looked at Wan Niannian curiously, as if they couldn't understand why this usually rebellious sister-in-law suddenly agreed and was standing with them. Even Su Lan looked puzzled. "Niannian you." Wan Niannian whispered a few words to the old lady. The old lady looked at her deeply, then turned to the others and said, "Let's do as the fourth family suggested. There's no room at home. Tianyou and Go Dan's children are also pitiful. We can send some food to them first. Let's borrow them for a few days. Their house is close to the fourth family, so it's convenient for care." Sulan still felt something was wrong. The others didn't understand what was happening either. Zhang Xiui frowned and said, "Mother, isn't this not good? Our own daughter living outside? What will the villagers say? The words are on others' mouths. Why do you care what they say? Can you lose a piece of meat?" The old lady was firm. "Besides, hasn't our family been talked about enough? Living well is what matters most." The fourth daughter-in-law was right. The house was chaotic, and it was strange if one could recover her health in that environment. The old lady made the decision, and everyone was happy. At least, the Jiang family sisters-in-law were pleased. Sulan looked worried at Jiang Wan. Jiang Wan smiled at her and said, "Mother, I think this is good. I want some peace and quiet. The Jiang family is large, and the older sisters-in-law are not welcoming to her. Many daughters-in-law in the village have no family of their own. Now, she also has her grandmother, parents, and brothers who are willing to protect her. She feels very content with this. Although she hasn't spent much time with Ruan Niannian, she knows that her younger sister-in-law is kind-hearted. Letting her stay somewhere else wouldn't harm her. Soon, she went to Tianyo and Go Dan's house to explain the situation. Tianyo smiled and showed her small dimples. So, sister, can I visit you often now? Wan Niannian patted her head. Yes. Then you can let Sister Wan stay in the big house, and my brother and I will stay in the small house. Go Dan's family used to be a family of 4. They had 3 mud brick rooms, bigger than where she and Jiang Ran lived. Since they were just borrowing, they didn't really put Sister Wan in the big house. She stayed in the small west house, which Sulan and Wanqing quickly tidied up. The bedding was brought over from Zhang's house by Jiang Ran, and they just laid it out. Wan Niannian went home again to bring a hot water kettle and some food. They kept busy until nightfall, then went home together with Jiang Ran. On the way, Jiang Ran held her hand and slipped something into it. Wan Niannian looked down and saw it was 10 yuan, 1 big bill. That's quite a lot. She asked, did Sister Wan give this to you? Jiang Ran nodded slightly. She gave it to me when I left.
Take it back.
Our family isn't short of 10 yuan. I think her mother-in-law probably keeps her wages. If she really feels she owes us, she can just take her earnings from the past years after they divorce. If Sister Wan really doesn't want a divorce, she should have control over the family's money. Then, giving her the money later is fine. Jiang Ran didn't know what to say. When they reached home, suddenly he hugged Ruan Niannian. His masculine charm was right in front of her eyes. She tiptoed and suddenly kissed him. She's used to sneaking kisses, and Jiang Ran sometimes fears she'll tease him into losing control, so he restrains himself. But this time, he held her waist and deepened the kiss. They tangled for a while, until her stomach suddenly growled loudly. Wan Niannian blushed. Jiang Ran chuckled softly, his voice deep and warm from his chest. Very tempting. Wan Niannian even wanted to kiss him again. It was getting late. After some fuss on the road, she was a bit tired and didn't want to cook. She quickly got into bed, while Jiang Ran went to the kitchen to cook.
The Jiang family.
Everyone was a bit confused. Guiyu thought about what happened that afternoon. That Ruan Jiqing is much smarter than the second and third families. She doesn't live here with us. What's going on today? What's her plan? Old Jiang bit into a steamed bun and said, why do you care so much? Anyway, she doesn't live at home. I think this marriage won't work out. She's already 28, almost 30. After so many years without children, who would she marry if she divorces? Guiyu didn't reply. After a while, both of them looked up at the same time and exchanged a glance. Old Jiang muttered, it's better if she divorces and doesn't remarry. The county boss arranged a job for her. Without our family, she wouldn't have anything. If she doesn't marry out, she will still get her salary at home. When our son gets married, she, as an aunt, will have to contribute a lot. Guiyu also thought about this and felt a bit regretful about what she said earlier. She frowned and said, as the older brother, you can't just stay silent when your sister is upset. Tomorrow, go bring her 2 jean of white flour and see how she's doing. Zhang Hui was also curious. She whispered with Zhang Er, who had been playing chess all day and was now yawning from tiredness. Stop talking. If she wants to leave, let her. If she doesn't, then she won't. It's none of our business. Stop worrying so much. Angrily, Zhang Hui kicked him. Zhang Er wanted to say more, but seeing her pregnant belly, he said nothing and went to bed. Jiang Ming is almost 4 years younger than Jang Wan. When they were kids, Jang Wan often played with him. Now, thinking about Jang Wan's life, he sighed. Wanqing and Jiang Ming are from the same village. As children, she also played with Jiang Wan. Now she sighed. A few years ago, I thought one was living the best life. I didn't expect this. Having lost a child was a deep pain. If Jiang Wan's situation happened to her, Wanqing wouldn't even dare to imagine. She said, to say something not proper, divorce might be good. Although it's not good for her reputation, she's happier. Look, Jang Wan works in the city. She looks even younger than me, who farms in the countryside. This woman, if she marries the right person, she will be happy and look young. If she marries the wrong one, she's jumping into a fire pit. Jiang Ming was unexpectedly amused by Wang Fingxia and asked, "Did you marry right or wrong?" Wang Fingxia blushed and pinched him. "I'm talking about serious matters. Don't be silly." Su Lan was lying in bed, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. Jiang Xiui also sighed, got up and took out his pipe. He usually didn't smoke, but now he took a deep puff. "If you're really worried, go sleep with Wanner. She has trouble talking about certain things with others, since you're her mother." Jiang Wan was being cared for by Su Lan. Sweet Girl and Dog Egg often stayed nearby. Niannian visited twice and saw they got along well, so she didn't go often. For 2 or 3 days, Jiang Ran kept going to the county town. Niannian guessed it was probably because of Jiang Wan. On the morning of the 8th day, Niannian was eating breakfast with Jiang Ran. Zhou Weiheng knocked on the door, looked at Jiang Ran, and seemed a little afraid of this young man who is usually serious and quiet. Niannian spoke first. "Zhou Jiqing, why are you here?" She was the first to speak, which made Zhou Weiheng breathe a little easier. She shyly asked, "Niannian, have you been to the county town these past 2 days?" Niannian and Jiang Ran really needed to go there. Jiang Ran said they would watch a movie today, so she got up early. Zhou Weiheng didn't mention any specific reason. She didn't directly agree but asked, "What's the matter?" "It's like this. Zhang Qi is getting married. It's not convenient for us to go to the county town. If you're going, could you help bring a gift? Su Yao and I think we should buy a wash basin together. What do you think?" Niannian had no objection. Now, most weddings at the Knowledge Youth Station involved giving a porcelain wash basin or a thermos. The thermos was expensive, so usually close friends pooled money to buy one. As for the style, Niannian wasn't worried about her choices being unsatisfactory. Most options were similar: red enameled large basin. She agreed. Seeing her agree, Zhou Weiheng sighed in relief and looked at Jiang Ran's cold face. "Then I'll go back first." When she left Zhang's house, she was still thinking that Niannian looked weaker than others at the youth station. She wasn't afraid of Jiang Ran, but she didn't know how they usually got along. Being in the same space made her nervous. What Zhou Weiheng didn't know was that Jiang Ran's cold expression was because Niannian had flirted with him early in the morning, and then she got up carelessly to eat. After Zhou Weiheng left, Niannian kicked his leg playfully. "Still angry? I'm just hungry. Are you willing to starve me? Or do you want your baby to go hungry?" Jiang Ran helplessly caught her foot and handed her a slipper. "Don't worry, eat quickly." "Are you worried about me or about the baby?" Niannian blinked and asked. Jiang Ran looked into her eyes, which shimmered with moisture. Her dark, shiny eyes moved around, clearly unsure of what to do. Jiang Ran thought to himself, whether it was the baby or her, they are now one. What's the difference? His straightforward male instinct saved him. Jiang Ran gently helped her put on her shoes. "I hate to see you hungry. Be good, eat your meal." Niannian didn't know what was on his straightforward mind. Now, she felt comfortable being petted and stroked. For breakfast, Jiang Ran made millet porridge with sweet potatoes, boiled eggs, and spicy stir-fried meat. She ate quite a lot. After 3 months, her belly slowly started to show. Now it was more rounded and curved. When going to the county town, sitting in the front seat was no longer comfortable, so she could only sit in the back. But Jiang Ran had put a soft cushion on her seat and wrapped her up tightly. Since the sun was out, it wasn't too cold to go out. Jiang Ran drove the car slowly. As they traveled, she tugged at his clothes and asked, "Jiang Ran, do you want the baby in my belly to be a girl or a boy?" Jiang Ran didn't hesitate. "A girl." Niannian was surprised. The Jiang family had several children, all boys, especially Zhang Hui, who relied on the boys and often spoke confidently in the village. It wasn't just the original parents who favored boys. Even in Dahan village, families without sons desperately tried to have a boy. If they couldn't, they would be scolded for being unworthy. Niannian was curious.
Why?
Jiang Ran thought for a moment. I've never seen a girl. My older brother and second brother have a bunch of boys, but not a single sweet girl. Our daughter will definitely be more charming than them. Niannian. Even her own nephew couldn't compare to an outsider. If Jiang Ran's older and second brothers heard this, they might get angry. Honestly, Jiang Ran's children were much more likable than the adults. When they arrived in the county town, Niannian and Jiang Ran first went to the county hospital. The doctor asked about the baby's condition but didn't do any tests. It's not surprising that rural people don't usually get prenatal exams. Even if they did, there wouldn't be many tests available. Luckily, she regularly checked her pulse and knew her baby was fine. After leaving the hospital, they went to see a movie. They bought tickets and Niannian was excited, curious about movies from this era. As they watched, she couldn't help but yawn and leaned awkwardly on Jiang Ran. Until the noise around them became too much, she blinked awake and looked at Jiang Ran with a yawn. Is it over? Jiang Ran nodded. It's over. Then let's go eat, Niannian said, feeling her stomach rumble. She was still a bit dazed and sleepy. Sit for a while. You just woke up. It's cold outside. Don't catch a cold. Niannian thought Jiang Ran's words made sense. She yawned and leaned on him, looking at her belly. Suddenly, her eyes shifted. Maybe we should take some photos later, like maternity photos. When the baby is born, we can keep it as a memory. Jiang Ran had never heard of maternity photos, but since Niannian suggested it, he wouldn't refuse. Later, when they are old, it will be a keepsake for both of them. After everyone left, Niannian and Jiang Ran went to the photo studio. They say body language is the most honest way to communicate. During their last wedding photos, Jiang Ran didn't look at her directly. But this time, his hand held hers. Even if she didn't look at him, Niannian could feel his gaze on her. Next year, let's come back every year to take photos. When the baby is born, we can bring the child along. Jiang Ran didn't speak, but a faint smile appeared on his usually stern face beside her. They rarely went out together. They visited the grocery store, the state-run restaurant, the cinema, and the supply and marketing cooperative in the county town, buying many things. Just as they were about to go home, they encountered a middle-aged man on the street. Niannian didn't recognize him at first, but Jiang Ran stopped and called out, "Director Liu." The middle-aged man quickly waved his hand. "I'm not at the factory anymore, don't call me that." He stepped forward and, seeing Niannian's face, was surprised for a moment. "Finally saw what your wife looks like. Truly a good match. No one in the whole county is more outstanding than you two." Everyone loved to hear compliments, and Niannian was no exception. As for Jiang Ran, he looked much softer because of the praise about their good match. Director Liu praised her and chatted for a while before shifting the topic to business. "Little Jiang, I heard that the employee benefits from the clothing factory are something you arranged. Do you think you could help us get some? Also, I want some of that tiger soap." They didn't know if the clothing factory people just got soap and showed it off at the glass factory, or if someone proudly displayed the adorable tiger soap to his wife. Coincidentally, his daughter saw it too. That could lead to endless trouble. Niannian remembered she had made some extra items for Jiang Ran to give to the buyers at these factories. She didn't know what was going on with the glass factory, but she didn't ask questions and agreed to make another set for him. Director Liu smiled with wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. "All right, how much does it cost?" Niannian smiled happily. 18 for a set, with 6 little tigers in each set, each looking different. Director Liu: "Oh, I wish I hadn't given away my own set. It would have been better to keep it for my daughter and wife." Niannian said with a smile, "That's hard to do. The paints are provided by the clothing factory and I carved the molds myself, piece by piece. I haven't made many sets. I have plenty of others at home. If it's for daily use, the simple ones are enough." Although Director Liu felt a little pain in his heart, he could afford the price. Thinking about his daughter and wife always asking for little tigers, he waved his hand. "I'll take those little tigers." After shopping in the county, he didn't expect to sell a set of soap. Niannian felt satisfied. The money spent today was earned back from one set of soap. After chatting with Director Liu for a while, he had other things to do, so he rode his bike and left. It was getting late, so Niannian and Jiang Ran also went home. Zhou family. Jang Wan, I'm hungry, Zhou said. He called out, but there was no response for a long time. He was a little slow to realize that Jiang Wan had gone to her parents' house. He cursed a few more times in his mind. People who marry into the countryside often don't know proper manners. When Zhouling was at work, he felt the factory workers looked at him strangely. When he returned home in the evening, the people in the yard also looked at him strangely.
It was all caused by the Jiang family.
Was it really necessary to make such a fuss? Zhouling felt a headache. He finally returned home after enduring all those looks. When he opened the door, he saw the house in mess. During dinner, seeing the dark, unappetizing food made Zhouling feel uncomfortable inside. Jiang Wan married into their Zhou family. Although she didn't carry on the family line, she kept everything very tidy and was a good cook. Zhouling looked around and realized they really couldn't do without Jiang Wan. Mom, I'll go pick one up tomorrow. The old lady heard this and got angry. Pick her up? Don't worry, she'll be back soon. She can't stay at her parents' forever. A daughter who marries out is like an outsider. She won't stay long. If you go to pick her up now, she'll just control you. Zhouling frowned and thought about it. He felt his mother had a point. It was still early when they returned to Dahu village. As soon as she arrived, Su Yao and Zhou Weihong came over. Niannian handed them the basin. There was no time to tidy up. Su Yao saw the chicken meat Niannian had brought and swallowed hard. When did your life get so good? Our home has cured meats and chicken. Money should be kept private. At least, the ways to earn it shouldn't be known. She deliberately lifted her chin and said, I'm pregnant now, so I can't enjoy good food? Do you think I just work in the city for nothing? Su Yao was speechless, watching the live chicken drooling with hunger. During the new year, they did manage to get some pork, but they finished it in 2 meals, usually relying on pork fat to add flavor to their rice. You're living a good life, Su Yao said sourly. Niannian didn't think much and simply exchanged greetings with them. After Su Yao and Zhou Weihong left, Jiang Ran was told to kill the chicken so they could make chicken soup at night. Jiang Wan had just had her baby. According to the customs in Daya village, she needed to sit for a full month of postpartum rest. She had a miscarriage before and went back to work quickly, but this time Jiang Ran arranged a month off for her. When the chicken soup was ready, Niannian and Jiang Ran went over. She was leaning on the bed, telling stories to Tianyo and Go Dan. Tianyo was lying on Jiang Wan's arm, blinking her long eyelashes, clearly tired. When Niannian arrived, she saw the scene. Jiang Wan saw her trying to get up, so Niannian signaled her not to wake Tianyo. But Tianyo wasn't fully asleep yet. The fragrant chicken soup was drifting toward her nose, and the little girl, still sleepy, opened her eyes and said, Wanjie, I dreamed of eating chicken legs. Big chicken legs. Halfway through her words, she saw Jiang Ran and Niannian and excitedly climbed up, saying, Sister, why are you here? She sniffed forward like a little dog. I brought you some food, Jiang Ran said. Go Dan and Tianyo, along with Jang Wan, had been eating recently thanks to Su Lan, who brought them food. As Niannian spoke, Su Lan came over with a bowl of rice. Seeing the chicken soup Niannian brought, she felt a strange feeling. She had never seen such a good daughter-in-law. One chicken wasn't enough for so many people, so Niannian brought chicken soup with noodles. Su Lan brought a soup made with cornmeal and sweet potatoes, and she also cooked eggs and brought plain steamed buns. It was a very hearty dinner. Niannian left some food for them and said, Eat up. Jiang Ran and I will go back to eat now. When she heard they hadn't eaten yet, Su Lan hurriedly said, Go ahead, I've got this. Su Lan also saw Niannian and Jiang ran off and then returned to her room. Seeing her daughter's red eyes, she said, Niannian's daughter-in-law is really good. She treats you well, and you should treat her well too, understand? Jang Wan nodded and smiled. I know, Mom. You still think I'm a kid. Of course, you're still a kid. Su Lan sighed and said, You know, when you got married, you were such a good girl. beautiful, generous, quick to do things. You used to take Jiang and Jiang Ran to the river to catch fish, pick wild vegetables on the mountain, and even climbed a tree to get honey for Grandma. You got stung by bees, and your face swelled up. The three of you looked like pigs, and your mother was so scared she almost sat down on the ground. Listening to Sulan, Jang Wan recalled her life before marriage. It felt like another world. She smiled slightly and said, I forgot about that. Right after she got married, everything she did was criticized. She used to argue with the Zhou family a little, but when Zhou Ling was away, Zhou's health was fine. When Zhou Ling returned, she would cry or complain about feeling unwell, acting upset and angry. Zhou Ling would comfort her, saying, That's your mother. She raised you and Zhou Yin alone, which wasn't easy. Over time, Jang Wan stopped saying much. Mom, if I get divorced, will I have no family? Jang Wan whispered, biting her noodles. Su Lan's eyes suddenly turned red. She looked away, wiped her face, and gently patted her. What silly things are you saying? As long as your parents are here, there's a family. Anyone who's unhappy, I'll stand up for you. Tears also fell into her bowl. Little sweet girl didn't understand why adults were crying. Curious, she looked around and said, Sister's noodles are really tasty. Why are you crying?
Don't cry.
Wanjia, wipe your tears. It wasn't until the next afternoon that Niannian learned Jiang Wan had made up her mind. She was doing some soap that Director Liu asked for when she hadn't gone far. Suddenly, Aunt Wong ran over quickly, as if her feet were on fire. Niannian instinctively wanted to run back home and lock the door, but she was pregnant and couldn't move easily. Seeing Aunt Wong rushing over, she forced a polite but awkward smile. Aunt Wong warmly asked, Why haven't you come out to sunbathe these days? Niannian thought to herself, just here to listen to gossip. But she still smiled and said, The family has been busy lately. During the new year, what are you busy with? Aunt Wong moved closer. What's going on with your sister-in-law? She used to work well in the county town. Why did she come back? Niannian forced a smile. She's been working for a few years and missed home. Aunt Wong. Ruan Jiqing, you're not being sincere. I've told you everything I want to know. You can't hide things from me, Aunt Wong said straightforwardly. Niannian's eyes lit up. Second aunt, you said it yourself. If I want to know something, you tell me. Suddenly, Second Aunt Wong felt a strange premonition. Niannian was already happily holding her arm, smiling mischievously. I heard last time that you and my uncle were in bed together. Before she finished, Second Aunt Wong's face turned red. Stop. You're just a young girl.
What are you asking about?
Niannian grinned teasingly. She had also heard from others that Second Aunt Wong, at her age, was involved in married life, and when visitors heard the sounds, it spread through the village. She initially thought it was a joke, but now she was pretty sure it was true. She cleared her throat. If it's gossip from others, I can tell you. But about my own family, I won't tell you unless you tell me about yours. Second Aunt Wong stomped her foot, thinking that Niannian was so clever and bold, asking anything she wanted. She didn't seem like someone newly married. Forget it, I won't ask anymore. Just now, several workers from clothing factories came to see her aunt. Niannian and Second Aunt Wong chatted for a while, then went to look at Tinyou and Godan's yard. There were several bicycles parked there. They probably belonged to Wan's co-workers. Just as Niannian was about to leave, she saw a man carrying 2 buckets of water come over. He filled Tinyou's water jars. In Dahan village, not everyone has a well at home yet. The village had a communal well dug, so people still had to fetch water, but Tinyou's house was quite far from the well. Niannian, feeling bored, watched the man in a green military coat come back and forth 4 or 5 times. Jiang Ran came down from the back mountain, carrying 2 pieces of mutton. He looked around the house but didn't see Niannian, so he went to Tinyou's place. From about 30 meters away, he saw her daughter-in-law sitting on a stone, resting her chin on her hand, watching a man fetch water. She was focused on her task. Jiang Ran frowned.
Who is that?
Why is he here, fetching water? He stared at Niannian for a while and noticed that her daughter-in-law didn't seem to notice him. Her jaw was tight, and her lips pressed together. He strode over quickly, until his shadow covered her. Niannian finally looked up. When she saw Jiang Ran, her eyes lit up. "Why are you here?" She was about to stand up, but perhaps from sitting too long, she suddenly felt dizzy and almost sat back down. Jiang Ran moved faster, reaching out to lift her. Niannian half leaned on him, yawned, and asked, "Why did you come?" Jiang Ran looked around and said calmly, "What are you looking at here?" Niannian looked around and saw that the man who was fetching water had disappeared, probably went into the yard to pour water. That man just now, the one fetching water, he looks a bit more mature now, but still pretty good, quite handsome, brave-looking. I observed him. He's wearing liberation shoes, has a watch on his wrist, and a new military coat. He also has a bicycle and a job, so his life should be pretty good. Although Jiang Wan hadn't divorced yet, Niannian was already thinking about observing some men. Her colleague from the same factory might be a possibility. She didn't notice that the man holding her face was getting angrier. Niannian sighed. All his conditions are good, but I wonder if he's married. If he's married, then it's over. Jiang Ran lowered his voice. "Why are you so interested in watching other men?" Even though his tone was calm, Niannian could smell a hint of jealousy. She deliberately cleared her throat. "I just want to look a little. Meeting strangers in the village is rare." Before she finished, a big hand covered her lips, and her eyes blinked at Jiang Ran. Jiang Ran was about to lose to her and, frustrated, pulled his hand away. "Zhuangjie, take care of yourself. Why are all these people gathering here?" Jiang Ran said as he headed into the yard. He usually wasn't so nosy. It seemed like he was angry. Niannian grabbed his arm. "Don't take your anger out on others." "I'm not doing this for others. I think that man is pretty good. If Zhuangjie gets divorced and that man isn't married, maybe they could get to know each other." Jiang Ran. He lowered his head, trying to see if his wife was serious. Niannian almost patted her chest to guarantee, "Really, don't doubt me. Even if he's good-looking, he's not as attractive as you. I still like you very much. Don't be jealous." Jiang Ran's eyebrows twitched, realizing that without his face, his wife wouldn't like him anymore. After living for over 20 years, Jiang Ran felt the first wave of insecurity about his looks. Niannian looked around. The man probably finished fetching water and went inside. With no one around, she suddenly tiptoed and bit Jiang Ran's chin. Fearing she might fall, Jiang Ran quickly held her steady. She bit him, and a trace of a smile flickered in his eyes. "Sweet girl came out, big sister." Jiang Ran, "What are you guys doing here?" Jiang Ran was easy to coax. After she bit his chin, he was quickly appeased. Niannian looked at the sweet girl. "We heard you had visitors at home, so we came to see. Most of the people here are from the clothing factory, mostly women." Niannian looked around and only saw one man, the water carrier. A few people sat on the bed talking, and the man stayed silent. Niannian took a few glances outside and saw that Tianyou's family had not only filled the water jar but also swept the floor and even stacked the chopped firewood. Even the small, broken stool in the house had been repaired. Niannian lowered her voice and asked, "Who does all these chores at your home?" Tianyou, imitating her tone, replied softly, "That tall uncle." She pointed inside the house as she spoke. Since Jiang Wan had guests, Niannian went inside to chat with her and asked Tianyou to call Lin to serve the visitors. As Jiang Ran and another person stepped outside, they were still talking. "I think that man, if he isn't married, definitely has feelings for Sister Zhuan. Think about it, who wouldn't visit a sick person, fetch water, tidy up the house, and even chop firewood? And he's quite hardworking." Suddenly, Jiang Ran stopped in his tracks, his dark, deep eyes fixed on Niannian. When that gaze swept over her, Niannian closed her mouth. Her eyes, like water-worn gems, looked at Jiang Ran and softly said, "What's wrong? Your face looks really dark and scary." She then shook his hand gently. Jiang Ran's face was clearly cold, but upon closer look, there was a hint of resentment in his dark eyes.
"Since I saw you, you've been talking about that man."
Just give me a few more minutes. I'll block my ears first.
Niannian. She's gotten jealous again. All right, I won't say anything. No matter how good a man is, he can't compare to you, especially, she said casually. Jiang Ran didn't reply, only tightened his grip on her hand. Husband, don't be angry, okay? She looked up softly, her eyes bright and clear like water. Even if he was still angry, her words sounded like a gentle rain that could wash away all his fire and frustration. They returned home. Niannian saw the lamb chops in the kitchen and felt a little hungry. How did you know I wanted to eat lamb? It seemed she had casually mentioned it to Jiang Ran a few days ago, and he remembered. Someone paying such close attention to her made her feel warm inside, and suddenly, she wanted to kiss him. She lowered her voice, hugged Jiang Ran's waist, and looked up at him with eyes full of invitation. Jiang Ran, do you want a kiss? Her gaze was intense. Jiang Ran coughed softly, but kept his eyes fixed on her. His Adam's apple moved, and his voice was low and hoarse as he replied, As the sound from her throat faded, a warm kiss followed. Someone held her around the waist gently, with a cool, refreshing breath entering her mouth. In the dim, small kitchen of winter, only the sound of breathing intertwined for a moment. Just before her body went limp, the person who had been so eager to stay gave in first. Jiang Ran held her, bearing all her weight, and whispered in a husky voice, I was jealous just now. Niannian felt a little like laughing.
Who says they are jealous like that?
Besides, it's not like she was jealous for no reason. Seeing her smile, Jiang Ran poked her on the head and said, You little unkind one. Niannian replied, Stop being jealous. Let's eat some lamb stew. Lamb is nourishing and perfect for winter health. At noon, Niannian had already cooked the lamb soup. In the afternoon, Jang Wan's colleague rode back to the county, and Jiang Ming came to borrow their bicycle. Jiang Wan has thought it through. Her mother wants her to tell the Zhou family about the divorce, so she won't change her mind again. Niannian agreed. It's better to settle things early. Staying in a difficult family situation only hurts oneself. They served some lamb soup to Jiang Wan and her daughter Tianyu. Maybe because they had been eating well these days, or because she had come to terms with things, Jiang Wan looked much healthier. When Niannian went over, she was sitting in the sun, enjoying the warmth, watching Tianyu and Dan play. Seeing Niannian and Jiang Ran coming, she wanted to stand up, but was stopped. Niannian called Tianyu and Dan, Go wash your hands, time for the lamb soup. Tianyu and Dan obediently went to wash their hands. Niannian was a bit curious and sat down to ask Jiang Wan, Who is that man visiting you today? Is he married? Jiang Wan didn't think much about herself. When Niannian asked, she honestly replied, He's a technician at the factory, responsible for fixing machines. That job sounded quite difficult. A technician and factory workers on the assembly line. How could they be visiting Jiang Wan? They weren't exactly close, and it seemed unlikely they'd be familiar without a reason. But they even came to visit her in the village, which made Niannian wonder more. Jiang Wan thought for a moment and said, I don't think he's married. I heard that a few years ago his parents were sick and delayed things. After they passed away, someone introduced him to a match, but for some reason, he still isn't married. Halfway through, Jiang Wan asked, Why do you want to know about this? Niannian put down the mutton soup and lamb chops, smiling softly. She said, I saw that man come to see you. He was busy running around. The yard is so clean today, and he did all of it. Not married. Niannian felt happy inside. She blinked and said, Juejie, you might consider it. Divorce was a difficult decision Jiang Wan had finally made. Hearing Niannian's words, her face turned red, and she said awkwardly, We're just ordinary co-workers. Don't joke around. Which co-worker relationship? He came to see the patient and also helped with cleaning, fetching water, and chopping wood. Thinking of Li Feng's figure, Jiang Wan's face blushed deeply. Seeing Niannian's teasing gossip look, she gently patted her hand. Don't talk nonsense. He's not married. Don't ruin my reputation. Married is worse. Then it's a disaster. Not married. What are you afraid of? After divorcing Zhou Ling, we can pursue a better life. Jang Wan was stunned, unsure what to say. Her younger sister-in-law was too bold. She looked up at Jiang Ran. Jiang Ran's expression was calm. Looking at Niannian, who was eager to play matchmaker, he added, "Sister, you can pursue a new happy life." "She can't." Niannian turned back. "I didn't say I would." Jiang Ran bent down and gently pulled her. "Let's go home. Don't disturb Juejia and Tianyo eating." It wasn't that he doubted his wife would pursue her own happiness. Thinking about the lamb soup cooking at home, Niannian didn't argue with Jiang Wan anymore. As she was leaving, she turned and said, "Sister, you should consider it too. Out with the old, in with the new." As Niannian's pregnancy grew, she and Jiang Ran had to be more careful about the baby. Recently, she restrained herself quite a bit. But today, perhaps because she ate too much lamb and felt hot, she sensed something was off when Jiang Ran gave her a look while they were in bed. What happened next was natural and smooth, just like water flowing. However, today, he seemed rougher than usual. His presence surrounded her completely, stronger and more commanding than usual. Niannian, frowning and biting her nails into his back, whispered, "Jiang Ran, are you still upset?" On a cold winter day, the man's forehead was sweaty. He looked at her with urgent breath, leaning over her, his eyes full of longing. His voice was low and tired. "Wife." Niannian was stunned. She wrapped her arms around his neck. Under his abs, a vein bulged as he exerted himself. After a while, Niannian was exhausted and still stubbornly poked at that vein. Sticking the needle in the wrong spot, Jiang Ran let out a muffled groan and tightly held her hand, speaking softly, "Don't poke randomly." Niannian angrily withdrew her finger, her small face pale with a lingering blush. "What are you so crazy about today?" Jiang Ran looked at her, wanting to ask how she thought his face and figure looked now, worried she might think he's trying to replace the old with the new. This little girl was usually shameless and arrogant, so if he asked, her temper might flare even more. Jiang Ran decided to hold back that thought. "Think it, then do it." "No need for any reason," Jiang Ran said, his gaze falling on her belly as his hand gently landed on it. As soon as his hand touched her belly, it moved slightly. Jiang Ran was surprised, looking at Niannian with slightly parted lips. "It seems." It moved. Just after he spoke, her belly moved again. Jiang Ran stared blankly at the slightly bulging belly, his hand trembling a little. Now, he truly felt that this life was growing inside her. Niannian had felt the baby move earlier, but it wasn't often so obvious. Jiang Ran looked at his wife. "Does it hurt?" Niannian shook her head. "No, it doesn't hurt. It just moved so strongly for the first time, probably unhappy with what you just did." When Jiang Ran said he wanted to do it, he was confident, but now his face looked a bit uncomfortable. After all, the baby in her belly was his child. Niannian saw his discomfort and tried not to laugh. "You really believe that?" Babies tend to be active at this stage. Because the baby was moving inside her, Jiang Ran found it interesting. He leaned on her belly and listened for a while. Only when the baby quieted down did they lie down to rest, Jiang Ran holding her close. Before sleeping, Niannian whispered softly, "I think life is pretty good now. Husband, don't get jealous over nothing." She also nuzzled him a little. Jiang Ran looked at her peacefully sleeping in his arms. How lucky he was. His fingers brushed her long hair. He promised himself to give her a good life. What they had now was not enough. Zhou Ling listened to Jiang Ming's message, feeling confused all day. Divorce? How dare Jiang Wan want a divorce? He hadn't taken it seriously at first. His mother also said it was just a threat. How could a woman survive after divorce? Zhou Ling thought it made sense, but after starting work at the factory, hearing others who used to work with Jiang Wan talk about divorce, he started to worry. We also advised her many times. After so many years, why get a divorce? But I see that Shuangzi is determined to divorce. We had lunch at her mother's house, and her family all agreed. I suggest you go quickly to Day Village to pick up Shuangzi, or else. The woman shook her head as she looked at Zhou Ling. Zhou Ling felt more and more uneasy. After lunch, he got up and took a day off. It was not surprising that Zhou Ling wanted to pick up Sister Wan. The Jiang family had all gone, and since she was pregnant, she didn't join in the fun. At home, she was making soap. After the 15th or 16th day of the Lunar New Year, Lu Guangming's side would probably start selling things too. Jiang Ran went to Wang Lu's house and even brought Wang Lu back. "Sister-in-law, I will be your neighbor now," Wang Lu said happily. "Did your family agree?" Wang Lu replied, "My mother agreed. She said if we build a brick house here, it will be good for when I get married. The house should be bigger, so she can come and live here too. There is a brick kiln in Day Village, so buying bricks is easy. But right now, they are still firing large blue bricks." Jiang Ran suggested, "In our yard, while he's building the house, we should add a shower room." Jiang Ran wanted to tear down the old mud house and rebuild it, but their family didn't have enough money. They needed to save some for raising children, so they could only do it little by little. Having a shower room would be very convenient. Winter baths are hard, and since Niannian loves bathing, she now bathes only every 2 or 3 days, especially with her pregnancy. Usually, she just washes herself quickly. Luckily, Day Village is in the north, with dry weather, so they don't do much strenuous activity, don't sweat much, and stay relatively clean. "I'll draw the plans, and you can build according to them," Jiang Ran said. Jiang Ran had been to school and used to go out when he was a teenager, but his wife's knowledge was different from his. He had never heard of soap making or vegetable planting in greenhouses, even though his family had old books. He had read some, but there were no records about these things. Niannian wanted to draw the plans, and Jiang Ran had no doubt she could do it. He simply nodded in agreement. They started working right away. Wang Lu went to find people in the village to level the ground and buy bricks. Building a shower room isn't difficult. Currently, Zhang's yard doesn't even have a well, so fetching water is inconvenient. In summer, they could buy a black plastic bucket to put on the roof and heat water in the sun for bathing. In winter, they could only soak in a wooden tub. Niannian spent about half an hour drawing, and she had already detailed all the small features. Jiang Ran bought bricks in the afternoon and visited Jiang Wan's yard. Niannian didn't go inside. At the door, there were people with nothing to do, asking if her family was going to build a house. Niannian said that Wang Lu was building a house, and her family was also building a small one. When they heard Wang Lu was building a big house with all blue bricks, some people were already eager to suggest he was looking for a wife. Others were discussing Zhang Qi's marriage. Niannian was listening when someone nudged her. "Niannian, look, isn't that your sister-in-law's husband? Why is he being driven out?" Actually, he wasn't driven out. Jiang Ran and Jiang Ming dragged him out by the arms. Zhou Ling was in a terrible state, wearing a military coat that was now dirty and gray from mud. Zhou Ling got up and looked at Jiang Ming and Jiang Ran. "You're hurting her again. There's no such thing as a divorce. Where would she go if she divorced? She's the woman I was with." Suddenly, Jiang Ran kicked him away before he finished speaking, knocking him down again. Jiang Ran and Jiang Ming had long disliked this man. The brothers almost attacked him together. Zhou Ling usually didn't see the sun at the factory and didn't do heavy work. He was no match for the brothers, often getting beaten without fighting back. He screamed loudly, "Shuangzi, save me." In Day Village, there was no such thing as a divorce, but many people gathered to watch the commotion. Song Siming had been busy lately. His family thought he was useless, neither his nose nor his eyes working properly. Today, Zhang Qi was hosting a party and he sneaked out early to relax. Unexpectedly, he saw this chaos. At first, he didn't understand what was happening, only noticing one person fighting and hearing cries and screams, which seemed oddly familiar. A sharp pain struck him. Last time, when he went to the bathroom, someone blindfolded him and beat him up. Was it Jiang Ran? Anger rose from his heart. He decided he had to make Jiang Ran pay. Immediately, Song Siming wanted to go back and report. He took a few steps but then realized it had been a long time and there were no witnesses. Who would believe him? They might even think he was falsely accusing Jiang Ran. A fire burned inside him. Zhou Ling kept shouting Jiang Wan's name. Niannian didn't expect her to come out and was a little worried that Jang Wan might soften her heart. The couple's divorce was a tense matter to outsiders, and they often managed to reconcile after many disagreements. As Zhou Lingyi saw Jang Wan come out, he quickly scrambled and crawled toward her. But before he could reach Jang Wan, Jiang Ming took him away. Jang Wan's face had improved a lot these days. Seeing the scene outside, she said, "Jiang Ming, Jiang Ran, let him go back." Zhou Lingyi heard this and looked at Jiang Wan. "Wan, I was wrong. Please don't get a divorce, okay?" Suddenly, everyone around looked at Jiang Wan. Niannian was no exception. If Jiang Wan still wanted to stay with this man, go through pregnancy and miscarriage again, she couldn't do anything. Some people just couldn't be saved. Why divorce? There's no need for that. It's scary. Zhou has a good job and doesn't look bad. Jiang Wan has been married to them for so many years and hasn't had a child with anyone else. The man hasn't even asked for a divorce, so why is she causing trouble? Exactly. She's from the city. When they divorce, many young women get married. But she can't have children and is causing trouble. Isn't she overthinking? Whispering voices spread around. Niannian frowned slightly and looked coldly at the crowd. Who told you all that it's always the woman's fault? If the man can't have children, it's not just the woman. Niannian's face was tense. We're all from the same village. If I hear this again, Jiang Ran and his brother's fists won't be gentle. She still remembered Jiang Ming and Jiang Ran hitting Zhou Lingyi earlier. Just watching made her feel pain. The ones who had been whispering earlier now smiled awkwardly. Aunt Wong was quite different from others. She passionately said, "If Jiang Wan has a problem, why didn't this man divorce her long ago?" Many men can accept not having children. Aunt Wong spoke firmly. The people around, hearing her, also found it reasonable. Then there was another round of whispers. This time Niannian didn't speak. She looked at Jiang Wan. The usually gentle and soft Jiang Wan had a frown, seeming to be in a dilemma. Jiang Wan didn't know why, but looked in Niannian's direction after hearing her defend her. She couldn't quite understand the feeling in her heart. Her family all wanted her to live better, so why was she still hanging on to Zhou Ling? Zhou Ling and Jiang Wan had been married for a few years. At this moment, he had a bad premonition, even feeling scared. "Wan, don't forget me. We were so good together. I like you. If there's a misunderstanding, it's okay if we don't have children. Let's just live happily, okay?" As Zhou Lingyi spoke, he suddenly knelt in front of Jiang Wan. "You forgot what you said when we first got married. You said you liked me, and I." The villagers have never experienced such vows of love, and suddenly a group of women felt jealous and sour. Jiang Wan looked at Zhou Ling and felt more and more unfamiliar. The person she liked back then wasn't like this. How did he become so strange in just a moment? Jiang Wan stopped thinking and said, "Zhou Ling, go back and prepare. The day after tomorrow, we will divorce. From now on, the bridge is the bridge and the road is the road. I can't have a child for your family, and I won't give my work to your sister just to have a baby. Find someone else." After saying that, Jiang Wan looked at Jiang Ming and Jiang Ran. Throw him out of the village. Many people in the Jiang family felt relieved, even Jiang Laoda and Guiyushi. They had different thoughts, but their goal was the same. Jiang Ming and Jiang Ran quickly threw Zhou Ling out of the village. After today's events, Jiang Wan's decision to divorce spread throughout Dea village. At night, Zhang Qi invited some young workers from the youth station to dinner before his wedding. Niannian told Jiang Ran and others. Jiang Ran wanted to go, but he wasn't from the youth station and they didn't invite outsiders. He took Niannian to the youth station and said, "I'll come pick you up later." Niannian gently scratched his palm and whispered, "Okay." The youth station was lively today, with red characters pasted on the door. Niannian, Zhou Weihong, and Su Yao brought a big red enamel basin and 5 cents. "Happy wedding." Zhang Qi looked rosy and smiled at Niannian. "You didn't hold a wedding, so I didn't give you a gift. We'll make it up when your baby is born." He took the money from Niannian and felt a bit awkward. Niannian smiled and said, "All right, but today isn't the time for that. Today is your happy day."
Hurry, sit down, sit down.
During the new year, most of the people at the youth station were there. Niannian arrived a bit late. She sat next to Zhou Weihong. Niannian found it strange that she didn't see Su Wanqing here. It seemed that since she failed to become a teacher, she had been quite low-key lately. Niannian casually asked, "Why isn't Su Jiqing here?" Everyone knew about Su Wanqing clinging to Jiang Ran. They looked down on her for that, but since they often saw her at the youth station, even if they disliked her, no one openly argued. Hearing Niannian's question, Su Yao pouted and said, "I don't know what's wrong with her. She's been acting crazy lately. She bought high school textbooks from the scrap yard and studies every day. She says she wants to take the college entrance exam. Now, no one still goes to college. They probably think she, like others, will be recommended by the village to become a worker peasant student, but her attitude isn't right." Most people agree with Yu Yao's words. Someone said, "We've all been to the countryside for so many years, forget it. I think Song Jiqing has a better chance than us." Then, there was a sigh about how good Song Siming's father-in-law was. Niannian thought differently from most. She wondered if Su Wanqing might be her hometown friend. While everyone was chatting, someone called out, "Siming is here." The house was set with 2 tables of food. When Song Siming entered, he saw Niannian sitting in the dull little room, surrounded by a soft glow. He thought about Jiang Ran, who not only hit him but also took Niannian away. His feelings were complicated. "Siming is here, come sit," someone called out, knowing about his past relationship with Niannian, so they didn't seat them together. Niannian didn't mind. She was more curious about Song Siming than about Su Wanqing. Before dinner, someone went into the room to call Su Wanqing. The people at the youth camp were old-timers. Su Wanqing looked down on them a bit, but after her last attempt to become a teacher, she realized the questions were very era-specific. As someone from the future, she couldn't handle the political questions. But she still ate. She hadn't had meat in a long time. Su Wanqing brought a bowl over and saw Niannian, who shouldn't have been there, and felt complicated. How did Jiang Ran suddenly have a wife? Zhang Qi was popular at the youth camp. He became a teacher and earned a salary. They prepared 2 tables of good food, especially a pork and cabbage stew that everyone liked. It was greasy, and everyone enjoyed it. Niannian couldn't eat too much fat, so she preferred sour and spicy cabbage. No matter past grudges, no one disturbed Zhang Qi's happy day. They ate well, and even drank some sorghum wine. Some people drank to toast Zhang Qi, others reminisced about their time before going to the countryside, and some daydreamed about returning to the city. It wasn't until after 10 o'clock that everyone left. Niannian took her flashlight and went out. Zhou Weihong called, asking if she needed a ride home. Niannian declined. Zhou Weihong had drunk a bit and was worried she might not walk steadily. As he was about to leave the yard, Song Siming vaguely saw the graceful figure of a woman from behind. Even thick clothes couldn't hide her figure. Suddenly, he remembered her pregnant belly, and his eyes darkened. Once he arrived at the Lin family, everything seemed to be going in a direction he hadn't expected, and things were only getting worse. Song Siming felt confused, and a strange urge arose in his heart. "Xiaonian, wait for me." He staggered over to Niannian, blocking her way and grabbing her arm. "Xiaonian, I regret it. Can you?" A tall figure suddenly overshadowed him, and Song Siming's words stopped abruptly. Niannian unexpectedly married Jiang Ran. At first, she thought it was just to spite herself, but now their relationship was getting better, and they even had a child. Song Siming gradually realized the truth, that Niannian had abandoned him and turned to the rough man from the countryside. Moreover, Jiang Ran had secretly hit him. Last time, his face was swollen like a pig's head, and he didn't dare lift his head for half a month. Song Siming had been having a tough time lately. Seeing Jiang Ran, old grudges and new ones flooded his mind, and he only wanted to get revenge. Drunk and angry. "You're just a country bumpkin. How can you compare to Niannian?" He suddenly swung his fist at Jiang Ran. After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, some men went outside to use the toilet or wash their feet, They saw what was happening at the door, and someone shouted in surprise.
Fight.
Before the shout finished, the voice was cut off. The man who swung his fist, Shuangzi, was suddenly lifted up. A tall arm threw him, smashing him toward the youth station. Perhaps because he was drunk, his reactions were slow. Half a second later, Shuangzi let out a pitiful scream from his throat. As he wailed and cried on the ground like a slaughtered pig, everyone's drunkenness faded. Seeing Jiang Ran and Wanqing standing at the door, no one dared to say anything. Let's go. Wanqing held Jiang Ran's hand and looked up. Let's go. The youth station people watched the two leave. Zhang frowned and went to help Shuangzi. He had just seen Shuangzi trying to cling to Wanqing and was about to step forward when Jiang Ran arrived, so he stopped. Siming, what are you doing? Wanqing is already married, and you are too. This is improper. Your conduct is problematic. If Secretary Lin and his daughter find out, you'll gain nothing. Others also noticed and couldn't help but say that Jiang Ran, although not very good at making friends, is strong and tall. Yet you're still bothering Ruan Jiqing. Aren't you asking to get beaten? He bothered Jiqing and then went to hit Jiang Ran. He's causing trouble. If I were Jiang Ran, I'd hit him back. Shuangzi, who was badly hurt, gradually became more clear-headed amid everyone's words. His days at the Lin family were already tough, and he couldn't afford any more mistakes. He awkwardly smiled and said, I was drunk. I was drunk. Please don't tell anyone about what happened today. He then complimented the people at the Jiqing station before staggering away. Others in the yard shook their heads. I used to think Shuangzi was a decent person, good calligraphy, could write poetry and paint. Now I see he's so petty. Many people shared this thought. Niannian didn't care much about Shuangzi's affairs. She smelled strongly of alcohol, which was unpleasant, and she hadn't eaten well at the Jiqing station. Her stomach was still hungry. She looked up at Jiang Ran and asked, What did you eat at home? Just some pickled vegetables with steamed bread. Jiang Ran wasn't very hungry. Since his wife wasn't home, he just ate a simple meal. Niannian frowned when she heard this. I'm still hungry. Shall we eat a bit more? They quickly agreed on the idea, but it was late, so they didn't cook anything complicated. They boiled a bowl of handmade noodles, topped with tomato and egg sauce, and Niannian ate another bowl. As for Jiang Ran, who wasn't hungry that night, he ate 2 bowls. His hair and body smelled of food and alcohol. After eating, he boiled water to take a bath, bringing several buckets of water and adjusting the temperature to just right. Niannian soaked in warm water and asked Jiang Ran if he wanted to join her. Under her husband's surprisingly rich knowledge, Jiang Ran learned about many things he had never thought of before. But there was really seeing her clear, water-like eyes. Jiang Ran felt his heart warm. Niannian looked into his eyes, feeling a bit nervous. She was just teasing Jiang Ran out of habit. He probably wouldn't take her seriously, right? Inside the house, a stove was burning, and a kerosene lamp was lit. Niannian's face, whether because of the lamp or the water temperature, looked rosy and bright. Seeing his wife looking so tempting, Jiang Ran quickly moved closer. The wooden tub was quite large, and Niannian comfortably soaked alone. But with more people, it would be a bit crowded. Water splashed everywhere. Niannian finally lay on the Kong bed, while Jiang Ran took a cotton cloth to wipe her hair. She was feeling lazy and almost fell asleep. No matter how she wiped, her hair wouldn't dry completely. Yawning weakly, Niannian said, Stop wiping. It will dry after a while on the bed. Go clean the water outside, or it won't dry by tomorrow. Half a bucket of water spilled outside, and the floor in the adobe house was just packed earth, which couldn't withstand constant dampness. After some physical work, Jiang Ran didn't look tired at all. Instead, he seemed refreshed. He looked at Niannian lazily lying on the Kong, his throat moving. Niannian was exhausted and immediately saw through his thoughts. She kicked his abs with her foot, saying, Hurry up. Jiang Ran reached out and grabbed her foot, looking at her soft, white foot. Her toes were round and full, with pinkish toenails, very cute. He leaned down and kissed her foot, saying, "I'll go now." Niannian, slow to realize, watched his back and said, "Jiang Ran, don't kiss my mouth or face anymore these 2 days." The next morning, Niannian was still asleep when she heard chirping sounds outside. "Wanjie, the sun has already risen, but you still haven't gotten up?" Jang Wan smiled and said, "It's okay, let her sleep." Half awake, Niannian opened her eyes and looked out the window, meeting the curious, sweet eyes of Tianyo. She also saw Jang Wan, who seemed to be doing something. Yawning, Niannian put on her clothes and came out. Seeing the large wooden tub in the outside room, she thought of last night's foolishness and blushed. She hurried out and asked, "Wanjie, why are you here?" Jang Wan held a pair of rabbit fur gloves and said, "These are what I made in my free time these days. Try them and see if they fit." The gray rabbit fur gloves had openings for the fingers, with a cover that could be pulled over the fingers when it's cold, making it easier to work. The gloves were very finely made. Jang Wan said, "The rabbit fur was given to me by Jiang Ran. He paid me back last time, and I don't know how to thank you all." Niannian took the gloves, immediately put them on. Inside, they were lined with cotton cloth and cotton, soft and skin-friendly. "You're really good at making things. I like them very much." "Thank you, Jiang Jie." Jang Wan showed a smile. "I'm glad you like them." Niannian looked around but didn't see Jiang Ran. She asked, "Wanjie, did you see Jiang Ran when you came?" "I told him and Jiang Ming to go to the county town." Jiang Wan thought for a moment, leaned closer to Niannian and lowered her voice. "So many years have passed, and I haven't kept the child. Since we're getting a divorce, I want to understand, whose fault is it, mine or his?" Niannian looked up at Jiang Wan with admiration. She always saw her sister-in-law as gentle and fragile. She was worried she wouldn't be able to bear going through life with Zhou Ling anymore. But now, it seems she doesn't need to worry. Jiang Wan smiled, her face looking much brighter than before. "I've been thinking about it these days. My family supports me. They don't want me to suffer. Why should I keep suffering myself? I have a job, money, and tickets. I won't go hungry. Why should I make myself and my family uncomfortable and worried about me?" Niannian smiled and said, "It's good that you can think this way. Your parents raised you, not so you could be unhappy with someone else." In Dake Village, people usually believe that women are less valuable, can't carry on the family line, and so on. But Jiang Wan isn't a biological child of the Jiang family. She knew from a young age that she was better off than some of the biological children in the village. Su Lan and Jiang Xiu treated her and the Jiang brothers equally. Because she lost her parents early and was the only girl in the family, she was especially loved. Jiang Wan said with a smile, "Now that I'm divorced, I will take good care of my parents. I give them money for food, which is better than spending on Zhou's family." Meanwhile, early in the morning, everyone at the clothing factory went to work. Zhou Ling was still in pain from being beaten, but he only took a half-day leave yesterday, so today he had to go to work. As soon as he stepped out of the factory compound, everything went black. 2 arms grabbed him. He was about to shout. But Jiang Ran's voice came, "Shut up, or I'll beat you to death if you shout again." Zhou Ling looked around. There was Jiang Ran and Jiang Ming. His body, already hurting, suddenly felt worse. Seeing his 2 brothers-in-law, Zhou Ling almost cried. "What's wrong with you two?" "I still need to go to work," Zhou Ling said, never loving his job so much before. "Are you guys considering your sister?" "She still wants to live with me." Even though Jiang Wan said she wanted a divorce yesterday, Zhou Ling didn't really believe they would go through with it. He thought she was just angry with him. As long as he lowered his pride and apologized a few times, he could win her back. Jiang Ming, annoyed, bent down, took off his dirty sock, and stuffed it into Zhou Ling's mouth. Then he looked at Jiang Ran and said, "Go to the hospital. Yesterday, I had a hearty meal at the youth cadre station. Today, Niannian also ate with the villagers at the Zhang family." Actually, not many villagers want their daughters to marry boys from the youth cadre station because those boys are not as good at farming as local farmers and earn fewer work points. But Zhang Qi is different. Not only is he a teacher, which is a respectable job, but he also earns a solid 300 work points a month, plus an extra 5 yuan. He is educated, from the city, and looks good, brows thick, eyes bright, and appears honest. Zhang's family was very happy, so they generously invited everyone to a meal and even bought a lot of pork. Zhang Xiaomei wore a bright red coat, her shiny hair braided, and she looked very joyful. Niannian, because of her gossiping about revolutionary friendships and her marriage to Jiang Ran, a local, was the only youth cadre invited to sit at the table with Wang Er's wife and others. Before the meal started, she listened to many family stories. Once they began eating, the women's fighting spirit was incredible. Just as she reached for her chopsticks, the meat was gone. Wang Er's wife saw that Niannian couldn't get any food and, while eating herself, didn't forget to add some vegetables to her bowl. Eat quickly. Niannian was touched inside. From now on, she decided she wouldn't gossip about Wang Er's wife anymore. But what the villagers said was that Wang Er's wife and her husband's relationship was the reason she rose to a higher position. Niannian really wanted to know if it was true. After everyone finished eating, there was almost no leftover food, just some large bones. Some women said they would feed the dogs at home and quickly packed up the bones to take away. On her way home, Niannian also saw Jiang Ran and Jiang Ming returning. The two brothers rode a bicycle, and Jiang Ming jumped off early. Jiang Ran stopped beside Niannian. She looked at both Jiang Ming and Jiang Ran's faces. They seemed happy, so she guessed their trip to the county was good news. Since she just left Zhang Xiaomei's house and there were still many people at the door, she asked, "What's going on? Did you take Zhou Ling for a checkup? Is he okay?" Jiang Ran took out a report, which was still handwritten. It clearly said low count. Niannian pulled Wang Er's wife aside. "I knew it. I told you my sister-in-law is healthy. Look, the doctor's report says it's low count. That's Zhou Ling's problem. No wonder he doesn't want to get divorced." Wang Er's wife didn't understand much about low count, but she understood it was Zhou Ling's issue. "Did the doctor say that?" Niannian pointed to the report. "Look, it's stamped from the county hospital. The doctor's report is there, and there's even a signature below. This is all Zhou Ling's fault. Can't she just let Jang Wan keep her good name? No matter if Jang Wan wants to marry in the future. In this era, being labeled infertile affects a woman's reputation. In a conservative rural area, in a small county town, she must suffer many hardships and judgments." Aunt Wang Er doesn't know many characters, but she recognizes the words People's Hospital. She patted her thigh and said, "I knew it. That man must be the problem. Wan is such a good girl. She's really suffered." Within a short time, the news spread throughout Dea village. Some women understand how hard it is to get pregnant and have children, and upon hearing this, they sighed behind their backs. Some families who can't have children also looked at their husbands with strange eyes. Niannian and Jiang Ran went to show Jiang Wan the report. Jiang Wan looked at the doctor's handwriting, tears falling down her face. For so many years, she thought it was her own problem. She took many medicines, drank many folk remedies, and was often criticized behind her back. People in the Zhou family called her a hen that can't lay eggs. She never doubted that Zhou Ling was the problem. The doctor's words on paper are real. Jiang Wan wished she could cry out all her grievances from these years. With red eyes, Jiang Wan said, "I will go to the county town to get a divorce tomorrow." Her body hadn't fully recovered, but she wanted to finish the divorce as soon as possible. The next day, she borrowed a village donkey cart. Niannian, Jiang Ran, and Jiang Ming also went with her to the county, along with Su Lan and Jiang Shui. Old Jiang and Guiyu also wanted to go see what Jiang Wan's divorce meant, but the elderly woman scolded them and kept them at home. At the clothing factory's family courtyard, Jiang Wan looked at Zhou Ling and Zhou Laotai, took out some papers, and said, "This is the money I gave you over nearly 9 years of marriage. Now, I want it all back. It's 2,148 yuan in total. I've been saving money for household expenses, and I never touch this money. You return it to me now. I don't want my son's share either." Zhou Laotai was very stingy. When she received the money, she treated it as her own. When she heard the amount, her vision blurred.
Don't even think about it.
This is our Zhou family's money. It has nothing to do with you. Zhou Ling, you better get this family out now. Zhou Ling has lived for so many years and has never faced such a big. He was truly overwhelmed, staring blankly at Jang Wan. Let's not have children, okay? In the future, I will treat you well, and we can live a good life. You can keep the family money. Even without children, we can still get by. Or maybe we could go to the countryside and adopt a child to take care of us when we're old. Niannian felt disgusted inside and whispered a few words to Su Lan. Su Lan, a kind-hearted woman, turned red with anger. Seeing Zhou Ling's shameless look, she slapped him directly. When you said my daughter couldn't get pregnant, you, a man, wanted to carry on the family line. Now it's your problem, and you still want my daughter to suffer with you. Su Lan's anger grew as she thought about the hardships Jiang Wan had endured over the years. She kept slapping, hitting here and there. Suddenly, she lost her temper. Besides Niannian, no one else expected her outburst. By the time people reacted, Zhou Ling had already been hit twice. The Zhou family had lost their husband early on, and they had invested a lot in Zhou Ling. They couldn't stand seeing this scene and immediately went to hit Su Lan. But the Zhou family only had two people, Zhou Ling and another, both seemingly lost in their own world. The Jiang family had several members present. Niannian quietly stood outside, closing the door to avoid getting involved. It was working hours, and many in the courtyard were heading to work. Hearing the commotion, they peeked over to look at the Jiang family. What's going on? It's just after the new year, and they're fighting? You don't know? On the second day of the new year, that old lady from this family had bad intentions. She insisted that her daughter-in-law give her daughter a job. During the argument, the daughter-in-law had a miscarriage. This has happened several times. It's really pitiful.
Pity?
I think the old lady from the Zhou family has a point. The child can't be kept, and she's not focused on resting at home, raising the baby. If she doesn't give old Zhou a grandchild, it's like cutting off the family line. That daughter-in-law is too selfish. Niannian smiled and said, a few days ago we took her for a checkup and we also checked Zhou Ling. The county hospital said the woman is fine. It's the man's that's the problem. Don't believe me? Look at this test result. Niannian took out the report. Most young people working at the clothing factory could read, so a few of them stood on tiptoe to look at the test results. Wow, it really is Zhou Ling's problem. These years, Jang Wan has suffered a lot, and it turns out it's the man's issue. Their family always bullied the outsider daughter-in-law. It's been years of trouble, and now it's clear he's not capable. People who couldn't read also understood what was being said. Those who had just claimed Jiang Wan was at fault now fell silent. Niannian stood at the door for a while. She couldn't let only the people from the family compound know. The factory workers had to know too. She looked at the time. It's almost time for the factory to start work. Hurry up and go to work. We are definitely getting a divorce. Oh, it's already 8:30. Work is about to start, and I'm going to be late. Quickly, let me go. Many people needed to go to work. Watching the drama was fun, but earning money was more important. Everyone dispersed, leaving only a few older people and those who cared more about the drama than work to watch. Niannian went back inside. She saw Grandma Zhou already being held down by Jiang Ming. Her few remaining hairs were messy. As for her mother-in-law, Su Lan, her hair was neat, and her clothes were tidy, obviously unharmed. Zhou Ling was almost going crazy. She didn't understand how things had gotten to this point. Looking at Jang Wan, after so many years of marriage, she felt strange seeing her now. She opened her mouth to say something kind. Jang Wan coldly said, Zhou Ling, you have to divorce today. Whether you want to or not, you must. And give me my money. Zhou's family was held down by Jiang Ming. She was restless, clawing and shouting. You wish. That's all my Zhou family's money. Niannian stood beside Jiang Ran and said, Fine, if you won't give the money. I'll post the hospital checkup reports all over the family compound and the factory. I'll make sure the whole town knows your family's issues. Let's see how you can lift your heads high. Hearing this, Zhou Ling panicked. If this news spread through the town, how could she live? She might as well just run into a wall and die. Zhou's family was stunned by Niannian's words, as if something had choked their throats. Looking at the Jiang family, her mind was racing fast. The Jiang family was determined to divorce. They didn't want to stay married. She didn't want to serve this daughter-in-law anymore. The family was too frightening, who had a whole family supporting a daughter's divorce. Maybe she could find someone easier to handle. But if others found out about her son's problems, it would be even harder to find a good girl from a decent family. Her murky eyes kept moving around. Zhou's teeth clenched. Fine, I'll go get the money. Jiang Ming personally watched her go to get the money. After she got it, Su Lan and Jiang Shui went inside and packed Jang Wan's belongings to take away. Zhou Ling's face was pale. Can you give me one last chance? As she spoke, a manly tear squeezed out of Zhou Ling's eye. People who didn't know might think he was deeply emotional. In the past, Jang Wan might have felt sorry for him. But these days she had thought a lot. Leaving the Zhou family felt like she was reborn. She saw the true face of her family clearly. She shook her head coldly.
No.
Jiang Ran and Jiang Ming took Zhou Ling to get a divorce. The staff at the Civil Affairs Bureau watched the scene. They asked, "Are you both doing this voluntarily?" Jiang Wan replied, yes. Zhou Ling hesitated, wanting to say something more. Jiang Wan said, "My brother is waiting outside. Please hurry." Her usual words sounded almost like a threat to Zhou Ling. It was clear that if he refused, his brother would come down him again. Just thinking about it made him feel pain. He wasn't against calling the police, but if he did, the issue of his inability to have children would definitely come up. He couldn't afford to lose face like that. Under the watch of the staff, Zhou Ling helplessly nodded. "I am doing this voluntarily." The staff seemed a bit suspicious. "Comrade, if you have any questions, you can tell us. We will help you solve them." Jiang Wan said, "Our main issue now is the divorce." Zhou Ling found it hard to speak about his real problem, and no one else could help. As Jiang Wan nodded, the divorce process went smoothly. Her belongings had already been packed onto a donkey cart. After completing the divorce, they left the building. Niannian said, "It's a happy occasion at home. Let's not go back right away. Let's go to the state-run restaurant for a meal." Niannian's face was full of smiles. Those who didn't know better might think someone was getting married. Although Su Lan supported her daughter's decision to divorce, she still held traditional views. She whispered, "Divorce isn't a happy thing. Let's just go home and eat. It's expensive outside. How can divorce not be a happy thing? Bad marriages are like going through a tough test. Sister One has successfully passed it and is starting a new life. Of course, it's a good thing. Don't you want Sister One to suffer?" Su Lan thought for a moment and said, "I don't want that." But she still felt something was off. Jiang Wan had thought about everything over these days. Hearing Niannian's words, she smiled and said, "Niannian's right. Let's go. I haven't properly treated you and Dad to a meal in these years." Su Lan, hearing this, no longer wondered what was wrong. The Jiang family happily left together, leaving Zhou Ling standing alone in the cold wind, feeling confused. The menu at the state-run restaurant today included braised pork, which they ordered in a large portion, along with a steamed fish, a big stew, and finally, plain white rice. For the Jiang family, this was quite a luxury. The family was full after eating. Niannian touched her nose and said, "Actually, when Mother was fighting with Grandma Zhou just now, I went out for a bit. I saw people watching outside, and I accidentally mentioned that Zhou Ling can't get pregnant." Accidentally? Everyone looked at Niannian with puzzled eyes, except Jiang Ran, who looked calm and knew his wife very well. Whether it was accidental or not, Su Lan now looked at Niannian more warmly than at her own daughter. "It should be said," she said. "Why is it his fault that my daughter has suffered so much?" After eating at the state-owned restaurant, the family headed home. The car was full of things. Niannian sat behind Jiang Ran on his bicycle. When they returned, Jang Wan chose to stay at Tianyou's house. With so many things loaded, Guayu and old Jiang quickly went to the door. When they saw Jiang Wan, they smiled happily and brought food for her. Wang Fingxiao looked at Niannian with confusion and whispered, "Is the sun rising from the west today?" Zhang Hui also didn't understand what Guiyu was up to. She nudged old Jiang and asked, "What's going on with sister-in-law? Since your sister came back, she's come here several times. She used to speak nicely, but she wouldn't be so generous to give rice and flour to others." Old Jiang looked at Guiyu and his older brother with big smiles, feeling a bit annoyed inside. He scolded Zhang Hui, "You should also stop giving Jiang Wan a hard time. She's divorced and has been living here all along. Not going home?" Zhang Hui lowered her voice. "We don't have a place for her. Don't let her take the kids' room later." Old Jiang rolled his eyes at Zhang Hui. "Shut up. If you're free, let the kids get closer to their aunt." Meanwhile, they still needed to clean up and put things away. Niannian, pregnant and feeling tired, didn't join the fun. There were plenty of people eager to go. Today, the sisters-in-law were acting strangely. Even Wang Fingxia, slow to react, realized something was off. She remembered that when her sister first returned home, Niannian had told her to stay at Tianyou's house. She looked up at Niannian, whose fair little face was lazily yawning. "Niannian, did you already guess today would come?" Niannian smiled but didn't answer. She poked the face of Huzi, who was in Wang Fingxia's arms. Huzi grinned at her, showing half a tiny tooth, very cute. "I'm going back first. I'm tired." Jiang Ran and Niannian went back together. As they left the sweet girl's house, Niannian kept yawning. She said, "You should remind your sister. The money is hers. If she gives it to our parents or grandma, that's fine. But giving it to others isn't right. Don't waste money on unnecessary things." Jiang Ran looked at her red eyes and moist cheeks from yawning. He gently ruffled her hair and said, "Don't worry about others. Let's go home and get a good sleep." At home, Niannian washed her feet, changed her clothes, and got into bed. As soon as she lay down, her baby bump kicked her unexpectedly, making her gasp in surprise. Jiang Ran hurried over and asked, "What's wrong?" Niannian poked her belly and said, "The baby kicked me." Jiang Ran looked at her belly, frowned, and seriously talked to the baby inside, "Don't kick your mom so hard." After a while, the baby inside really stopped kicking. Niannian suspected that her baby was annoyed by her father. Niannian curled up in Jiang Ran's arms and slept for a while. When she woke up, Jiang Ran was no longer there. Even though he told her not to worry, Jiang Ran still went to talk to Jang Wan and told her what he had said. Jang Wan had experienced many miscarriages over the years and had become wise. Hearing Jiang Ran's words, she felt touched. "My brother-in-law is smart and good-looking. He's from the city. You must treat her well, or don't blame me for not recognizing you later." Jiang Ran. Those words sounded a bit familiar. Niannian woke up and came out to look around. To the right front of the house she and Jiang Ran shared, Wang Lu was already gathering people from the village to clean up. There were blue bricks stacked nearby. When could she live in a house made of blue bricks? The thought made her feel a bit ashamed. In her past life, she had lived in many houses, but now she was jealous of others living in a brick house. When Jiang Ran returned, he brought 100 yuan. That was a lot of money. Niannian asked, "Did Jiang Wan give this to you?" "Yes, she said it was for you." Niannian counted out 50 yuan and said, "You should give the rest back to her. It's several months' wages. We're family, helping each other is right." She kept 50 yuan to reassure Jiang Wan. Jiang Ran didn't want the money, but accepted it. The two of them went home and checked the yard to confirm where to build the bathroom. Jiang Ran saw Niannian watching Wang Lu build a house and softly said, "Maybe we should build one too?" Niannian shook her head, without thinking. "We have enough money, but now that we have a baby, besides raising the child, we don't know if anything unexpected will happen. It's better to keep the money as insurance. Furthermore, our current money can't buy a very good house. I want to build a better one later, paint it, install electricity, and make it clean and tidy." Jiang Ran feels he needs to earn more money. After thinking, he says, "Vegetables are still scarce now, and it will be a few months before various vegetables are ready. We can plant some in our big greenhouse." Niannian just suggested an idea, but Jiang Ran has already put it into action and even plans to plant a second season. She knows this is possible, especially since it avoids the busy season of vegetables and fruits in July and August, allowing them to sell earlier by 1 or 2 months. Jiang Ran thinks, I'll go to the textile factory again tomorrow, buy some plastic sheeting, and set up another shelter. The Jiang family's yard is quite large, with few houses, leaving plenty of free space. Niannian thinks planting another crop is a good idea. It might not fetch high prices in winter, but compared to summer, it's still much better. When you go to the textile factory, bring some vegetables from the backyard greenhouse to deliver, she suggests. Being polite is always good, especially when asking for help. The clothing factory only gave out some benefits before the new year, and it's unlikely they will sell hundreds of bars of soap anytime soon. It's all up to Lu Guangming. They probably won't sell more than 500 yuan a month. In winter, people wash clothes and bathe less, so earning that money will take a long time. Niannian has started praying for early reform and opening up, or perhaps for the chance to take exams sooner. Thinking of this, she begins to search through the books brought by the original owner. Several books, neglected and covered in dust in the mud brick house, make her sneeze when she puts them down. Jiang Ran sees her face scrunch up from the dust and pulls her away, shaking the books outside to dust them off. Suddenly, something falls out from between the pages. Jiang Ran bends down to pick it up, an envelope and a black and white photo. In the photo, 2 middle-aged people sit in the middle holding a young boy. A woman stands on each side, and the woman on the right is clearly his wife. However, the people in the photo don't look as beautiful as her wife in real life. The yellow envelope has writing that says it's a gift for Stockpiling. Jiang Ran's face darkens. He hasn't opened it yet, thinking about Stockpiling bothering his wife the other day, which might lead to a beating. He quickly brushes off the dust from the books, takes the letter and photo, and goes back inside.
This fell out when I came out, she says.
Niannian sees the items Jiang Ran places in front of her, feeling a bit surprised. She recognizes everyone in the photo, but she is no longer the original owner. Looking at the black and white photo, she feels no emotional reaction at all. Her attention was on the yellowish envelope. To my dear Stockpiling. These words were too glaring. Niannian looked up and saw Jiang Ran's dark, angry face. She secretly cursed the original owner for hiding a trap. What bad luck. Now she had to tell Jiang Ran that she was not the original owner, but a soul from decades later. Would he send her for an autopsy? Thoughts raced in her mind, but she kept a soft, harmless smile on her face. She reached out and held up the envelope. I forgot about this. I was young and naive.
You can handle it.
If anyone saw that her other half had written love letters to someone else and looked upset, Niannian stood up and shoved the letter into Jiang Ran's hand. I was blind before. Now I see clearly. I only like you. She tried to coax him for a while, but Jiang Ran remained unmoved. Suddenly, she bit her lip and whispered, Do you not believe me? Her voice was soft and carried a hint of tears and sadness. Jiang Ran panicked and quickly dropped the letter. No, don't cry, he said. Be good, no more crying. I just feel uncomfortable seeing it. I do believe you. Niannian lowered her head, but she couldn't hold back her feelings anymore. She looked up, stretched her arms, and wrapped them around his neck, kissing his lips. Her sudden action caught Jiang Ran off guard. She even kissed the corner of his mouth. Niannian whispered, Don't move around. Jiang Ran froze, and he even leaned forward to match her. This time, she didn't kiss in the wrong place. Jiang Ran felt that the person in his arms was particularly teasing. Before, she wouldn't do this, just kiss. Now, she was biting his lips and tongue sometimes. It was her way of confusing herself, not wanting him to investigate the love letters to the young man. Jiang Ran knew this deep down, but he couldn't help but fall for her tricks. Until the end, Niannian was breathless. Are you angry now? Jiang Ran touched the thick envelope, still angry, then looked down at his wife's red face. He knew she liked that young man, chasing after him passionately. Now, if he investigated, it would hurt their relationship. That was his rational thought. But the irrational side wanted to go and beat up that young man. Niannian reached out and poked his chest. Jiang Ran looked at her and softly said, "You wrote him a few love letters, and you want to write me a few?" "No, double for me." His tone was firm, leaving no room for refusal. Niannian looked at the thick, earth-colored envelope bag, unsure how many letters were inside. Writing so many love letters? She looked at Jiang Ran, her jaw tightening. Her jawline was sharper than her life plans. Her lips, slightly swollen, pressed together in deep displeasure. If she refused, she couldn't imagine that scene. "All right, I'll write double the amount. Who else would I like if not you? Even if you didn't take these letters, I would still write to you." Niannian spoke sweetly, but she had never actually written a letter before. Jiang Ran believed her. He took the letters from the table, then pulled out a pen and a notebook, looking at her with dark eyes.
"Right," he said.
Niannian, the original owner, was really good at setting traps. She had never written love letters herself. They were always written by others for her. If Jiang Ran asked her to write a spicy story, she could make up all kinds of different scenes, but love letters? She suddenly felt overwhelmed. Looking at the sky outside, she said, "It's time to make dinner. How about we finish cooking first, then write?" Jiang Ran replied, "I'll cook." Niannian said, "You don't cook well, and your wife doesn't like it. Nor does your child. Are you willing to let your wife go hungry? Or do you want your child to go hungry?" Jiang Ran. What kind of wife did he marry? "Finish eating, then come write." Niannian immediately hugged his arm. "Definitely writing. When have I ever lied to you? That song siming isn't even worthy to carry your shoes." There was still plenty of sausage. Niannian went into the kitchen and suddenly craved clay pot rice. They didn't have a special tool for it, but a big pot over a clay stove made delicious rice too. She sliced the sausage. Jiang Ran ate a lot, and she sliced quite a bit. She loved it. Basic seasonings were always in the house: soy sauce, salt, and a little brown sugar. While cooking, neither of them mentioned the love letters anymore. The fire blazed, then turned to low. The rice grains soaked up the sauce, turning a translucent golden brown. The steamed sausage on top looked especially tempting. The high heat created a crispy layer of rice at the bottom. She loved that part and carefully picked out the crispy bits. Simple rice paired with sausage. Niannian ate a bowl, her stomach already full, but her mouth still chewed on the crispy rice. When she stood up, her belly sticking out, she let out a satisfied burp. Jiang Ran washed the dishes, planning to watch over Niannian that evening as she wrote love letters. But she was also fussing about eating enough and wanting to do some light exercise afterward. Since she got pregnant, they hadn't been very wild. Jiang Ran was like dry wood. Fire is clearly the sign of someone restless. When it encounters something, it ignites quickly. The matter of writing a love letter was simply brushed aside. The next day, Niannian woke up around noon. On the table, Jiang Ran had left a note saying he went to the county town to ask about plastic sheets. She hadn't paid much attention to Jiang Ran's handwriting before, but now she realized he had a very nice, neat penmanship, strong and elegant strokes. Niannian stretched her sore body and thought, writing a love letter can be postponed once or twice, but not forever. If she kept delaying, Jiang Ran might think he was less important than Shuangzi. She couldn't let him think that. She propped her chin and thought about the love letters she received in her past life, trying to come up with her own words. Dear Jiang Ran. Dear husband. Niannian spent over half an hour thinking about how to write the letter. She felt that starting was difficult, even harder than writing her previous thesis. She had bitten her pen, leaving 2 teeth marks on it. Suddenly, she heard a sweet, childish voice outside. Sister, are you home? Hearing this, Niannian quickly got out of bed, freeing herself from the task of writing the love letter. When she came out, she saw Jang Wan, a sweet girl with a puppy-like personality, was already there. Goat milk, sister. Since Jang Wan arrived, Niannian had stopped asking for these. She let the puppy and sweet girl leave the usual goat milk for Jang Wan to drink. Goat milk is good for health, and Jang Wan's body needed the nourishment. Jang Wan first explained, "Sweet girl said this milk was what you asked for before, so I didn't drink it. I'm fine now, so you should drink it to stay healthy. You're pregnant, after all, and need to nourish yourself." Niannian knew Jiang Wan had misunderstood, but she didn't bother to explain. She decided to stop the sweet girl from bringing milk tomorrow. She poured the milk from the clay jar, washed it, and gave it to the sweet girl. When she looked up, she saw Jiang Wan, and the girl didn't seem to be leaving. She chatted for a while and asked, "Jiang Wan, is there something you need?" Jiang Wan thought for a moment and shook her head. The sweet girl's voice was heard first. "Early this morning, Auntie came while I was still asleep, bringing Yuling, Yufeng. After a while, Yusin, Yujing, and Yusi also arrived. There are so many people at home. Because the sweet girl and puppy girl were orphans, they were often bullied by other children. Not many kids played with them. When so many children suddenly came to the house, they were initially happy. But children are very sensitive to others' feelings. They have a natural intuition about whether someone likes them or not. Sweet girl always felt that the aunt who kept smiling didn't like her. Over time, Tianyo felt uncomfortable even in her own home. Although her speech was not fluent, Niannian understood her mostly. The woman Tianyo called Aunt Guo was actually Guiyu. Yuling and Yufeng are Guiyu's children. The others, Yusin, Yujing, and Yusi, are children from Jiang Ran's second brother's family. Tianyo was confused and whispered, "They came, I gave them sunflower seeds and candies, and also gave some to Annie. But I still feel like she doesn't like me."
Why is that?
Afraid that Jiang Wan, Tianyo, and Go Dan might develop feelings and then give money to them. Niannian knew this well. She gently rubbed Tianyo's head and said, "If she doesn't like you and you don't like her, that's just how it is. Moreover, Guiyu is very scheming and always trying to use things for her own benefit, so she isn't worth liking." Jiang Wan, standing nearby, smiled helplessly and said, "I know what they are thinking. They see that I am divorced and are thinking about the little money I have. They all think I am a fool." Niannian didn't say anything. "Let's eat here at noon. If they can't find you, after a few tries, they'll understand what it means." Jang Wan wanted to cook, but was stopped by Niannian. She had to burn firewood. Since Jiang Ran wasn't home, she didn't cook anything complicated and just made claypot rice. Little Tianyo and Go Dan ate with their mouths full of oil, their bellies sticking out high. After eating, the children, who were shorter than the water jar, went to wash dishes. Jang Wan took over and said, "You and your brother go out and play." Niannian saw that Jiang Wan had something to say. "The chickens haven't been fed today. Go feed them, then go into the chicken coop to collect the eggs. Sister's belly is big now, so it's not convenient for her to go inside." Helping Niannian made Tianyo very happy. She and Go Dan went, one to feed the chickens, the other to collect eggs. Only she and Jiang Wan remained in the kitchen. Jiang Wan watched Tianyo and Go Dan's figures and thought for a moment. These two children are so pitiful, but so sensible. When I first moved here, they stayed with me all night. Little Tianyo even asked if I was hungry or thirsty. Go Dan doesn't talk much, but every time I haven't spoken yet, he already brings water into the house. Do you think I should adopt them? Jiang Wan's voice fell, and Niannian was not surprised. Jiang Wan had just lost her own child. Tianyo and Go Dan were both sensible and cute. People who really wanted children would find it hard not to like them. Jiang Wan didn't wait for her to speak and smiled. "Honestly, I've been thinking about it for 2 days, but I haven't made up my mind. I've never raised children before. This matter is indeed not a small one. You need to raise them. Both of them have no father or mother, not even an elder. Usually they are hungry one day and full the next. However, if you take care of them, it will only bring benefits and no harm. But you will need to put in some effort. Also, if you want to remarry in the future, many men might mind about that." Niannian often stays at the intelligence station, and she's not just gossiping for fun. These are the objective facts in the village. Jiang Wan shook her head. "I don't want to remarry. Marriage isn't that good." Niannian smiled. "Jiang Ran is quite a good person." Jiang Wan finished her lunch, helped clean the yard, then took Sweet Girl and Dog Egg home. In the afternoon, Jang Wan seemed to make a decision. She took Sweet Girl and Dog Egg home to talk to Su Lan and Jiang Shui. Niannian was once again controlled by her love letters, stumbling as she wrote one. At night, when they went to sleep, Jiang Ran coughed once. Niannian knew he was about to ask about the love letter, just as she expected. "Did you write it today?" It was clear from Jiang Ran's voice that he was a little hopeful. Niannian took a piece of paper from under her pillow and handed it to Jiang Ran. Then she quickly got back into bed, pretending to be sleepy, and said, "Look, I'm going to sleep now.
Don't disturb my rest."
She closed her eyes quickly. Jiang Ran, by the light of the kerosene lamp, saw the writing on the paper. At first, he smiled a little, but as he looked more, his face darkened. He looked down at his wife beside him, who was sleeping with her eyes closed, her long eyelashes curled like little fans. He lowered his voice. "Are you asleep?" Niannian kept her eyes closed, trying to convince herself she was already asleep. After a while, she felt the man beside her move, as if he got out of bed. She wanted to sneak a peek, but just as she opened her eyes, the man turned around. Niannian was so scared, she closed her eyes again. She didn't see clearly what Jiang Ran was doing. The next morning, early, Niannian got up. The love letter she had been writing all afternoon was now on the table. In many places, she had circled words with a fountain pen and made final comments. The feedback was, "Not sincere enough." "Are you writing an essay?" Niannian looked disappointed. She had never written such things in her life. She copied the cheesy love letters others had written to her before and gave them to Jiang Ran, feeling a bit guilty. But the love letter she wrote herself was obviously terrible. Niannian went out, and Jang Ran was busy packing the bathhouse with 3 villagers. Aunt Wong was also there. Niannian took a water jug and a bowl, handed it over, and said, "Here's some water, if you're thirsty." Aunt Wong was nearby, mixing mud. "Marrying you. Jang Ran's days are getting better and better." Jang Ran also saw Niannian come out, and their eyes met. Niannian thought about the criticized love letter, feeling guilty, and looked away. Next to her, Jang Ran was laying bricks for building, and he thought his wife, who was fair and tender, shouldn't be here. He cleared his throat and said, "There's rice in the pot. Go eat." Niannian wanted to leave quickly, but when she heard this, she didn't hesitate and hurried to the kitchen. She ate a bowl of rice porridge with an egg. Jang Ran had cooked spicy and sour cabbage early in the morning. As long as they didn't eat it every day, it was quite tasty. Niannian drank a bowl of soup and ate 2 eggs. She didn't like the yolk, so she gave it all to Jang Ran. She also fed the puppy. It was already late, and someone at home was working. Besides paying wages, according to the customs of Daya village, they also prepared a meal for noon. At noon, Jang Wan came to help her cook. The pork belly was fried until oily, then stewed with large cabbage. Finally, she added softened sweet potato noodles and steamed plain bread. It was already a good meal. Jiang Wan squatted down to burn firewood. Niannian noticed she looked a bit worried, probably because of the issue with the sweet girl dog. Niannian asked, "Did your parents not agree?" Jiang Wan shook her head. "Not exactly. In the evening, your parents want you to come home and discuss it." Niannian chuckled softly. "Brother and second brother don't agree?" Jiang Wan looked at her in surprise, admiring her cleverness, and sighed deeply. "Anyway, it's fine if you go there tonight." At noon, Jiang Wan went back to eat with Tianyo Dog Egg and the others. The meal was oily, and one person could eat 2 big bowls of food. The workers were all honest men. "This is even better than eating at home." Aunt Wong also said if only her family could build houses every day. Niannian thought to herself, she also wished for that. What kind of family builds houses every day? These days, I won't go to the village to chat. Once this small house is built for you, I'll go to Wang Lu's and help him build a house. This winter was tough. Every household carefully counted their grain. Families that didn't work in winter ate only 2 meals of porridge a day. Today, they ate for free, and because Niannian's cooking was delicious, with oil floating on top of the dishes, and a pot of steamed bread was already finished. But in the afternoon, everyone worked hard. During the chat, Niannian also learned that since news of Wang Lu building a house spread, people brought over carts of blue bricks, and even people from 10 or 8 villages were introducing their daughters-in-law to him. Aunt Wong Air also complained, this Wang Lu has high standards. He introduced several girls, but none caught his eye. He doesn't even know what kind of perfect girl he wants to marry. Marriage is for a lifetime. You should marry someone he truly likes. Niannian took a moment to find Jiang Ran and talked about Jang Wan. Let's go to the old house tonight. Jiang Ran frowned. While they were talking, old Jiang came happily, inviting them to the old house that evening. Before leaving, he said, we can't let our family's money go to waste. Jiang Ran dismissed him. That evening, after dinner at home, Zhang Lao Da's eldest son came by again, calling them. Your older brother is in such a hurry, Niannian couldn't help but say. He called us over, probably thinking we will side with him. Meanwhile, Guayu said, your fourth younger brother has always been different from others. Jiang Wan's divorce made him run around a lot. Maybe this time, he will still support your sister. Jiang Laoda took a puff of dry tobacco. No way. Jiang Wan's clothing factory salary has increased to 36 a month this year. We're not doing this for ourselves. Jiang Ran's wife is pregnant. The money should be shared equally. Does he really want to fight over money?
He's not that stupid.
Guiyu also thought that Jiang Wan's money couldn't be kept by just them. She gathered some other families and maybe they could really get the money. When Niannian arrived, the big table in the Jiang family was already set up again. Su Lan and Jiang Xiu looked unhappy. Jiang Wan sat beside them. As soon as she and Jiang Ran arrived, Guiyu warmly greeted them. We've been waiting for you. Come sit here. Niannian smiled. I like teasing Huzi. I want to sit next to him. She sat next to Wanqing, and Jiang Ran naturally sat beside her. Niannian smiled as she spoke, making it hard for others to say anything. Guayu's smile stiffened slightly, but quickly returned to normal. Sitting next to Huzi is fine. Huzi has grown up safe and sound. Thanks to you. Niannian reached out, and Huzi tried to come into her arms, smiling and drooling. Jiang Ran sat down coldly and asked, why did you call us here? Everyone was eager to get to the main topic. Old Jiang said, Wan said she wants to raise Tianyo and Go Dan. You all heard about it, right? We called you here to see what you all think. Niannian smiled. It's not me and Jiang Ran who want to raise Tianyo and Go Dan. If Wan and Tianyo and Go Dan are willing, then that's fine. Big brother, you asked the wrong people. Old Jiang's face suddenly changed color. Sister-in-law, you just married into our family, so you don't know our situation. Shuangzi was raised by my parents, and my father paid for her work and favors. It's time to repay the family now. Niannian nodded seriously. Big brother, you're right. Old Jiang was immediately happy and wanted to speak, but Niannian added another sentence. Our parents raised Sister Wan, and respecting and repaying them is right. It has nothing to do with us. Big brother, your words make it sound like you raised Sister Wan. Suddenly, old Jiang's face darkened, looking as black as ash. He looked at Jiang Ran. Fourth brother, say something. When it comes to family matters, women shouldn't interfere. Niannian stayed silent and played with Tiger. The table was quiet. Only Tiger's cheerful chattering could be heard. Jiang Ran casually said, my wife says what I say is what I mean. He then stood up and poured a glass of water for Niannian. Old Jiang's face turned red with anger. Just as he was feeling embarrassed, old Jiang's second brother interrupted. I think what Big Brother said makes some sense. Later, old Jiang suggested that the children should take care of Sister Wan in her old age, even mentioning whether to bury her ancestors' graves or not. Everyone could hear the plans from the entrance of Dahu village. When Wan divorced, Wang Lu's family was building a house, and Jiang Ming went to help, also earning some money for the family. Jiang Ming only now understood what it all meant. Jiang Ming's face looked very unhappy. I heard from Sister Wan and our parents, they're willing to raise her. Who has the right to interfere? He looked at Su Lan, Jiang Xiu, and Jiang Wan. Mom, Dad, Sister, what do you all think? Lan felt sorry for Jang Wan but also worried she would be burdened with 2 children and find it hard to remarry later. The mother and daughter had a heart-to-heart talk. Jang Wan's idea was not to remarry. She also worried about Jang Wan having no children to care for her in old age. Lan felt like she was balancing on a scale, unsure what to do. Jiang Shui finally spoke. Waner can do whatever she wants, as long as she's happy. Niannian and Jiang Ran both earn money. Even if they couldn't, they wouldn't openly ask a lonely girl for money. She couldn't do such shameless things. Jiang Ran obviously couldn't do that either. Hearing these dirty-minded plans, Niannian couldn't listen anymore. She pinched Jiang Ran's palm lightly. Mom and Dad, you can't do this. Are outsiders more trustworthy than our family? What if they turn out to be ungrateful wolves? Jiang Ran received Niannian's signal and stood up, saying, Mom and Dad, I worked on building a house all day. Now I'm tired, and there's nothing else. Niannian and I will go back first. As he spoke, Jiang Ming, who had already grown tired of the conversation, said, I've also worked all day. Huzi is tired too, so he's going back to his room. Everyone watched as Huzi, with his big head and bright eyes, followed Niannian, clearly not sleepy at all. Old Jiang, the eldest, became worried. His son was the oldest and would be getting married in a few years. Seeing this, he quickly said, You haven't finished talking yet. Why are you leaving? Jiang Ran looked back, somewhat annoyed with his older brother. He fixed his gaze on him and softly said, If Big Brother is really worried that Sister Wan won't have anyone to take care of her in the future, or that Tianyo and Gooden are ungrateful, just be a good support for Sister Wan. Teach your children to treat her well. These are not problems. If you're after Sister Wan's money, she can give it to whoever she wants. Respecting our parents is right, but why should it be you? And your children definitely won't get it. Jiang Ran was clearly angry. If you need money, go earn it. Find a way to support yourself. All day long, you're scheming against your sister. Who does that, Big Brother? His words were quite harsh, hitting directly at the eldest brother. Old Jiang, proud of being the eldest and the head of the family besides the elders, had never been spoken to like that before. He was so upset that his face turned red. Angrily, he grabbed a bowl from the table and threw it at Jiang Ran. Jiang Ran pulled Niannian behind him. The bowl flew past and everyone gasped. In the next moment, Jiang Ran caught the bowl in his hand, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. But before they could relax, screams came from Gui Yu and old Jiang.
Bang!
The porcelain bowl hit the ground, narrowly missing old Jiang's ear. If it had hit a little differently, it would have struck his forehead. Old Jiang's forehead was covered in sweat. Gui Yu, standing nearby, was trembling with fear. She had anticipated this. Jiang Ran, what are you doing? That's your big brother. Suddenly Niannian bent over and said, Ouch, my stomach hurts. Jiang Ran, my stomach hurts. Big brother, what are you doing? You threw the bowl at me, and the child got scared. Jiang Ran, I feel so painful. Jiang Ran glared fiercely at old Jiang, then bent down to pick up Niannian and headed straight to the village doctor. After walking a short distance, Niannian finally felt Jiang Ran's panic and quickly said, I'm fine. I was just pretending. Let's go home. Jiang Ran paused, looking at her with a hint of suspicion.
I really am fine.
I just don't want them to accuse me unfairly on purpose. Jiang Ran double-checked that she was pretending, then felt reassured. Not long after Niannian caused a fuss and went home, Lan and Jang Wan came to visit her again. But Jiang Ran stopped them, saying she needed rest. Niannian was happily lying inside the house. Lan and Jiang Wan left Jiang Ran's yard and sighed. Your older brother has been spoiled by me. At least Jiang Ming and Jiang Ran are honest and kind-hearted. Niannian and Feng Xia are also good people, helping each other. You have work, and once your father and I are gone, you'll be fine. Jiang Wan quickly said, What are you talking about? You and my father will live a long life. I have a salary and I will support you. Actually, Big Brother has a point. I should repay the family. It's not easy for you to raise me.
We don't do this for that.
We're not starving or unable to work. There's no need for such filial piety. They both headed back together. Guo Yu and Zhang Laoda were almost furious. Guo Yu, usually gentle and smiling, was now red-faced with anger. That younger brother of yours, is he mentally okay? He doesn't want money. He's the only good person. Are we the bad ones? Zhang Laoda was also upset, recalling the bowl that brushed past his ear earlier, still feeling scared. Unappreciative.
Next door, Zhang Lo erscheint.
Zhang Hui also felt that good things had been spoiled. Your fourth brother speaks so easily. The money is there to earn. He married a girl from the city and has money now. We can't enjoy such good days. Why should we support him? They say half-grown boys can drain their parents' resources. Zhang Laoer has 3 such sons, and 1 more on the way. Talking about this is useless. Let the kids and their aunt build some feelings. In the end, Niannian didn't know exactly how they agreed. Jang Wan adopted Sweet Girl and Go Dan, even going to the team leader for a witness. Go Dan and Sweet Girl had no family and no relatives from other branches cared for them. If anyone was willing, they would be happy. At that time, adoption procedures weren't complicated. As long as adults agreed, the children, Sweet Girl and Go Dan, were confused when they heard Jiang Wan wanted to adopt them. They even asked Ruan if she would call Jiang Wan mother in the future. Jiang Wan adopted Sweet Girl and Go Dan, took out fabric from home, and made a red dress for Sweet Girl and a blue one for Go Dan. Bored, Niannian also sat with Wanqing and Jiang Wan to study, making clothes. Jiang Wan is a long-time worker at the clothing factory. She works quickly and neatly. Wanqing is not a professional, but she learned sewing from a young age and does a good job. Niannian doesn't expect to reach Sister Wan's skill level, so she decided to learn from Wanqing instead. At first, her stitches were crooked and uneven. She accidentally pricked herself twice, which made her grimace in pain. After 2 days of practice, Jang Wan looked at her finished work and smiled, saying, "This child made the autumn pants quite well. She's only just started, and it's already good." Her compliment made Niannian's small face fall. Jiang Wan cleared her throat seriously and said, "I'm not lying. It's really good. The stitches aren't perfectly even, and the 2 pant legs are a bit different, but as farmers, we don't mind that. You're a beginner. When the kids see it, they'll be happy. When I first started at the factory, my work was worse than yours." Wanqing couldn't hold back her laughter and whispered, "Sister Wan, this is the undershirt she made for Jiang Ran." It felt like everything around froze. Jiang Wan coughed a few more times and said, "Look at me. My eyesight has gotten worse these days. What's wrong with this shirt? It's very nice, and the fabric is comfortable. I thought I was making it for the kids. Don't believe me? Ask Jiang Ran. He'll definitely like it." Niannian sighed and said, "Sister Wan, don't bother comforting me." She hid the clothes she made and then took them out again. "Sister Wan, can't you tell? This isn't a leg, it's an arm, and this is the body," Niannian explained, but Jiang Wan looked confused. Niannian. In her past life, she was wealthy, beautiful, and well-educated. Although she didn't take over Ms. Lu Xingyun's company, she started her own small MCN company, nurturing internet celebrities, and made good money each year. Her hobbies were diverse, and she explored many things. She used to think that fate had opened a door for her, but now she realized where the window was closed. Making clothes, especially without a machine to sew each stitch, felt impossible. That window was shut tight on her. She had initially thought of writing a love letter to pass the time and making clothes to comfort Jiang Ran. Niannian took a deep breath and said, "Sister Wan, third sister-in-law, why don't you both teach me together?" She studied until sunset, realizing it was late, and then she packed up her things to go home and cook dinner. Her small bathroom was already built, but it still needed some time to dry. Wang Lu's project was large, and the plastic sheets from the textile factory hadn't been returned yet. Jiang Ran went to help Wang Lu with the work. She didn't know that as soon as she got home, Wanqing was also there. Jiang Wan quickly ran to Wang Lu's house again.